Chapter 1. The Scoundrel's Marriage, Her Tragic End. On the day when Shen Xiwei succumbed to AIDS, it coincided with Pei Yunxiao's wedding. She opened Douyin and chanced upon a striking live stream title. Pei Corporation's CEO, Pei Yunxiao, after a 15-year love marathon with his wife Meng Qingran, finally ties the knot. Shen Xiwei lay in her rented room, as dim as a rat in a gutter. This abode was but a dilapidated relic of the city, measuring a mere 20 square meters. The walls bore the marks of mold, and a faint musty odor permeated the air. She was afflicted with AIDS. No employer was willing to take her on. Her only means of subsistence was collecting discarded plastic bottles and cardboard boxes. Though hope had long since abandoned her, she mustered the courage to seize her phone and dial Pei Yunxiao's number. Hello? Yet, the voice on the other end was not Pei Yunxiao's, but Meng Qingran's. Shen Xiwei gathered her resolve and spoke. It's me, Qingran. Could you please let Pei Yunxiao take the call? I wish to borrow some money. Since contracting AIDS, her immune system had faltered, leading to a myriad of ailments. With no funds for treatment, she endured the relentless torment of illness daily. At merely 31, she appeared as if she were in her 40s. Upon recognizing Shen Xiwei's voice, Meng Qingran's tone turned curt. Borrowing money again? How much have you taken already? Is it still insufficient? I'm unwell and need some funds for the hospital. You've been reckless and contracted AIDS. What does that have to do with us? Does Yunxiao owe you anything? I did not engage in reckless behavior. Shen Xiwei pleaded. Qingran, I beg you. I know he loves you. I will no longer entangle myself with him. I just need a little money. I truly cannot go on like this. She recognized her folly. Had she not been a mere sycophant to Pei Yunxiao, transferring her father's company to him in hopes of marriage, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Meng Qingran let out a soft laugh. Over the years, Yunxiao has given you quite a sum. Do you expect him to support you for life when you lack the ability to earn? Shen Xiwei retorted. He has only given me a few thousand each time. Added together, it pales in comparison to the monthly living expenses I once provided him. Pei Yunxiao's company was all my doing. When he first met me, he had nothing. His father was our family chauffeur, and I was the one who supported him. You supported me? The voice had now shifted from Meng Qingran to Pei Yunxiao. Miss Shen, your father has been gone for many years. Why are you still living in a dream? You are utterly useless back in school. You were at the bottom of the class. I helped you with your studies, and that money was merely compensation from your family for tutoring. Regrettably, no amount of tutoring could remedy your foolishness. How have you come to believe you were the one supporting me? His cold, callous words resurrected the memories of her own naivety. Indeed, Pei Yunxiao had shown promise academically. Seeing his impoverished circumstances, she had declined her father's offer of a prestigious tutor from Qingbei, insisting that her father allow Pei Yunxiao to be her tutor instead. With the substantial sums involved, what tutor could she not have hired? Pei Yunxiao became her tutor, yet harbored contempt for her deep within. He only sought to belittle her, calling her as foolish as a pig, asserting she was beyond teaching. And what of my father's company? You once promised that if I transferred it to you, you would marry me. Now you would another, and I merely seek a small sum. The prospect of marrying him had long since faded from her aspirations. She only wished to survive. How dare you mention the company? Pei Yunxiao retorted disdainfully. Were it not for me, your family's company would have been squandered long ago under your incompetence. As for marriage, if you hadn't discovered your AIDS before the wedding, would I not have married you? The AIDS diagnosis was her vulnerability. Pei Yunxiao consistently wielded it against her. Shen Xiwei could not fathom how her once stable life had spiraled into such a wretched state. Had she not relinquished the company to Pei Yunxiao, even if sold, she could have lived comfortably for the rest of her days, avoiding the depths of despair she now faced. Alas, at this juncture, she had no opportunity for a second chance. Shen Xiwei lay upon her bed, barely clinging to life. With humility, she inquired, Pei Yunxiao, may I ask, did you ever have feelings for me? Feelings for you? Pei Yunxiao coldly shattered her hopes. Who could ever harbor affection for a woman as dim-witted as you? Shen Xiwei, your inquiry is nothing short of an affront to my intellect. The years I have been burdened by you have been a nightmare. Unyielding, Shen Xiwei implored. I am on the brink of death. Could you not come to see me? Absolutely not. A filthy woman like you does not merit my collecting your remains. With that, Pei Yunxiao terminated the call. Shen Xiwei's consciousness slowly faded. Time elapsed without her awareness until her phone rang. It was Meng Qingran's voice. Are you all right? Hearing her voice, a glimmer of light flickered in Shen Xiwei's tear-stained eyes. Was it a moment of conscience, perhaps a monetary offer? Did Pei Yunxiao instruct you to call me? Of course not. Meng Qingran's tone brimmed with superiority. Now, she was the vice president of Pei Corporation. It was my own decision to call. I cannot bear your idiocy any longer. Witnessing your foolishness is intolerable, and I felt compelled to remind you. Shen Xiwei, why do you still cling to hope for Pei Yunxiao? He does not love you, can you not see that? I am aware. Shen Xiwei replied, he sees only you. Meng Qingran chuckled derisively. Have you never considered how you contracted AIDS? What do you mean? Could it be? Naturally, it was because he wished to avoid marrying you, and someone injected you with a needle used by an AIDS patient. How else could he have so easily cast you aside? It is regrettable, truly regrettable, that you have not grasped this by now. Hence, I say you are genuinely foolish. The battered red Xiaomi phone slipped from Shen Xiwei's grasp, tumbling to the damp floor. On the other end, Meng Qingran had already hung up. Shen Xiwei lay in bed, reflecting on the myriad moments of the past years. She had given her all for Pei Yunxiao. Yet in the end, she could not warm even a fragment of his heart. In her final moments, Shen Xiwei's awareness lingered in a hospital. A man clad in military attire had brought her there. Since falling ill, she had seldom felt kindness from others. Perplexed, she asked, "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Were it not for his aid, she feared she might have perished in that forsaken room without anyone realizing. The man gazed at her with earnestness. "It was our commander who arranged for me to find you. He is on his way here now." Upon hearing the surname Zhao, Shen Xiwei recalled the man who had once intended to take her away from Yun City. He was originally meant to be her father's chosen suitor. Yet, enamored with Pei Yunxiao, she had refused to leave with him, even uttering many harsh words. Now, upon hearing of this man again, she realized the extent of her foolishness over the years. "How has he been all these years?" The man replied calmly, "He has been quite busy in the military, remains unmarried, and still claims you are his fiancée." Ultimately, Shen Xiwei could not endure Pei Yunxiao's wedding day. Her memories halted just before the clock struck midnight. When she opened her eyes again, Shen Xiwei found herself back in her senior year of high school, resting her head on her desk, only to be roused by Pei Yunxiao's voice. "Qingran is on her period, and in pain. Could you fetch her some ibuprofen? Also, when you get the food, please get her extra meat. She's too thin and needs to replenish her strength."
Chapter 2. After rebirth, no longer a doormat at this moment, Meng Qingran lay on the table, surrounded by a group of people who adored her like stars surrounding the moon. She felt unwell, and everyone was expressing their concern for her. The one most worried about her, of course, was Pei Yunxiao. In reality, he was Meng Qingran's boyfriend, yet he publicly claimed they were merely friends every time exam rankings were announced. They consistently occupied the top 2 spots. Pei Yunxiao was indifferent to others but treated Meng Qingran with exceptional kindness. To outsiders, they appeared to be a match made in heaven, a golden boy and a jade girl, perfectly balanced in their merits. On the other hand, Shen Xiwei was merely Pei Yunxiao's devoted admirer. She would doze off in class and, after lessons, would fetch food and water for him. Now, witnessing Pei Yunxiao imperiously instructing her to buy medicine for his girlfriend, who was experiencing her menstrual cycle, Shen Xiwei, having realized her rebirth, couldn't help but find it amusing. Why had she never understood this before? She had once relished in being at his beck and call, believing it was a testament to their close relationship. After all, why would he only command her and not others? But now, having faced death once, seeing Pei Yunxiao's true colors only struck her as ludicrous. He, Pei Yunxiao, had no right to belittle her in such a manner. Noticing her moment of hesitation, Pei Yunxiao remarked, "Are you dazed? Hurry up and go." Having said that, he moved to Meng Qingran's side, gently patting her back. Meng Qingran glanced at Shen Xiwei and said to Pei Yunxiao, "Isn't it inappropriate to send her for this? I can go myself. Why worry? She enjoys doing such things." Pei Yunxiao replied, "If you don't let her, she won't be pleased, will she?" He turned to Shen Xiwei. In the past, she would have smiled and complied without hesitation, quickly rushing off to fulfill Pei Yunxiao's request. She was deeply afraid of displeasing him, for if he were unhappy, he would ignore her. Whenever they had a disagreement, seeing his angry expression would prompt her to apologize and pacify him. Now, observing Pei Yunxiao's brazen demeanor, Shen Xiwei could not help but curl her lips in amusement. The school cafeteria was operated by an external contractor, and delicious food was always in limited supply. During lunch hours, one had to hurry to snag the good items, otherwise, they would be gone. Previously, Shen Xiwei would always rush to purchase 2 portions, one for herself and one for Pei Yunxiao. As a top student, he dedicated his time to studying. Unlike her, who believed it made little difference whether she studied or not, she had always thought that by catering to him, she was showering him with affection. Over time, the entire school recognized her as Pei Yunxiao's devoted admirer. Eventually, as Pei Yunxiao grew closer to Meng Qingran, Shen Xiwei found that her 2 portions were no longer sufficient, for Pei Yunxiao would give his share to Meng Qingran. Naturally, Shen Xiwei would relinquish her portion to him, often going hungry at school. At this moment, having queued up, Shen Xiwei received 2 portions of food. A classmate beside her chuckled. The devoted admirer returns to fetch food for the school as heartthrob again. But the young master prefers someone like Meng Qingran, who is equally exceptional, not someone of your caliber. What caliber am I? Shen Xiwei asked curiously. Just a servant's daughter dreaming of marrying the young master because you attend school together? You should wake up. With your lack of intelligence and worth, you'll only ever be a servant in the young master's household, washing his clothes, cleaning, and changing his son's diapers. The contempt in the peer's words was palpable. Pei Yunxiao has told you that I am a servant's daughter. My father is the wealthiest man in Yunqing. Pei Yunxiao is merely the son of my family's driver. I liked him, hence allowing him to ride in the school-less chauffeur-driven car every day. Yet now, in the eyes of others, he has become the young master, while I am labeled as the servant's daughter. Upon hearing her question, the peer rolled her eyes. What else could it be? Hurry and take the young master his lunch. Don't be late. With that, laughter erupted around them, mocking Shen Xiwei's doormat demeanor and her foolish aspirations to win over the school-less heartthrob. Exiting the cafeteria, Shen Xiwei did not return to the classroom. Instead, she sat beside the flower bed and consumed both portions of food. She could hardly recall the last time she had a proper meal. Due to financial constraints, she could rarely afford good food. Often scavenging for discarded vegetable leaves at the market when it closed, the cafeteria's braised pork was delicious, though the portions were meager. Only after finishing both servings did her hunger begin to subside. Upon returning to the classroom, the first bell rang for class. Pei Yunxiao, seeing her enter, angrily inquired, "Why are you only just arriving? Where's the medicine?" "What medicine?" Shen Xiwei replied coldly, her gaze devoid of the warmth she usually reserved for him. In the past, she had loved him deeply, pouring out her most intense and sincere affections, believing that if she worked hard and gave him her all, one day he would reciprocate. Now, having the chance to start anew, she realized it had all been a grand illusion. Sometimes, when you treat someone well, they may not see it as kindness. Instead, they might think it's their excellence that draws your attention, believing that all your efforts are merely their due. Pei Yunxiao stared at her in disbelief. "I told you to buy ibuprofen for Qingran. I mentioned she wasn't feeling well. Are your ears deaf? You can't even handle such a trivial task. What is my relationship with her? Why should I buy her medicine?" Shen Xiwei shot a glance at Meng Qingran, who sat pale-faced at her desk. She had to help Pei Yunxiao take care of her during her period. Would she also have to serve her during confinement later? Meng Qingran came from an average background. After getting to know Pei Yunxiao, he treated her exceptionally well, sharing everything Shen Xiwei provided with Meng Qingran. Others often called Meng Qingran the epitome of beauty, wealth, and grace. These two were enjoying Shen Xiwei's generosity while treating her like a servant. Pei Yunxiao retorted, "All right, Shen Xiwei, is this how you want to play it? If you continue this way, don't blame me for ignoring you. You'll be the one begging for my forgiveness later." Shen Xiwei stared at Pei Yunxiao, finding his words laughable. "What do I need your forgiveness for? What have I done wrong?" Upon hearing Shen Xiwei daring to counter Pei Yunxiao, others turned to watch, astonished. What was happening? This devoted admirer was actually standing up for herself. Pei Yunxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. He looked at Shen Xiwei, recalling how she would usually come to him, pleading for favors. He warned, "If you have the guts, don't come home with us this afternoon," every time he was angry and ignored her. Within a few hours, she would seek him out to apologize. Since she dared to be so audacious now, it was time to teach her a lesson. Even if she came to him to apologize this time, he would not forgive her easily. Chapter 3, The driver's son knows his place. Shen Xiwei nodded. "All right." Saying this, she walked back to her seat, seemingly oblivious to what Pei Yunxiao had just said. Easily consenting to his words, Wang Yan, Meng Qingran's deskmate, stood up to defend her. "Wait, Shen Xiwei, what's wrong with you? It's just buying some medicine. You can't even manage that. If so, just go buy it now. Aren't you and Meng Qingran friends?" Shen Xiwei shot her a cold glance. Wang Yan, unyielding, insisted, "This is your duty. Why should I go? I should." Shen Xiwei's lips curled into a cold smile. "I have no ties to her. Why should I buy her medicine? It's just her period. It's not like she is dying. In her past life, when she felt unwell, she hadn't seen any of them show her even a shred of sympathy." Wang Yan pointed at Shen Xiwei. "You're a servant in the school heartthrob's household. I'm not. Now you're being asked to buy medicine for the heartthrob's girlfriend. Isn't that only natural?" Mentioning this, Shen Xiwei turned to Pei Yunxiao and asked, "Pei Yunxiao, have you been spreading around that I'm your family's servant?" Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Pei Yunxiao felt a twinge of guilt. This was merely speculation from others who saw him being driven in luxury cars daily. He never bothered to clarify that he couldn't possibly tell them that his father was just a driver and that he was the son of Shen Xiwei's family's chauffeur. Fearing that the conversation might escalate with Shen Xiwei becoming agitated, Pei Yunxiao approached her. They sat at the same desk. "If you didn't buy it, forget it. I'll go get it myself later." Shen Xiwei's refusal to buy for Meng Qingran was quite understandable, as she had feelings for him. Pei Yunxiao glanced at her and asked, "What about the food? You didn't buy anything, but you must have at least purchased lunch." Right, he had overheard classmates mentioning she had just fetched 2 portions. Surely she couldn't complain about that. After all, in the end, she wouldn't want to see him go hungry. Shen Xiwei calmly replied, "I've eaten." "What did you say? You finished both portions?" Seeing Pei Yunxiao's slightly agitated demeanor, Shen Xiwei nodded. "Yes." The classmates in front of them looked at Shen Xiwei with disdain. "Are you a pig? How can you finish both? They had grown accustomed to fawning over Pei Yunxiao, looking down on her. Previously, considering they were all Pei Yunxiao's friends, she had given them face, hoping they would speak well of her. Now she realized that she had been indulging them too much. Every time Pei Yunxiao treated them to meals, it was with her money. Shen Xiwei stated calmly, I spend my own money, whether it's 2 portions or 20. It is entirely justified. The classmate seated in front of Shen Xiwei darkened at her words and then whispered, return your own money, isn't your money all provided by the campus heartthrob's family? Shen Xiwei could not be bothered to explain, while Pei Yunxiao beside her was already seething with anger, especially since Shen Xiwei had not even brought him any food. He hadn't eaten a thing. And his irritation was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Was Shen Xiwei doing this on purpose to provoke him? He directed his words at Shen Xiwei, saying, Shen Xiwei, you brought this upon yourself. I hope you can endure for at least 2 more days. With that, he stood up, gathered his belongings, and addressed Wang Yan, Meng Qingran's deskmate, saying, I'll trade seats with you. You can sit with her. Every time he felt displeased, this was how he punished Shen Xiwei. He was unwilling to sit with her anymore. After all, it was Shen Xiwei who had previously begged to sit next to him. He was her tutor, and his presence beside her allowed him to assist her with her studies. But now that he thought about it, Pei Yunxiao had never actually taught her anything. Each day he merely ordered her about. He seemed to believe that such behavior could intimidate Shen Xiwei. But she paid him no mind. Pei Yunxiao hadn't eaten, and Meng Qingran was feeling unwell, suffering greatly. He sat to the side, his expression darkening as he glanced at Shen Xiwei, who was seated by the window. This time, he was genuinely angry. When she came to apologize, he would make sure she understood the consequences. In the afternoon, as school let out, the Maybach that came to pick up Shen Xiwei was parked at the entrance. As Shen Xiwei exited the school gate, she noticed that Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran were already in the car. Shen Xiwei hurried over. Everyone at school now knew she had offended Pei Yunxiao and was waiting to watch her make a fool of herself. Seeing her shamelessly follow them to the car, they couldn't help but point and whisper, did you really think she could sever ties with the campus heartthrob? She was merely a sycophant. How could she possibly change her nature? Pei Yunxiao's temper was just too forgiving. If it were me, I would have expelled the daughter of a servant who didn't know her place. Listening to those scornful voices, Shen Xiwei couldn't be bothered to respond. She cast a glance at the two who had shamelessly taken their seats in the car, before she could speak. Pei Yunxiao remarked, didn't you say you wouldn't go home with me? Never had she seen such audacity. Shen Xiwei shot back, I may not be going home with you, but that doesn't mean you can't ride in my family's car. Pei Yunxiao stiffened. After all this time, he had almost forgotten that this car belonged to the Shen family. Seeing Shen Xiwei's angry expression, he began to doubt her sanity. Wasn't she the one who had insisted he take the car? And now she was unwilling. The driver, Uncle Pei, witnessed this scene and, unsure of what had transpired between the two, quickly attempted to ease the tension. Miss, please get in the car. Why are you still arguing with the young master? After saying this, he shot Pei Yunxiao a glance, signaling him to temper his temper. Pei Yunxiao gazed at Shen Xiwei and, in a rare moment of mercy, said, fine, hurry up and get in. I won't hold today's incident against you. I'll give you another chance. He had observed her behavior, which was generally obedient, and decided to let her off this time. When Shen Xiwei heard him say he would give her another chance, she almost thought she had misheard. You're giving me a chance, Pei Yunxiao, who do you think you are? Hurry up and take your girlfriend and get out of my car. He had surprisingly softened, claiming he would grant her a chance. Moreover, his father was rather shameless, calling him young master while referring to her as Weiwei. Onlookers could not help but criticize Shen Xiwei. What is wrong with Shen Xiwei? How dare she insult the campus heartthrob? Indeed, the heartthrob has been more than courteous to her, and she fails to recognize her good fortune. The heartthrob should expel her. I can't stand it any longer. They couldn't comprehend why Shen Xiwei was so obstinate today, refusing to back down even when offered a way out. Pei Yunxiao's expression hardened. Do you insist on this? I've already decided not to be angry about the incident at noon. To forgive you, Shen Xiwei, do you truly want to escalate this? Shen Xiwei replied, from today onwards, there's no place for you in my car. He thought he was playing a game with her. After Pei Yunxiao heard her words, his expression stiffened, and he decided not to reason with her any longer. If that's the case, then don't ride in the car, walk back instead. When he said this, he felt no shame. He turned to his father and instructed to drive. The driver glanced at Shen Xiwei, then at his son, recalling Shen Xiwei's attitude toward Pei Yunxiao, regardless of how angry she was now. She would be fine again in a few days. She was usually the easiest to talk to. He chose to disregard her sulky demeanor and simply drove away. Shen Xiwei was left standing there, utterly taken aback that he would pull such a stunt. The father and son duo were equally shameless. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Well done, she deserves this. She is truly unreasonable. Fuming, Shen Xiwei couldn't help but chuckle as she took out her phone. This phone belonged to Pei Yunxiao. He had bought it himself, a cheap Nokia costing a few hundred. To please him, Shen Xiwei had given him the Apple III her father had gifted her for her birthday and taken this shabby phone for herself. At that time, she believed it would protect his pride. But now, seeing the outdated phone, she found it rather amusing. Nonetheless, she dialed her father. Not long after, the Maybach that had just left returned, parking once more at the entrance. Pei Hong stepped out of the car. His expression somewhat grim. Mississippi. His demeanor clearly indicated he had been reprimanded. Shen Xiwei replied, "You're capable of this." Pei Hong glanced at the two in the car. Pei Yunxiao was helping Meng Qingran out. Meng Qingran hadn't anticipated this turn of events and looked at Shen Xiwei, her face paling. "Xiwei, you may not like me, but there is no need to target Pei Yunxiao like this. He has always treated you well, hasn't he?" Pei Yunxiao interrupted. "Don't say such things to her." Shen Xiwei had truly provoked him this time, with both of them out of the car. She finally got in, and before departing, she lowered the window and said to Pei Yunxiao goodbye. After leaving the school, Pei Hong caught a glimpse of Shen Xiwei in the rearview mirror, surprised by her resolute stance. Unable to help himself, he said, "Miss, it's perfectly normal for two people to argue. Don't be upset. I'll have Pei Yunxiao apologize to you later." However, he also realized that without a car, he would probably have to take the bus home, and who knew what time it would be? Everyone else could take the bus, why couldn't he? Shen Xiwei replied coldly, "Have you forgotten who pays your salary? If you find me displeasing, why not just resign? Are you here to teach me how to do my job?" Just because he had his eyes on his son, he believed he could look down on her. Were it not for having called her father, he might have truly left her stranded today. Hearing Shen Xiwei's words, Uncle Pei was so startled that he quickly fell silent. Upon returning home, Aunt Zhou saw her and asked, "Miss, why are you back alone? Why didn't young Master Pei accompany you?" Shen Xiwei replied, "There is no longer a young Master Pei in our household." Hearing her words, Aunt Zhou was taken aback. Wondering when her young lady had become so perceptive. She had always treated Pei Yunxiao well, causing both Pei father and son to be somewhat confused about their positions. Aunt Zhou had often felt compelled to speak out but had refrained out of fear of Shen Xiwei's displeasure. However, hearing her say such things now touched Aunt Zhou's heart. Shen Xiwei looked at her. She was the kindest among the household servants, yet, because Aunt Zhou had always managed Pei Yunxiao's affairs, Shen Xiwei had previously held her in disdain. Once Pei Yunxiao took over the household, Aunt Zhou was the first to be dismissed. Reflecting on the past, seeing Aunt Zhou again made Shen Xiwei's eyes well up with tears. She told Aunt Zhou, "I'll head upstairs first." Aunt Zhou replied, "All right, young Master Zhao has arrived. I'll have him go straight back." In truth, Zhao Tingshan often visited, but since he was arranged by her father, and Shen Xiwei favored Pei Yunxiao, she found Zhao Tingshan extremely bothersome. Every time he came, she would send him away without even seeing him, resulting in her having barely met him, remembering that it was his people who had taken her to the hospital before she left, and that he still remembered her as his fiancée. Shen Xiwei stopped Aunt Zhou, asking, "Where is he?" "In the backyard, playing with the big white dog." When Shen Xiwei arrived in the backyard, she saw Zhao Tingshan feeding the dog. This dog was one Shen Xiwei had insisted on keeping, but since Pei Yunxiao claimed to dislike dogs, she had kept her distance. She hadn't expected Zhao Tingshan to get along so well with the dog. He was wearing his school's blue uniform at the moment. Although it was such a plain uniform, he somehow wore it remarkably well. Remembering the comments made before her death, she couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Zhao Tingshan finished feeding the dog and looked up at her. Noticing her standing at the door, he was about to walk over but hesitated, recalling how much she disliked him. Miss Shen, Zhao Tingshan was handsome, yet his demeanor was composed. Though he was the same age as her, he appeared as if he were in his 20s. After all, by the time she had passed, he was already a military district leader. As for his achievements, he had consistently ranked first in the province. He was the one Pei Yunxiao disliked the most. Pei Yunxiao had always maintained that Zhao Tingshan was only so accomplished because his family provided him with abundant educational resources, asserting that if he had Zhao Tingshan's advantages, he would be just as successful. Each time he saw Zhao Tingshan's results, Pei Yunxiao felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. So it was that Shen Xiwei could not help but regard Zhao Tingshan as an adversary. However, upon reflection, she realized that they had never truly interacted. He had never wronged her in any way. Now, encountering him, Shen Xiwei struggled to restrain her emotions and inquired, "Do you need something?" Zhao Tingshan replied, "I came to see you." After a moment's silence from Shen Xiwei, he perceptively added, "I understand that you do not wish to see me. I shall take my leave." He had not anticipated seeing her at all. He simply wanted to check on Bai. The fact that she was willing to meet him was already sufficient for him. Noticing his intention to depart, Shen Xiwei asked, "Would you care to stay for dinner?" Taken aback, Zhao Tingshan looked at her in surprise. "Is that permissible?" The setting sun cast a warm glow upon her, enhancing her amiability. Of course, it was permissible. Pei Yunxiao had yet to return. He was escorting Meng Qingran home. In the past, Shen Xiwei would have waited for him before dining. Her eagerness to eat so early today surprised Aunt Zhou, who wondered if she wasn't going to wait for Pei Yunxiao. Why wait for him? The household staff had grown accustomed to her being subservient to Pei Yunxiao, and now that she was not, they were thrown off balance. Aunt Zhou did not press further. "Very well, I shall make arrangements. And please inform Uncle Pei that he need not come tomorrow. Aunt Zhou paused momentarily before quickly realizing that the master's affairs were not to be questioned. Understood. Having dismissed Pei Yunxiao's father, Shen Xiwei finally settled at the dining table as Zhao Tingshan had been covertly observing her, but upon her sitting down, he awkwardly averted his gaze. Shen Xiwei was surprised at how innocent Zhao Tingshan seemed at that moment. Chapter 5, Terminating the Pei family. She felt an urge to tease him. Why do you not look at me? Am I so unappealing? Despite her poor academic performance, she considered herself relatively attractive, having been pampered since childhood. Her skin was fair, resembling that of a porcelain doll. If not for the troubles Pei Yunxiao had caused her, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Zhao Tingshan redirected his gaze and replied. Not at all. His expression was calm, yet upon closer inspection, one could see the flush creeping onto his ears. Shen Xiwei smiled and asked, by the way, I heard you have always excelled academically. Faced with Shen Xiwei's enthusiasm, Zhao Tingshan felt somewhat unaccustomed but replied, I suppose so. Do you have any reliable tutors you could recommend? Relying on Pei Yunxiao is no longer feasible. In this lifetime, she did not wish to repeat the mistake of believing her father would safeguard her forever. Neglecting her studies in the process, seizing the opportunity to improve her grades was imperative. Zhao Tingshan had access to excellent resources. If he could recommend a tutor, it might prove beneficial. Are you seeking a tutor? I had heard that you already had one, a classmate of yours. That is why Pei Yunxiao was always at your residence. He has been dismissed. Pei Yunxiao had always looked down upon her and would never possess the patience to tutor her. The money she had paid him had all gone to waste. Zhao Tingshan was somewhat taken aback. Seeing Shen Xiwei's earnest demeanor, he picked up his cup and took a sip to mask his unease. I do not have a tutor. I learn on my own. But if you do not mind, I can come over daily to tutor you. Although he believed she would likely decline, the fact that she had invited him to dinner was already a surprise. To his astonishment, Shen Xiwei's face lit up with delight. Really? Zhao Tingshan nodded, flabbergasted. As long as you are willing, I can. Shen Xiwei replied, I certainly have no objections, though I worry about encroaching on your studies. You must also be preparing for your own exams, correct? Not a concern. Although Zhao Tingshan maintained a neutral expression, his eyes were filled with warmth. It will not affect me. He had already completed his high school coursework and had secured a recommendation for further studies. However, fearing that this revelation might displease Shen Xiwei, he refrained from mentioning it. Shen Xiwei expressed her gratitude. Thank you. My grades are quite poor, so please do not think me foolish. Pei Yunxiao's academic performance was also commendable. Yet he had shown her no patience. If she failed to grasp a concept after a single explanation, he would berate her. Initially, her grades had been average, but under his tutelage, she had regressed significantly. Leaving her devoid of confidence, that will not be the case. I shall visit you after school. As they dined, noticing Zhao Tingshan's quiet demeanor, Shen Xiwei picked up her chopsticks and served him some food. Treating him as if he were family. Do not be shy. At that moment, Pei Yunxiao, returning from escorting Meng Qin, ran home, walked in. He had just received news of his father's dismissal, and after being reprimanded by him, he was dismayed to find Shen Xiwei already dining without waiting for him. The dishes having been disturbed, his expression darkened immediately. Shen Xiwei cast him a dispassionate glance and continued eating. Originally intending to inquire about his father's situation, Pei Yunxiao's annoyance grew upon seeing Zhao Tingshan's presence. He questioned, what is he doing here? In the past, to curry favor with him, Shen Xiwei had never allowed herself to grow close to any other boys. Whenever Zhao Tingshan visited, she would dismiss him without a second glance, yet, here she was, having invited him to dinner. He is my guest. Do you have a problem with that? Shen Xiwei retorted. Pei Yunxiao took a seat. Observing her intently, did you specifically invite him over to provoke me? She was fully aware that she did not harbor any feelings for Zhao Tingshan in competitions, as long as Zhao Tingshan participated. The top position was out of reach. Zhao Tingshan remained silent beside her. Shen Xiwei looked at Pei Yunxiao. You are overthinking it, Pei Yunxiao. You are not that significant. Previously, she had regarded this man as her world, believing everything revolved around him, but given a second chance, all she felt now was disdain and aversion. Continuing to have feelings for such a person would only lead her life to ruin. If you think that by associating with other boys, you can make me angry, Shen Xiwei, you are mistaken. Seeing you with someone else only pleases me, as it spares me the daily annoyance of your presence. With that, he ascended the stairs and retreated to his room. Shen Xiwei, once Pei Yunxiao left, she noticed Zhao Tingshan's gaze had turned complex. She quickly explained, do not mind what he said. He will not become upset over this. Will he? Uncertain. Shen Xiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan, who remained nonchalant. After dinner, she saw Zhao Tingshan to the door, advising him, be careful on your way. Understood. He exited without further conversation, appearing rather taciturn. Upon returning home, Pei Yunxiao descended the stairs again. Now clad in a short-sleeved shirt instead of his school uniform, though he had committed many wrongs later on, his handsome visage exuded an air of righteousness. In the past, Shen Xiwei had been deceived by this very appearance. At this moment, Pei Yunxiao confronted Shen Xiwei. Why did you dismiss my father? He had refrained from voicing these concerns in front of others, not wishing to reveal that he was merely the son of the Shen family's driver. Especially in front of Zhao Tingshan, I need not explain myself for dismissing a driver, Shen Xiwei replied. That is my father, Pei Yunxiao insisted. Today's actions were all directed by me. It has nothing to do with him. If you have the courage, confront me directly. Dismiss me instead. Dismiss you. Shen Xiwei's eyes brightened as she regarded Pei Yunxiao. Very well. What did you say? Pei Yunxiao looked at her in shock. Shen Xiwei declared. You have always deemed me foolish. If that is the case, let us end this here. Move out of my house. I shall find another tutor. Since you began tutoring me, my grades have only deteriorated further. I believe you do not deserve the high salary I have been paying you. Pei Yunxiao assumed Shen Xiwei was merely jesting, but to his astonishment, she was indeed attempting to dismiss him. You believe your poor performance is due to your own lack of intelligence. You cannot keep up. I can explain the same problem to Qingran and she understands immediately, yet you are as foolish as a pig. Is that my fault? Even with another teacher, it would be the same. No one can teach you. That is my own concern. Is seeing him still deflecting blame, Shen Xiwei insisted. You should move out. Shen Xiwei, Pei Yunxiao's brow furrowed. You are still a student. Your focus should be on your studies. All you think about is dating me, which is why your grades are suffering. What are you talking about? Pei Yunxiao scoffed. You are causing this ruckus out of jealousy over my relationship with Qingran. Because I refuse to date you, you are upset, but I only wish to study diligently and gain admission to a good university. Unlike you, even without attending school, you have more than enough money. Therefore, I cannot possibly be with you. Shen Xiwei stared at the man before her, a mixture of shock and disbelief crossing her features. After a few seconds, she finally reacted. Who said I wanted to be with you? Pei Yunxiao, what gives you the confidence to think I would want to be with you? He was nothing without her gaze. Chapter 6. The scoundrel turns to a sycophant. Pei Yunxiao took her defiance as mere bravado. Think what you will, but I warn you, if you invite Zhao Tingshan over for dinner again, do not expect me to acknowledge you. Upon concluding his remarks, he promptly retreated to his room and shut the door. Shen Xiwei, his audacity is quite remarkable. Does he believe this is his own home? She returned to her room and called Aunt Zhou, instructing her to remove Pei Yunxiao's belongings from the room by tomorrow. She could not accommodate someone who sought to trample upon her dignity. Subsequently, she acquired Zhao Tingshan's phone number and saved it in her device. She casually sent him a message inquiring whether he had arrived home. He did not respond. The following morning, Shen Xiwei awoke, initially assuming that Pei Yunxiao had departed. However, upon rising, she found him seated at the dining table, awaiting her arrival. Shen Xiwei took a seat and began her breakfast. Noticing Pei Yunxiao's presence, she inquired, "Aren't you going to pick up your girlfriend? You could leave earlier. We are merely friends." "Do not speak recklessly," he retorted, although they had covertly been together for some time. They refrained from acknowledging it, as early romantic entanglements were frowned upon for exemplary students like themselves. Had it not been for Meng Qingran inadvertently revealing the truth, Shen Xiwei would have remained uncertain. Raising her gaze to observe his obstinate expression, she realized that he still appeared to regard himself as a fool. After finishing her breakfast, Pei Yunxiao followed her, the driver having been changed once more. He proactively opened the car door for her, and Shen Xiwei entered, with Pei Yunxiao following suit. She regarded him and asked, "What does this mean, Pei school hunk? Did you not assert that you would not accompany me?" "I clearly recall your words from yesterday." Pei Yunxiao pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Were it not for his father's insistence that he appease her, he would not bother. What was so commendable about someone who merely flaunted their family's wealth? Nevertheless, his father required this job. Shen Xiwei, disinclined to waste time with him, instructed the driver to proceed. Upon arriving at the school entrance, she alighted from the vehicle, with Pei Yunxiao trailing behind to eye in the past. They had always arrived with Meng Qingran. Today, she had taken the bus by herself. Upon spotting Pei Yunxiao, she hurried over, calling out, "Yunxiao." Pei Yunxiao acknowledged her with a simple, "Good morning." Meng Qingran's gaze shifted to Shen Xiwei. Puzzled by the previous day's commotion, how could the daughter of a servant dare to act so arrogantly towards Pei Yunxiao? Noticing Pei Yunxiao arriving with Shen Xiwei, she asked, "Have you two reconciled?" Shen Xiwei ignored them and proceeded inside. Pei Yunxiao watched her retreating figure, noting her complete disregard for him, and frowned. He addressed Meng Qingran, "I have no intention of holding a grudge against her." Meng Qingran responded, "Regardless, allowing a servant's daughter to bully you like this reflects poorly on your temperament. Everyone is speculating that Shen Xiwei is the true heiress." Pei Yunxiao replied, "It matters not what they think. My father has a good relationship with Shen Xiwei and has asked me to look after her. I cannot neglect her." "Very well," understanding that his kindness towards Shen Xiwei stemmed from familial obligations. Meng Qingran felt somewhat reassured. Upon entering the classroom, Shen Xiwei found Wang Yan already there, occupying a seat and preventing her from entering. Shen Xiwei said, "Move aside." Wang Yan looked at her and exclaimed, "How shameless can you be? Yesterday, you just abandoned Pei school hunk and Qingran, leaving with your driver." Shen Xiwei regarded Wang Yan with a light chuckle. "It is my own vehicle. I have every right to refuse others a ride. Why should I be accountable to you? Who are you, anyway?" Seeing Shen Xiwei's audacity, the others grew curious. "Are you implying that Maybach belongs to your family? What else could it be?" Shen Xiwei cast a nonchalant glance at the speaker. Wang Yan, however, laughed lightly. "You, Shen Xiwei, we are all well aware of your true identity. Do you truly believe you can masquerade as a wealthy heiress? Who would believe that? I've heard that driver is your father." Your family works for the Pei family. Pei school hunk is a good person and chooses not to hold it against you, otherwise he could have expelled you long ago, but honestly do not overstep your bounds. Wang Yan was close with Meng Qingran, who frequently associated with Pei Yunxiao, thus her words were readily believed. Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran soon appeared at the classroom door. Pei Yunxiao's expression turned rigid. Wang Yan's remarks were not merely an affront to Shen Xiwei but directed at him as well. That he approached Wang Yan and said, "Return to your seat." Wang Yan, taken aback, cast a timid glance at Pei Yunxiao. Sensing his anger, and reluctantly moved her belongings, Pei Yunxiao then resumed his seat beside Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei paid little attention to his actions. He was well liked by the teachers and had a good rapport with his peers. No one would dare criticize him for changing seats. Wang Yan sat beside Meng Qingran, feeling disgruntled, and asked, "Qingran, what does Pei school hunk mean by this?" Shen Xiwei is riding on his coattails, yet he still protects her. Now he is moved to sit with her. Meng Qingran replied, "His father has instructed him to look after Shen Xiwei. It is nothing more than that, so do not overthink it. So it was for that reason." Wang Yan remarked, "I was wondering why Shen Xiwei appeared so smug. She even claimed that car belonged to her family. Pei Yunxiao's phone was evidently expensive, while Shen Xiwei's phone was comparable to his. How could she possibly pretend to be an heiress? Who would believe her?" Sitting at her desk, Shen Xiwei discreetly glanced at her phone. Zhao Tingshan had finally replied to her message with a single word, He seemed rather aloof, recalling his amiable demeanor from the previous day. She noted the abrupt shift in his attitude upon returning home. How curious that he would reply now, after a delay. Pei Yunxiao, seated beside her, noticed her engrossed in her messages, and frowned at the name Zhao Tingshan saved in her contacts. And nothing had changed, yet since yesterday, he felt as if Shen Xiwei had transformed into an entirely different person. Shen Xiwei picked up her phone and sent Zhao Tingshan another message. "Are you coming for afternoon tutoring?" Zhao Tingshan replied with another single word, as long as he was coming. That was sufficient. Shen Xiwei chose not to dwell further on the matter, focusing intently on her studies. At noon, Meng Qingran approached and accompanied Pei Yunxiao to lunch. Pei Yunxiao instinctively glanced at Shen Xiwei and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Her remarkable concentration during class astounded him. She had not even dozed off and was diligently organizing her notes. How amusing! Shen Xiwei, who usually only thought of herself, was actually taking her studies seriously? Noticing that she remained occupied even after class, Pei Yunxiao could not resist asking. However, Shen Xiwei appeared to be entirely oblivious to his presence, ignoring him completely. Chapter 7, Pei Yunxiao turns hostile. Meng Qingran shot a glance at Pei Yunxiao and remarked, "If Xiwei isn't going, let's just go ourselves. We'll bring her something back. No need." Shen Xiwei declined Meng Qingran's kind offer. Meng Qingran was indeed a good person, at least in the eyes of others. And even when others mocked her, Meng Qingran maintained a positive attitude towards her. However, Shen Xiwei wished to avoid feeling indebted to her. She organized her belongings, stood up, and descended the stairs alone. Meng Qingran walked alongside Pei Yunxiao and asked, "What is her problem? Why won't she acknowledge you? What did you do to offend her?" Pei Yunxiao, he wished to know as well. Typically she would eagerly approach him, regardless of her usual indifference, yet since yesterday, despite having done nothing wrong, she had treated him this way, leaving him utterly perplexed. Meng Qingran continued, "By the way, your birthday banquet is this weekend. Should we invite her?" This weekend coincidentally marked Pei Yunxiao's birthday. Last year, he had celebrated at the Royal Court Hotel, where Shen Xiwei organized everything and had him invite classmates. The lavish affair cost tens of thousands, and those who attended spoke highly of the event. Considering it an honor to be invited to Pei Yunxiao's birthday celebration, this time would surely be no different. Days prior, Shen Xiwei had stated that she had arranged everything had she not mentioned terminating his employment. Pei Yunxiao would not have thought anything of it. However, after her remarks yesterday, coupled with her current cold demeanor, he could not help but speculate that if she chose not to attend, would he still hold the birthday celebration? As he observed her retreating figure, he reassured himself, dismissing his concerns. Surely Shen Xiwei would come. Would she truly neglect his birthday? Perhaps her deliberate aloofness was merely a ruse to surprise him. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured and said to Meng Qingran, "She will definitely come." Meng Qingran agreed. "Indeed, she has attended every one of your birthdays." In the afternoon, Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran rehearsed for the school's anniversary program. While Shen Xiwei did not wait for him and returned home directly, Zhao Tingshan was already there. Upon her arrival, he and BaiYueguang came to greet her. Seeing him there, Shen Xiwei smiled, perhaps due to her previous life. She felt that every encounter with him was particularly precious. As Zhao Tingshan paused, taken aback by her smile. Accustomed to her capricious demeanor, his discomfort with her recent warmth rendered him somewhat bashful. Shen Xiwei remarked, "You arrived quite early. Let's head to the study." She led Zhao Tingshan upstairs. Today in class, she had encountered numerous concepts she could not comprehend, and she intended to seek his guidance. The two settled into the study, where the seat beside her, previously occupied by Pei Yunxiao, now sat empty. However, even though Pei Yunxiao sat here, he never took the time to earnestly teach her. He even felt that it was she who hindered his studies. Zhao Tingshan took a seat beside her, bringing 2 exam papers to gauge her current level. Shen Xiwei diligently completed the papers and handed them to him. Zhao Tingshan held the papers, quietly scrutinizing them for a while. Shen Xiwei felt somewhat ashamed and said, "I'm really quite foolish. It's not your fault." Zhao Tingshan replied, "It's merely that your study methods are not effective. Allow me to help you strengthen your foundations." If that is agreeable, Shen Xiwei nodded in assent. While Zhao Tingshan was teaching, he kept his head lowered, not glancing at her, yet he spoke with utmost seriousness. Strangely enough, his problem-solving approach was remarkably clear and comprehensible to Shen Xiwei. Many concepts that had previously eluded her suddenly became easily memorable through his explanations. After a while, feeling somewhat parched, he finally raised his head, only to find Shen Xiwei gazing at him. But he swallowed nervously. Diverting his gaze back to the questions, "What is the matter? Is there an issue? I just feel that you are quite patient with me, yet, on your phone, you seem so aloof. You've only replied with 2 words from beginning to end. Is it because of my situation with Pei Yunxiao that you harbor some disapproval?" Zhao Tingshan quickly denied, "No, my family visited yesterday, so I was rather busy and didn't respond to your messages. By the time I saw them, it was already morning. In the future, if you have something to discuss, feel free to call me directly." Alright. Just as they were engrossed in their studies, Shen Xiwei's phone rang. It was Pei Yunxiao. "Shen Xiwei, what do you mean by this? What have I done?" Shen Xiwei was perplexed by his accusatory tone, unaware of what had provoked him this time. Pei Yunxiao continued, "Did you have someone throw out my things?" Shen Xiwei glanced at Zhao Tingshan, not bothering to hide anything from him. She directly replied to Pei Yunxiao, "I told you yesterday that you were dismissed. Under those circumstances, you have no reason to remain in my home." "Do you? I am still in class, so please refrain from bothering me." With that, she hung up the phone and Pei Yunxiao stood at the door, staring incredulously at his belongings packed and tossed outside, unable to believe that this was something Shen Xiwei could do. Was she truly sending him away? Why? After hanging up, Shen Xiwei said to Zhao Tingshan, "Let us continue." As Zhao Tingshan nodded in agreement, not long after, the study door was suddenly flung open, and Pei Yunxiao appeared at the entrance. His face darkened with anger upon seeing her with Zhao Tingshan. A flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. Shen Xiwei stood up at his arrival, asking, "What are you doing here? Didn't you claim you didn't like me? Didn't you look down on me? Why are you clinging to me now?" Pei Yunxiao stepped forward, questioning Shen Xiwei. "Do you find it amusing to humiliate me like this?" Zhao Tingshan also rose instinctively, positioning himself in front of Shen Xiwei. "Humiliate?" Shen Xiwei retorted, surprised by Pei Yunxiao's anger. "Have you mistaken the situation? How have I humiliated you?" "Pei Yunxiao, the true person who has humiliated me is you. I have been responsible for all your living expenses, yet you spend every day with Meng Qinran, while I am left trailing behind like a servant, enduring your cold demeanor. Does none of this count as humiliation?" Now, merely seeking to reclaim what was hers, in his eyes, it had become an affront. Pei Yunxiao pressed his lips tightly together, looking at Shen Xiwei. "Do not think that just because you've brought someone here, you can coerce me into doing anything. I could never harbor feelings for you, nor could I ever entertain the idea of dating you. I am not afraid to tell you that I like Meng Qinran. We are already together. As for you, I will never like you." With that, he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Shen Xiwei opened the window and saw him carrying his luggage downstairs and leaving with resolute determination. Pei Yunxiao had always been proud in her presence. Even with his impoverished background, he maintained a posture of dignity. No matter how well she treated him, he would never bow to wealth. Previously, she had admired this quality in him, but now it seemed laughable. Seeing her standing by the window, Zhao Tingshan gently reminded her, "Miss Shen." Chapter 8, Pei Yunxiao's birthday banquet. Shen Xiwei turned around to find Zhao Tingshan still present. "I am sorry, shall we continue?" Zhao Tingshan looked at her and suggested, "Perhaps I should leave first. You don't seem to be in the best of moods." "No, not at all. I feel quite fine." She was merely reflecting on her past foolish actions, not mourning Pei Yunxiao's departure. In fact, seeing him in such a state brought her joy. At least for now, she need not worry about her future. By distancing herself from Pei Yunxiao, she believed she would not contract AIDS again nor suffer a similar fate. Zhao Tingshan said, "I'll take my leave then." After speaking, he turned to exit. Shen Xiwei stepped forward and grasped his hand. Zhao Tingshan paused, turning to look at her. "What is the matter?" Uncertain of her own actions, Shen Xiwei could discern that he seemed somewhat displeased. It appeared that every time Pei Yunxiao made an appearance and uttered those words, Zhao Tingshan would instinctively distance himself. Previously, when she was close to Pei Yunxiao, she never concealed her affections for him. Perhaps everyone, including Zhao Tingshan, assumed she was enamored with Pei Yunxiao. Certainly she had been, had it not been for the tragic outcome of her previous life. She might never have awakened to the truth. Now, meeting Zhao Tingshan's gaze, Shen Xiwei released his hand and asked, "Are you free this Saturday? I'd like to dine at the Royal Court Hotel. Care to join me?" The cuisine at the Royal Court Hotel was exquisite. Having experienced hunger in her past life, she now wished to indulge herself. If it were in the past, she would have certainly invited Pei Yunxiao. But now she preferred to ask Zhao Tingshan. After all, he was the one her father had arranged for her to marry, and as long as she did not create unnecessary trouble, it was highly likely she would wed Zhao Tingshan after graduation. Previously she had perceived her father as lacking respect for her, yet, upon reflection, Zhao Tingshan was not inferior to Pei Yunxiao. He was even slightly taller, handsome, and from a good family if he were to pursue her. It seemed she would be the one benefiting. Zhao Tingshan inquired, "Aren't you going with him?" Understanding he referred to Pei Yunxiao, Shen Xiwei countered, "So do you wish for me to be with him? Do you hope I would avoid you as I did before?" "Well, of course not," Zhao Tingshan vehemently protested. Shen Xiwei declared, "Then it's settled, see you on Saturday." On Saturday afternoon, Shen Xiwei arrived somewhat late. Upon her arrival, she spotted numerous familiar faces at the entrance, each dressed splendidly. Among them, Wang Yan, a close friend of Meng Qingran, could not help but laugh upon seeing her. "Shen Xiwei, how dare you show your face here?" Confused, Shen Xiwei frowned. "Why should I feel ashamed to come? The owner of the Royal Court Hotel was a close friend of her father's. She held super VIP status there and could come any time she wished." She was curious as to why she was not welcome. Wang Yan scoffed. "Pei Yunxiao hasn't he acknowledged you at school these past few days? Now that it's his birthday, how can you still shamelessly show up?" Pei Yunxiao's birthday. Oh right, today was his birthday. Shen Xiwei had been so preoccupied with her classes recently that she had nearly forgotten. Had they not reminded her, she might have let it slip her mind entirely. She had previously arranged with the hotel staff for this occasion. This year marked Pei Yunxiao's 18th birthday. On his last 18th birthday, she had organized a grand celebration at the Royal Court Hotel. A spectacle to behold, yet it was also on this day that she discovered Meng Qingran was in a relationship with Pei Yunxiao. When she confronted him, he had responded with an air of entitlement. "Meng Qingran and I like each other, why can't we be together? Shen Xiwei, could you please stop meddling in my affairs?" Afterward, she had ignored him in anger following 2 days of Cold War. She ultimately yielded and apologized first. It was from this birthday onward that their relationship became increasingly blatant in her presence. Eventually, she found herself pleading with Pei Yunxiao to be together, leading to foolish decisions, such as relinquishing her father's company just to marry him. At this moment, observing the lively scene before her, Shen Xiwei chose to disregard their taunts. Everything happening at the hotel was orchestrated by her. Naturally, she was responsible for the expenses as well. However, now that she had chosen to ignore him, she was intrigued to see how he would handle the situation. Ignoring her classmates' jeers, Shen Xiwei stepped into the elevator. Already having secured a reservation with Zhao Tingshan, she wondered if he had arrived yet. As she exited the elevator, she spotted Pei Yunxiao conversing with Meng Qingran. Upon noticing Shen Xiwei's presence, Pei Yunxiao's gaze swiftly landed on her. "I told you she would come. I thought you really wouldn't show up." Pei Yunxiao approached her with a hint of smugness. "Didn't you claim you wouldn't come?" "Humph, don't think that just because you've arrived, I will forgive everything you've done before." "Shen Xiwei, I am still angry." Yet he consistently employed his anger as a means to threaten Shen Xiwei. She looked at him, raising an eyebrow. "Is there something you need?" Pei Yunxiao replied, "Aren't you here to celebrate my birthday?" "Why should I celebrate your birthday?" Shen Xiwei retorted. "Didn't you fail to invite me? With so many classmates celebrating your birthday, I doubt my absence would make a difference." "What do you mean?" Pei Yunxiao looked at her with some irritation. Even now she remained stubborn. Did she not want him to enjoy his birthday? Must she provoke him to anger? At that moment, the restaurant manager approached. Upon spotting Shen Xiwei, addressing her, "Miss Shen, has Zhao Tingshan arrived?" Shen Xiwei inquired. "Has he come?" The manager nodded affirmatively. "He has already arrived." Shen Xiwei replied, "Please show me the way." "Thank you." Of course, the manager agreed, ready to lead her to Zhao Tingshan. However, Pei Yunxiao followed closely behind her, asking Shen Xiwei, "Have you caused enough trouble?" She was still intent on seeking Zhao Tingshan. Was it that his temper was too good? Shen Xiwei cast him a glance. "I am not the one causing a fuss. That would be you, wouldn't it? You said you didn't want me to cling to you because I annoyed you. Now that I am not clinging, what is your issue? Your girlfriend is still waiting for you." As she spoke, she glanced at Meng Qingran, who seemed to hesitate in following. Meng Qingran had never witnessed Pei Yunxiao being so proactive towards Shen Xiwei. Of course, Shen Xiwei understood that Pei Yunxiao's eagerness stemmed from something else. It was not that he was reluctant to part with her, rather, it was her wealth he was reluctant to forego. Previously, he had expressed disdain for her, yet he had unashamedly enjoyed everything she provided. He had verbally rejected her while happily accepting her gifts. Now that she was ignoring him, he was in a fluster. After all, a birthday banquet that had been meticulously planned for so long could not simply conclude in a haphazard manner. Pei Yunxiao said, "If you are worried about my relationship with Meng Qingran, I can keep my distance from her. Would that be acceptable? Can you cease your antics?" Chapter 9. Let him pay his own bill. Unprecedentedly, he had taken a step back, which clearly indicated how much he cherished this birthday banquet. After all, if he were not concerned about his image, he would not have crafted the persona of a wealthy heir at school, nor would he have invited so many people to his birthday celebration. It appeared he too feared humiliation. Having witnessed Pei Yunxiao's aloof and noble demeanor, Shen Xiwei found it quite amusing that he would compromise for the sake of a birthday party. She nodded. "I understand, it is your birthday today, and it wouldn't be right to spoil everyone's enjoyment, would it?" After saying this, she turned to the manager. "I had reserved the Jade Room in your restaurant under Pei Yunxiao's name. The manager flipped through his records and confirmed, yes, Miss Shen, since Mr. Pei is celebrating his birthday today, let him use the room, Shen Xiwei declared, glancing at Pei Yunxiao. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing her relent, Pei Yunxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Shen Xiwei and remarked, you are doing all this just to separate me from Meng Qingran. You cannot bear to see us together. You think too much, Shen Xiwei retorted. I am indifferent to whom you associate with. Pei Yunxiao, in time, you will understand that without me, Shen Xiwei, you are nothing. And the manager stood by, and Shen Xiwei's words left Pei Yunxiao feeling humiliated. I cannot be bothered with you, he snapped, turning on his heel to leave. The manager looked at Shen Xiwei and said, I will have someone prepare the jade room. Shen Xiwei nodded, yes, however, remember that all expenses should be settled by him before he leaves. No one is allowed to depart without settling their bill. Understood, Miss Shen. Once everything was arranged, Shen Xiwei went to find Zhao Tingshan. Pei Yunxiao returned to Meng Qingran's side, and upon seeing his dark expression, she asked, what happened? What were you two discussing? Pei Yunxiao replied curtly. Nothing much. He glanced at the considerate and gentle Meng Qingran, thinking to himself how unrealistic it was to expect to separate from her. Once the birthday banquet concluded, he would ensure he had no further ties with Shen Xiwei, and he would never again extend her a pleasant demeanor. Zhao Tingshan was not wearing his school uniform today but rather a simple white t-shirt. Despite its simplicity, he wore it with an air of elegance. As she entered, he was looking down at the menu, only raising his head to acknowledge her arrival. Shen Xiwei smiled. I've been waiting for quite a while. No, I just arrived, he replied. Zhao Tingshan regarded Shen Xiwei, who was adorning a pleated skirt, making her appear quite charming, though he noted she seemed a bit frail. Shen Xiwei naturally sat beside him. Zhao Tingshan was taken aback by her proximity, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. There were many seats available, she could have chosen elsewhere. Shen Xiwei, seemingly oblivious to his unease, asked, have you ordered yet? Not yet, still browsing, he answered. Let me take a look, she said as she leaned closer, peering at the menu alongside him. Zhao Tingshan found it difficult to focus on the menu, his attention drawn entirely to her. He wondered what kind of shampoo she used. It had a delightful, fresh scent that was not overwhelming. Shen Xiwei ordered some spicy Hunan dishes, craving something robust to remind her of her vitality. The memories of days filled with hunger, cold, and unrest were torturous for her, even now, in this new life. She sometimes dreamt of returning to her previous existence. As the spiciness kicked in, she waved her hand to fan herself and took a sip of watermelon juice. Zhao Tingshan looked at her and asked, do you enjoy spicy food? It's alright, she responded, raising her gaze to meet his. What about you? I like it as well, he replied accommodatingly, as he picked up his chopsticks and placed some food on his plate. A server stood by, ready to assist. Before long, the owner of the restaurant, Li Yang, approached. Upon seeing him, Shen Xiwei politely greeted Uncle Li. Li Yang looked at her and smiled. Weiwei is here too. As he spoke, Shen Xiwei realized he was not there for her. Indeed, Li Yang walked over to Zhao Tingshan, courteously stating, young Master Zhao, welcome to our establishment. If there is anything lacking, feel free to let me know. He was close with Shen Xiwei's father, which explained his awareness of Zhao Tingshan's background. Most people were oblivious to Zhao Tingshan's true identity as the young master of the Zhao family in the capital, hidden within Yun City. Zhao Tingshan responded with a simple, thank you. He then resumed his meal, maintaining an air of indifference. Shen Xiwei had initially perceived him as an enthusiastic person, only to discover he was rather reserved and preferred not to engage in conversation. Li Yang stood by for a while, personally pouring Zhao Tingshan some water without uttering a word. The atmosphere of detachment spread throughout the private room, prompting Li Yang to tactfully excuse himself. I will take my leave now. Please enjoy your meal. Weiwei, wait, Uncle Li, Shen Xiwei called out. Hearing her, Li Yang halted and walked back. Is there anything else? Weiwei. He smiled warmly, exuding a friendly demeanor, which had always endeared him to her. However, Shen Xiwei recalled that if her memory served her right, a fire had broken out at the Royal Court Hotel 3 days after Pei Yunxiao's birthday banquet in her previous life, due to inadequate fire safety measures. They discovered their fire extinguishers were ineffective after the fire had begun. The tragedy resulted in loss of life, and as a consequence, the Royal Court Hotel, once the most prestigious in Yun City, never recovered from that incident. She had heard that Li Yang fell ill as a result of the ordeal. Looking at Li Yang, Shen Xiwei asked, is the hotel's fire safety up to standard? Li Yang appeared surprised by her sudden inquiry. Why the sudden concern? Weiwei, I just thought it might be prudent for you to have someone check, particularly in the kitchen. Rest assured, Li Yang replied, our hotel's fire safety protocols are excellent. There will be no issues. We take our responsibility towards our guests very seriously. Shen Xiwei observed him. Uncle Li, how about you personally ensure everything is in order? Seeing Shen Xiwei's insistence, Li Yang's expression turned displeased. What do you mean by that? Weiwei, do you not trust my word? I am a friend of your father's. Surely he knows my character. I conduct my business with integrity. Your words imply you doubt my honesty. To him, Shen Xiwei was merely a child, not fully grasping such matters. Zhao Tingshan interjected, since she has requested it, why not take a look? Li Yang, recognizing the authority behind Zhao Tingshan's words, conceded, alright, I shall go check. Zhao Tingshan exuded a calm demeanor, and given his status, his words carried more weight than Shen Xiwei's. Chapter 10. publicly exposing the son of the driver once Li Yang departed. Shen Xiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan in surprise. Why did you help me? She had merely made a request, one she knew to be significant, yet from Zhao Tingshan's perspective, he should have been oblivious to everything. Zhao Tingshan responded, since you asked. It is only right to assist you. Are you not afraid I am speaking nonsense? What does it matter? But Zhao Tingshan replied, even if it were a jest, it is harmless. It is merely a matter of sending him on an errand. His tone was remarkably calm. However, as Shen Xiwei observed him, she felt an overwhelming warmth, a sense of being believed. She recalled the time she was diagnosed with AIDS, when not a single person believed in her innocence. They all assumed she was promiscuous. That if she had truly been unfaithful, she would have accepted the blame. The world had condemned her, reviled her, to the point where she began to loathe herself. Little did she expect that in the end. It was not their unwillingness to believe, but rather those who sought to harm her knew all too well how wrong she was. Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan lingered over their meal for quite some time. And even after finishing, they chose to stay, requesting dessert from the restaurant. She had brought her homework with her and took the opportunity to complete it while Zhao Tingshan assisted her with some problems. The pair remained together until evening. After Pei Yunxiao's birthday banquet concluded, as they prepared to leave, everyone was held back because Pei Yunxiao had not settled the bill. He called Shen Xiwei, but she did not answer the first time. Zhao Tingshan, sitting beside her, observed her silence. Not answering, Shen Xiwei replied, I know who it is. She disregarded the call. It was only after Pei Yunxiao called again twice that she finally picked up. Shen Xiwei. What do you mean by this? His voice crackled with anger on the other end. The more furious he became, the better Shen Xiwei felt, although she claimed she no longer wished to associate with him. The grievances of her past life still demanded retribution, otherwise that resentment was something she could not swallow. With a sly smile, she asked, what seems to be the problem? Pei school hunk, why the outburst? Come over and pay the bill. Pei Yunxiao commanded in a subdued tone. Don't stir up trouble. He had initially thought that once the birthday banquet concluded and he departed, he would no longer have to deal with Shen Xiwei. However, to his surprise, she was waiting for him here and now. Without the means to pay, he found himself trapped here, with everyone awaiting his decision. Shen Xiwei remarked, how peculiar, it's your birthday, and I haven't even made a purchase. So why should I cover the bill? Perhaps you could suggest that your classmates split it with you. After all, they seem quite fond of you, and you often treat them to meals. Previously, Shen Xiwei had given Pei Yunxiao substantial allowances each month. And he had taken it as his due, believing it was payment for tutoring. He was quite generous, frequently inviting others out to eat. Consequently, everyone regarded Pei Yunxiao as affluent and willingly sought his company. Yet, he was spending his own money. Shen Xiwei, must you insist on this? What do you want me to do to get you to pay the bill? Pei Yunxiao pressed. When begging, one should at least adopt a demeanor befitting the request. Don't you think? Shen Xiwei retorted. Through the phone, she could hear Pei Yunxiao exhaling in frustration. Unlike before, when she would unconditionally cater to him, she was now defiant, inciting his ire. She smirked, unwilling. Are we? Very well, I shall hang up. Please. Pei Yunxiao clenched his teeth, gripping his phone tightly. They were currently detained by the hotel staff and could not leave. Shen Xiwei hung up, rose to her feet, and addressed Zhao Tingshan. I'll step outside for a moment. Upon reaching the Jade Hall, she found all the attendees of the birthday banquet still present. Everyone was waiting for Pei Yunxiao to settle the bill, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. They could neither leave nor escape the scrutiny of their peers. When Shen Xiwei appeared, the manager approached her politely. Miss Shen. She surveyed the crowd, noticing their well-dressed appearances. Earlier in the afternoon, they had looked down upon her, but now their arrogance had waned. After all, nothing was more humiliating than being trapped here without the means to pay. Shen Xiwei smiled. What seems to be the trouble, everyone? Is this not Pei school hunk's birthday banquet? You all appear rather glum. She deliberately scrutinized Pei Yunxiao, whose expression was more dismal than anyone else's. Meng Qingran stood nearby, equally perplexed. The manager explained, this Mr. Pei has not settled the bill. I merely requested they pay. Shen Xiwei calmly replied, is that so? It's no big deal. There is no need for such dramatics. They are all my classmates, and I shall cover tonight's bill. After saying this, she handed over her card, which the manager took to process. The expressions of those around Shen Xiwei grew complicated. It was astonishing that on Pei Yunxiao's birthday, she was the one covering the bill. What was going on? Could he not pay for himself? Pei Yunxiao felt the heat rise to his face. He gazed at Shen Xiwei, realizing her intent was merely to embarrass him, exposing him as a pauper reliant on Shen Xiwei's finances. Previously, she had discreetly handled the bill, but now she was making a spectacle of it, swiping her card before everyone. This woman. She had truly lost her mind. Soon enough, the manager returned, having completed the transaction, handing the card and the bill to Shen Xiwei. Miss Shen, it has been processed. Here is the bill. Shen Xiwei glanced at the bill, deliberately announcing the staggering sum. 860,000. Happy birthday, Pei school hunk. This year, I shall cover the bill, but there shall be no next time. After all, I can support you, but I cannot afford to support your girlfriend as well. She cast a glance at Meng Qingran, who stood nearby, her face paling. What was happening? All of Pei Yunxiao's money had come from Shen Xiwei. Wasn't he supposed to be a wealthy heir? The scene before them was undeniably humiliating. Wang Yan stepped forward, addressing Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei, are you joking? Pei School Hunk's money is in your possession, and you think it belongs to you? You are merely the daughter of a servant in his household. Helping him manage his card, what are you so proud of? Is your family's money entrusted to servants? Shen Xiwei regarded Wang Yan with a light laugh. Since you say I am the daughter of a servant in Pei Yunxiao's household, allow me to clarify, I am not. His father is our family S-driver, and that day at the school gate, he dropped me off and took Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qing ran away. He has since been dismissed. If you don't believe me, you might as well ask Pei Yunxiao himself. Shen Xiwei then turned to Pei Yunxiao. Pei School Hunk, what do you say? Chapter 11, leaning against the young master. She fell asleep. He glared at her, his eyes filled with indignation. Despite his poverty, he had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Now, everyone was witnessing his disgrace, yet, he could not speak out, after all. Shen Xiwei could very well refund the money and keep him trapped here. He ignored her and turned to leave, followed by Meng Qingran, who felt compelled to exit as well. The scene was too embarrassing, especially since she had just boasted to her classmates about her relationship with Pei Yunxiao. She had thought that since he was a wealthy heir, announcing their relationship would be straightforward, garnering envy from others. Yet she had never imagined he was merely the son of a driver. What had happened to his facade as a wealthy heir? With these two departing, Shen Xiwei looked at the remaining guests. If there is nothing else, you may disperse. Please be cautious on your way home. It's getting late. One by one, the guests left the Jade Hall. Once they were gone, Shen Xiwei finally exited, with the manager accompanying her to the elevator, where Zhao Tingshan had just arrived. Shen Xiwei paused, observing him. You haven't left yet. Zhao Tingshan approached. Finished with your tasks? Shen Xiwei nodded. Yes. They entered the elevator together, and a silence enveloped them, although she had clarified her identity before the crowd. She felt no joy. The slight punishment she had inflicted on Pei Yunxiao did little to alleviate the burden she had borne over the years. Seeing her lost in thought, Zhao Tingshan did not intrude. Upon arriving downstairs, they encountered Li Yang as well. Spotting Shen Xiwei, he hurried over. Mississippi. This time, his focus was no longer on Zhao Tingshan but rather on Shen Xiwei. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our hotel would have faced a significant crisis. I just conducted an inspection and found numerous issues, all due to my cousin's incompetence. I've sent him home. Shen Xiwei felt relieved. It was nothing. Li Yang inquired. How did you know there were fire safety issues at our hotel? Shen Xiwei was momentarily stumped by the question. She had to conjure a reason on the spot, saying she had dreamed about it the previous night. Li Yang laughed at her response. Alright, I won't pry further. By the way, I've prepared some gifts for both of you. He signaled to an assistant nearby, who brought over 2 small gift bags. Thank you. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. He would certainly remember this favor. Li Yang escorted them to the exit, where the Zhao family vehicle awaited. As Shen Xiwei settled into the car, she gazed out the window, noting the dwindling number of pedestrians at this hour. The traffic remained busy, however, with some congestion. While she had previously chatted animatedly with Zhao Tingshan, an unusual quiet enveloped them now. Zhao Tingshan refrained from disturbing her, contemplating how she had predicted the fire safety issues at the Royal Court Hotel. Logically, she should not have been more informed than Li Yang regarding their establishment. As for the events in the Jade Hall, he had heard about them. Today was Pei Yunxiao's birthday, and instead of accompanying him, she had chosen to be with him instead. Furthermore, she had made Pei Yunxiao look utterly foolish. Was she intent on severing ties with him completely? What, then, was the cause of her present despondency? In truth, Shen Xiwei was only briefly saddened before her spirits lifted once more. She understood that she had been reborn, and everything still held the potential for a fresh start. As long as she does not repeat the foolishness of her past life, there is still time for many things. Thus, she soon found herself feeling drowsy. Recently, she had been diligently attending school every day, which was quite exhausting, leaving her with a perpetual sense of sleepiness. At that moment, she succumbed to her fatigue and leaned against Zhao Tingshan, falling asleep. Zhao Tingshan. Not by the time they arrived at the Shen residence, Zhao Tingshan's hand had become somewhat sore, yet he dared not change his position, fearing it might wake her. He could only maintain this state. Young master, we have arrived. Zhao Tingshan glanced outside, his gaze resting on Shen Xiwei's delicate features, hesitating as to whether he should wake her. The driver exited the car and waited outside, but Zhao Tingshan refrained from calling her. Shen Xiwei felt the car had stopped and awoke. Glancing out the window to find they had reached home, she raised her head to look at Zhao Tingshan, who sat upright, not daring to meet her gaze. Rubbing her slightly sore neck, she straightened her back, realizing they had indeed arrived. To Zhao Tingshan, she said, He replied, why didn't you wake me? I saw you were sleeping soundly. His expression remained as stoic as ever. Observing him, Shen Xiwei noticed a hint of pink creeping to his ears, recalling his usual innocence, yet she had not anticipated his purity to such a degree. As Zhao Tingshan, upon hearing her call his name, he turned to her. Are you afraid of me? No, Zhao Tingshan replied, but why do you avoid looking at me when we are together? You seem to dislike me. Zhao Tingshan cleared his throat. I am simply unaccustomed to being so close to others. You are the first. Shen Xiwei chuckled at his words. Then why not let me distance myself a bit? Zhao Tingshan, as if to prove he was not swayed by her, inquired, why did you break up with Pei Yunxiao? Did you not like him very much? At this question Shen Xiwei was momentarily taken aback, staring at the empty path ahead only to realize she no longer held any affection for him. It's nothing. I'm heading back. Just as Shen Xiwei stepped out of the car, the large gate of the Shen residence swung open. Her father, Shen Wenbin, appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Shen Xiwei felt a surge of warmth. Dad, you're back. Shen Wenbin, being quite busy with work, often left Shen Xiwei to her own devices at home. Although there were plenty of servants, few could truly manage her. This was tolerable, as even her father, due to his fondness for her, did not impose too many restrictions. He believed that as long as she was happy, that was sufficient. With her father's affection, these were her most carefree days. However, in her past life, her father had advised her not to fixate on Pei Yunxiao, but she had been unable to heed his words, and now, seeing her father again, a long-buried feeling of grievance welled up within her, and she threw herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. Dad, perhaps it was only in front of one's closest relatives that one could reveal their vulnerable side. Shen Wenbin had initially intended to appear stern upon seeing her return so late, wanting to reclaim some authority as a father. However, upon witnessing her sudden outburst of tears, he immediately panicked, gently patting her back. Dad is here. What's wrong? Who bullied our precious girl? Was it that scoundrel Pei Yunxiao? I heard you dismissed both him and his father. Shen Xiwei clung to her father. It's nothing, I just missed you. Chapter 12, Pei Yunxiao gets hit. Silly girl, you often complain when I call you too much. By the way, is that the Zhao family's car? Hearing her father mention it, she turned around to see the Zhao family car parked at the entrance, and Zhao Tingshan had already stepped out. Her eyes were slightly red, and feeling a bit embarrassed, she addressed her father. Yes, Zhao Tingshan brought me back. We went out for dinner. Shen Wenbin regarded Shen Xiwei with some surprise. Previously, when he had mentioned the engagement, she had been particularly resistant, even stating she could never have any relationship with Zhao Tingshan. Yet now, they had gone out together, although he was unaware of what had prompted this change in his daughter. He still greeted Zhao Tingshan. Tingshan, come in and sit for a while. Hello, Uncle Shen. Zhao Tingshan replied. I'll pass today, I'm heading back. He glanced at Shen Xiwei before turning to get into the car, and the Zhao family vehicle drove away. Shen Xiwei then followed her father back into the house. Did Zhao Tingshan bully you? Seeing her red eyes and the look of grievance on her face, Shen Wenbin inquired. Shen Xiwei shook her head. No, he has been quite nice to me. Sitting on the sofa, she noticed her father watching her intently. He still appeared quite young at this moment. Of course, he would not grow old until later. Yet, Shen Xiwei always remembered that when her father left, he seemed much older. Shen Wenbin repeatedly asked until he was assured that Shen Xiwei had not been mistreated by Pei Yunxiao, before finally relaxing. Early on Monday morning, just as Shen Xiwei had risen, she heard Aunt Zhou announcing Pei Yunxiao's arrival. Recalling the previous evening's events, she felt their relationship had reached a definitive breaking point. Pei Yunxiao should have understood that she would no longer indulge him. To her surprise, he had actually come. Descending the stairs, Shen Xiwei discovered that Pei Yunxiao was not alone. His father was also present. Uncle Pei sat on the sofa, addressing Shen Wenbin. Mr. Shen, it's all our Yunxiao's fault for being thoughtless. I've already reprimanded him. He will never bully Weiwei again. Weiwei, Shen Wenbin frowned. Is that what you call my daughter's name? He had long held a low opinion of the Pei father and son, and would not have tolerated them had he not feared losing his daughter's affection. Realizing he had misspoken, Pei Hong quickly corrected himself. I meant Miss Shen. Miss Shen. Upon seeing Shen Xiwei descend the stairs, he swiftly shifted his attention to her. Miss Shen, good morning. I specifically brought Pei Yunxiao here to apologize to you. Shen Xiwei looked at Pei Yunxiao, who sat silently with a gloomy expression. Apologize? Shen Xiwei did not believe that Pei Yunxiao had come to apologize, for his demeanor clearly conveyed his unwillingness. It was evident he still harbored resentment over the birthday incident. How could he possibly be here to seek forgiveness? Uncle Pei, you are mistaken. Pei Yunxiao has not wronged me in any way, so there is no need for him to apologize. But I heard you dismissed him. Pei Hong had not been this anxious even when his son was fired. After all, his son's monthly salary was not substantial, and he worked long hours. However, Pei Yunxiao was different. He only needed to tutor Shen Xiwei to earn significant sums. Perhaps one day, the entire Shen family would belong to him, now that he had quarreled with Shen Xiwei. How could Pei Hong possibly agree? Shen Xiwei added, during the years he tutored me, my grades have only declined, and Pei Yunxiao also believes he is unfit for the job. I am too dim-witted for him to teach. Therefore, I had no choice but to fulfill his wishes and dismiss him. We hold no grudges between us, and he has not wronged me, so there is no need for an apology. Shen Wenbin glanced at Shen Xiwei. Noting her calm demeanor as she spoke. Previously, she had insisted on being with Pei Yunxiao and even insisted that he tutor her. He had no choice but to acquiesce. Now she had actually dismissed Pei Yunxiao. Shen Wenbin was somewhat surprised yet also relieved. His daughter had grown up. Shen Xiwei had classes and meals to attend to. Shen Wenbin instructed someone to escort the father and son out. After finishing her meal, Shen Xiwei stepped outside, where the driver awaited her in the courtyard. Climbing into the car, as it drove away from the Shen residence, she spotted Pei Yunxiao still lingering at the entrance, accompanied by his father. Unlike the gentle demeanor he had exhibited moments ago, Uncle Pei raised his hand and slapped Pei Yunxiao across the face. Shen Xiwei was aware of Pei Yunxiao's background. His father was a gambler, and his mother, unable to bear it, had abandoned Pei Yunxiao. For years, he had lived with his father, borrowing money for school from relatives. As he grew older, he sought ways to manage on his own. Despite these challenges, he excelled academically, consistently ranking first in school. Shen Xiwei cherished him all the more for it, offering him the best of everything in hopes of providing him a better life. Unfortunately, while she felt compassion for him, he had never shown her the same, viewing her merely as a benefactor. He had never held her in his heart. Withdrawing her gaze, she proceeded directly to school. Due to the previous day's events, the students' attitudes towards Shen Xiwei had softened somewhat, with some classmates even approaching her to chat. Xiwei, is your family really that wealthy, so all of Pei Yunxiao's money comes from you? We always thought he was a rich second generation, Shen Xiwei replied. Haven't you already figured it out? We just found it strange. You treat Pei Yunxiao so well, yet why isn't he with you? Why is he with Meng Qingran instead? Miss Shen, how about you consider me? I guarantee I will be more obedient than Pei Yunxiao. Shen Xiwei looked at the slightly chubby classmate wearing glasses before her, and could not help but chuckle. Just then, Pei Yunxiao arrived. Hearing the boy's words, Pei Yunxiao let out a cold laugh. You wish? You need to get her approval first. She has already set her sights on someone new. You can wait in line. New target. Upon hearing Pei Yunxiao's words, everyone turned their attention to him. Shen Xiwei had no new target. Who could possibly be better than Pei Yunxiao? Was there someone in their school who was more outstanding? It seemed there was not. Although he is no longer a wealthy heir, Pei Yunxiao excels academically and possesses striking looks. Everyone believes that his future is undoubtedly bright. Pei Yunxiao did not respond to the crowd's remarks. Instead, he turned to Shen Xiwei and said, after being your devoted admirer for so long, simply because I am unwilling to enter into a romantic relationship with you, you treat me this way. Shen Xiwei, even with your tactics, Pei Yunxiao shall never develop feelings for you. A young lady like you, who relies solely on her family's wealth while having poor academic performance, is hardly comparable to Qingran. Upon hearing Pei Yunxiao's words, the crowd recalled Shen Xiwei's dismal academic standing. Not only was she Pei Yunxiao's admirer, but she was also rather inept. Indeed, while she possessed some money, it was merely a product of her family's fortune. Given her poor grades, it was only natural for Pei Yunxiao to look down upon her. Chapter 13, Shen Xiwei being supported by an older man. Before Shen Xiwei could utter a word, Pei Yunxiao continued, the birthday banquet was your invitation to everyone. I had no desire to attend, yet, in the end, you deliberately embarrassed our classmates. Do you believe that your wealth grants you the right to trifle with others' dignity? Moreover, do not distort the truth by claiming that you support me. That money was merely what I earned while tutoring you. I will no longer accept your financial assistance, but do not expect me to help you again. After delivering this speech, Pei Yunxiao promptly changed his seat, clearly wishing to sever ties with Shen Xiwei. What a spectacle! He was once again cultivating the persona of the aloof academic. He had always been like this. Shen Xiwei had not forgotten how he had once pleaded with her. Initially, when she witnessed the way his father struck him, she felt a pang of sympathy, but now it seemed a well-deserved lesson. Shen Xiwei did not let him off easily. Tutoring? Pei Yunxiao, how dare you speak of tutoring? Since you began tutoring me, have you accomplished anything beyond spending my money? My monthly dismal grades are the result of your so-called tutoring? With a cold expression, Pei Yunxiao retorted, I told you, you are quite dim-witted. What does that have to do with me? Shen Xiwei, since you are so wealthy, why not use that money to buy yourself a brain? As soon as he uttered this, others erupted in laughter. Shen Xiwei, observing his self-righteous demeanor, responded, are you certain it is my intelligence that is lacking rather than the way you teach? Pei Yunxiao recalled Zhao Tingshan. Realizing that Shen Xiwei had already enlisted Zhao Tingshan for tutoring, he scoffed lightly. If that is the case, then let us see your results in the upcoming monthly exam, just a modest request. If your rank improves by 100 places, I will concede that the fault lies with me. He was genuinely curious whether Zhao Tingshan could truly teach her anything, with her limited intellect. It seemed improbable. Very well, Shen Xiwei regarded him. He only requested a 100-place improvement, which was not overly ambitious, especially since she had been attending Zhao Tingshan's classes recently. Finding his explanations quite comprehensible, she felt a tangible improvement and thus readily agreed. This would serve as motivation for her. After all, having a goal ignites ambition. Pei Yunxiao, hearing her agreement, couldn't help but scoff. Fool. He then took his seat, genuinely unprepared for Shen Xiwei's acceptance. Surely she could not believe she would succeed? When he explained concepts to her, she frequently appeared utterly bewildered. He was well aware of her capabilities. He was already anticipating the spectacle of Shen Xiwei attempting to run 10 kilometers, just after their wager. Meng Qingran entered the room. She had overheard Pei Yunxiao's earlier remarks. After feeling dejected all night, she had come to a realization. Pei Yunxiao was not only diligent and academically gifted but also strikingly handsome. Even if his family was not well off, his dedication and ambition surpassed Shen Xiwei's ineptitude 100-fold. Regardless of his background, he was destined for greatness, and being associated with him would not be a disadvantage. With this in mind, she approached Pei Yunxiao and said, Pei Yunxiao, although your father is merely a driver, he earns a living through hard work. Moreover, you consistently achieve top grades. It must have been challenging for you to reach this point given your humble beginnings. I will always support you. Upon hearing Meng Qingran's words, all the classmates who had previously questioned Pei Yunxiao were instantly moved. Meng Qingran's unwavering support for him was truly commendable. Pei Yunxiao was not merely admired for his wealth. It was his exceptional character and academic prowess that endeared him to others. In contrast, Shen Xiwei, who made no effort to improve herself, expected others to revolve around her. How shameless! Shen Xiwei gazed upon the duo as they harmonized in their sentiments. Feeling a profound sorrow for their apparent romance, how touching, these two were meant to be together. She lamented her previous lack of discernment in meddling. Due to Pei Yunxiao's scathing remarks, everyone now viewed Shen Xiwei as a fool. She had finally cast off the burdens of being an admirer and the daughter of a servant, yet her poor academic performance once again alienated her from her peers. Nevertheless, Shen Xiwei remained unfazed. Compared to the isolation she had endured in her past life, this was merely a minor skirmish. After all, she still possessed wealth and her father's support. She focused intently on her studies, dismissing any desire to mingle with them. After school, Shen Wenbin personally came to pick her up. In his 40s, Shen Wenbin had been quite handsome in his youth and still maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. Upon seeing his daughter, he embraced her and gently ushered her into the car. Pei Yunxiao had just exited the school with Meng Qingran when he witnessed this scene. The classmates accompanying them were curious about Shen Xiwei's association with an older man. Was he perhaps her new target? After all, Pei Yunxiao had mentioned this earlier that day. Meng Qingran speculated, that man must be in his 40s, what is his relationship with Shen Xiwei? Others began to conjecture, so Shen Xiwei isn't a wealthy heiress after all. It turns out she is being supported by an older man. How naive of us to think she was impressive. No wonder Pei Yunxiao was reluctant to associate with her. If I were him, I would also look down upon someone like her, so young yet engaging in such disgraceful behavior, truly revolting. Hearing their derogatory remarks about Shen Xiwei, Pei Yunxiao could not be bothered to defend her. After all, he had not spoken ill of her, those were merely others' opinions, and she could hardly blame him. Meng Qingran glanced at Pei Yunxiao, noticing his silence, and concluded that their speculation must be accurate. She felt a sense of relief. Although Shen Xiwei's grades were poor, her family's wealth allowed her to spend lavishly, which unsettled Meng Qingran. She had always felt inherently inferior. Now that she learned Shen Xiwei's wealth stemmed from being supported by an older man, her sense of balance was restored. At least she would never resort to such shameless actions. She would achieve her dreams through her own efforts. One day, she would possess what Shen Xiwei had. Chapter 14. Just spoil her. Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao boarded the bus, and Pei Yunxiao remarked, I won't be seeing you off today. He could no longer tutor Shen Xiwei for money, so he had found a part-time job. His father had accumulated considerable gambling debts, and previously much of his money had been taken by his father. Now, he had to find ways to earn a living for himself. Meng Qingran replied, alright. Shen Wenbin took Shen Xiwei to buy her a new phone and then treated her to a meal. During their dinner, Zhao Tingshan had already arrived. Zhao Tingshan lived in Yun City with his uncle, Qi Chang, who had a close relationship with Shen Wenbin. This occasion marked the official introduction of the two families. Shen Wenbin had long wished to arrange this meeting, but it had been stalled due to Shen Xiwei's vehement objection, as she had eyes only for Pei Yunxiao. Today, however, Shen Xiwei was willing to join the meal, which pleased Shen Wenbin. His daughter had finally matured and was willing to listen to him. While dining, Shen Wenbin engaged in conversation with Zhao Tingshan's uncle. Shen Xiwei sat nearby and shared her wager regarding improving her grades by 100 places. After she finished speaking, Zhao Tingshan did not elaborate but simply acknowledged her with a nod. Shen Xiwei could not decipher his expression and wondered if he thought her decision was hasty and that the pressure would be overwhelming. Zhao Tingshan, hearing her words, looked at her and replied, not at all. Do you believe I have a chance? Shen Xiwei inquired. Although I have understood everything you taught me recently, it's alright, Zhao Tingshan assured her. Just leave it to me. You are quite intelligent. You are not as foolish as others claim. The others he referred to, of course, were Pei Yunxiao's remarks about her intellect, although Zhao Tingshan had not voiced his opinion at that time. He had kept it in mind. Shen Xiwei smiled. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I appreciate your support during this time. Of course, he replied. As their conversation continued, Shen Xiwei suddenly noticed that the private room had fallen silent. She turned her gaze, only to discover that both her father and Zhao Tingshan's uncle were looking at her. This made her feel somewhat awkward. Dad, why are you both staring at me? It's nothing. Please continue. Shen Wenbin resumed his conversation with Qi Chang. However, he couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the camaraderie between the two. Although this fiancé was personally chosen by Shen Wenbin, she couldn't shake the feeling that her own little treasure was on the verge of being taken away. After the meal, Shen Wenbin and Qi Chang had matters to discuss, so Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan made their exit first. They didn't return home but instead sought out a CAF where Shen Xiwei craved ice cream and went to buy some. After placing her order, she returned and sat beside Zhao Tingshan, and the two continued discussing their studies. Her mind was solely focused on the upcoming exam, especially considering that running 10 kilometers would surely take a toll on her. Your order. The waiter soon brought their items. Shen Xiwei looked up and was taken aback to see the waiter in uniform was none other than Pei Yunxiao. What are you doing here? She asked, surprised at Pei Yunxiao shot her a cold glance. That's a question I should be asking you. Did you come here to annoy me, knowing I work here? Though Shen Xiwei was currently indifferent towards him, Pei Yunxiao could discern that she still harbored feelings for him. She was merely trying to force herself to comply. Otherwise, what were the odds of him working here and her coincidentally showing up? You're overthinking it, Shen Xiwei replied. It's purely a coincidence. Pei Yunxiao glanced at Zhao Tingshan and chose not to linger, turning away without any desire to engage in conversation with them, observing his haughty demeanor. Shen Xiwei was perplexed by what he had to be so proud of. She turned to hand the ice cream to Zhao Tingshan, who declined, saying, "You eat it." He helped her with her backpack as they left the CAF together. Shen Xiwei had initially wanted to stay a little longer, but encountering Pei Yunxiao had truly dampened her spirits. Over the next 2 weeks, Shen Xiwei dedicated herself to her studies, and Zhao Tingshan frequently visited the Shen household to tutor her. Her grades had significantly improved, however. Every time Pei Yunxiao saw her so diligently focused, he couldn't resist mocking her. Sitting beside her, he said, "Shen Xiwei, you might regret this. It's not too late to give up now. Otherwise, when the results come out, don't come crying to me. You're bothering me." Shen Xiwei frowned and plugged her ears with headphones. Once the monthly examination concluded, Shen Xiwei felt buoyant and couldn't wait to return home. Although the results had yet to be released, she believed she had performed admirably. Zhao Tingshan was seated in the courtyard, sipping tea and keeping company with Daba, who had grown increasingly plump. Shen Xiwei approached, embracing Daba and addressing Zhao Tingshan. "You came over quite early today?" Zhao Tingshan looked at her and replied, "I tend to come early every day. I'm just curious, don't you have any other activities at school?" Pei Yunxiao was also a top student at their school alongside Meng Qingran. They had a plethora of tasks to attend to daily. In contrast, Zhao Tingshan seemed far more leisurely each time she returned. "He was already there. I enjoy my freedom. They don't impose on me," Zhao Tingshan explained. "So, you don't participate in any school activities?" "I generally refrain from participating, not even in the student council?" Zhao Tingshan shook his head, stating he sometimes joined competitions, but typically avoided them. Why? Because it's rather pointless. Moreover, the teachers believe it would undermine the confidence of other students. "But I seem to recall you participating in quite a few competitions. Like those contests Pei Yunxiao took part in. He mentioned you were always there, even snatching first place from him, which made him particularly dislike you." Zhao Tingshan quietly raised his cup and took a sip of water. He usually did not miss competitions where Pei Yunxiao was involved. Shen Xiwei added, "I heard that next weekend there's a basketball match between your school and ours. Will you be participating? Can you play basketball?" Noticing her eager expression, Zhao Tingshan nodded. "Wait for me a moment. I'll change clothes, then you can help me check today's answers. Although I feel I did quite well." She was impatient to discover how she had fared. After entering the house, Zhao Tingshan retrieved his phone and saw a message from Yang of the student council sent 2 days prior. "Shingo, we have a match against the 8th middle school next week. Would you like to join us?" Zhao Tingshan replied affirmatively. Soon, the other party responded with excitement. "Really? You actually agreed? That's wonderful. What prompted your change of heart?" Chapter 15. Young master, your phone. It was evident he had not anticipated this at all and had shown no interest previously. Once Shen Xiwei changed her clothes and descended from upstairs, she and Zhao Tingshan compared answers in the courtyard. Discovering she had answered many questions correctly lifted her spirits immensely when the results were announced. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom and habitually praised Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran for once again securing the first and second positions. After the accolades, the teacher added, "However, I would like to highlight another student, Shen Xiwei." Upon hearing her name, Shen Xiwei perked up. Pei Yunxiao glanced at her, his eyes filled with derision. The teacher continued, "Shen Xiwei performed remarkably well this time. She had been consistently at the bottom, yet this time she has made substantial progress. Her scores have now placed her within the top 200 of her grade. If she continues to strive, she is sure to achieve commendable results by the time of the college entrance examination." Top 200. Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes. Even Pei Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback. He had merely hoped Shen Xiwei would improve by 100 places, and now she had actually broken into the top 200? Shen Xiwei herself was astonished. Such a significant improvement was beyond her wildest dreams. Perhaps it was because, in her previous life, she had endured so many hardships that she no longer cared for indulgence, leading her to be particularly earnest in class. Every day, she paid close attention during lectures and then reviewed her notes with Zhao Tingshan, who had a knack for teaching her. The most challenging problems became considerably simpler once he explained them. The results proved that diligence would invariably yield rewards. "Teacher, you must be mistaken. Shen Xiwei's previous grades were so poor. How could she possibly? I assure you, I am not mistaken." The homeroom teacher regarded Shen Xiwei with approval. Previously troubled by having a student lagging behind in class, she was astonished by Shen Xiwei's remarkable improvement. With the teacher's affirmation, Shen Xiwei felt elated. Noticing Pei Yunxiao watching her, she remarked, "So, what do you think?" Didn't you say I was foolish? Don't forget about the 10 kilometers. Pei Yunxiao pressed his lips together, utterly perplexed. How could she, who had been so inept, suddenly improve so dramatically? Was Zhao Tingshan truly that exceptional? After school, Pei Yunxiao was compelled to run 10 kilometers, while Shen Xiwei chose not to return home and instead lingered to witness his plight. Sitting beside him, she reveled in his misfortune, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. How delightful! Meng Qingran stood nearby, her expression growing cold as she regarded Shen Xiwei. Wang Yan, observing Shen Xiwei, whispered to Meng Qingran, "It's just the top 200. What's so impressive about that? She acts as if she has topped the class." Even Pei Xiaoqiao, who scored first, isn't the smug, our Qingran scored second. After all, Meng Qingran's gaze shifted to Pei Yunxiao, and she said coolly, "A bet is a bet. Yunxiao is not the type to lose gracefully." Exactly, Wang Yan added, even if her grades have improved, what does it matter? She still has to serve that old man. Look, just thinking about her sleeping with him makes me feel nauseous, Meng Qingran replied. Let us not speak ill of others, Qingran, you're just too kind. Wang Yan embraced Meng Qingran's arm. By the time Pei Yunxiao finished his 10-kilometer run, night was nearly upon them. Sweating profusely, he returned and saw Shen Xiwei. Asking, "Are you satisfied?" Shen Xiwei nodded. "Well done. I look forward to our next wager." She stood up, content, and exited the school. Pei Yunxiao watched her retreating figure, noting how joyfully she walked, even skipping occasionally to eye in his memories. She had always appeared infatuated with him, but now that she couldn't even be bothered to glance his way. Contemplating her relationship with Zhao Tingshan, he felt a sense of discomfort. Would she truly end up with Zhao Tingshan? Both of them hailed from well-off families. They were well-matched. If she actually ended up with Zhao Tingshan, as this thought emerged, Pei Yunxiao was filled with unease, akin to having something he cherished taken from him. Yunxiao, Meng Qingran observed him staring intently in Shen Xiwei's direction and asked, "Are you tired? Have some water." She offered him a bottle of mineral water. Pei Yunxiao accepted it, saying, "Thank you." But he was always courteous in front of Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran remarked, "You've worked hard, but it's strange, Shen Xiwei's grades were consistently poor, so how did she suddenly improve so much this time? She hasn't cheated, has she?" Wang Yan interjected. "I suspect she may have cheated just to ensure Pei Xiaoqiao lost, otherwise how could her grades have improved so dramatically after Pei Xiaoqiao tutored her daily? Only you would say such a thing." Meng Qingran cast a glance at Wang Yan, cautioning, "Without evidence, one should not speak recklessly. What if they caused you trouble? You would be unable to bear the consequences." Wang Yan replied, "I shall inform the teacher tomorrow." Upon exiting the school, Shen Xiwei took a cab home, eager to share the news with Zhao Tingshan. After all, it was also Zhao Tingshan's merit that compelled Pei Yunxiao to concede defeat. However, she was met with disappointment when Aunt Zhou informed her. Young Master Tingshan did not come today. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she changed her attire and proceeded to the dining hall. As her father was away and she was alone at home, she dialed Zhao Tingshan's number. He was swimming at home when the butler reminded him, "Young master, you have a phone call." The swimmer seemed oblivious to this. The butler added, "It's a call from Miss Shen." Zhao Tingshan emerged from the water and ascended the poolside. The butler hurriedly handed him a towel, draping it over his shoulders. After taking the call, a gentle expression broke through his usually icy demeanor as he greeted. "Hello," Shen Xiwei inquired. "Are you busy? I hope I'm not interrupting." He responded, "I was just swimming." She continued, "I heard you didn't come today, so I thought I'd check." Zhao Tingshan explained, "I had some matters to attend to." Shen Xiwei smiled, "My grades have improved significantly. I've made it into the top 200. Did you know? Pei Yunxiao ran 10 kilometers today." Seeing his face when he was proved wrong was simply delightful. Zhao Tingshan settled onto a nearby lounge chair, patiently listening as she shared her joy. After a moment, she asked, "Are you listening?" He replied, "I am." "Congratulations," she added. "I hope my call isn't bothered." He reassured her, "Not at all, I have some free time right now." "You've been tutoring me every day. It must be exhausting. Perhaps you should take a couple of days off. I can study on my own, and if I need anything, I'll reach out to you on QQ." "That sounds fine," Zhao Tingshan agreed. Shen Xiwei, not in a hurry to end the call, noticed a hint of unhappiness in his tone. "Is something bothering you? Do you need help?" Her inquiry caught him off guard. Chapter 16, Shen Xiwei, "I am doing this for your own good." Zhao Tingshan felt his demeanor was no different than usual, yet surprisingly, she could discern his unease over the phone, observing his silence. Shen Xiwei remarked, "I know you tend to keep things to yourself, but Zhao Tingshan, we are allies now. You've assisted me greatly, and I wish to help you in return." Without his guidance, she would not have achieved such results. She couldn't simply accept his help without reciprocating, especially given his financial stability. Zhao Tingshan, hearing her words, particularly her reference to their relationship as comrades, couldn't help but smile wryly. "All right." The following day, upon arriving at school, Shen Xiwei was met with a stern-faced homeroom teacher who entered the classroom, radiating an aura of authority. "Shen Xiwei, stand up," she commanded. Shen Xiwei rose, puzzled by the teacher's demeanor. The teacher stated, "Someone has reported you for cheating on the recent monthly exam. Do you have anything to say?" Upon hearing the accusation of cheating, Shen Xiwei surveyed the room, noting that all eyes were upon her, particularly Wang Yan, who sat beside Meng Qingran, wearing a triumphant expression. Shen Xiwei asked teacher, may I inquire if there is any evidence supporting this allegation? The teacher furrowed her brows, your previous exam results were subpar, and yet you suddenly improved so drastically, it raises suspicion. Therefore, we have decided to administer a retest. Do you have any objections? Shen Xiwei, upon hearing the retest, replied, I certainly do. Wang Yan eagerly stood up, declaring, see, I told you she was cheating, if your results were genuinely earned. What is there to fear? What is wrong with a retest? Wang Yan's smug expression, as if she had caught Shen Xiwei in a trap, struck Shen Xiwei as absurd. You possess no evidence, yet you accuse me of cheating? The principle of he who asserts must prove should apply to you as well, otherwise, it is merely slander. If everyone were to report me daily as you do, would I not be forced to retake exams indefinitely? I might as well cease attending classes. As Shen Xiwei spoke, Pei Yunxiao looked at her in surprise. She had previously been quite gentle in nature, often hesitant to argue when confronted, yet now, she appeared remarkably composed. Was this truly the Shen Xiwei he had known for so long? Seeing her articulate rebuttal, the teacher responded, it's not unreasonable for others to question you, the retest is merely to affirm your integrity. Surely you wouldn't want your classmates to harbor doubts about you. Noting the teacher's persistence, which suggested skepticism about her legitimate achievement, Shen Xiwei smiled slightly. Teacher, I am more than willing to retake the exam. I simply find it absurd to be questioned without cause. After all, Wang Yan, a fellow classmate, seems to have ulterior motives for her accusations that if I perform even better in the next exam, wouldn't she find grounds to accuse me again? Therefore, since she has chosen to report me baselessly, she should face some consequence. If it's proven that I did not cheat, perhaps she should be expelled. Expelled? The teacher hesitated at the mention of expulsion. Wouldn't that be too extreme? Given that Wang Yan's grades surpassed Shen Xiwei's, the teacher naturally favored her. Shen Xiwei countered, her unfounded allegations have significantly impacted my reputation. If I were unable to withstand the pressure and chose to take my own life, wouldn't that be far worse? The mention of suicide cast a pall over the other students' faces. Shen Xiwei turned to Wang Yan. What is the matter? Aren't you certain of my guilt? Afraid to wager now? Of course not. Wang Yan, provoked by Shen Xiwei's taunt, responded defiantly, I am willing to stake my future on this. Everyone knows Shen Xiwei's grades. I firmly believe she cheated. Seeing Shen Xiwei unwilling to retest and evading the issue, Wang Yan was convinced of her guilt. She addressed the teacher. If it's confirmed that Shen Xiwei cheated, she should indeed be expelled. I do not wish to share a classroom with someone like her. Very well. Without waiting for the teacher to respond, Shen Xiwei affirmed, teacher, after class, I will come to your office. The teacher left the room, and Wang Yan regarded Shen Xiwei with a look of anticipation. Pei Yunxiao observed Shen Xiwei, surprised that she would resort to expulsion as a wager. He couldn't help but caution her, Shen Xiwei, are you sure you want to gamble, if they determine you cheated? Expulsion would follow, leading to greater humiliation. If I were in your place, I would apologize to the teacher. The monthly exam is not of paramount importance. A sincere apology could suffice for leniency. Besides, you've already witnessed my 10-kilometer run. I can overlook this matter. Seeing Pei Yunxiao feigning concern for her, Shen Xiwei scrutinized him, noting his recent silence and aloof demeanor. Now he was pretending to care. With a smirk, she replied, are you implying that my grades are the result of cheating? Perhaps instead of advising me, you should counsel Wang Yan. After all, she is your girlfriend's close friend. While Wang Yan took the lead in this affair, Meng Qingran was not blameless either. Shen Xiwei had grown accustomed to the fate of being a virtuous person. She refused to believe this had nothing to do with her. In her previous life, she had seen Meng Qingran's true colors. Whenever she had a falling out with Pei Yunxiao, Meng Qingran would be there, making snide remarks. The entire situation reeked of duplicity. Pei Yunxiao, initially trying to help Shen Xiwei, felt his patience wane as she failed to recognize his goodwill. Don't you realize I am doing this for your benefit? Can't you discern between good advice and foolishness? For my benefit? Shen Xiwei raised an eyebrow, assessing him. Is it that challenging to be a restaurant server? Regretting your choice, are you now seeking to live off of me? At the mention of living off her, Pei Yunxiao's expression darkened. He remained silent, the weight of his recent struggles evident. His academic commitments were demanding, compounded by numerous student council responsibilities, leaving him exhausted each evening. The meager earnings from his job scarcely covered his expenses, and Shen Xiwei had spoiled him with a lavish lifestyle. He realized how difficult it was to transition from a life of luxury to one of scarcity. Especially with Shen Xiwei. Initially, he thought she was merely throwing a tantrum, but now she had completely withdrawn. In the past, no matter how harshly he treated her, she would always cling to him. Chapter 17. No more indulgence for the White Lotus. Seeing his silence, Shen Xiwei smirked. Are you still waiting for me to sulk a few days before returning to appease you? She could empathize with him. After all, she had been accustomed to a lavish lifestyle until she was cast out, leaving her penniless, a memory etched deeply in her mind. If one had lived frugally from the outset, perhaps they would not have faced such a struggle. However, accustomed to a life of extravagance, returning to days of poverty felt truly agonizing. During that time, she would lie in bed each day, lost in fantasies, dreaming of the moment when Pei Yunxiao would suddenly come to his senses, recognize her innocence, and come to forgive her, taking her back. Yet, she waited and waited, only to meet death without ever seeing him believe in her. Instead, she witnessed his marriage to another. She could only hope for the truth of his betrayal to be revealed. Pei Yunxiao's current existence likely wasn't any better. After all, she had supported him for quite a long time. No need for this. Pei Yunxiao pressed his lips together tightly. Shen Xiwei remarked, "If you still believe that I would return to coax you, then you are merely indulging in fantasies. If you wish for me to reconsider, why not plead with me? Perhaps I might take pity on you and treat you a tad better, even grant you some financial assistance." She spoke these words with a smile, yet her heart was engulfed in frost. Shen Xiwei was not truly merciful. If he sought her forgiveness, it wouldn't guarantee absolution. However, she was quite eager to witness Pei Yunxiao groveling before her in desperation. He was far too proud. She could not bear to see him in such a state. In her past life, he had caused her untold suffering. In this life, she had no intention of letting him off so easily. Thus, it was better to give him a sliver of hope. Pei Yunxiao declared, "Dream on." His tone was cold, and he turned his gaze away from Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei remained unperturbed. After class, she made her way to the teacher's office. Besides the homeroom teacher, the director of education was present, along with 2 other teachers from the same grade. They devised new questions for Shen Xiwei to tackle. Once concluded, the teachers collectively graded the papers. Arriving at a conclusion, Shen Xiwei's results were indeed commendable, proving that her monthly exam scores were not the result of cheating. The homeroom teacher was somewhat astonished upon seeing Shen Xiwei, exclaiming, "It seems you truly did not cheat. But how is it that your previous grades were so poor?" Shen Xiwei recalled her previous state of infatuation with Pei Yunxiao and replied, "I was foolish and did not study earnestly. Recently, my family hired a tutor. And the results have been quite evident. Only those who have left school can truly appreciate how precious the time spent in education is. After all, school is the only relatively fair place. Here, if you apply yourself, you will see the rewards. It is only upon leaving that one realizes the harshness of society." Upon returning to the classroom, the homeroom teacher and the director of education approached to announce the results. Once it was confirmed that Shen Xiwei had not cheated, Wang Yan appeared flustered, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could she not have cheated?" The homeroom teacher replied sternly, "The atmosphere in our class is truly concerning. Students should support one another, yet your baseless speculation regarding the progress of others is the greatest blow to them. I hope everyone will take this as a lesson moving forward." Shen Xiwei looked towards Wang Yan and said, "You said you would drop out. You won't go back on your word, will you?" Wang Yan stammered. I thought it seemed she was contemplating a reversal. How surprising that someone could not even uphold their own words. If that were the case, perhaps it would be best to refrain from gambling in the future. Xiwei, Meng Qingran interjected, stepping in to defend her friend. "You needn't act this way. Wang Yan is only looking out for your best interests. Fearing you might make a rash decision, she bore no ill intent, just give her another chance." As Meng Qingran spoke, the other classmates turned to Shen Xiwei, saying, "Right, dropping out is excessive." Shen Xiwei raised an eyebrow. Observing the faces of those who were so quick to speak without experiencing the situation firsthand, they were genuinely giving Meng Qingran face. Whatever Meng Qingran said, they echoed. Shen Xiwei turned to Meng Qingran and said, "If you care for her so much, why not take her place and drop out yourself?" Meng Qingran pursed her lips, gazing at Shen Xiwei, and soon tears filled her eyes, as if she had been wronged by Shen Xiwei. This incited others to begin criticizing Shen Xiwei. "Shen Xiwei, you should be angry with Wang Yan, not target Meng Qingran. After all, she has often spoken up for you. She treats all her classmates equally." Upon witnessing everyone turning against her, Shen Xiwei smirked. "Equally? Hardly. If I were the one facing expulsion today, would she defend me? Of course I would stand up for you." Meng Qingran replied, "I've always said we should treat each other better." Enough. Shen Xiwei could no longer tolerate her facade of virtue. Addressing Wang Yan, she said, "If you wish to avoid expulsion, that is fine, but you are a person of no integrity, since you refuse to drop out. How about running 20 kilometers instead?" Wang Yan stared at Shen Xiwei, realizing just how cruel her demand was. 20 kilometers? Wasn't that a matter of life and death? She was already lacking in athletic ability. If she failed to complete it, she would have to drop out. Shen Xiwei scoffed and took a seat. In truth, Wang Yan's decision to drop out mattered little to her. However, without some form of punishment, everyone would feel emboldened to step on her in the future. She had to make her pay a price. Wang Yan retorted, "Fine, I'll run, not just run." Shen Xiwei added, "While you're running, be sure to loudly apologize. Declaring that you wronged Shen Xiwei and that she did not cheat. Let everyone know what you've done." "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Wang Yan protested. "That would humiliate her in front of the entire school. Compared to you, I believe I'm quite merciful." After class, Wang Yan set off to run 20 kilometers in exchange for a chance to avoid expulsion. She had no other choice. Shen Xiwei remained nearby, watching her run, determined not to let her off easy. Wang Yan's stamina paled in comparison to Pei Yunxiao's, and she was not a fast runner, especially with the added requirement of shouting. She soon grew exhausted, nearly collapsing. Meng Qingran approached Shen Xiwei and implored, "Xiwei, Wang Yan has realized her mistake. Why not let her off this time? She isn't as physically fit as Pei Yunxiao. Running 20 kilometers could be dangerous for her." Does that imply that if I were driven to my demise by your rumors, it would be my own fault? But you seem to be doing just fine now, Meng Qingran countered. You're not the kind of person to take drastic measures. Shen Xiwei shifted her gaze to Meng Qingran's face, the afternoon light illuminating her figure, casting her features in shadow, making her appear somewhat lofty. Shen Xiwei recalled the call she had received before her tragic demise, where Meng Qingran had mockingly told her she suffered from a boredom phobia. As for Pei Yunxiao's actions, Meng Qingran might not have directly participated, but she was certainly complicit in the knowledge of it all. They had conspired to bring about her end, and now they stood here accusing her of being excessive. You truly have no shame, Shen Xiwei declared. How long do you intend to maintain this White Lotus facade? You don't expect me to simply accept whatever you say and pamper you like the other students, do you? If you're dissatisfied, why not run in Wang Yan's stead instead of casting judgment here? Chapter 18, Just wanting to live for oneself. Upon witnessing Meng Qingran being attacked, Pei Yunxiao approached, saying, Shen Xiwei, do not go too far. Qingran was merely trying to look out for you, fearing you might regret it if something were to happen. Shen Xiwei looked up at him. What, playing the hero? Unfortunately, it's your girlfriend who has come to provoke me. If she doesn't want to be scolded, she should keep her distance. All the gifts you've given her were bought with my money. Without my finances, could you have even pursued her? You don't think she is interested in you for your charming personality, do you? After all, your family is poor, and your father is a gambler. Meng Qingran was only aware that Pei Yunxiao's father was a driver, but she had no idea he was also a gambler. A gambler? Did that mean she was entering a bottomless pit by being with him? She glanced at Pei Yunxiao, noting his grim expression, but dismissed any thoughts regarding his familial issues. She addressed Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei, your disdain for me and targeting of my friend stems from your feelings for Pei Yunxiao. Doesn't it? Do you believe I stole him from you? If so, I can return him to you. Qingran. Pei Yunxiao interjected. Do not say such things. I have no feelings for her. Pei Yunxiao immediately professed his loyalty to Meng Qingran. The two appeared utterly enamored, while Shen Xiwei stood as the wicked third party. Shen Xiwei smiled, saying, very well, Pei Yunxiao, you can keep him. I have no interest in reclaiming refuse. Pei Yunxiao, out without waiting for him to respond. Shen Xiwei continued, as for your claim that I am bullying Wang Yan, the entire school knows she is the one who has bullied me. I am being magnanimous. If she doesn't wish to run, she can simply drop out. I have not prevented her. She had once thought to be a good person, to establish a virtuous image, refusing to bully others, yet, in the end, she became the one being bullied. In this new life, all she desired was to live for her own pleasure, caring little for how others perceived her. Pei Yunxiao, seeing her as irredeemably lost, said to Meng Qingran, Qingran, there is no need for us to worry about her. If something truly happens to Wang Yan, Shen Xiwei will regret it when it's too late. Let us go. With that, he took Meng Qingran by the hand, leaving Shen Xiwei behind. Wang Yan, lacking stamina and already somewhat overweight, collapsed after running only 10 kilometers. Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran called for help, taking her to the hospital. Shen Xiwei followed them to the hospital. Pei Yunxiao looked at Shen Xiwei with a gleeful expression. Are you satisfied now? I am indeed. What reason do I have to be unhappy? Shen Xiwei replied, picking up her phone to call the principal, requesting the best doctors to attend to Wang Yan. And she covered all medical expenses. Originally, Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran intended to exploit Wang Yan's fainting incident for their own purposes, but now they found themselves at a loss for words. Meng Qingran remained vigilantly by the bedside, observing Wang Yan as she gradually regained consciousness. Are you feeling all right? She inquired softly. Wang Yan opened her eyes, and upon seeing Meng Qingran she whimpered, Qingran. Sob. Meng Qingran embraced her gently, soothingly patting her shoulder. How do you feel now? I feel unwell all over. Wang Yan began to feign vulnerability. At that moment, Shen Xiwei casually sipped a box of yogurt. Having just informed her, the specialists have all come to examine you. You are in remarkable health, merely lacking stamina. I suggest you engage in more physical exercise. Remember to make up the remaining 10 kilometers tomorrow at school. Wang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite having just fainted, Shen Xiwei was still insisting on making her run another 10 kilometers. Was this woman not excessively cruel? Are you trying to kill me? Rest assured, you won't die, Shen Xiwei replied. If you were to faint, the entire hospital specialists would attend to you. Noticing Wang Yan's face turning a ghastly shade, Shen Xiwei arched an eyebrow and gently continued. What's the matter? You don't intend to play the victim, do you? Perhaps you should consider dropping out. Don't go too far, Wang Yan protested. Shen Xiwei retorted, I heard your parents work at Jintian Group. Upon hearing Shen Xiwei divulge details about her family, Wang Yan's eyes widened in shock. Shen Xiwei, have you been investigating me? And if I have, Wang Yan clenched her fists, declaring, I will complete the run tomorrow. Then I can rest easy, Shen Xiwei declared. The medical fees have already been paid, so don't worry. As long as you haven't completed your 10 kilometers, even if you were to pass out, I would ensure the doctors revive you. With that, Shen Xiwei exited the room. Pei Yunxiao frowned as he watched her leave. Sensing her icy demeanor, Wang Yan experienced no significant issues, and after resting and receiving 4 fluids at the hospital, Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao took her home. Shen Xiwei, meanwhile, was not idle. Upon returning home, she photographed the payment receipt and the hospital's diagnosis report, posting them in the class group chat, having witnessed too many instances of deceit. She was determined not to leave any incriminating evidence against herself. After handling all of this, she finally lay down on her bed. The following day, Wang Yan dutifully ran the 10 kilometers following this incident. She no longer dared to act as arrogantly in front of Shen Xiwei as she had before. Even if she felt discontent, she only dared to express it in whispers behind Shen Xiwei's back. Refraining from pointing fingers at her, other classmates began to regard Shen Xiwei with a newfound wariness, having witnessed the consequences of crossing her. Not to mention, she was quite wealthy. Offending her meant she might even cover your medical expenses. Now, they no longer referred to her as a sycophant, nor did they speak of her academic shortcomings. Instead, they whispered behind her back about her alleged relationship with an older man. The rumors even reached the school forum. And it was unclear who had posted her photo alongside the gossip. Upon discovering this, Shen Xiwei found numerous replies already waiting for her. They no longer dared to confront her directly, choosing instead to hide behind the anonymity of the internet. On Monday afternoon, as Shen Xiwei exited the school, she noticed two rather handsome young men standing at the entrance. Judging by their uniforms, they were likely from number 1 high school, as Zhao Tingshan also wore the same. A few girls nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "They're so handsome." That is Yang, a member of the school team. Previously, Shen Xiwei had only had eyes for Pei Yunxiao, hardly paying attention to anyone else. She seemed to recall hearing Yang's name but had no particular impression of his appearance. Now, upon glancing at him, she noted he was quite tall. However, in terms of handsomeness, he paled in comparison to Zhao Tingshan. She found it amusing to think about how she had once rejected Zhao Tingshan, for now she realized just how attractive he truly was. He surpassed all others in looks. As she prepared to board the waiting vehicle, Yang intercepted her. "You are Shen Xiwei, are you not?" he inquired, sporting a buzz cut and gazing at her with curiosity. Shen Xiwei replied coolly, "And you are?" She believed they had no prior interaction. Yang smirked, "You're the high school girl being kept by an older man. The rumors about you have even reached our school. Of course, there are others claiming you're not to be trifled with. The tale of how you dealt with Wang Yan has been recounted with great embellishment." Confronted with such directness, Shen Xiwei found it quite amusing. Perhaps for these boys, seeing rumors about girls was a source of entertainment. Nevertheless, Shen Xiwei remained composed, calmly asking, "Your name is Yang?" Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, "You know who I am? I heard you used to be involved with Pei Yunxiao. Is that true? You aren't interested in me, are you?" "I'm not the type to live off someone else." As he spoke, he clutched his chest, as if Shen Xiwei's inquiry about his name was an affront to his dignity. Shen Xiwei found his self-importance amusing and retorted, "Does your home lack a mirror? You must have a bathroom, so go take a good look at yourself before thinking I might be interested in you, a fool." With that, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked away. Yang, feeling insulted, thought his pride had been wounded. "Hey, why do you speak like that? I'm still quite handsome, you know." Shrugging off his comments, Shen Xiwei simply entered the car. Yang stood there, his lips curling into a smirk. "So Shen Xiwei, you dare to call me ugly? I'll remember you." Upon arriving home, Shen Xiwei found Zhao Tingshan had come to visit. He had been absent for several days and was finally back. Dabai, having missed him, greeted him enthusiastically. "Have you finished your business?" Shen Xiwei asked. Zhao Tingshan stood up, and Shen Xiwei noticed he was indeed tall. "I thought you found teaching me too bothersome and decided not to return." Recently she had sought other teachers but found none as efficient as Zhao Tingshan. "Not at all, just a bit busy," he replied. "You don't need to explain," Shen Xiwei said. "I'm just glad you're here to help me with my studies. Feel free to attend to your other matters." In her previous life, she had treated him that way, and yet he had still thought of her and even arranged for someone to assist her in her time of need. Compared to what she had done for him, his brief absence was insignificant. Seeing her response, Zhao Tingshan nodded in agreement. Shen Xiwei, filled with anticipation, suggested, "Shall we begin our lesson?" Together, they retreated to the study after several days apart. Shen Xiwei had accumulated numerous questions for him. As she worked on her assignments, Zhao Tingshan watched her intently. He was aware of the rumors circulating online and had initially been concerned about how she would react. However, upon seeing her well-being, he felt relieved and chose not to voice his worries. Suddenly, Zhao Tingshan's phone buzzed with a message. He glanced at it, noting it was from Yang. "Deep brother, you'll be attending the basketball game on Thursday, right?" Though Zhao Tingshan had already agreed, he was still apprehensive that Yang might doubt his commitment. After all, Zhao Tingshan was known for being rather unpredictable. He replied simply, "Yeah." After their lesson, Zhao Tingshan remarked, "I'll be visiting your school this week." "Really?" Shen Xiwei exclaimed, surprised. "There's a basketball game," he explained. "The game is being held at number 8 high school's gym," he added. "I'll come cheer for you," Shen Xiwei declared. At her words, Zhao Tingshan nodded. He recalled that every time he had seen her in the past, she was always at Pei Yunxiao's side. It seemed her world revolved solely around him, leaving no room for anyone else. Perhaps she had never noticed him at all, yet now, hearing her express her desire to cheer for him brought a subtle smile to Zhao Tingshan's lips. The game was set for Thursday afternoon. Even before it began, excitement buzzed through the school. The #1 high school team was known for their high level of skill. Whispers circulated among the students. BaiYueguang is coming to our school. He is so handsome, he can't compare to our Pei school hunk. Pei Yunxiao was truly exemplary, academically gifted, athletically talented, and strikingly handsome. Consequently, he had amassed a significant following at school. Meng Qingran had been feeling particularly troubled over the past few days, especially since Shen Xiwei had mentioned that Pei Yunxiao's father was a gambler, a topic that weighed heavily on her mind. Having encountered the devastating consequences of gambling, she felt somewhat reassured hearing others discuss Pei Yunxiao. Regardless of his father's choices, it was a matter belonging to a different generation. Pei Yunxiao himself was undeniably exceptional in every regard. At #8 high school, no student could surpass him. Being associated with him brought her a sense of pride. Shen Xiwei, engrossed in her studies, paid little mind to their chatter. In the past, she would have eagerly organized support for Pei Yunxiao during his competitions, being his most fervent admirer. Now, reflecting on those past actions, felt quite foolish. Since rumors of her involvement with an older man had surfaced, others had not invited her to join in cheering for Pei Yunxiao. Instead, conversation shifted to whether Zhao Tingshan, also from #1 high school, would attend. Zhao Tingshan was the only individual who consistently outperformed Pei Yunxiao in exams, leaving a lasting impression on everyone. It was unlikely he would attend, as he rarely participated in competitions. Even catching a glimpse of him was a rare occurrence. Observing their animated discussion about Zhao Tingshan, Pei Yunxiao sat beside Shen Xiwei, his expression composed yet clearly uncomfortable. His gaze shifted toward Shen Xiwei, who was engrossed in her book, displaying a hint of irritation. Was she truly not planning to cheer him on? He addressed her. Is all this studying of yours truly beneficial? Of course it is, Shen Xiwei replied, glancing at him. Noting his concern for her, she smirked slightly. Unlike you, who naturally performs well, I must dedicate more time to my studies. What, do you begrudge my progress? Pei Yunxiao retorted. Why would I begrudge your advancement? After all, I'm quite wealthy and good-looking. If my grades were to surpass yours and Meng Qingran's, how would you both manage? Pei Yunxiao chuckled softly. Shen Xiwei, while you have made progress, it's merely a modest leap into the top 200. The competition intensifies as you ascend. Who knows, you might just fall back next time. Am I to be concerned about you surpassing me? Her reaching the top 200 was already a feat. The notion of her exceeding him was utterly implausible. Zhao Tingshan might surpass him, for he possessed exceptional talent, a fact Pei Yunxiao found hard to fathom. However, Shen Xiwei, despite her efforts, could not possibly outshine his years of accumulated knowledge. Who knows? Shen Xiwei replied, the future is unpredictable. I can't be bothered to discuss this further. I must prepare for the competition. With that, Pei Yunxiao stood and exited the classroom. Meng Qingran, seated nearby, had not missed the exchange between Pei Yunxiao and Shen Xiwei, her fingers instinctively tightening, despite Shen Xiwei being supported. She still fantasized about enticing Pei Yunxiao. Did she not find that repugnant? Nevertheless, she graciously approached Shen Xiwei and inquired, Xiwei, we're going to cheer for Pei Yunxiao soon, would you like to join us? Chapter 20, Pei Yunxiao regrets. Ever since Shen Xiwei ceased communication with Pei Yunxiao, he had stopped presenting her with gifts. Meng Qingran believed it essential to draw Shen Xiwei into their circle. They could not afford to become estranged. As long as Shen Xiwei continued to harbor feelings for Pei Yunxiao, she would spend on him, ensuring they wouldn't live in deprivation. Pei Yunxiao now worked part-time daily. His earnings barely sufficient, and he could no longer afford to escort her home as he once did. A life was a far cry from when Shen Xiwei had supported him. After all, Pei Yunxiao would never find affection for someone who shared a bed with an older man. Even if Shen Xiwei continued to like Pei Yunxiao, Meng Qingran felt no need for concern. Or upon hearing Meng Qingran's suggestion, Shen Xiwei flatly declined. I want to go. Meng Qingran looked at her incredulously. Why not? Pei Yunxiao is still quite kind to you. He often speaks highly of you. Regardless, we were once friends. There is no need to let our relationship grow so tense. Shen Xiwei lifted her gaze to Meng Qingran. Recalling her past life, she had transferred her family business to Pei Yunxiao in hopes of marrying him. With Meng Qingran always in the background, extolling Pei Yunxiao's virtues, she had been magnanimous, never concerned about whether she would be competing with her. Initially, she had thought Meng Qingran quite amiable, only later did she realize that Meng Qingran was not indifferent. She merely understood that Pei Yunxiao favored her and would never return Shen Xiwei's feelings. Pei Yunxiao's relationship with her brought him numerous advantages. Seeing Meng Qingran praise Pei Yunxiao now, Shen Xiwei was unfazed. I have standards when it comes to friendships. Meng Qingran stiffened. Others observing Shen Xiwei's disregard for Meng Qingran quickly interjected. Alright Qingran, why bother with her? If she doesn't want to go, so be it. With that, they departed, preparing to cheer for Pei Yunxiao. After a brief flurry of activity, Shen Xiwei made her way to the gymnasium. Pei Yunxiao had already changed into his athletic attire, standing before Meng Qingran, who gazed at him with a smile. He was undeniably handsome, and without his school uniform, the muscles in his arms were quite pronounced. He clearly enjoyed sports. Feeling a flush rise within her, Meng Qingran turned as Shen Xiwei entered. Pei Yunxiao's gaze fell upon her. Weren't you not coming? Meng Qingran followed Pei Yunxiao's gaze. Spotting Shen Xiwei and exclaimed Xiwei, noticing their affectionate demeanor, Shen Xiwei ignored them and proceeded towards the stands seeking a discreet position. After a moment of searching, she found a seat in the front row. Deliberately distancing herself from Meng Qingran and the others, just as she settled in, she didn't see Zhao Tingshan, but she did spot Yang, whom she had encountered a couple of days ago. Yang whistled and approached her. Shen Xiwei, his voice resonated, drawing the attention of nearby girls. About the last time you insulted me, don't you owe me an apology? Shen Xiwei could not suppress a scoff. Are you certain it wasn't you who provoked me first? Had he not mentioned her being supported by an older man, she would not have retaliated. Yang stared at her. What did I provoke you about? Calling me a kept woman hardly seems courteous, does it? Shen Xiwei replied. Others say you're a lesbian. Does that make it true? Yang queried, eyeing her warily. Upon realizing he genuinely believed it, Shen Xiwei found it amusing. Fool, Yang persisted, when you inquired about my name, were you hoping to be my benefactor? Clearly, you must not have looked in the mirror lately. Who do you think is more handsome, me or Pei Yunxiao? Though Pei Yunxiao dominated at their school, Yang felt he could hold his own against him. Shen Xiwei smiled. What, do you wish to pursue him? Yang replied, I meant to suggest that since you liked him so much before, why not give me a chance instead? As he spoke, he deliberately adjusted his shirt to reveal his abs, prompting gasps of admiration from nearby girls. Shen Xiwei had never encountered someone so crass and chose to ignore him. Just then, a shrill scream erupted from the gymnasium. Turning towards the entrance, she saw Zhao Tingshan stride in, donned in a white jersey, number 11. Initially, attention had been on Yang, but upon Zhao Tingshan's arrival, all eyes gravitated towards him, as none had anticipated his presence. Yang, upon spotting Zhao Tingshan, ceased his conversation with Shen Xiwei and rushed over. Brother Shen. Shen Xiwei beamed at Zhao Tingshan, waving at him. His expression remained composed as he acknowledged her. Yang stood beside Zhao Tingshan, following his gaze to Shen Xiwei, who was enthusiastically waving. He smirked. So it was that she found him unappealing because she was enamored with Zhao Tingshan? Alas, Zhao Tingshan was notoriously indifferent towards women, rarely regarding them with any interest. She was bound to be disappointed. Zhao Tingshan joined Yang and the others for warm-ups, yet all eyes remained fixed upon him. Pei Yunxiao observed Shen Xiwei's reaction, noting her transformation into an ardent admirer the moment Zhao Tingshan appeared, eliciting an involuntary chuckle from him. Meng Qingran remarked, Xiwei seems to have developed feelings for Zhao Tingshan? Though she too had been captivated by Zhao Tingshan's entrance, she was acutely aware of the impossibility of a relationship with someone of his caliber. He was not only outstanding in every aspect but also hailed from a well-off family. And rumors suggested he had no interest in women. Compared to Pei Yunxiao, she knew she could never fall for someone so unattainable, yet she was astonished that Shen Xiwei could be so delusional. A girl supported by an older man dared to aspire to someone like Zhao Tingshan. Zhao Tingshan surpassed her in academics, wealth, and status, while she could understand Shen Xiwei's infatuation with Pei Yunxiao. The thought of her pursuing Zhao Tingshan was utterly incomprehensible to Meng Qingran. And Pei Yunxiao remained silent. I'm going to warm up. He had assumed Shen Xiwei came to see him, only to discover she was there to root for Zhao Tingshan. The realization filled him with unease. He had always viewed Zhao Tingshan as a rival. During his time at the Shen household, he was aware that Shen's father intended to introduce a marriage prospect for Shen Xiwei. And that person was Zhao Tingshan. He had thought, no matter how superior Zhao Tingshan was in every regard, the woman he would marry was his devoted admirer. She would never look at Zhao Tingshan. The mere thought of it had brought him immense satisfaction, a long-awaited release of pent-up frustration, but now Shen Xiwei had shifted her focus entirely to Zhao Tingshan. Pei Yunxiao felt an overwhelming discomfort. Chapter 21. I am pursuing her. Wang Yan stood beside Meng Qingran. Noticing Shen Xiwei seated in the stands, she bought some water and shared it with the girls around her, including those who had previously spoken ill of Shen Xiwei. Given their class differences, it was natural for them to gossip. However, spending time with Shen Xiwei revealed her amiable nature. Accepting her offerings, the girls' gazes softened considerably. Wang Yan remarked to Meng Qingran, is she attempting to win them over? With Zhao Tingshan present, she must be eager to showcase herself, just as she did when pursuing Pei Yunxiao. Wang Yan gazed at Meng Qingran in astonishment. Are you suggesting that she wants to pursue Zhao Tingshan? Goodness, has she lost her mind? How could Zhao Tingshan possibly play the gigolo for her? Who would look at someone like her, who has been with older men? Meng Qingran remained silent. Wang Yan continued her tirade. I've never encountered someone so brazenly flaunting their past with older men. She could at least try to conceal it a little. Just now, I even saw Yang conversing with her. Is she the type who would settle for anyone decent looking? She possesses that kind of leverage. She is not here for academics. Meng Qingran sighed. In truth, she is rather pitiable. If she had parents to guide her, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Pitiable, my foot. You're just too kind-hearted, always thinking of others. Wang Yan now only dared to disparage Shen Xiwei behind her back, too intimidated to speak in her presence. The competition was about to commence, and Shen Xiwei, sipping iced red tea, was fully engrossed. Today's match was particularly fierce. Right from the start, both Yang and Pei Yunxiao committed 2 fouls in quick succession. Leaving everyone wide-eyed. Typically, the game Wun Ti begins so intensely. Pei Yunxiao had initially aimed to outshine Zhao Tingshan, convinced that he must perform better to regain Shen Xiwei's attention. He could afford to dislike her, but she must not disregard him. He needed to demonstrate that he was the one worthy of her admiration. However, Ku Yang's sudden emergence, fixated on him, rendered him unable to even approach Zhao Tingshan. For Zhao Tingshan, this competition was a walk in the park. He was never at the level of the school team, and although the first school's team was formidable, playing alongside them, Zhao Tingshan still stood apart in skill. After sinking a few shots, he began to coast through the game. Shen Xiwei observed him from the sidelines, noting his playstyle was distinctly different from the others, while Pei Yunxiao was desperate to win yet struggled to get the ball. Zhao Tingshan appeared to be merely enjoying himself. As the second half concluded, they rested right in front of where Shen Xiwei sat. Zhao Tingshan glanced at Ku Yang. "You're quite determined today?" He noticed Ku Yang was fixated on Pei Yunxiao. In the past, he would not have behaved this way. Ke Yang replied, "A girl said I'm unattractive, so I must show her my prowess." Zhao Tingshan brushed off Ku Yang's comment. After finishing his water, Ku Yang turned to see Shen Xiwei in the stands and smirked, calling out, "What do you think? Am I handsome? Your Pei Yunxiao is being thoroughly contained by me." Upon hearing Ku Yang shout Zhao Tingshan's name, the latter shot him a glance. Ke Yang inexplicably felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Compared to Ku Yang's enthusiasm, Shen Xiwei noticed Zhao Tingshan was rather indifferent towards her. For instance, when Ku Yang looked at her, Zhao Tingshan merely sat there, unresponsive. Well, given his cool demeanor, he likely preferred not to steal the spotlight in such settings, yet, the more aloof he was, the more intriguing he seemed to her. She smiled and called out, "Zhao Tingshan, you look so handsome." Ku Yang, hearing Shen Xiwei cheer for Zhao Tingshan, scoffed, "She must be doing this on purpose to irritate me. We had a spat a few days ago, and she is still holding a grudge." Just as Ku Yang finished his statement, Zhao Tingshan, having concluded the match, approached the stands and stood before Shen Xiwei. As he drew near, other girls erupted in shrieks. Shen Xiwei remarked, "You were incredible. Could I have a bottle of water?" Zhao Tingshan spoke, his voice deep and resonant, akin to the sound of a cello. Never had she imagined that someone could be not only so outstanding but also possess such a melodious voice. The girl closest to him swiftly offered a bottle of water, but Zhao Tingshan declined. He looked at Shen Xiwei, who then picked up the water and presented it to him. "You were amazing." Her voice was gentle, yet those words stirred something within Zhao Tingshan, causing his throat to constrict. Had he heard those words in a different context, in another place, it would be unimaginable. He gazed at her, and under her watchful eyes, he gulped down the water. Ke Yang, who initially intended to impress, widened his eyes at this scene, bewildered. What was happening? He had been striving to showcase himself today, aiming to win Shen Xiwei's admiration. Yet now Zhao Tingshan had stolen his thunder. Notably, Zhao Tingshan had never shown interest in women. Even during matches, he would bring his own water and avoid any interaction with girls. He preferred solitude, always maintaining a distance at school. So why now? Could it be that Zhao Tingshan had developed feelings for Shen Xiwei? This realization left Ku Yang utterly astonished. After finishing the water, Zhao Tingshan addressed Shen Xiwei, "I'll go change. Let us head home together after school." Shen Xiwei nodded. "Alright." As Zhao Tingshan walked away, Ku Yang stared at him. "Deep brother. Do you know her?" Zhao Tingshan replied calmly, "I'm pursuing her." Chapter 22. Ku Yunxiao rushed out. Now everyone was buzzing about the rumor that Shen Xiwei was being kept by an older man, yet Zhao Tingshan claimed he was pursuing her. And he used the word pursue. Did Zhao Tingshan really need to chase someone? Normally, Wun Ti mere nod from him send others clamoring to be his girlfriend. Noticing Ku Yang's gaze, Zhao Tingshan inquired, "What's wrong? Do you have an issue?" "No." Ku Yang Wun Ti dared to voice any dissent. He simply hadn't anticipated that Shen Xiwei was the object of Zhao Tingshan's affections, thus all his efforts today were directed towards winning over the woman whom Deep Brother had set his sights on. Especially when he recalled the words he had just spoken in front of Zhao Tingshan, Ku Yang felt an urge to strangle himself. He quickly apologized. "Deep Brother, I didn't mean it. I had no idea she was. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to treat her like that." "It's fine," Zhao Tingshan said nonchalantly. "She is not interested in you." Ke Yang, he desperately wanted to say, "Are you being polite?" Seeing Zhao Tingshan's serious demeanor, Ku Yang asked, "So what is the status between you two now?" "She hasn't taken a liking to me yet." Although he was her tutoring instructor, Zhao Tingshan sensed that Shen Xiwei likely did not see him in that light. She favored Pei Yunxiao, and he perhaps was merely a means to provoke Pei Yunxiao. However, if he could be of some use to her, he had no objections. Just being near her brought him immense joy. Upon hearing Zhao Tingshan's words, Ku Yang couldn't help but glance back at Shen Xiwei standing in the audience. She was watching him intently, and after her fervent cheers just now, he had assumed she was merely infatuated with Zhao Tingshan. Little did he realize that Deep Brother was the one enamored. In contrast to the composed individuals at the heart of the matter, others were abuzz with excitement as if they had stumbled upon a sensational scandal. The chat group was alive with discussions. Is Zhao Tingshan really interested in Shen Xiwei? We all know that she used to be Pei Yunxiao's devoted admirer, who hardly acknowledged her. Yet she would scurry around like a servant for him, but now Zhao Tingshan, who surpasses Pei Yunxiao in every regard, has entangled himself with her. Pei Yunxiao changed clothes and exited the gymnasium, his demeanor decidedly gloomy. Having lost the match, especially to someone who had defeated him so thoroughly, was unbearable. Meng Qingran and Wang Yan followed behind, uncertain of how to console him, as they too felt disheartened just a moment ago. They thought someone like Zhao Tingshan would never be interested in Shen Xiwei, and now in the blink of an eye Zhao Tingshan was actively engaging with her. Wang Yan remarked, "Is Zhao Tingshan blind? How could he possibly take a shine to Shen Xiwei? Does he not know what sort of person she is?" Meng Qingran maintained a stern expression. Initially she believed that no matter how hard Shen Xiwei tried, Pei Yunxiao would always be on her side, but now witnessing Zhao Tingshan's connection with Shen Xiwei, she felt an overwhelming wave of jealousy threatening to consume her. Why is it, one might wonder, that someone like Shen Xiwei, who is evidently affluent, could manage to attract a person like Zhao Tingshan? Could it be that others simply lack the requisite diligence? If they were to cheer for Zhao Tingshan today, perhaps as Shen Xiwei exited the gymnasium, the girls who had accompanied her looked on and asked, "Shen Xiwei, did you know Zhao Tingshan before?" Shen Xiwei replied, "Yes." They continued, "So, are you two dating now, having been so close to Zhao Tingshan moments ago?" They couldn't help but notice the distinct way he regarded Shen Xiwei. It was unlike anything they had seen before. Stirring their curiosity, Shen Xiwei answered, "No, we are merely betrothed," although she had taken a rather proactive stance towards Zhao Tingshan. It was primarily influenced by her experiences in her previous life. In this incarnation, she remained uncertain about Zhao Tingshan's feelings beyond their engagement. Following the incident with Pei Yunxiao, she dared not indulge in any illusions, fearing that she might inadvertently become the object of scorn. Noticing their concerned expressions, Shen Xiwei added, "It's simply that our families are acquainted, which accounts for our frequent interactions." I see. The others regarded Shen Xiwei with newfound intrigue. "Is your family truly wealthy? We had assumed," Shen Xiwei interjected with a knowing smile. "You thought I was being kept by an older man." She did not shy away from the topic. The others, upon hearing her mention it, felt a twinge of guilt, especially since rumors had circulated online about someone picking her up from the school gate. Shen Xiwei chuckled, "Let them think whatever they wish. It matters little to me." It's not as if it's true. The notion struck her as absurd. Did she truly need to be supported by anyone, after bidding farewell to a few girls from other classes? Shen Xiwei returned to her own classroom. Upon her arrival, she noticed everyone staring at her. She was accustomed to their exaggerated reactions. Taking her seat, one of the boys in front remarked sarcastically, "We lost the match. And yet you're quite pleased." He was a teammate of Pei Yunxiao. Shen Xiwei smirked, "You lost the match, not me. Why shouldn't I be happy? You must feel quite special to have caught Zhao Tingshan's eye." Shen Xiwei laughed lightly. "What, are you upset he didn't choose you?" The boy fell silent, his irritation palpable. After a moment, Pei Yunxiao returned with Meng Qingran and Wang Yan. Pei Yunxiao took his place, and Shen Xiwei could sense his simmering anger. Each time he lost to Zhao Tingshan, he reacted similarly. In the past, she would have shared in his grievances, but now she found it amusing. Pei Yunxiao's gaze fell upon her, and noticing her smile, his expression grew colder. Shen Xiwei inquired, "What are you staring at? Is it my fault you lack skill?" "You," Pei Yunxiao glared, feeling vexed by her lack of sympathy following his defeat in the past, after losing to Zhao Tingshan. Shen Xiwei would comfort him with gifts and reassurances, claiming he was far superior to Zhao Tingshan, yet now she seemed to mock him instead. As the class ended, Shen Xiwei gathered her belongings and stood, addressing Pei Yunxiao, "All right, I'm heading back." He stepped aside, allowing her to leave the classroom. As she exited, Pei Yunxiao quickly followed, moving so swiftly that Meng Qingran struggled to keep pace. Just as Shen Xiwei reached the stairwell, Pei Yunxiao caught up and grasped her arm. Surprised, she asked, "Pei Yunxiao, what are you doing?" His eyes were reddened as he stared at her. Shen Xiwei was taken aback by his expression. Pei Yunxiao, with a strained voice, questioned, "Do you truly intend to be with Zhao Tingshan from now on?" His inquiry surprised her. He had never cared about such matters before. What had changed? Seeing the intensity in his gaze, as if she had betrayed him, she attempted to remove his grip but found it unyieldingly tight. She was compelled to laugh. "Aren't you the one who despises my clinginess? You said every day with me felt like a nightmare." This was something he had confessed to her before her untimely demise. He hadn't realized that her affection for him was viewed as repugnant. Pei Yunxiao paused, reflecting, "I never said that." He could not recall making such a statement. Shen Xiwei was well aware he hadn't uttered those words in this life, but it didn't preclude him from harboring such sentiments. She replied, "But you have always disliked me, haven't you? If not, why would you spend each day with Meng Qingran, showering her with kindness while treating me like a servant?" As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes. She had long since ceased to harbor any affection for Pei Yunxiao. After all she had endured, only resentment remained. Having faced death once, how could she still hold feelings for him? Yet, in her past life, she had yearned for his love, desperately hoping for a hint of his fondness, only to meet a tragic end. The memories of those moments filled her with profound sorrow. The weight of that grief threatened to overwhelm her, had she not been granted the chance to be reborn. The Shen Xiwei cast aside in a dilapidated rental in the urban village would have been utterly pitiable. With that thought, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Pei Yunxiao observed her reddened eyes. Initially seeking her out due to his discomfort with her closeness to Zhao Tingshan, yet now, he recognized an unprecedented depth of sorrow reflected in her gaze. He had merely never liked her. He preferred Meng Qingran, but why did her heart-wrenching expression make him feel as though he had committed an unforgivable act? Had he truly hurt her so deeply? Pei Yunxiao replied, I don't know. I just don't want to discuss matters of the heart. Even at this moment, he was still searching for excuses. Shen Xiwei wiped her tears away. I understand, you simply wish to avoid discussing feelings. With Meng Qingran, you two are a perfect match, right? If that is the case, then my relationship with Zhao Tingshan is none of your concern, is it? Pei Yunxiao began. Shen Xiwei, I doubt he wanted to say more. But her reaction made him feel a twinge of guilt. As they faced each other, Meng Qingran and Wang Yan approached. Meng Qingran stood at the top of the stairs, gazing down at Shen Xiwei and Pei Yunxiao in surprise. Meng Qingran's astonishment deepened as she observed their proximity, and upon seeing Shen Xiwei's hand still caught in Pei Yunxiao's grip, Pei Yunxiao instinctively released her. Realizing his reaction, Shen Xiwei forced a smile. Of course, Pei Yunxiao was still in a relationship with Meng Qingran. Seeing her with Zhao Tingshan might have stirred his jealousy, especially since he had lost a potential ally, yet his priority remained Meng Qingran. Fearing an argument might ensue, Shen Xiwei lowered her head and said, You're currently in a relationship. Please refrain from seeking me out privately. I worry that Qingran might misunderstand. With that, she turned and descended the stairs without hesitation. Upon reaching the ground floor, she quickly dried her tear-stained eyes. She would not shed tears for such a scoundrel. Her earlier display was merely a jest. In her past life, he had toyed with her. In this life, she would not allow him to have it easy. Even in his despair, she would ensure he held on to a glimmer of hope that she still cared for him. As Shen Xiwei departed, Meng Qingran approached Pei Yunxiao and asked, What happened? I just saw her crying. Pei Yunxiao replied curtly, I'm leaving. He felt no inclination to explain to Meng Qingran. Shen Xiwei's demeanor had confirmed that she still harbored feelings for him. Thus, was he too indifferent, leading her to Zhao Tingshan? Perhaps he should have kept his relationship with Meng Qingran a secret. Exiting the school, Shen Xiwei spotted Zhao Tingshan waiting for her at the gate. He had changed out of his sports attire and donned the school uniform. Ke Yang stood beside him, both awaiting Shen Xiwei's arrival. As she appeared, Ke Yang noticed her first and called out to Zhao Tingshan. Sister-in-law is here. Zhao Tingshan turned to see Shen Xiwei approaching. At that moment, a crowd gathered around him at the school entrance. Observing him on the court was one thing, but witnessing him here exuded an entirely different charm. The same uniform looked rather unkempt on Ke Yang, while Zhao Tingshan wore it impeccably. Upon seeing Shen Xiwei, he stepped forward to take her backpack, a gesture that spoke volumes of his kindness towards her. This was not simply a case of her fawning over him. Zhao Tingshan appeared unfazed by the opinions of onlookers, his gaze firmly fixed on Shen Xiwei as he suggested, Shall we go for a meal? Shen Xiwei nodded sure. Her spirits remained untainted by Pei Yunxiao's earlier antics. That wretched man was not worthy of affecting her mood. Ke Yang greeted Shen Xiwei. Hello, sister-in-law. Shen Xiwei lifted her head and shot him a disdainful glance. Noticing her displeasure, Ke Yang remarked, Well, it was entirely my fault for not recognizing your stature, and I inadvertently offended my sister-in-law. Please don't hold it against me. I admit my mistake. He persistently referred to her as sister-in-law. And Shen Xiwei could hardly be bothered to argue with him. Instead, she turned to Zhao Tingshan and inquired, Are you friends with him? Her tone unmistakably conveyed her distaste. Zhao Tingshan glanced at Ke Yang and replied to Shen Xiwei. Not at all. Ke Yang interjected, What? Am I no longer worthy to be considered a friend of Brother Shen? He continued, Please, sister-in-law, it's all my fault. I apologize to you. Shen Xiwei responded, You are the first person to say to me that I am being kept by an older man. She remembered it clearly. Ke Yang pleaded, I was wrong. It's all the fault of those people online spreading nonsense. I'll investigate and find out who it was. I promise to avenge you. The Zhao family car had arrived. Ignoring Ke Yang, Zhao Tingshan opened the car door and said to Shen Xiwei, Get in. Standing by the roadside, Ke Yang waved politely to both of them, saying, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back now, sister-in-law. Until next time, wishing you and Brother Shen a long and happy marriage, with many children to come. Shen Xiwei. Zhao Tingshan closed the car window and said to Shen Xiwei, Don't pay attention to him. Shen Xiwei remarked, I didn't expect you to know him. We occasionally play basketball together. Zhao Tingshan replied, extending his hand to help her fasten her seatbelt. Speaking of basketball, Shen Xiwei said, Zhao Tingshan, you are remarkably skilled. You scored so many points today. You should have seen how furious Pei Yunxiao was. Zhao Tingshan, observing her praise, replied steadily, He simply isn't very good. Chapter 24, Pei Yunxiao waits for her in the pouring rain. Were it not for Pei Yunxiao, Zhao Tingshan wouldn't have participated in this competition. Hearing Zhao Tingshan's serious assessment of Pei Yunxiao, Shen Xiwei found it quite amusing. It was surprising to see him speak ill of someone else. Even if his words were factual, Shen Xiwei said, No, you were simply too good. I truly cannot fathom what flaws you possess. Handsome, academically accomplished, and excellent at basketball. The girls sitting with me today were all particularly fond of you. I don't know them, he replied. Shen Xiwei insisted, of course, I know you don't. I just think you're remarkable. Zhao Tingshan remained quiet beside her. Shen Xiwei continued, however, with you appearing at our school today and walking so closely with me. Aren't you afraid of what others might say? What could they possibly say? Zhao Tingshan looked at her. Shen Xiwei explained, people online are claiming that I'm being kept by an older man. They are saying similar things behind my back, so my reputation is quite tarnished. I don't care, Zhao Tingshan stated. Do you need to be kept by an older man? Hearing this, Shen Xiwei smiled slightly. It seemed Zhao Tingshan had long been aware of the rumors surrounding her, yet he had not mentioned it in her presence over the past few days. He hadn't come today just to defend her honor. Had he? The driver took them to the restaurant. Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan dined together. Just as they settled down at their table, Shen Xiwei's phone buzzed with a message. She opened it to find a text from Pei Yunxiao. I'm sorry. Upon reading those 3 words, Shen Xiwei was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, TSK. He actually apologized. It seems he truly doesn't want me getting too close to Zhao Tingshan. Perhaps this was how men were. Even if he regarded her with disdain, he grew anxious when he saw her with someone else, no longer paying him any attention. Zhao Tingshan asked, what do you want to eat? Shen Xiwei replied, I am fine with anything. You should choose what you want first. Zhao Tingshan ordered several dishes, remembering that Shen Xiwei enjoyed spicy food, and added a few more for her. They had been dining together frequently lately. Has Uncle Shen not returned yet? Zhao Tingshan inquired. Shen Xiwei replied, he is quite busy. Speaking of this, Shen Xiwei felt a twinge of unease. In her previous life, her father had passed away in a car accident just before her college entrance examination. Every day, she was focused on improving her grades, spending minimal time with her father. Of course, he had always been busy. Even if she wished to spend more time with him, he hardly had any time to spare. However, she was mentally prepared. As the date approached, if she could prevent her father from going out, perhaps she could avert the tragedy of the accident. Zhao Tingshan noticed Shen Xiwei chewing thoughtfully, her gaze fixed on the table. Seemingly lost in her thoughts, he observed her, sensing that she often pondered deeply. His intuition told him that Shen Xiwei harbored some secret, yet, if she was unwilling to share, he would not pry. Pei Yunxiao returned home to find his father, who had been gambling, in his room. Upon seeing him, Pei Hong, with a stern expression, asked, what is the status of your relationship with Shen Xiwei? Nothing much, Pei Yunxiao said, having been preoccupied with thoughts of Shen Xiwei on his way home. His demeanor grew cold upon encountering his father. And nothing much, didn't I tell you to win her over? Have you failed to do so? Seeing his father's expression, Pei Yunxiao retorted, why must I win her over? She has already dismissed me. Should I beg her? Do I lack dignity? Although he regretted being with Zhao Tingshan, feeling an impulse to reclaim Shen Xiwei, he was nonetheless relieved to have separated from her. Given his father's current demeanor, before he could finish his thought, Pei Hong stormed forward and slapped him. You stubborn brat, if you don't win her back, how will we have money to spend? Hurry up! How much do you have on you? Hand it over. It was evident that he had lost money again. Pei Yunxiao glared at his father. Did you gamble again? Mind your own business. Don't be as disgusting as your mother. Do you want me to beat you to death? Pei Hong continued. You were doing just fine with Shen Xiwei. The money was sufficient. I could gamble without affecting anything, but you had to be with that impoverished girl. Now you've let such a valuable opportunity slip away. Get her back, or I won't let you off the hook. With that, Pei Hong stormed out. Once he had left, Pei Yunxiao rummaged beneath his bed where he had previously hidden some money, only to find that, indeed, his father had taken it. The Pei family home was not large. Having lived with his father since childhood, he had little privacy. There were only a few places to hide money. While he had secretly stashed some of the money Shen Xiwei had given him, he had not anticipated that his father would find it. As Pei Yunxiao stepped out, his father had already left. Watching his father's retreating figure, Pei Yunxiao couldn't help but kick the wall in frustration. After finishing their meal, Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan exited the restaurant. It was raining outside. The Zhao family driver escorted Shen Xiwei to the entrance. Holding an umbrella for her. As she stepped out of the car, Zhao Tingshan took the umbrella and accompanied her to the door. Shen Xiwei said to Zhao Tingshan, all right, it's pouring. You should head back. Zhao Tingshan gazed at her tenderly. Good night. His voice was gentle. Shen Xiwei looked at him, noticing the sparkle in his eyes, causing her face to flush slightly. She nodded. Okay, you two get home and rest early. See you tomorrow. Zhao Tingshan nodded, returning to the car under the umbrella. Shen Xiwei watched his figure, realizing how genuinely happy she felt in his company. The driver soon drove away, and as Shen Xiwei was about to enter, she heard a familiar voice calling Shen Xiwei. Turning around, she saw Pei Yunxiao emerging from the shadows. He was without an umbrella, and she couldn't tell when he had arrived, completely drenched, surprised by his appearance. Shen Xiwei asked, what are you doing here? First sending a message to apologize, and now showing up. It seemed her earlier performance had made an impression. Pei Yunxiao looked at her, noticing the smile that had adorned her face moments ago now vanished at the sight of him. Was she truly that happy with Zhao Tingshan? Indeed, I am quite happy, Shen Xiwei replied. He treats me well, unlike you. But you, a man with a girlfriend, what brings you here? She asked. If I were to break up with Meng Qingran, Would you still like me like before? Chapter 25, Pei Yunxiao tells her to leave. Pei Yunxiao had always maintained a cold demeanor in front of Shen Xiwei, rarely showing any semblance of affection. Although she knew his heart was as cold as iron and that everything he did was merely an act. Witnessing him display emotions he never had before brought her a strange sense of joy. Shen Xiwei said, I won teed out upon hearing her words. Pei Yunxiao smirked slightly. It seems you truly have no intention of getting back together with me. Shen Xiwei responded, what, are you short on cash again? You only show this expression when you're out of money. Pei Yunxiao looked at her. You think too much. I merely wanted to see you. I'm leaving now. With that, he turned to leave. But after walking a short distance, Shen Xiwei watched as he collapsed. Shen Xiwei summoned Aunt Zhou, who upon seeing Pei Yunxiao lying there remarked, isn't this young Master Pei? What has happened to him? I don't know. He has fainted. Aunt Zhou, holding an umbrella, reached out to touch his forehead, which felt quite hot. He must have a fever. What shall we do now? Should we take care of him? Shen Xiwei replied, let us bring him inside. Find a doctor for him. Should he stay in his previous room? Aunt Zhou asked uncertainly. Shen Xiwei responded, wasn't there a room that Uncle Pei used to occupy? Let him stay there for now. The rooms Shen Xiwei had previously arranged for him were all according to her standards, and now to have him reside there would be a waste. Given his current condition, he was only deserving of the driver's quarters. Aunt Zhou instructed the staff to move Pei Yunxiao to the servants' room and then called for a doctor who confirmed that he merely had a fever and nothing more serious, allowing him to rest. Shen Xiwei stood by the window gazing at the yard, remarking on the heavy rain that night. Having just finished her bath, she was unable to sleep. Zhao Tingshan messaged her, I have arrived. Shen Xiwei replied, yes, I just finished bathing, then get some rest. Good night. After exchanging messages with him, Shen Xiwei went to sleep. The following morning, she awoke to find Aunt Zhou had prepared breakfast for her, sitting at the breakfast table. Shen Xiwei inquired, how's Pei Yunxiao? He woke up just before dawn and left early. Aunt Zhou informed her. Shen Xiwei was somewhat surprised and looked at Aunt Zhou. Really? I thought he would still be here. Aunt Zhou replied, I asked him to wait until you woke up, but he refused. Sometimes I truly cannot fathom what he is thinking. Shen Xiwei remarked, I feel the same. He seems a bit unwell. Aunt Zhou looked at Shen Xiwei and said, I believe young Master Tingshan is far better than him. It would be wise to cease interactions with Pei Yunxiao. Aunt Zhou worried that Shen Xiwei might fall back into her infatuation and rekindle her connection with Pei Yunxiao. Upon hearing Aunt Zhou's words, Shen Xiwei chuckled. Rest assured, were it not for him fainting at my doorstep yesterday, I wouldn't have bothered with him at all. Aunt Zhou sighed in relief. Ever since Shen Xiwei had abandoned her romantic delusions, Aunt Zhou no longer fretted over her as she once did. It seemed the once headstrong young lady had matured significantly. In the morning, after arriving at school, Shen Xiwei found that Pei Yunxiao had already returned to change into his school attire. Upon seeing Shen Xiwei, he averted his gaze and ignored her, seemingly reverting to his previous icy demeanor. Shen Xiwei found his behavior quite excessive. After all, she had saved his life the previous night. Yet he couldn't even muster a word of gratitude. Taking her seat without acknowledging him, she thought to herself that he truly believed she would continue to be his devoted follower. After class, Meng Qingran approached, mentioning that she and Pei Yunxiao were headed to a student council meeting together. Meng Qingran looked at Pei Yunxiao and asked, are you feeling better today? Pei Yunxiao glanced at her and replied, quite well. In truth, losing the match yesterday did not bother him much. Observing Pei Yunxiao with Shen Xiwei the day before, Meng Qingran felt a twinge of concern. Surely he wouldn't consider breaking up with me for Shen Xiwei? Pei Yunxiao remained silent. After being robbed of his money by his father, he was still in a foul mood. Noticing his lack of conversation, Meng Qingran ventured, Yunxiao, if you truly wish to be with Shen Xiwei, I would support your decision. You think too much, Pei Yunxiao retorted, looking at Meng Qingran. I harbor no feelings for Shen Xiwei, and I will not pursue her. It's just seeing her with Zhao Tingshan irks me. I don't want to make it easy for them, Meng Qingran responded. That's good, Yunxiao, regardless of what you choose, I will support you. Pei Yunxiao nodded. He recalled his father's intentions to exploit him to swindle the Shen family. He refused to be manipulated into doing something he despised. Thus, upon waking that morning, he departed from the Shen residence without wishing to entangle himself with Shen Xiwei any further for the next period. Pei Yunxiao spent every day with Meng Qingran, refraining from appearing before Shen Xiwei, who also chose to ignore them. She dedicated herself to her studies, spending her free time browsing and purchasing property while prices remained low. Anticipating a future surge in the afternoon, Shen Xiwei left school a bit later than usual due to homework. When she stepped out, the crowd at the school gate had thinned significantly. Miss Shen as she emerged, someone called out to her. She looked up to see Pei Hong. Upon recognizing him, Shen Xiwei greeted, Uncle Pei, are you here to see Pei Yunxiao? Pei Hong regarded her and replied, yes, I came to check on that rascal. I've been scolding him lately. It's all his fault for insisting on being with that Meng girl. He has no sense of propriety. Please don't be angry with him. I have nothing to be angry about. Noticing that Pei Hong hadn't washed his hair in 2 days and bore heavy dark circles under his eyes, appearing quite disheveled, Shen Xiwei frowned. Just then, Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran exited the school. And upon seeing Shen Xiwei with Pei Hong, he approached and forcefully pulled Shen Xiwei aside, glaring at Pei Hong. what are you doing here, having had his money taken by Pei Hong previously and disappearing for days? He suspected Pei Hong had returned without any funds again. Pei Hong shot him an irritated glance. I'm merely speaking with my daughter-in-law. What is it to you? Mind your own business, Pei Yunxiao retorted. Who is your daughter-in-law? He glanced at Shen Xiwei. Why are you still standing there? Do you genuinely wish to be my father's daughter-in-law? You should consider whether you are worthy of such a title. Hurry up and leave, he snapped at Shen Xiwei. Although she was aware of his consistently poor attitude towards her, hearing Pei Yunxiao speak to her in such a manner startled Shen Xiwei. She glared back at him, realizing that this man always treated her with disdain. Chapter 26. He is intentional. She stood there, momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. You think too highly of yourself. Who would want you? After hurling her retort, Shen Xiwei hurriedly departed. Pei Hong, observing her retreating figure, called out, daughter-in-law, rest assured, in a few days, I will ensure Yunxiao seeks you out. This rascal will certainly receive a proper lesson from me. He attempted to follow her, but Pei Yunxiao blocked his path. Infuriated, Pei Hong glared at Pei Yunxiao. What do you mean by this? You refuse to put in any effort, yet don't permit me to try. After finally encountering her, you drive her away. Can't you do something good for once? Shen Xiwei had already settled into the car and, witnessing Pei Yunxiao confronting his father, maintained her composure. Could you refrain from coming to school? I will come, Pei Hong declared. Where is the money? Do you have any money? You seem to forget to earn money every day, only knowing how to pursue romance. I have no money, Pei Yunxiao asserted. You took all the money last time. That was my university funds. What have you been doing lately? Still hanging out with that girlfriend of yours? The mention of this made Pei Hong agitated. Previously, when Pei Yunxiao had been able to handle Shen Xiwei, Pei Hong had no objections, nor did he concern himself with Pei Yunxiao's time spent with Meng Qingran, as Shen Xiwei seemed indifferent. But now it was different. Since Shen Xiwei stopped interacting with Pei Yunxiao due to Meng Qingran, he could no longer tolerate Pei Yunxiao's behavior. It was time to intervene, Pei Yunxiao replied. This is my affair, you should leave quickly. I need to work, work. Pei Hong retorted incredulously. All you care about is that lousy job. How much can you earn in a month? You would be better off wooing Shen Xiwei properly. Look at the way you just made her angry. I simply dislike her like that. So what? Pei Yunxiao snapped back. Pei Hong, unable to restrain himself, nearly lashed out at Pei Yunxiao but remembered they were at school. I will discuss this with you later. Money now. Pei Yunxiao looked at his father and pulled out a few hundred yuan from his pocket, stating, this is all I have done. Is this amount sufficient? Pei Hong exclaimed. You need to go earn more money, do you understand? You don't want to see them cut off your father's hands, do you? Just like your mother, you seem completely devoid of conscience. Knowing that others might harm you, you should not have gambled, Pei Yunxiao replied coldly. Your life and death are of no concern to me. Having said that, he boarded the bus at the entrance without waiting for his father. Pei Hong, furious, glanced at the few hundred yuan in his hand and followed suit. His son was becoming increasingly disobedient. Meng Qingran, who had initially exited with Pei Yunxiao, dared not step out upon witnessing the scene and instead hid nearby. Quietly observing, only after they had left did she emerge. She had previously known Pei Hong was a driver but had no idea he was actually Pei Yunxiao's father. Moreover, Pei Yunxiao was now broke. And yet his father had come to demand money. That seemed rather excessive, considering how embarrassing it might be if she stepped out. She chose to wait until they were gone before making her appearance. Shen Xiwei sat in the car for a while before instructing the driver to start. The fact that Pei Yunxiao had scolded her struck her as somewhat amusing. She had no feelings for him. So why would he be concerned about her marrying him, just because his father had said a few nice words to her? Upon returning home, Shen Xiwei was greeted by Aunt Zhou, who cheerfully remarked, Miss, you're back. Shen Xiwei replied with a simple, yes. Who has upset you? Noticing her serious demeanor, Aunt Zhou immediately sensed her discontent. Shen Xiwei remarked, it's nothing, just an unfortunate person. If Zhao Tingshan comes by later, tell him to find me in the study. Recently, Zhao Tingshan had been arriving a bit later than usual. Shen Xiwei was uncertain about what kept him occupied. Not long after she ascended the stairs, Zhao Tingshan arrived. Miss seems a bit displeased today. What is the matter? He inquired. She didn't say anything, but it seemed to be related to Pei Yunxiao. It was only concerning Pei Yunxiao that she would exhibit such indifference. Zhao Tingshan climbed the stairs, opened the door to the study, and found Shen Xiwei engrossed in her computer, watching this year's most popular Spring Festival gala skit. She appeared quite serious, laughing joyously as Zhao Tingshan approached and seated himself beside her. Shen Xiwei glanced at him and moved closer. Zhao Tingshan glanced at her and said, I've been delayed by a few matters. Have you been busy lately? In the past, he would always arrive before her, even getting out of school earlier than she did. Judging by recent events, it seemed he had quite a bit on his plate. Upon hearing her mention this, Zhao Tingshan nodded. Yes. He looked at her and added, however, the tutoring schedule will not be affected. I will make every effort to come. Your grades have improved significantly of late. Shen Xiwei gazed at Zhao Tingshan and asked, are you planning to attend university in the capital? Taken aback by her question, Zhao Tingshan hesitated. In reality, his family had been urging him to leave, yet he had not taken that step. He looked at Shen Xiwei and replied, how did you know? Shen Xiwei smiled at his words. She was well aware of the events from her previous life, however, those matters were to unfold after the college entrance examination. At that time, Shen Xiwei had never contemplated leaving for another place. Pei Yunxiao chose a local school, and she remained here. In fact, in her previous life, Pei Yunxiao had excellent scores, qualifying for prestigious universities, yet he opted to stay in Yun City. Shen Xiwei could not comprehend his reasoning. Perhaps it was due to his attachment to the place, or perhaps it was because of Meng Qingran. She never concealed anything from him, yet he never shared his troubles with her. Moreover, during that period, her father had passed away. Zhao Tingshan stated, "I should be going, but it will likely be after the college entrance exams." Shen Xiwei inquired, "Do you think my grades are sufficient to gain admission to a school in the capital?" Zhao Tingshan looked at her and nodded, "Yes. As long as you aspire to it, you can certainly achieve it." Shen Xiwei closed the video on her computer, stretched, and proclaimed, "Then let us strive toward that goal." Zhao Tingshan looked at her in surprise. "You wish to go to the capital?" Shen Xiwei responded, "I simply want to give it my all. Since we have a second chance, I might as well set my sights high. If I don't dare to dream, not even the Bodhisattva can drop a pie from the sky." Zhao Tingshan observed her renewed confidence and inquired about her mood. Is it because Pei Yunxiao upset you?" Shen Xiwei recounted the incident at the school gate. "Isn't it hilarious? I never said I would marry him, yet he acts as if he is terrified I might. He is so harsh with me. What a lunatic. Isn't he just enamored with Meng Qingran? He acts as though I can't do without him. It's all my fault for being blind in the past, making him think he was so significant." Zhao Tingshan replied, "Our Weiwei is the best. She wouldn't even consider him." Chapter 27. Pei Yunxiao was injured. Upon hearing Zhao Tingshan's words, Shen Xiwei turned to him. She noticed he was staring at her intently, which made her feel a bit bashful. Goodness, despite feeling as though her heart had long since turned to stone after her previous life, Zhao Tingshan's manner of speaking stirred a sense of shyness within her. After a while, Shen Xiwei regained her composure. "Do you speak like this to everyone?" "No," Zhao Tingshan replied, "I am not someone who is so casual. So, in that case, am I quite special to you?" Zhao Tingshan paused, not meeting her gaze, adopting a serious demeanor. "I promised Uncle Shen that I would take good care of you." Upon hearing him mention her father, Shen Xiwei felt somewhat deflated. He was far too obedient. "If your family instructed you to be with someone else, would you comply?" Zhao Tingshan looked at Shen Xiwei, his expression complex. Seeing that her question had caught him off guard, Shen Xiwei added, "All right, I was just teasing. Don't take it so seriously. You make me feel as though I'm bullying you." Shen Xiwei sensed that Zhao Tingshan did not seem to harbor strong feelings for her. "Zhao Tingshan, do you have a girl you like?" Zhao Tingshan was taken aback by her inquiry. "Why do you ask that?" "Just out of curiosity," Shen Xiwei replied, "even though my father asked you to look after me. You must have your own thoughts, right? If you happen to like someone, don't force yourself." Zhao Tingshan regarded Shen Xiwei, and after a lengthy pause said, "Is it that spending every day together has begun to annoy you?" His expression bore a hint of hurt. "Shen Xiwei." He stood up. "I'll be leaving for today. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean to chase you away." "Hey, Zhao Tingshan, you really have quite the temper." He did not linger but walked straight out. Aunt Zhou saw him exit and said, "Young Master Tingshan, I'm heading back now." Zhao Tingshan's expression was grim. "All right, please take care." Shen Xiwei descended the stairs, only to find Zhao Tingshan had already left. Aunt Zhou noticed her and asked, "Miss, what happened? Is he angry again?" Shen Xiwei replied, "I was merely chatting with him casually, yet he gets upset. Why is he so petty?" Shen Xiwei was about to leave to find him when Aunt Zhou reminded her, "The real estate agents are coming to see you shortly." Remembering her recent house hunting endeavors, Shen Xiwei restrained herself and decided to handle her own affairs at home first. After finishing work, when Pei Yunxiao returned home, Pei Hong was still there. Under normal circumstances, he would have left, but now he was short on money. Searching the house for a long time yielded no cash, so he sat there smoking. Upon seeing Pei Yunxiao return, Pei Hong remarked, "After a long night, did you earn a few bucks?" Earning 1,000 a month was already quite commendable. It couldn't compare to Shen Xiwei's mere fingernail. Pei Yunxiao replied, "Earning a few bucks is all due to my efforts." "What good is your effort?" Pei Hong retorted, "The money Shen Xiwei gave you before, you could work your entire life and still not earn it back." Pei Yunxiao, don't think you're something special just because you've achieved a little success. This world relies on family background. Look at the life we lived when you were at the Shen family's. And look at what we have now. I will never resort to such tactics." Pei Yunxiao declared, "You should also fear one day being labeled a fraud and locked up. Your life would be ruined. Don't drag me down with you." At this point, Pei Yunxiao turned to his father. "Since you believe in relying on family background as a father, why don't you strive harder?" Pei Hong was momentarily speechless, then replied, "I was simply unfortunate back then, coupled with marrying your useless mother who was always ill, which left me impoverished. That's why I wanted you to be with Shen Xiwei." "You think being with Meng Qingran is useful?" "If you two marry, won't you still end up living a poor life? The Shen family is wealthy, and Shen Xiwei is so fond of you. As long as you treat her well, she, being simple-minded, would be completely devoted to you." "I don't like her," Pei Yunxiao asserted. "I will not be with a woman I do not love." "Love? What is love worth? I'm not asking you to genuinely love Shen Xiwei. I just want you to get her money, what's wrong with that? I want to do it, Pei Yunxiao thought of Shen Xiwei. She was simply not of the same world as him. He adamantly refused to be with her. He had to admit, with her around, his life was indeed simpler, yet seeing his father's smug expression made him utterly unhappy. He forced his mother away, abused him since childhood, and now wanted to enjoy the fruits of his labor, gambling away his days. What right did such a person have? Pei Hong scoffed. If it weren't for me giving you such good looks, do you think anyone would pay you any attention? And I know you excel in your studies, but I wasn't a poor student back in my day either. Shen Wenbin is nothing special. He didn't do better than me in exams. He is merely riding on his family's wealth to become a boss. Pei Yunxiao, with a grim expression, directly entered his room and shut the door. Pei Hong stood outside, cursing for a while. Pei Yunxiao simply stuffed his ears with tissue. In the morning, Shen Xiwei saw Pei Yunxiao at school. His face was injured, with a bruise on his lip. Shen Xiwei was taken aback. What had happened to him? Had he been beaten? She recalled the argument he had with his father the previous day. Could it be that he was struck by his father upon returning home? Pei Yunxiao sat down beside her, and the others, witnessing the scene, dared not utter a word. Meng Qingran also noticed Pei Yunxiao's condition and was startled by his injury. Pei Yunxiao sat silently beside her, and Shen Xiwei, observing his unfortunate yet stubborn demeanor, couldn't help but ask, "Did your father hit you?" Hearing her words, Pei Yunxiao maintained a stoic expression and glanced at Shen Xiwei, saying, "What is it? You want to help me again? Fine. Could you lend me a few million? He is deep in gambling debt. If you give me a few million, I might consider dating you. What do you say?" His words dripped with mockery, his eyes filled with derision, as if he were belittling her foolishness. The sight ignited a fire of anger within her. Shen Xiwei remarked, "I merely asked casually, yet you immediately mention a sum as grand as a few million. And you even dare to propose a romantic relationship. Quite the imagination you possess. If that is the case, then mind your own business." Pei Yunxiao, with a stern expression, lowered his gaze. He was not chastised by his father. Rather, the debt collectors had arrived at their home early that morning, causing trouble for his father. Chapter 28. Your girlfriend has abandoned you. His father had nearly lost a hand, and he too suffered collateral damage. Sustaining injuries, they had warned him to repay the debts promptly. During his time living with the Shen family, he had never encountered such troubles. His father's high salary, combined with the financial assistance from Shen Xiwei, meant that though his father would take money from him, he never took it all, as he had already spent a portion of it. He lived extravagantly, not wishing to hand over all his money to his father. Now his current life was a chaotic mess compared to those days, yet he did not wish to remain close to Shen Xiwei any longer. If he were to follow his father's orders and keep her dangling, hoping she would provide him with money, he feared that one day he too would become a scoundrel, just like his father. Shen Xiwei gazed at Pei Yunxiao with deep affection. "I actually care about you." Care, the very word left Pei Yunxiao momentarily stunned. He turned to her. Shen Xiwei smirked. "I care about whether you are doing well. If I find out you are not, rest assured, I will feel at ease." Pei Yunxiao. Her affectionate demeanor belied the biting words she spoke. Shen Xiwei continued, "Next time your father lays a hand on you, do remember to inform me. I shall come and applaud him." Pei Yunxiao retrieved a book, his countenance darkening. Seeing Shen Xiwei's audacity, he finally spoke. "Surely you do not believe that being with Zhao Tingshin will bring you happiness? With his background and qualifications, how could he possibly be interested in someone as foolish as you? His intentions in approaching you must be ulterior." Shen Xiwei clenched her teeth. "How I fare with him is none of your concern. Yet you, look at you injured, and your girlfriend hasn't even bothered to check on you today," she observed Meng Qingran sitting nearby, diligently writing something. Normally, she would have come over to inquire about Pei Yunxiao. Yet today, she didn't even glance in his direction. Pei Yunxiao replied, "She is merely focused on her studies." "Indeed," Shen Xiwei remarked, "when your father visited yesterday, she was right there, yet she kept her distance." Pei Yunxiao, do you think you could be dumped by me and then discarded by her as well? Meng Qingran had always been an astute individual, never allowing herself to be ensnared in unfavorable situations. While Pei Yunxiao was commendable in many aspects, Meng Qingran surely held reservations about his gambling father. In their previous life, the reason they appeared so enamored was merely because the Shen family had borne the burden for them. Pei Yunxiao had access to boundless funds from the Shen family for his father, but now, with Shen Xiwei distancing herself from him, the issues of the Pei family were laid bare, in their past existence. How could Pei Yunxiao have possibly been injured? Shen Xiwei had managed everything for him long before. At this moment, Shen Xiwei's words rendered Pei Yunxiao's expression rather grim. As Shen Xiwei had pointed out, after class, Meng Qingran did not seek him out. She seemed preoccupied. Wang Yan approached, casting a glance at Pei Yunxiao. "Pei, what happened to your face? Did you get into a fight?" He was, after all, a model student, not one to engage in such brawls. Pei Yunxiao replied, "It's nothing." Wang Yan looked over at Shen Xiwei. "Do you need us to report this? Shall we assist you?" "No need." Shen Xiwei, noticing Wang Yan's concern for Pei Yunxiao, inquired, "What is Meng Qingran so busy with?" Wang Yan turned to glance at Meng Qingran, then said to Shen Xiwei, "Qingran has been occupied with writing a speech of the teacher assigned it. Why do you ask?" Oh, Shen Xiwei replied, then she must indeed be quite busy. Pei Yunxiao is injured, yet she shows no concern. Upon hearing Shen Xiwei's words, Wang Yan remarked, their matters are their own, they know best. What do you mean by that? If Pei is hurt, Qingran must be the most concerned. She has always treated Pei with utmost care. They will even likely attend the same university. Of course, you most certainly will not be able to. Wang Yan's remarks were overheard by Meng Qingran, who wished she could cover her mouth. She had been trying to minimize her presence, but Wang Yan's chatter made everyone aware of her relationship with Pei Yunxiao. Now everyone knew that Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao were a couple. Meng Qingran felt immense regret. Pei Yunxiao's father was a gambler. She had no desire to be entangled with him, yet now if she were to initiate a breakup, what would others think of her? How would Pei Yunxiao perceive her? Shen Xiwei turned to Pei Yunxiao. Which school do you plan to attend? In their previous life, both Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran had attended Yunxian University. Yet Shen Xiwei was curious as to why Pei Yunxiao had suddenly decided to aim for Yunxian University instead of Qingbei. That time, she had even thought it was surely because of her. Upon hearing Shen Xiwei's question, Pei Yunxiao replied, why do you ask? Shen Xiwei said, just out of curiosity. I thought it would be nice to attend the same school since we all know each other. That way, I could see if you two remain together. Are you jesting? Wang Yan interjected, your grades are so poor. How could you possibly compare to the academic standings of the school grass in Qingran? Although your grades have improved, you still can't even make it into the top 10 of our class. Are you certain you can attend the same school as they do? Pei Yunxiao seemed to think Shen Xiwei was being somewhat presumptuous. We are aiming for Qingbei, so you might as well come along. What do you think? Pei Yunxiao indeed wished to attend Qingbei. That way, he could distance himself from Pei Hong and no longer be harassed by him. Moreover, he could venture to the capital and search for his mother. Not aiming for Yunxian University, Shen Xiwei replied in surprise. Pei Yunxiao said, why would I aim for Yunxian University? Perhaps it is a ceiling for you. But it is not for me. Fine, then I shall aim for Qingbei as well, Shen Xiwei replied with a smile. Wang Yan found Shen Xiwei's statement amusing. She chose not to refute Shen Xiwei. Fearing her words might incite anger, she returned to Meng Qingran's side and sat down. Turning to Meng Qingran, she said, Shen Xiwei is quite the comedian. She actually claims she wants to aim for Qingbei. Does she genuinely believe her grades are good enough? Meng Qingran lifted her head to look at Shen Xiwei. Previously she had hoped to rekindle Shen Xiwei's affections for Pei Yunxiao. However, with Zhao Tingshan's appearance, Meng Qingran felt that hope was exceedingly bleak. Her gaze fell upon Shen Xiwei as she said to Wang Yan, do you think Shen Xiwei might still have feelings for Pei Yunxiao? If that were the case, how wonderful it would be. Shen Xiwei continuing to like Pei Yunxiao. At least that way, Pei Yunxiao's father would not find excuses to come to the school uninvited. Pei Yunxiao would also have funds to spare. Upon hearing Meng Qingran's words, Wang Yan replied, if she dares to like Pei Yunxiao, I would scold her to death. Meng Qingran, she glanced at Wang Yan. Feeling exhausted by a friend who completely misunderstood her feelings. Chapter 29, requesting her assistance to in the afternoon, Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao attended a meeting together. She then turned to Pei Yunxiao and asked, what happened to your injury? Did your father do this? No, Pei Yunxiao replied. Some individuals came looking for my father, and a conflict ensued. Was it about money? Meng Qingran had seen the situation yesterday and could make an educated guess. Pei Yunxiao nodded. Yes, Pei Yunxiao. Meng Qingran looked at him, and after some contemplation, mustered the courage to express her thoughts. Continuing down this path is not sustainable. Perhaps you should consult Shen Xiwei for assistance? What assistance could she provide? Pei Yunxiao looked at Meng Qingran, perplexed. Weren't you tutoring her previously? Why not offer to tutor her again? They had indeed been somewhat unkind to her before. After all, she was a young lady of privilege, and they should treat her with a bit more deference. She likely would not mind having an additional tutor. Absolutely not, Pei Yunxiao rejected firmly. I have no desire to do that. Having been dismissed by Shen Xiwei, he was not keen on begging her. Although he was poor, he still had his dignity. What does it matter? Meng Qingran countered. It's merely a means to earn money. Tutoring her will certainly yield more than a part-time job at a CAF. Moreover, you could also resolve your father's issues. Feeling that she was pushing him toward Shen Xiwei, Pei Yunxiao felt uncomfortable. We are currently in a relationship. Would you not be displeased if I were to tutor her? Meng Qingran smiled. Why would I be unhappy? After all, you do not harbor feelings for her. For Shen Xiwei, being able to spend money on you would surely please her. Pei Yunxiao replied. Everyone at school is aware of her relationship with Zhao Tingshan. What would it look like if I approached her again? I refuse to engage in activities I dislike for the sake of money, Meng Qingran stated. Sooner or later, Zhao Tingshan will learn of Shen Xiwei's situation. At that point, he will no longer want her. You could simply express concern for her as a friend. Isn't that quite normal? Moreover, you surely do not wish to witness her ending up in a tragic fate alongside Zhao Tingshan. Do you? Wu? Pei Yunxiao remained silent. In this regard, he concurred with Meng Qingran's assertion. It is undeniable that Zhao Tingshan excels in every aspect. However, their union is orchestrated by their elders, and it is unlikely that Zhao Tingshan would genuinely cherish her. Observing his silence, Meng Qingran tentatively suggested, if you find it difficult to voice your thoughts, I shall speak to Shen Xiwei. I will ensure you resume your role as her tutor. Trust me, I can manage this. Yunxiao, regardless of the circumstances, you must complete your high school education. If your father continues down this path, I fear you may struggle to even graduate. Pei Yunxiao glanced at Meng Qingran but still felt uneasy about the situation. He was even somewhat irritated. Do you believe that without Shen Xiwei, I cannot sustain myself? Meng Qingran replied, I do not. Shen Xiwei's behavior towards me is merely to provoke my ire, yet, I would never bow to her. Considering my father's situation, should I seek her out and drag her into this chaos, would that not be lacking in conscience? Having said that, Pei Yunxiao departed without lingering, heading straight to the multimedia classroom for a meeting. In the afternoon, after gym class, Shen Xiwei rested beneath a tree. Meng Qingran approached her, expressing concern. What brings you here alone? Shen Xiwei glanced up at Meng Qingran, instantly recognizing that she was there for a purpose. What do I have other friends at school? Since the fallout with Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao, others had shown reluctance to get close to her, unlike Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao, who were both immensely popular. Shen Xiwei felt no bitterness about this, otherwise, the exclusion might have driven her to despair. Meng Qingran squatted beside Shen Xiwei, observing her attire, which was evidently of fine quality. It must be said, Shen Xiwei was indeed wealthy. Meng Qingran ventured, by the way, Shen Xiwei, may I discuss something with you? Go ahead, Shen Xiwei replied, her mouth occupied with a lollipop. Since her rebirth, she had developed an obsession with food, indulging at every opportunity. Fortunately, she had merely regained a bit of weight, returning to a somewhat normal appearance. Meng Qingran continued, could you allow Pei Yunxiao to continue as your tutor? Shen Xiwei silently shifted a bit farther away. Why, Meng Qingran explained, Yunxiao is going through a tough time. You are aware of his father's situation. I know, but what does that have to do with me? Please assist him. Meng Qingran adopted a benevolent demeanor. If this continues, Yunxiao's plight will only worsen. Besides, you are not short on money. I assure you, he will teach you well. I will also assist him, ensuring your academic performance improves. Then, we can apply to the same university together. What do you think? Although Shen Xiwei's talent might be lacking, whether she could gain admission remained uncertain. Yet, once Pei Yunxiao completed his college entrance examination, he would be free from these burdens. Shen Xiwei regarded Meng Qingran without uttering a word. Meng Qingran inquired, why do you stare at me? Do I appear to you like a fool? Shen Xiwei retorted, you and he share a romantic connection, and now you wish to introduce him to me as a tutor. Expecting me to continue paying him like before, do you think I would be so foolish as to support both of you? Meng Qingran pursed her lips, gazing at Shen Xiwei, you are not lacking in funds? Celebrating his birthday alone costs hundreds of thousands, does it not? That amount is mere pocket change to you. My money, even if donated to build a hope school in impoverished areas, will not go to Pei Yunxiao. I have made my stance clear. I do not indulge my partner, Shen Xiwei concluded, removing the lollipop from her mouth. She scrutinized Meng Qingran, astonished that she would come to plead with her. It must have taken significant resolve. But did she not feel any shame in doing so? Meng Qingran asserted, if your disdain for Yunxiao stems from my relationship with him, I could end it right now, the moment she uttered the word breakup. Shen Xiwei interrupted, no, do not. If you wish to end things, do not involve me. I fear Pei Yunxiao might think I coerced you to distance yourself from me. Meng Qingran regarded her. What do you desire then? Shen Xiwei, feeling a bit numb in her legs from squatting, stood up. Meng Qingran, have you grown weary of Pei Yunxiao so quickly? Shen Xiwei's words prompted a cold expression from Meng Qingran. What do you mean? Previously she had admired him for being the school heartthrob and a top student. He was exceptional in every regard, which prompted her to eagerly announce their relationship at his birthday party. However, she had now discovered that he was not the wealthy heir she had imagined but rather the son of a gambling addict with a multitude of family issues. So she regretted her choice, yet, to use me as an excuse for that regret seems rather calculating. Chapter 30, the persona of an unassuming person. Meng Qingran had always maintained the persona of an unassuming individual. When accused of being scheming, she immediately felt displeased. I am not the person you claim. I merely wish the best for Yunxiao, hoping he has a bright future. Then, Shen Xiwei interjected, if he does not fare well in the future, how could he be worthy of being with you? This remark irked Meng Qingran. If you do not wish to be with him, that is your choice. I merely had good intentions in trying to foster your relationship. You once adored him. Do you now feel no trace of his existence in your heart? Xiwei, I only feel pity for you. Since the fallout with Pei Yunxiao, you have had no friends at school. I miss the days when the three of us would leave school together. If you refuse to accept that, there is no need to belittle me. Your tendency to view others negatively explains why Yunxiao does not favor you. Shen Xiwei smiled slightly. That last statement was your true sentiment, was it not? Pei Yunxiao is so taken with you yet not with me. You cannot imagine the satisfaction that brings you, Shen Xiwei. As Meng Qingran faced repeated verbal assaults, she ceased to show Shen Xiwei any grace. I have always believed that women should support one another, yet you persist in defaming me. Is it merely because my grades surpass yours? Or because Pei Yunxiao prefers me? I have never regarded you as an enemy. I have always wished to be your friend, yet you continuously approach me with the utmost malice. Why must women be the ones to undermine each other? I defame you. Shen Xiwei gazed at Meng Qiangrun. In the past, she had indeed believed in Meng Qingran's unassuming persona. However, in her previous life, she had witnessed her deception. Meng Qingran had aided Pei Yunxiao in harming her, only to later boast of the truth at the moment of her demise, murdering the heart while pretending to be a good person. How noble of you, Shen Xiwei retorted. You are well aware that the Pei family is a quagmire. Unwilling to plunge in yourself, you now seek to push me into their depths. I never witnessed you offering to relinquish him to me. You think too much, Meng Qingran declared with conviction. Yunxiao is ambitious. He will undoubtedly become an exceptional individual. He merely requires assistance at present. If you help him, he will be eternally grateful. Conversely, should Zhao Tingshan discover that you are being supported by another, do you believe he will still hold affection for you? Upon hearing Zhao Tingshan's name, Shen Xiwei recalled that he had not responded to her messages that morning and was still upset. Seeing her silent, Meng Qingran presumed she had been swayed. In truth, Yunxiao's choice not to be with you is fraught with difficulties. He still harbors feelings for you. He likes me. Shen Xiwei gazed at Meng Qingran in astonishment. Do you genuinely believe that? Have you taken me for a fool? Absolutely, Meng Qingran replied earnestly. I witnessed his pain and encouraged him to reach out to you, yet, he insisted that the matters of the Pei family should not involve you. Shen Xiwei chuckled. In the past, she might have believed such words, but now, it was utterly implausible. If Pei Yunxiao possessed a shred of conscience, he would not have allowed her to suffer so terribly. At the moment she was afflicted with HIV due to his actions, he had shown no mercy. Meng Qingran continued. Yunxiao is a pitiable soul. I only wish to help him because I see his suffering. If you agree to be with him, I promise not to intrude upon your lives any further. Would that be acceptable? After all, within a year, once the college entrance examinations concluded, they could separate. Shen Xiwei replied. Very well, have him come to me himself and speak. Perhaps if he bowed before her, she might reconsider. However, Meng Qingran knew that if she approached Pei Yunxiao directly, he would certainly refuse. She said to Shen Xiwei, Yunxiao is quite prideful. He will not come to you. If you genuinely wish to assist him, you should be the one to reach out. Would that be agreeable? If Shen Xiwei continued her previous approach, Pei Yunxiao would likely acquiesce. Shen Xiwei regarded Meng Qingran. So, you are suggesting that I should beg him, offer him a job, and simultaneously help him pay off his gambling debts? Meng Qingran saw nothing wrong with this proposition, recalling that Shen Xiwei had done similar things before. If you assist him, he will undoubtedly be grateful. Shen Xiwei was nearly amused by her persistence. What is the worth of his gratitude? Am I to demand his appreciation? Ever since he ceased to tutor me, my grades have soared dramatically. Am I to fear that my progress is too rapid? Should I seek a hindrance? Meng Qingran, noticing Shen Xiwei's discontent, promised, as long as you agree, I can assure you that in the future, Yunxiao's gaze will rest solely upon you. He shall no longer lose his temper with you as he did before. If he dares to bully you, I will undoubtedly stand by your side. Shen Xiwei responded, so I must pay him, and you must protect me. So he won't mistreat me. Good heavens, people these days have truly become increasingly shameless. With that, Shen Xiwei departed. Continuing the conversation would merely be a waste of time. Meng Qingran watched her retreating figure and let out a resigned sigh. She had already stepped aside for Pei Yunxiao, and yet Shen Xiwei still behaved this way. It seemed she had no choice but to approach Pei Yunxiao. Meng Qingran sought out Pei Yunxiao, who was currently engaged in a game of basketball with several classmates. Upon her arrival, the others began to tease. Your girlfriend is here. Pei Yunxiao glanced over at Meng Qingran standing nearby and walked towards her, asking, where have you been? I just went to see Shimei. Meng Qingran replied, her expression somewhat glum. Did she bully you? Pei Yunxiao's demeanor shifted to one of concern. Meng Qingran explained, you know her temperament. But it's alright. She said that if you go to her, she will offer you a job. You just need to adjust your attitude a bit. I told you not to bring this up again. Why did you go to see her? Pei Yunxiao questioned. Bewildered, Meng Qingran reassured him, just endure for less than a year. If you can get through this, once we leave Yun City, everything will improve. Pei Yunxiao replied. Can you please stop being so willful? Do you think I want to see her? You have no idea how she spoke harshly because of you. She called me manipulative. I didn't hold it against her. As long as it was for you, please understand my predicament. Did she truly say that about you? Pei Yunxiao recalled how Shen Xiwei had cried in front of him that day, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet now she had attacked Meng Qingran. How could she label such a wonderful person as manipulative? Pei Yunxiao's displeasure grew. He declared to Meng Qingran, I will confront her. Make sure to speak to her properly. Meng Qingran cautioned, don't provoke her. She used to care for you immensely. If you just appease her, she'll calm down. Also, tell her that we have broken up. We should avoid interactions in front of her from now on. Pei Yunxiao looked at her, taken aback by the mention of a breakup. Chapter 31. The young master is ill. He immediately recalled how Shen Xiwei had said earlier, your girlfriend no longer wants you. Seeing his reluctance, Meng Qingran comforted him. Yunxiao, it's just a pretend breakup. In my heart, you are still the best. We're merely trying to placate her. Once we graduate, we'll both attend Qingbei if she wishes to apply. There is no way she can succeed. Do you not realize how much I care for you? Pei Yunxiao, recognizing her sacrifices for him, replied, Qingran, you needn't put yourself through such distress. She was willing to beg Shen Xiwei on his behalf, something others would never do. I am fine, just go. After saying this, Meng Qingran offered him an encouraging glance. As Shen Xiwei continued writing in the classroom, Pei Yunxiao approached her. Standing before her, he blocked the light. Shen Xiwei looked up and asked, what is wrong? Why did you bully Qingran? Bully her? Shen Xiwei was taken aback by the sudden accusation. You're blaming me. Despite our humble background, that is no justification for you to mistreat us. You are merely more fortunate in your circumstances. Qingran has always strived to improve and has never wronged you. How have I bullied her? On what grounds do you call her manipulative? Shen Xiwei was perplexed. Believing Meng Qingran had fabricated something in front of Pei Yunxiao, I asked that all. Simply stating she is manipulative equates to slandering her. How absurd. She has endured far worse from others. Meng Qingran even believes she is being kept. Pei Yunxiao, fully aware of the truth, did not utter a word in her defense. Shen Xiwei merely remarked that Meng Qingran was scheming, and in Pei Yunxiao's eyes, that became an accusation of bullying. Truly, the distinctions between love and indifference are vast, Pei Yunxiao said to Shen Xiwei. I admit I may have been a bit excessive before, however, if you have grievances, direct them at me rather than taking it out on Qingran. She is innocent. Enough, I understand. I'll apologize to her, shall I? She is not manipulative. She is a pure and innocent soul, a truly good person. I've been the one at fault. Pei Yunxiao glared at Shen Xiwei. Please refrain from being sarcastic, protect her well, don't let her be blown away by the wind, your girlfriend is far too fragile. Pei Yunxiao shot her a disapproving look, clearly displeased. Shen Xiwei retorted. Oh, she truly adores you. She even came to plead with me to offer you a job. But judging by your demeanor, it seems you don't need it. You are quite capable, aren't you? After class, Shen Xiwei left immediately. Meng Qingran approached Pei Yunxiao, noticing he was still busy and had no intention of leaving. Aren't you going? I'll be occupied for a while longer. Pei Yunxiao had the day off and wasn't required to go to the store. He had no desire to return home, where he would face his father's incessant nagging. Meng Qingran, looking concerned, asked, how did your conversation with her go? Qingran, Pei Yunxiao lifted his gaze to meet hers. I want to seek her out. No matter what, I refuse to take her money. I will find a way to earn my own. My boss has asked me to tutor his son, offering me 1,000 yuan per session. His employer was quite generous. Pei Yunxiao excelled academically, ranking first in his grade. Tutoring would provide him with a far more comfortable living than working in the store daily. Meng Qingran had initially thought Pei Yunxiao had resolved matters. But it seemed he hadn't even established a rapport with Shen Xiwei. I approached Shen Xiwei for your sake. If you're unwilling, then never mind. I was merely meddling. After saying this, Meng Qingran turned and walked away. After class, Shen Xiwei went to the Royal Court Hotel. Li Yang approached her. Xiwei, you came alone. Ever since Shen Xiwei had assisted him previously, he had been particularly warm towards her. Shen Xiwei nodded. Yes. Is young Master Zhao not with you? Oh, he has some matters to attend to these past few days. Earlier in the car, she had messaged him, but he had ignored her. Li Yang asked, what would you like to eat today? I'll have the kitchen prepare it. Anything is fine, Shen Xiwei replied. I came to discuss business with you. Business? Li Yang looked at her, surprised. How did your father allow you to venture out for business? This has nothing to do with my father. I came on my own. I wish to purchase some land. Upon hearing her intent to buy land, Li Yang stared at her in astonishment. Xiwei, this isn't a joke. You're doing well. Buying pretty clothes and jewelry is one thing. But land? Shen Xiwei was aware that Li Yang had several plots of land he wanted to sell but couldn't find buyers. He had been troubled by this, seeking someone to take them off his hands. Those plots eventually fell into Pei Yunxiao's possession, yielding him substantial profits. Despite Pei Yunxiao being quite infuriating, he undeniably had a keen eye. After she transferred the company to him, he focused exclusively on real estate and the internet, both booming industries for the future. Shen Xiwei didn't elaborate further, simply expressing her desire to explore on her own. The pieces of land she sought were precisely those Li Yang wished to divest. Hearing her request, he was taken aback. Considering she was the daughter of a friend and had assisted him, he felt reluctant to sell the land to her without due consideration. How about this? I need to discuss this matter with your father first. If he agrees, then I'll sell it to you. How does that sound? Shen Xiwei replied. That works. Initially she had come merely to inquire. After enjoying some food, Shen Xiwei exited and encountered Ku Yang. Spotting Shen Xiwei, Ku Yang approached with a smile. Sister-in-law, what a coincidence to find you here. Shen Xiwei didn't hold a favorable impression of him, but seeing his amiable demeanor now, she chose not to dwell on it. Indeed, quite the stroke of bad luck to run into you here. How can you say such a thing, sister-in-law? Ku Yang expressed his displeasure, whereas brother Shen, he didn't accompany you. Upon hearing him mention Zhao Tingshan, Shen Xiwei asked, did he attend class today? No, he didn't go to class? Shen Xiwei furrowed her brows. Ku Yang nodded. Yeah, he often skips school, but his grades are so good that the teachers can't do anything about it. He manages to keep up even if he doesn't attend. The teachers are rather hesitant to discipline him, especially since he can often teach them a thing or two. Zhao Tingshan was typically quite busy. Sometimes helping his uncle manage the company. After leaving the hotel, Shen Xiwei instructed the driver to take her to Zhao Tingshen's residence. She had sought her father's assistance in finding this location. Upon arriving at the entrance, the security guard recognized her and inquired, and upon learning she was Shen Xiwei, he allowed her entry. As the car came to a halt, the butler appeared, greeting her warmly. Miss Shen. Is Zhao Tingshen home? Yes, but the young master is ill, inquired, is he feeling unwell? Chapter 32, shall I visit you every day from now on? It seems like a minor cold. It shouldn't be anything serious. The doctor has already examined him. She then asked, may I go and see him? The butler replied, of course. Zhao Tingshen has been struggling with sleep lately. However, he has never been a good sleeper. Ever since his mother's incident, he has been like this. The butler led Shen Xiwei upstairs and arrived at Zhao Tingshen's room, saying, the young master is inside. After knocking on the door, he pushed it open. As Zhao Tingshen was seen lying in bed, dressed in sleepwear, the butler announced, young master, Miss Shen has come to visit. Zhao Tingshen immediately sat up upon seeing Shen Xiwei standing at the door. He was taken aback and said to the butler, why did you let her up here? The butler explained, Miss Shen expressed her desire to see you. Zhao Tingshen's face grew cold. Please take her back down. I will come down shortly. The butler turned to Shen Xiwei saying, Miss Shen, please. No need, she replied to the butler, I just came to see him. I will leave once I have done so. As she spoke, she walked in, observing Zhao Tingshen's pallor, which was more haggard than usual. I heard you were ill. Why didn't you tell me? You've kept me worried all day. Zhao Tingshen looked at Shen Xiwei and realized she treated this place as if it were her home. Showing no signs of formality, you should have informed me beforehand, he said. What's wrong? Shen Xiwei responded, have I disturbed you? You aren't engaging in anything improper, are you? Zhao Tingshen replied. He gazed at Shen Xiwei, his expression stern. I haven't even washed up. He felt somewhat embarrassed to present himself in such a state. Shen Xiwei reassured him, isn't that just being ill? I don't mind, when I am unwell at home. I also lie in bed all day. In fact, you still look rather handsome like this. Being good-looking gives you a certain privilege, doesn't it? Even with a sickly appearance, you remain striking. Hearing her compliment him, Zhao Tingshen felt less resistant to her unexpected visit. What made you think to come? He asked. I was dining at the Royal Hotel when I happened to see Kayand. He mentioned you hadn't gone to school, so I thought I would come by and check on you. Shen Xiwei surveyed the room, noting its simplicity. Unlike her own bedroom, which was adorned with various gifts from her father, Zhao Tingshen's room was starkly black and white, exuding a minimalist yet slightly oppressive atmosphere. She remarked, you often visit my home, yet I have never been to yours. This is my first time. Zhao Tingshen sat on the bed, watching her as she spoke with a smile. Shen Xiwei had a natural radiance, illuminating the room like sunshine. Suddenly, his tone became gravely serious, laced with an air of solemnity. Shen Xiwei looked at him. What's wrong? Why the sudden seriousness? I believe it would be best if we maintained a certain distance, he stated. His words momentarily startled Shen Xiwei. She gazed at him. Do you already dislike me? Have I overstepped my boundaries? Due to the experiences of her past life, she felt a sense of familiarity with Zhao Tingshen and had not regarded him as a stranger, but now, with his request for distance, did that imply she had crossed a line? No. Zhao Tingshen's expression turned somewhat forlorn. I am not really a good person. He feared that getting too close to her would lead him to act in ways that might upset her. Then what kind of person are you? Shen Xiwei asked curiously. Although we are quite close, you speak so little that I have never truly known what sort of person you are. Zhao Tingshen confessed, I have a rather poor temper. Moreover, I am not as gentle as you perceive. Oh, Shen Xiwei replied, then why have I never seen you lose your temper? Is it because you see me as an outsider? Zhao Tingshen merely gazed at her. Shen Xiwei's cheerful demeanor stood in stark contrast to the room's austere decor. She coughed lightly. Is everything all right? Would you like some water? I can pour you some. As she spoke, she rose to fetch him hot water. Zhao Tingshen lay back on the bed, and when Shen Xiwei returned with the water, he accepted it. She perched on the edge of the bed, observing him. Have you taken your medicine? Yes, then continue to rest. I will keep you company here. Zhao Tingshen, upon hearing her words, looked at her. Aren't you going back? I can have the butler escort you. I just got here. Shen Xiwei had no intention of leaving so soon. I will leave once you fall asleep. Zhao Tingshen drank his water while watching Shen Xiwei. He chose not to say anything. The previous day had seen a minor conflict between them. Zhao Tingshen wished to maintain some distance, as he had been unable to resist focusing his thoughts on her. Thus, even in his current illness, he refrained from messaging her. Yet, he had not anticipated she would find her way to his home. Knowing she would eventually return to Pei Yunxiao only added to his turmoil. Zhao Tingshen lay on the bed with Shen Xiwei by his side, watching over him. His sleep was restless. He woke shortly after, and upon opening his beautiful eyes, he found her still there. You haven't left. He had expected the cold room to be empty upon his awakening, only to discover her presence, akin to receiving an unexpected gift. Are you experiencing insomnia? Shen Xiwei inquired. She had often struggled with sleeplessness during her own illness, waking after mere moments of slumber. Zhao Tingshen did not respond, merely observing her. His struggles with insomnia were no longer surprising. Shen Xiwei, fearing she was overstepping, explained, I was about to leave, but then you woke up. Zhao Tingshen asked, Have you finished your homework? Yes, she replied. I did it at school. She had been living a remarkably fulfilling life lately, making the most of every available moment. As she spoke, Zhao Tingshen's uncle, Qi Chang, returned home. Upon hearing of Zhao Tingshen's illness, he had come to check on him only to find Shen Xiwei there. Xiwei, what brings you here? Shen Xiwei politely replied, Hello, Uncle Qi. I heard Zhao Tingshen was unwell and came to see him. Qi Chang remarked, You two chat. The fact that you are here makes this little rascal incredibly happy. Qi Chang knew Zhao Tingshen well previously during Shen Xiwei's tumultuous affair with Pei Yunxiao. Qi Chang had contemplated advising him to let it go, yet Zhao Tingshen continued to frequent the Shen household. Each time he returned empty-handed, he would sulk, but still, he would return. Qi Chang's words left Zhao Tingshen feeling somewhat embarrassed. Uncle. Qi Chang disregarded him and exited. Shen Xiwei turned to Zhao Tingshen, Are you pleased to see me? Zhao Tingshen feigned calmness. It's all right. He pretended to pick up a book from the bedside to read. Shen Xiwei scrutinized him. Then I shall come to see you every day from now on if that is agreeable. Chapter 33, I just want to hug you. Zhao Tingshen paused, gazing at Shen Xiwei. Every day? Why? He inquired, perplexed. Shen Xiwei responded, Do you not wish for me to visit? Not at all. Zhao Tingshen clarified, Aren't you supposed to attend classes? I can visit you, but you are ill. She argued, I can't have you stricken with illness and still expect you to come teach me. I will bring my homework and come to find you. Upon hearing her mention her homework, Zhao Tingshen sighed in relief. All right. He could understand her coming to seek help with her studies, otherwise, he might have misinterpreted her intentions. Shen Xiwei observed Zhao Tingshen and noticed his visible relief upon her mentioning homework, making her feel as though she were about to devour him. Shen Xiwei stood, stretching her limbs. After sitting for so long, she felt her body stiffen. I shall head back for today and return tomorrow. Zhao Tingshen stood as well. I will have the butler escort you. No need, she replied, feeling it inappropriate to let a sick person see her off. You should rest. The driver is waiting downstairs. I can manage on my own. Despite her insistence, Zhao Tingshen still rose. I'm really fine. I'll be better by tomorrow. So soon? Shen Xiwei regarded him. Zhao Tingshen had already stepped closer. Towering over her, Shen Xiwei took 2 steps back, observing him even in his sleepwear. He appeared remarkably handsome. I will accompany you downstairs, he offered. He walked with Shen Xiwei down the stairs, appearing considerably more vibrant. Shen Xiwei had assumed he needed to rest, yet he seemed quite well. Upon reaching the ground floor, Qi Chang was seated on the sofa, engaged in a phone conversation. Upon seeing them descend, he put down his phone. Xiwei, are you leaving? Shen Xiwei nodded. Yes, why not stay a little longer? You can stay here. I'll have someone prepare a room for you and arrange transport to school tomorrow. Since she and Zhao Tingshen did not attend the same school, the journey from here to the 8th middle school was indeed lengthy. No need, Uncle Qi, Shen Xiwei remarked. I shall return home just in time to rest. Zhao Tingshen accompanied Shen Xiwei as they exited the living room, and upon reaching the outside, the Shen family driver awaited them. The butler courteously opened the car door for Shen Xiwei, who ambled slowly. Turning to Zhao Tingshen, she said, Rest well. If you feel better tomorrow, do remember to send me a message. If you fail to do so, I shall come to see you. Her tone was rather firm, reminiscent of a small leader, yet she bore a slightly fierce demeanor. Zhao Tingshen's gaze softened. All right. Do let me know when you arrive. Upon finishing his words, Shen Xiwei enveloped him in an embrace. Zhao Tingshen froze, uncertain of how to respond, gazing at her in confusion. The butler, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. Their young master had indeed grown up. Moments later, Zhao Tingshen inquired, This is? Shen Xiwei released him, her eyes sparkling like stars. I do not know why. Upon seeing you like this, I simply wanted to give you a hug. You do not despise me, do you? He appeared rather displeased. Shen Xiwei was puzzled by his demeanor. Hearing her words, Zhao Tingshen momentarily hesitated. No, how could I ever despise you? He merely feared becoming too accustomed to her kindness, worried that if one day she withdrew or reconciled with Pei Yunxiao, he would feel utterly humiliated. Perhaps in Shen Xiwei's eyes, he was a good person, capable of being magnanimous in any circumstance, but that was not the case. If it were something he truly desired, he might very well attempt to reclaim it at all costs, yet at that moment, she would likely come to resent him, wouldn't she? He had been striving to restrain himself from interfering in her affairs. Shen Xiwei said, I shall take my leave now. Uncle Butler, do take good care of Zhao Tingshen and ensure he recovers swiftly. The butler discreetly glanced at his master. I shall, Miss Shen. Shen Xiwei entered the vehicle. Feeling somewhat fatigued as she prepared to return home. Following her words, the Shen family car departed from the Qi family gate. Zhao Tingshen remained rooted in place, still clad in his pajamas, fixated on the direction she had departed. The butler remarked, Young master, it is quite chilly outside. Shall we head indoors? The summer in Yun City had long since passed. Recently, the weather had been oppressively hot, akin to the lingering heat of late summer. Now, it had reverted to a typical autumnal chill, the evening breeze carrying a slight coolness. As Zhao Tingshen turned back and walked inside, the butler followed closely, saying, I perceive that Miss Shen holds quite an affection for you. Zhao Tingshen replied, We are comrades in arms, not in the manner you presume, comrades in arms. The butler looked at him, taken aback, confused. What sort of relationship was that? Yet Zhao Tingshen appeared to relish the notion. I assist her with her studies, thus she comes to visit me. I suppose she fears that my illness may hinder her progress. She mentioned she would return tomorrow. The thought brought a flicker of anticipation to Zhao Tingshan. The butler, astonished, mused, is our young master truly this humble? Upon reaching upstairs, Zhao Tingshan found Shen Xiwei also en route home. She gazed out at the night scenery, reminiscing about Zhao Tingshan. She thought of how, before her demise, although he had not come to her, that small gesture of kindness was enough to provide her solace. At least in her final moments, she was not alone in her cold, desolate rented room. There was still one person who cared for her plight. Upon arriving home, Aunt Zhou awaited her at the door. Miss, you have returned. Shen Xiwei nodded. Has my father returned? Yes, he has been waiting for you. As she entered, Shen Wenbin sat on the sofa, his expression stern. He seemed displeased that she had returned home so late. Shen Xiwei approached him. Dad. Shen Wenbin adjusted his glasses and lifted his gaze. His face, typically marked by integrity, now bore a somewhat intimidating look. You are back. Shi Cheng called to say you were staying at their place and would not return today. How could that be? Shen Xiwei understood her father's frustration stemmed from her tardiness. If I were to stay out late, I would inform you myself, rather than let others call. Uncle Qi must have misunderstood, Shen Wenbin said. Wei, while I hope for you to marry Zhao Tingshan in the future, that is a matter for another time. Do you understand? You may cultivate your feelings and become acquainted, but you must not truly fall in love. If he takes you home and attempts anything, you must not acquiesce. Though it was an engagement of her own accord, she had yet to graduate. Shen Wenbin feared she might act recklessly, noticing his father's stern demeanor. Shen Xiwei reassured him, Dad, do not worry. I understand. In her previous life, having been so vilified, she would naturally exercise greater caution in such matters. Seeing Shen Xiwei obediently comply with his words, Shen Wenbin, who initially intended to assert his authority, now felt a pang of guilt. My dear daughter, I say these things for your own good. You are not angry with your father, are you? Chapter 34, Pei Yunxiao is taken away. Shen Xiwei nodded. No, how could I be? Shen Wenbin continued. This world harbors a deep malice toward young women. While we cannot change others, we must remain vigilant ourselves. Dad, I understand. Once their discussion concluded, Shen Wenbin inquired about her land acquisition. Shen Xiwei explained that she merely wished to explore investment opportunities. Shen Wenbin had no objections. She had previously shown little interest in business matters, unlike Zhao Tingshan, who was already assisting his uncle in managing some company affairs. Shen Wenbin had never pressured her, as he simply wished to support her. Now that Shen Xiwei expressed a desire to embark on her own ventures, he was naturally pleased. I shall call Uncle Li shortly to have him arrange the land for you. Additionally, I will assign you 2 assistants so that they may assist you with any tasks. Really, encouraged by her father's support, Shen Xiwei beamed. Thank you, Dad. Once I am capable, I shall assist you as well. Shen Wenbin replied, Your sudden maturity leaves me at a loss for words. What has prompted this change in you? I must admit, I preferred your carefree demeanor from before. Observing her newfound sensibility, Shen Wenbin felt a twinge of sorrow. Sensing that she must have endured something significant, Shen Xiwei gazed at her father, as he had passed away early. More than a decade had elapsed since her death. At the time, his company had entirely sided with Pei Yunxiao, who had completely usurped the Shen family's enterprise. She had long since lost her voice and lacked anyone to rely upon, yet now, witnessing her father before her, still able to dote on her, brought her immense joy. I simply feel I was too immature in the past. I was entirely focused on a man, and whenever you returned, I was out having fun. I followed Pei Yunxiao everywhere, as if I could not breathe without him. I hardly spent time with you. When I finally wished to see you, it was too late. Trees wish for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. A child yearns to care for their parents, yet they are no longer present. The following day, the 2 assistants arranged by Shen Wenbin commenced their duties, aiding Shen Xiwei with various tasks. With their assistance, her efficiency significantly improved. In the afternoon, Shen Xiwei first went to meet Li Yang. As Shen Wenbin had made the introduction, Li Yang was quite forthcoming, eagerly signing the agreement with Shen Xiwei. After settling everything, she instructed the assistants to return home while she headed to Zhao Tingshan's residence. He was in his study, attending to work. Shen Xiwei settled on the sofa, engrossed in a book as Zhao Tingshan now arranged her extracurricular lessons daily. As she had fallen behind significantly, without his help to catch up, it would be nearly impossible for her to gain admission to a reputable school. At that moment, someone entered the room. Brother, a rather adorable girl appeared at the door. Seemingly a middle school student, upon seeing Shen Xiwei, she paused momentarily and asked, Who is she? Zhao Tingshan replied curtly. Leaved. He clearly had no intention of engaging with her. Qiyu retorted, When will you help me with my homework? I heard you go to tutor that Shen Xiwei every day. Why is that? Shen Xiwei, somewhat taken aback, offered a timid greeting. Hello, I am Shen Xiwei. Qiyu regarded her with a complex expression, saying, Oh, it's you. You are the one who often annoys my brother and fancies Pei Yunxiao. With your demeanor, you aspire to be my brother's fiancée. Brother, why did you let her in? Qiyu pouted, visibly displeased. She had long been aware of Shen Xiwei's name and held a poor impression of her. She could not fathom why their father would wish for such a person to marry her brother. Zhao Tingshan stood up, gripping Qiyu by the collar and unceremoniously tossing her out the door. Shen Xiwei was taken aback by this scene. She is your sister, my uncle's daughter. Shen Xiwei felt unfamiliar with her. Having never met her before. My uncle and aunt are divorced. She sometimes comes over but often does not stay here. Given her limited interactions with them, it was entirely reasonable that she was unfamiliar with Qiyu. Shen Xiwei caught the tail end of Qiyu's remarks and turned to Zhao Tingshan. You said I often annoy you. When did that happen? Zhao Tingshan, upon hearing her words, turned to her and said, do not heed her nonsensical ramblings. There is nothing of the sort. Mingwei, he continued, do not come over tomorrow. I shall visit you at your home instead. It will be more convenient this way out. If she were to visit him a couple more times, he would find it impossible to conceal his secrets. Zhao Tingshan wished to maintain a semblance of dignity in her presence. Shen Xiwei nodded at his suggestion, acquiescing. It was evident that Zhao Tingshan was quite reluctant for her to come over. He struck one as a person who greatly valued boundaries, while she seemed utterly devoid of them. After completing her homework, Zhao Tingshan personally escorted her home. Throughout the journey, he remained notably quiet, while Shen Xiwei sat beside him, engrossed in scrolling through her QQ space on her phone, and Zhao Tingshan discreetly observed her, relishing this moment of solitude with her. Upon arriving at the Shen residence, just as they reached the entrance, they spotted Pei Hong standing there. Let me meet with President Shen. I urgently need to speak with him. You are quite bothersome. Is President Shen someone you can simply meet at will? The security guard replied with growing impatience. Although Pei Hong had previously served as a driver for the Shen family, he had always been a source of disdain for them, as he would boast about how Shen Xiwei was destined to marry his son, leading everyone to take him seriously. And now, however, Shen Xiwei had long ceased any correspondence with Pei Yunxiao, and upon seeing Pei Hong, they would not allow him entry. Upon noticing Shen Xiwei's car, Pei Hong hurriedly approached, blocking its path. Unable to enter, Shen Xiwei rolled down her window and asked, what is the matter? The security guard approached and informed her, Miss, he insists on seeing Mr. Shen. Shen Xiwei replied, my father should not be home at this hour. I told him, but he would not listen. As the security guard spoke, Pei Hong had already approached, exclaiming, Mingwei, please save Yunxiao. He has been taken away. Taken away? Shen Xiwei asked, perplexed. By whom? The loan sharks. Pei Hong lamented, it is my fault. I should not have owed them money. They intend to take Pei Yunxiao as collateral. They even threaten to sever one of his hands if the debt is not paid. Upon hearing the phrase sever a hand, Shen Xiwei furrowed her brow. Pei Hong looked at her pleadingly, please help. After all, you were once so close to Yunxiao. It is all my fault for gambling and accruing such debt. I promise I shall never gamble again. Faced with the reality of his son being taken, Pei Hong disregarded his pride. Despite having often chastised Pei Yunxiao, he could not bear the thought of his own son suffering. He was, after all, his future hope. Chapter 35. The dramatic Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei had not anticipated that Pei Yunxiao's circumstances had deteriorated to this extent. Nearly 2 days without intervention had led to his being beaten and kidnapped. With a father like Pei Hong, his life was certainly eventful. Shen Xiwei had no intention of offering assistance. Since this has occurred, you should report it to the police. They are likely to be more effective than I. No, Pei Hong replied anxiously. We cannot involve the police. If we do, they will harm Yunxiao. You would not want to see him return missing a limb, would you? I would not mind seeing that, Shen Xiwei said calmly. It is merely a missing limb. It is not as if he would die. Upon uttering this, she noticed Pei Hong watching her in utter disbelief, as if he found her cruel. She had not always been this way. If something were to happen to Pei Yunxiao, she would undoubtedly be more distressed than anyone else. Zhao Tingshan also noted Shen Xiwei's indifference, surprised by her lack of concern regarding Pei Yunxiao's kidnapping. He pondered whether she truly had lost all affection for him. Just then, the sound of a car horn echoed from behind. It was Shen Wenbin returning, his vehicle blocked in the process. Upon seeing Shen Wenbin, Pei Hong hastily abandoned Shen Xiwei to approach him. Shen Wenbin did not refuse him, allowing him to join the ride. Once home in the living room, Shen Wenbin settled down as Pei Hong implored, President Shen, please save my son. After all, we have been classmates for many years. If you do not help, Yunxiao may very well perish. It was due to their shared history that Shen Wenbin had initially permitted Pei Hong to work as a driver for his family. However, upon discovering Pei Hong's gambling habits, he had considered replacing him. Now, witnessing Pei Hong's desperation for Pei Yunxiao, Shen Wenbin stated, I have previously advised you against gambling. Your son is no longer a child. You must plan for him, if not for yourself. I shall never gamble again. It was a moment of foolishness, but Yunxiao is innocent in this matter. Please, help me just one last time. Shen Wenbin turned to his secretary. Secretary Yan, please handle this matter and bring Pei Yunxiao back. Although he disapproved of Pei Yunxiao's past behavior toward Shen Xiwei, he recognized that he was merely a child who had not committed any grievous wrongs. Shen Wenbin was not the type to turn his back on someone in such dire circumstances. Shen Xiwei remained silent, aware that even if she did speak up, her father would still come to Pei Yunxiao's aid. Their camaraderie from school days would prevent him from taking a hardline stance. Moreover, everything Pei Yunxiao had done was from a previous life. In this life, he was still just a high school student with some minor temperamental issues. Having committed no unforgivable acts, Pei Hong was immensely grateful for Shen Wenbin's agreement. Thank you, President Shen. Once Yunxiao graduates, I will ensure he works for your company. Although we are not wealthy, he has always excelled academically and will undoubtedly become a talent. Shen Wenbin dismissed his grand plans. This is the last time I shall assist you. Should there be another incident, do not expect my help. Understood, as long as we can save my son. I will agree to anything, Pei Hong replied eagerly. Secretary Yan was tasked with retrieving Pei Yunxiao, and Pei Hong followed suit. Shen Xiwei interjected, Dad, I wish to accompany you. Shen Wenbin glanced at her. Aren't you going to rest? It is quite late. It is nothing. We shall discuss it upon our return. Shen Wenbin, somewhat resigned, allowed. Very well, that he was aware that she and Pei Yunxiao were classmates, and as long as Shen Xiwei was not overly infatuated, he had no objections. At the entrance, the car was already waiting. As Shen Xiwei stepped outside, she turned to Zhao Tingshan. Perhaps you should head back. Zhao Tingshan did not wish to leave. Are you sure you can manage alone? Then would you accompany me? Shen Xiwei ventured, testing the waters. She wanted to pick up Pei Yunxiao and was concerned he might not wish to join, although she felt at ease Zhao Tingshan might view it differently. Zhao Tingshan responded, I shall accompany you. It is rather late, and I am not at ease. Shen Xiwei nodded. Very well, then we shall go together. The two entered the car, instructing the driver to follow Secretary Yan. They soon arrived at an abandoned factory. Secretary Yan had already contacted the police, and the culprits had been apprehended. Pei Yunxiao was brought out, looking rather disheveled. Shen Xiwei could not help but smirk at his unfortunate state. For some inexplicable reason, seeing Pei Yunxiao in such a predicament brought her a sense of joy. Perhaps it was due to the traumas of her previous life that her feelings had become somewhat twisted. She turned to Zhao Tingshan and said, I will go check on him. Without hesitation, she rushed to Pei Yunxiao, her expression filled with concern. Yunxiao, are you alright? How do you feel? Are you injured? Her eyes were wide with worry. As though genuinely distressed, Pei Yunxiao looked at Shen Xiwei, moved by her gentle gaze, yet recalling her previous cold demeanor, he hardened his expression. You need not worry. I am perfectly fine. Shen Xiwei pursed her lips. Gazing at him with an air of extreme grievance, she began to lament, despite my concern for you, you cannot even spare a kind word. If it were not for my pleading with my father to rescue you, you would likely have lost a hand by now. Zhao Tingshan remained silent. Had he not witnessed Shen Xiwei's rejection of Pei Hong at the Shen residence, he might have believed her words. Her demeanor was perplexing, yet he found it quite entertaining to watch. Hearing Shen Xiwei claim it was her plea to Shen Wenbin that had led to Pei Yunxiao's rescue, Pei Yunxiao was taken aback. He had genuinely thought that she would no longer be concerned for him. It appeared she still cared. When Pei Yunxiao had been taken earlier, he had clashed with his captors, but they had outnumbered him, resulting in scrapes and bruises on his arms. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Shen Wenbin felt relieved when Secretary Yan brought Pei Yunxiao back, noting that he had not returned missing any limbs. Yunxiao, how are you? Pei Yunxiao replied, thank you for your concern, Uncle Shen. I am well. Although Pei Yunxiao had not treated Shen Xiwei kindly, he remained polite in front of Shen Wenbin. Shen Wenbin remarked, it is good to hear. I have spoken to your father, urging him to refrain from gambling in the future. You should take a shower and tend to your wounds. Aunt Zhou, has the doctor arrived? He is already on his way. Aunt Zhou responded. Pei Yunxiao said, there is no need for fuss, my injuries are merely superficial, and I can manage them myself. After Pei Yunxiao went to shower, Pei Hong stood nearby, ingratiating himself with Shen Wenbin. Shen Xiwei escorted Zhao Tingshan to the door. As they reached the entrance, she remembered he was still recovering. You ought to return and rest. You have yet to fully recuperate, and if you do not rest, you might fall ill again. Chapter 36. Just want to toy with him. Zhao Tingshan replied, I am quite well, my health is in excellent condition. Who fell ill before? Shen Xiwei could hardly believe his words. Zhao Tingshan, not with such good health, how could one be sick? Sleep well. Did you hear that? I heard from your family's butler that you often suffer from insomnia and do not sleep well. Why don't you take care to rest properly? When Zhao Tingshan lowered his gaze, her concern made him instantly feel that upon returning, he must ensure he sleeps sufficiently. He would indeed sleep well. That's good. Shen Xiwei's expression softened. Hurry back. See you tomorrow. Zhao Tingshan gazed at Shen Xiwei but showed no intention of leaving. He looked at her, as if he still had something to say. Shen Xiwei smiled and asked, What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with me? Zhao Tingshan inquired. Did you plead with your father to save Pei Yunxiao? He usually does not concern himself with her affairs, yet he could not resist asking. Seeing him ask so directly, Shen Xiwei touched her nose in embarrassment. You heard that, did you? She had thought he had not noticed. Fortunately, he did not mention it in front of Pei Yunxiao. If he had, it would have been quite revealing. Wouldn't it? Zhao Tingshan asked. What exactly is going on between you and Pei Yunxiao now? Shen Xiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan and replied, I don't even know how to explain it to you. In any case, I will no longer have feelings for Pei Yunxiao. I just want to have some fun with him. She spoke of playing with him so nonchalantly. Zhao Tingshan said, I understand. Knowing there was nothing serious between her and Pei Yunxiao, he felt somewhat relieved. Then I shall take my leave. I will visit you again tomorrow. Go ahead. Shen Xiwei saw him off to the car and stood by the side. Waving gently at him, after bidding farewell to Zhao Tingshan, she returned inside. Pei Yunxiao had just finished his shower and emerged. He was clad in a short-sleeved shirt and t-shirt, his hands and arms bearing wounds. Aunt Zhou had brought over the medicine kit from home for him to tend to himself, but the injuries were not severe, prompting Aunt Zhou to send the doctor away. Shen Xiwei noticed Pei Yunxiao struggling to apply the medication and offered, "How about I help?" Pei Yunxiao glanced at her and replied, "No need." Shen Xiwei insisted, "Let me do it." As she spoke, she sat down, snatched the medicine from his hands, and began applying it to his wounds. Pei Hong watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that Shen Xiwei's concern for Pei Yunxiao had rekindled her feelings for him. He had always said Shen Xiwei could never truly reject his son. It appeared this incident had turned out to be a blessing in disguise for Pei Yunxiao. Pei Hong stood up and said, "I will head back now. I need to work tomorrow." Just now Shen Wenbin arranged a security job for him. Although it paid significantly less than his previous role as a driver, he still accepted it. After all that had transpired, Pei Hong did not wish to provoke Shen Wenbin. Pei Yunxiao said, "Dad, I'll go back with you." Pei Hong looked at him. "What do you need to go back for? Stay here. Don't you have classes tomorrow? You should take good care of Weiwei. Your uncle Shen has treated you so well, you cannot bully her anymore." Previously, when he had asked Pei Yunxiao to reconcile with Shen Xiwei, he had refused. Now that they finally had a chance to interact, Pei Hong would not let this opportunity slip away. He left Pei Yunxiao behind and departed alone. Pei Yunxiao felt somewhat uncomfortable. Shen Wenbin, noticing his thoughts, said, "Yunxiao, you should stay here, it's quite late. And going back would be troublesome." Pei Yunxiao looked at Shen Wenbin, feeling a bit ashamed. "My dad has troubled you again?" "Not at all." Shen Wenbin sighed. "Your father always gambles. It must be difficult for you. You are not much older than Weiwei." Seeing a child of similar age to his daughter struggling so, yet still achieving excellent grades, Shen Wenbin felt a certain respect for him, without a resolute heart and talent. He could not excel in such an environment. He addressed Pei Yunxiao, "Focus on your studies, and I will take care of your tuition fees in the future. You have good grades, don't let your family situation ruin you. I will work hard." "However, Uncle Shen, you were so kind to me. I don't know how to repay you." "What is this about repayment?" Shen Wenbin replied, "Once you graduate, if you're willing to join my company, that would be wonderful. If not, that is perfectly fine too." He was not in need of the money. He regularly sponsored students and allocated funds each year to repair Hope primary schools. Just as Shen Wenbin finished speaking, Shen Xiwei, who was helping Pei Yunxiao apply medicine, inadvertently jabbed the cotton swab into his wound with force. Pei Yunxiao winced in pain, glancing at her. "How clumsy you are. Applying medicine should not be this painful." She was practically stabbing at the wound with force, lacking any gentleness, yet her demeanor was utterly sincere, leading Pei Yunxiao to think she was merely unskilled. After glaring at Shen Xiwei, Pei Yunxiao nodded at Shen Wenbin. "Thank you, Uncle Shen." Being able to join Shen Wenbin's company is not a bad opportunity at all, and many aspire to join but cannot. After Shen Wenbin finished chatting, he paid them no further attention and went upstairs to rest. Once Shen Xiwei finished applying the medicine, she instructed Aunt Zhou to put the supplies away. She looked at Pei Yunxiao. "Can you walk? Do you need me to assist you?" "No need," Pei Yunxiao replied coldly. "I can walk by myself." Shen Xiwei gazed at him, sighing in regret. "Why are you sighing?" Pei Yunxiao frowned. "Does she think he is bullying her again? It's fortunate your leg isn't broken. What a pity that would be." Shen Xiwei appeared genuinely regretful. Pei Yunxiao observed her, feeling as if she almost regretted that his leg was not broken. Pei Yunxiao did not head to the upstairs room but instead went to the servant's quarters where he had stayed last time. Shen Xiwei followed him, watching him limping due to his injury, sighing inwardly, "What a pity, why couldn't they have been a bit harsher?" Upon reaching the door, Pei Yunxiao noticed Shen Xiwei staring at him. Somewhat speechless, "Why are you following me?" Shen Xiwei replied, "Don't think that just because you helped me, I owe you gratitude. I am already taken." He liked Meng Qingran, although Shen Xiwei was wealthy. Pei Yunxiao believed he was not the type to be swayed by money. He wouldn't feel obligated to date her simply because she saved him. Such feelings would not be pure. Hearing his words, Shen Xiwei looked up at him. "Is that so? But I recall that today, Meng Qingran ignored you at school, didn't she?" As Shen Xiwei spoke, Pei Yunxiao suddenly remembered that Meng Qingran was angry. It was because he had not reconciled with Shen Xiwei, rejecting her goodwill. She had not spoken to him since, not responding to messages, nor giving him the slightest acknowledgement at school. It has nothing to do with you. Considering he owed her a favor, Pei Yunxiao did not shut the door directly but exchanged a few polite words. "You should rest." Chapter 37, kicking him out of the car, claiming it's for his own good. Shen Xiwei looked at him. "How about I call Qingran to come take care of you?" "No need," Pei Yunxiao coldly rejected. Whenever Shen Xiwei mentioned Meng Qingran, he felt as if she had ulterior motives. Pei Yunxiao said, "That's between her and me, don't interfere." Shen Xiwei replied, "But you have no one to look after you." Pei Yunxiao, "Honestly, I am no longer upset about you being with her. As long as you are well, I will be at ease." Meng Qingran was so magnanimous, that was why Pei Yunxiao liked her so much. Right, as long as she wasn't bothered, she was very generous. Seeing her gaze steadfastly fixed on him, Pei Yunxiao was surprised by Shen Xiwei's sincerity. Shen Xiwei continued, Alright, I won't disturb you any longer, I'm going to sleep. After saying this, she turned away with a sense of melancholy, immediately stirring up Pei Yunxiao's guilt. Lying in bed, he recalled how disappointed Shen Xiwei looked as she left. That he remembered how she had come to save him at night, and how coldly he had treated her had he been a bit inhumane. Ever since Shen Xiwei had grown closer to Zhao Tingshan, Pei Yunxiao often found himself observing her reactions. Sometimes he felt he had gone too far and would reflect on his flaws. Shen Xiwei lay in bed receiving a message from Zhao Tingshan. I have arrived. Shen Xiwei smiled slightly and replied, Good night, Zhao Tingshan. How is he? Shen Xiwei, he just went to sleep. Pei Yunxiao's attitude towards his savior seemed to have improved slightly, although he still maintained that pretentious demeanor in front of her. It was indeed better than before. Zhao Tingshan advised, You should rest early as well. The next day, Shen Xiwei went to school with Pei Yunxiao. Since he was injured, his father had asked the driver to take him along. Before they reached the school, Shen Xiwei instructed the driver to stop the car. She looked at Pei Yunxiao. Get out of the car, Pei Yunxiao. He gazed at Shen Xiwei. Are you trying to drive me away? Where is that? Although she was indeed urging him to leave, she felt embarrassed to be seen going to school with him. However, could Shen Xiwei admit that? She had already prepared an excuse, her expression utterly innocent. What if your girlfriend sees us at the school gate? You wouldn't want her to misunderstand our relationship, would you? I'm only looking out for you. If you think it's unnecessary, then we can go together. After saying this, Shen Xiwei motioned for the driver to start the car. Yet, upon her reminder, Pei Yunxiao found her reasoning quite valid. He opened the car door and stepped out. Upon seeing him disembark, Shen Xiwei raised the corners of her mouth and instructed the driver to continue driving. Previously, due to her affection for him, she had often embellished his character in her mind. However, now it appeared that he was not as astute as she had imagined, although he attended school alongside her. She did not wish to be misunderstood as having any relationship with him. Upon arriving at school, Shen Xiwei exited the vehicle. Meng Qingran, noticing her, approached with a gentle good morning. The classmates nearby, upon seeing Meng Qingran, showered her with praise. Wow, Qingran is truly amazing. Even after Shen Xiwei was so rude to her all day, she remained unfazed. Hearing such mindless remarks, Shen Xiwei felt utterly exasperated with individuals like them. If a scam were to take place in northern Myanmar, they would undoubtedly be the first to fall victim. She turned to Meng Qingran and said, I passed by Pei Yunxiao earlier and he seems to have sustained an injury. Do you wish to check on him? At the mention of injury, Meng Qingran furrowed her brow. There was no need to guess. It was undoubtedly related to Pei Yunxiao's father. She inquired of Shen Xiwei. Do you still have a chance of reconciling with Pei Yunxiao? Shen Xiwei looked at Meng Qingran, who seemed so eager for her to mend things with Pei Yunxiao. Her persistence was truly remarkable. It made Shen Xiwei contemplate the possibility herself. With a sigh, she replied, What use is it to think about reconciliation? His heart belongs solely to you, does it not? As long as you have that thought, I will assist you. Meng Qingran affirmed a girl should help one another. You are too kind, Shen Xiwei retorted. You want to assist in making Pei Yunxiao like me. I truly appreciate it. Pei Yunxiao soon approached. Upon seeing Meng Qingran, he walked over, calling out Qingran. However, Meng Qingran's expression turned cold as she turned away, ignoring him entirely. Pei Yunxiao was met with a frigid reception. Undeterred, he followed her, asking, Why are you so angry with me? Meng Qingran replied, You disregard my words and overlook my efforts. How can you not know why I am upset? It was merely a fade to make him appear interested in Shen Xiwei. And yet he was unwilling to comply. Why then did she continue to associate with him? Upon hearing her words, Pei Yunxiao gazed at her. Do you truly wish to push me away? I am only looking out for your best interests. Just look at yourself. Meng Qingran assessed him. With Shen Xiwei around, will you really be hurt? Do you enjoy suffering, or what? After scolding him, Meng Qingran adopted a helpless demeanor, her voice softening. Yunxiao, it pains me to see you injured. I only wish for your well-being. I am willing to endure discomfort for you. Why can't you understand that? Pei Yunxiao's earlier irritation was quickly soothed. Meng Qingran sighed, her expression one of heartache. If you do not reconcile with Shen Xiwei, then let us part ways. Should he persist in this manner, she would prefer to distance herself. She did not want to be entangled in the troubles of his family. Unlike Shen Xiwei, she lacked the financial means to support Pei Yunxiao's gambling father. With that, Meng Qingran walked away, leaving Pei Yunxiao behind. Shen Xiwei approached him, inquiring, What happened? Did you really argue? Is this leading to a breakup? Pei Yunxiao's gaze fell upon Shen Xiwei. Did you say something to her? Huh? Is this my fault now? Shen Xiwei replied, feigning innocence. It was absurd to blame her for such matters. Pei Yunxiao, noticing her innocent expression, recalled how she had been somewhat indifferent to her own affairs recently. He turned and left. Once in the classroom, Meng Qingran busied herself with her own matters, paying Pei Yunxiao no mind. Shen Xiwei sat nearby, observing the two of them, finding the situation rather amusing. Just as she was watching, Pei Yunxiao suddenly turned to her. This afternoon, I will accompany you home. Shen Xiwei was taken aback. Oh my, is he trying to provoke Meng Qingran? Thus she had unwittingly become a part of their game, yet Shen Xiwei did not refuse. If she were to decline now, wouldn't that mean Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran would have no chance? Meng Qingran longed for Pei Yunxiao to be with her, just as Shen Xiwei wished for him to be with Meng Qingran. She could not bear the thought of not witnessing their union in this life. In the afternoon, Shen Xiwei returned home with Pei Yunxiao. Her father had found a job for Pei Hong and hoped to have Pei Yunxiao join his company in the future. Currently, he merely resided at home, which was of no concern. Their household had more than enough rooms. Upon seeing Shen Xiwei and Pei Yunxiao get into the car, Wang Yan stood by the window and remarked to Meng Qingran, "Wait, are they together now?" BaiYueguang Chapter 38. Do you like Zhao Tingshan? Meng Qingran, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of relief. As long as Pei Yunxiao was willing to be with Shen Xiwei, that was sufficient. Observing her calm demeanor, Wang Yan became increasingly anxious. "Qingran, let me call and scold Pei Yunxiao." "No need." Meng Qingran stopped Wang Yan. "Isn't it fine as it is? If they aren't together, I would be more worried." Once in the car, Shen Xiwei asked Pei Yunxiao, "Where are you going?" Pei Yunxiao looked at her. "Can't I return to your home?" Shen Xiwei regarded him, noticing his eagerness to accompany her. "If you wish to, I won't stop you." Pei Yunxiao sat beside her, contemplating how cold Meng Qingran had been toward him. At that moment, he truly desired to be with Shen Xiwei. She seemed to enjoy pushing him toward others. Thus, he acquiesced to her wishes. Upon returning home, Zhao Tingshan had already arrived. Shen Xiwei stepped out of the car and, upon seeing him, felt a flicker of happiness. Unlike her pretense before Pei Yunxiao, she approached Zhao Tingshan. "You came quite early today," Zhao Tingshan replied. "I wanted to come over sooner." Shen Xiwei suggested, "Let us head upstairs for class. You can wait for me in the study while I change." As she spoke, she entered the house. Zhao Tingshan lingered at the door, and Pei Yunxiao followed him. And he turned to Shen Xiwei, asking, "Did you invite him?" "He is my tutor now," she stated. Shen Xiwei looked at Pei Yunxiao. "What is the matter? Can't he come?" She thought to herself. "Who do you think you are?" Pei Yunxiao gazed back at her. "I can also tutor you." He did not wish to see Zhao Tingshan in this house. Shen Xiwei could not help but chuckle at his comment. "What is so funny? Didn't you notice how well I performed after you tutored me?" Shen Xiwei retorted, "If I relied on your tutoring, would I be able to gain admission to Qingbei?" As memories of their past tutoring sessions surfaced, Pei Yunxiao frowned. He had been quite impatient with Shen Xiwei during their sessions, finding her bothersome. Yet now he found himself at a loss for words to counter her. Shen Xiwei ascended the stairs. Pei Yunxiao turned back, noticing Zhao Tingshan entering. And he blocked his path, speaking first. Zhao Tingshan's gaze fell upon Pei Yunxiao. In fact, this was the first time they had spoken so formally. After having engaged in a silent rivalry until now, Pei Yunxiao assumed a commanding demeanor. "Be sure to assist Weiwei with her studies. With the college entrance examination approaching, if she fails to gain admission to a good university, you will have to answer for it." Zhao Tingshan, utilizing his intellect that consistently placed him at the top of the province, pondered for a moment, unable to fathom why Pei Yunxiao would say such things. He replied calmly, "She is my fiancée. Helping her study is my responsibility." Upon hearing the term fiancée spoken so confidently, Pei Yunxiao felt momentarily speechless. Although Shen Wenbin treated him well and wished for him to join his company, Pei Yunxiao understood that Shen Wenbin's expectations were merely directed toward all underprivileged students. He treated others the same way, yet Zhao Tingshan was the only one whom Shen Wenbin envisioned as the ideal son. And law. To maintain his composure, Pei Yunxiao earnestly remarked, "I am well aware that you are her fiancé. Although Weiwei has always liked me, rest assured, I have someone I care for and will not vie for her affection." Not be why saying this, it seemed as though he was bestowing Shen Xiwei upon Zhao Tingshan. Despite not harboring feelings for Shen Xiwei, he could not stand Zhao Tingshan's lofty demeanor and felt compelled to provoke him. Shen Xiwei returned to the room after changing clothes. Back in the study, she found Zhao Tingshan standing by the window, gazing outside. The weather was neither hot nor cold, and the windows were open. Zhao Tingshan had removed his black jacket, leaving him in a t-shirt. Shen Xiwei announced, "I am back." He turned to look at her, responding in Shen Xiwei sat down at the desk as Zhao Tingshan approached and sat beside her. He had prepared the questions for her beforehand and handed them over, instructing her to begin writing. Shen Xiwei wrote diligently, while Zhao Tingshan watched her in silence. He recalled Pei Yunxiao's ridiculous provocation earlier. Pei Yunxiao had said, "Weiwei likes me," yet Zhao Tingshan remembered how, upon returning yesterday, he had witnessed Pei Hong's plea for help, and Shen Xiwei had been indifferent, as if suggesting to call the police. Did she truly have feelings for Pei Yunxiao? Perhaps not, in contrast to Zhao Tingshan's calm demeanor. Pei Yunxiao downstairs felt restless, recalling how Zhao Tingshan had shown no reaction after his comment and had simply gone upstairs. Half an hour had passed, and he still had not come down. Shouldn't he be furious and argue with Shen Xiwei? Does he lack any sense of self-respect? Or is it possible that Pei Yunxiao doubts Zhao Tingshan has misunderstood her intentions? That seems unlikely. Pei Yunxiao completed her assignment and sent a message to her boss online, temporarily requesting leave. After reading a book, she finally spotted Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan descending the stairs. Today, Shen Wenbin was also present. Along with Pei Yunxiao and Zhao Tingshan, they all shared a meal together. Shen Xiwei sat beside Zhao Tingshan, observing his elegant demeanor as he ate. She picked up the communal chopsticks and served him some food. You should eat this. Aunt Zhou mentioned that eating more celery can improve your sleep, she suggested. Thank you, Zhao Tingshan replied, witnessing their amicable relationship, unaffected by Pei Yunxiao's situation, brought relief to Shen's father. In truth, he had a selfish motive for allowing Pei Yunxiao to stay at their home. The previous uproar concerning Shen Xiwei and Pei Yunxiao had caused him great concern, particularly regarding Zhao Tingshan's potential thoughts on the matter. Pei Yunxiao, sitting nearby, felt somewhat speechless as she observed Shen Xiwei's attentive demeanor towards Zhao Tingshan. Wasn't she supposed to like him? Why was she being so kind to Zhao Tingshan? Just yesterday, she had displayed such concern for him. After dinner, Zhao Tingshan took his leave. Shen Xiwei accompanied him to the door, inquiring about his sleeping habits before watching him get into his car. Turning back, she noticed Pei Yunxiao emerging, standing nearby with a meaningful gaze fixed upon her. Why so silent? You startled me, Shen Xiwei remarked. Pei Yunxiao looked at her and asked, Do you like Zhao Tingshan? Not at all, Shen Xiwei replied swiftly, without hesitation, but it seems you treat him quite well. Pei Yunxiao's tone was somewhat ambiguous. Shen Xiwei pressed her lips together, opting not to engage further, patiently retorting, The person my father introduced is someone I must show respect to. It's all an act. She recalled her past life when she transferred the company to Pei Yunxiao. During that time, he had pretended in front of her. Each time she caught him with Meng Qingran, he always had various excuses. His stubbornness was unparalleled. Pei Yunxiao regarded Shen Xiwei and remarked, Is that so? Shen Xiwei nodded affirmatively. Do you not believe me? Her gaze was exceedingly sincere. Pei Yunxiao scrutinized her, momentarily unable to discern the truth of her words. Just then, Pei Yunxiao's phone rang. He retrieved it to find a message from Meng Qingran. Yunxiao, have you finished your assignment? There's a question I'm struggling with. Could you explain it to me? Pei Yunxiao had grown close to Meng Qingran because she often sought his help with her studies. Naturally, this made him feel accomplished and fulfilled. However, due to their recent argument, she had been ignoring him. But he had thought they were on the verge of a breakup, yet here she was, messaging him again. Shen Xiwei leaned in, catching a glimpse of Pei Yunxiao's screen and reading Meng Qingran's message aloud in her imitation of her tone. Yunxiao, have you finished your assignment? I have a question I'm struggling with. Could you explain it to me, please? The latter part was her addition. Pei Yunxiao shot her a glare and quickly turned off his phone screen. Why are you looking at my phone? He asked. Slightly irritated, I merely took a glance. Does her messaging you mean she has forgiven you? How swift indeed. Just because I'm not with you, she seems eager to rekindle things with you. Pei Yunxiao felt uncomfortable with Shen Xiwei's concern regarding his relationship with Meng Qingran. We were doing quite well, he stated defensively. Then why did you come back with me today? Shen Xiwei countered. If she is reaching out to you, shouldn't you hurry to reconcile with her? Others treat you like a plaything. Pei Yunxiao looked at Shen Xiwei, filled with suspicion. What does my relationship with her have to do with you? Isn't this concern for you? Shen Xiwei replied, gazing at him. Tell me, why is it that the moment I return home with you, she immediately messages you wanting to make amends? Pei Yunxiao recalled Meng Qingran's earlier words, instructing him to pretend to be with Shen Xiwei, even to feign a breakup. In his heart, Pei Yunxiao had never believed Meng Qingran to be that kind of person. She was his pure moonlit admiration. Such thoughts had never crossed her mind, yet now, reflecting on her words and her recent message, he found it surprising. He glanced at Shen Xiwei and defended Meng Qingran. Qingran isn't like that. She must have genuinely struggled with that question. Oh, how remarkably coincidental, Shen Xiwei noted, observing his stubbornness without further comment. She retreated upstairs to rest, while Pei Yunxiao returned to his room. He replied to Meng Qingran's message, asking her to send over the question and explaining his thought process. As usual, she grasped the concept after just one explanation. Afterward, they exchanged a few more messages. Meng Qingran said, I was a bit anxious this morning. You aren't upset with me, are you? Pei Yunxiao tightened his jaw and replied, No. Yunxiao. Meng Qingran continued, I truly like you. I worry about you every day. Thinking of you getting hurt pains me more than anyone else. I believe that loving someone means caring for them. You and Shen Xiwei are now together, which is wonderful. After all, she has finally accepted you. Don't let her get upset again, alright? Hearing her mention Shen Xiwei repeatedly, Pei Yunxiao found himself confused about who she truly liked, him or Shen Xiwei. Perhaps it would be better for her to be with Shen Xiwei instead, choosing not to respond to Meng Qingran. He went to bed instead. The following morning, Pei Yunxiao had breakfast at home with Shen Xiwei, who was also joined by Shen Wenbin. Secretary Yan approached, saying, Mr. Shen, it's time for us to head out. Shen Wenbin replied, Alright. He glanced at Shen Xiwei and Pei Yunxiao, adding, I'm off now. You two take your time. Shen Xiwei nodded. Okay, Dad, goodbye. As Shen Wenbin exited, Secretary Yan followed closely, adjusting her glasses and remarking, Weren't you previously opposed to Pei Yunxiao? He is quite talented. Shen Wenbin found that chatting with him revealed the boy's thoughtful nature. Settling into the car, he spoke to Secretary Yan. Once he graduates, if he can join the company and assist Weiwei in managing it, he would be a promising candidate. She is my only daughter. Eventually, we old-timers will have to step back. Shen Xiwei cannot be without support, although Pei Yunxiao had once seemed unclear about his feelings. If properly guided, he could prove to be a valuable ally. In this world, unconditional loyalty is a rarity. Everyone has their weaknesses. Secretary Yan inquired, What about young Master Zhao? Tingshan is different, Shen Wenbin stated, fully aware of Zhao Tingshan's boundaries. He will return to the capital one day. How could he possibly regard my small company? He has his own ambitions. Are you not concerned he might harbor thoughts about Pei Yunxiao, if a man lacks even the most basic confidence in the presence of his rival? His life with Weiwei will be far from easy, and now, while they are not yet together, it is wise to observe his character. Secretary Yan nodded in agreement, choosing not to say more. Shen Xiwei and Pei Yunxiao attended school together. Today, Pei Yunxiao did not exit the car early, arriving alongside Shen Xiwei. As she sat in the car, she looked at him. You don't seem the least bit concerned about being seen together. Aren't you delighted that I'm with you? He retorted, I have no interest in someone who's already taken. I'm afraid of being labeled a mistress. It was quite amusing how he claimed to have a girlfriend while shamelessly riding in her car. Pei Yunxiao ignored Shen Xiwei and stepped out of the vehicle. Shen Xiwei followed suit. Their classmates noticed them entering together, now without Meng Qingran by their side, pondering whether Pei Yunxiao had ended things with her for Shen Xiwei. Suddenly, Pei Yunxiao appeared somewhat like a kept man, provoking a degree of disdain in their hearts. Upon entering the classroom, Meng Qingran spotted Pei Yunxiao. Her gaze was as gentle as water, entirely unlike her cold demeanor from the previous day. Yet, upon meeting her eyes, Pei Yunxiao did not respond as he typically would. After Shen Xiwei took her seat, he settled next to her, his expression cold, startling Meng Qingran. Why did it seem as though Pei Yunxiao was upset? Was he angry with her? Days passed in this manner. Pei Yunxiao remained by Shen Xiwei's side, particularly in front of Meng Qingran, treating Shen Xiwei with utmost warmth, although she recognized his actions were intended to provoke Meng Qingran. Shen Xiwei chose not to address it. She was rather pleased to have others witness Pei Yunxiao's devoted behavior towards her. During lunch, after returning from a meal with classmates from the adjacent class, Shen Xiwei noticed Pei Yunxiao in the small grove approaching. She discovered Meng Qingran standing there. She currently sports the most popular style among middle school students, a heavy blunt fringe, yet, due to her striking beauty, she exudes an air of vulnerability. Her eyes are particularly red. And Yunxiao, are you planning to ignore me from now on? Shen Xiwei crossed her arms, observing the scene with a detached demeanor. In her previous life, she lacked insight, failing to perceive many things. At this moment, however, she was fortunate to witness how Meng Qingran skillfully navigated her interactions with Pei Yunxiao. Pei Yunxiao was evidently still upset with Meng Qingran. Seeing her approach, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He adopted a defensive stance. Wasn't it you who insisted I be with her, and told me not to provoke her? What if I get too close to you and end up angering her? Upon hearing Pei Yunxiao's words, Meng Qingran's eyes reddened. Yes, it is my fault. So why did you call me over now? I just missed you a bit. Meng Qingran lowered her head, wishing only for Shen Xiwei's well-being. I thought I could manage my feelings, but it turns out I cannot. After saying this, her tears fell. Shen Xiwei thought to herself, goodness, if Meng Qingran doesn't pursue an acting career in the future, it would be a waste. Not only Pei Yunxiao, but even I am somewhat moved. Here I am, trying to do what is best for you by encouraging you to be with someone else. Yet my feelings for you are incredibly difficult to suppress. Who wouldn't be touched by that? As expected, after hearing her words, Pei Yunxiao fell silent for quite a while. His anger towards her began to dissipate. His voice softened noticeably. Don't cry. Meng Qingran wiped her tears. I'm sorry, I will try not to bother you again. How are things with Xiwei? She isn't giving you a hard time anymore? Is she? Oh, Pei Yunxiao frowned. I don't want to hear you constantly talking about her. Then I won't mention her anymore. As long as you're doing well, I'll be at ease. You should go back now. Don't let Shen Xiwei see you here. Pei Yunxiao gazed at Meng Qingran. If I weren't with Shen Xiwei, would you still be willing to be with me? Meng Qingran looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Haven't they been together every day lately? Shen Xiwei clearly seemed to have calmed down. Otherwise, how could she, who once despised Pei Yunxiao, be with him daily? Seeing her look so astonished and not answering his question, Pei Yunxiao seemed to find his answer within himself, yet he remained relentless, pressing on. I just want to know, is it only because I'm with Shen Xiwei that you would be willing to keep in touch with me? Meng Qingran stared at him, dazed. After a few seconds of silence, she masked her emotions. Yunxiao, of course not. Then I won't associate with her anymore. Pei Yunxiao felt that he had been putting on a performance for days now. Every day, he had to check Shen's mood and observe her affectionate interactions with Zhao Tingshan. Although Shen Xiwei claimed it was all an act, he couldn't shake off the discomfort he felt watching them. Eventually, he concluded it was likely because he despised Zhao Tingshan so much. He had no desire to witness Shen Xiwei being kind to him. If it weren't for his stubbornness towards Meng Qingran, he wouldn't have to endure this torment. I only want to be with you. I don't like anyone else, nor do I wish to be with her. Upon hearing him speak like this, Meng Qingran's expression turned cold. What does this mean? Is he planning to break up with Shen Xiwei? Is he going to offend Shen Xiwei again, just to preserve his pride? Pei Yunxiao stepped closer, grasping her wrist. Qingran, I truly wish to be with you every day. However, Meng Qingran evaded his touch, stepping back. Why are you being so infatuated? Your disregard for the bigger picture is quite distressing. Do you understand? Were my previous words lost on you? Seeing Meng Qingran suddenly turn hostile, her demeanor entirely shifted from before. Pei Yunxiao remained silent, staring at her. Each time Shen Xiwei teased him about this, he had always been defiant. believing Qing Ran wouldn't behave in such a manner, but now Meng Qingran's attitude left him feeling utterly disheartened. Noticing his stunned silence, Meng Qingran said, "Let us only communicate through our phones from now on. Until graduation, we shall remain ordinary friends. Once the college entrance examination is over, I will be waiting for you. Trust me, will you?" Her tone was gentle, akin to soothing a child. After speaking, she didn't linger. But left directly. Pei Yunxiao stood there, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his lips. What is this love, this ridiculous notion of romance? Shen Xiwei observed his demeanor, feeling it served him right. Previously, they had colluded to deceive her. Now, it was amusing to watch them turn on one another. Two selfish individuals. Perhaps it was merely a contest of who could act better. Shen Xiwei returned to the classroom, refraining from confronting Pei Yunxiao directly. Even though she longed to, she settled down to complete her homework, and it was only as class was about to start that Pei Yunxiao returned. He approached and sat beside her, while Shen Xiwei was engrossed in her work. He suddenly seized her wrist. Startled, Shen Xiwei exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Others turned to look as well. Noticing her guarded expression, Pei Yunxiao released her hand. Shen Xiwei rubbed her wrist and resumed her work. Pei Yunxiao sat beside her, contemplating how, despite everything, she remained by his side, treating him kindly. Even when they had their conflicts, she still thought to send her father to help him by, in contrast to Meng Qingran's coldness. He realized for the first time that Shen Xiwei was quite good to him. She was so good, yet he had let her down, causing her pain, making her shed tears for him. He said to Shen Xiwei, "Don't leave right after class. I have something to discuss with you after my meeting." "What is it?" His serious tone caught Shen Xiwei off guard. Nevertheless, she waited for him. That afternoon, Pei Yunxiao had a student council meeting. Shen Xiwei was nearly finished with her homework by the time he returned. He stood nearby, secretly watching her. Shen Xiwei was diligently focused on her writing. This time, her grades had improved by 50 places compared to the last monthly exam. Her rapid progress earned her the teacher's praises, who urged Pei Yunxiao to assist her more. As she began to pack her things, she asked, "Are you done writing?" Shen Xiwei replied, "Yes. Didn't you say you had something to tell me?" "Go ahead." Pei Yunxiao gazed into her clear eyes, saying, "I've broken up with Meng Qingran." "Weren't you already broken up?" She feigned ignorance about the events of that afternoon. Pei Yunxiao's gaze darkened. Seemingly wounded by Meng Qingran, he replied, "Now it's official. I will never be with her again." "Alright, so that's what made me wait." The very next moment, Pei Yunxiao added, "Shen Xiwei, let us be together." Chapter 41. I will be with you once you surpass Xiao Tingshan. This time, Pei Yunxiao was serious. Why should he be compelled to leave just because Meng Qingran said so? Why couldn't he choose someone else? Although Meng Qingran had asked him to pretend to be with Shen Xiwei, he no longer felt that way. From this moment forward, he intended to genuinely like Shen Xiwei. He would no longer waste his energy on others. Upon hearing his confession, Shen Xiwei stared at him as if he were a creature from another world. Is Pei Yunxiao actually confessing to her? Goodness! In her previous life, he had always been reluctant. Presenting an image of being forced into their relationship, it seemed as if being with her was a favor he bestowed upon her. Now, he was actually saying he wanted to be with her? Pei Yunxiao noticed her gaze and asked, "What is wrong?" He had anticipated Shen Xiwei would agree quickly, yet her reaction was unexpected. Shen Xiwei turned her head, cleared her throat, and awkwardly stated, "I'm still a high school student. Focus solely on my studies. As for romance, it's not something I'm considering at the moment." Those words echoed Pei Yunxiao's past sentiments. "Are you intentionally trying to provoke me, because I rejected you before?" Shen Xiwei glanced at him. How could that be? Her eyes still brimmed with affection for him. However, well, you've seen recently that my father has taken quite a liking to Xiao Tingshan. So what? Is he being rejected? Noticing his displeasure, Shen Xiwei understood how strong his pride was. She tried to soothe his feelings. "My father loves and dotes on me. In his eyes, I should marry the most accomplished person." After saying this, Shen Xiwei looked at him with an innocent expression. "You know very well that your grades are consistently behind Xiao Tingshan. Why not put in some effort, once you surpass Xiao Tingshan?" "I'll be with you." Pei Yunxiao glared at Shen Xiwei with a cold expression. Surpass Xiao Tingshan? Did she think he was behind Xiao Tingshan because he wanted to be? If he could surpass him, he would have done so long ago. Did she need to point it out? Pei Yunxiao retorted, "If you want to reject me, just say so. There is no need to come up with such excuses." "I am not rejecting you," Shen Xiwei said to Pei Yunxiao. "I believe in you. You have that capability. After all, our family is considered one of the wealthiest in Yunqing. If you marry me, everything in my family would belong to you. My father has a few requests, but they aren't unreasonable, right?" Seeing him silent, Shen Xiwei continued, "Or do you deep down believe you can't measure up to Xiao Tingshan?" In the past, when her grades weren't good, he would casually mention it, and when she didn't understand, he would get angry, call her foolish, say she is inferior to Meng Qingran. He is indeed clever. If he possesses the capability, let him attempt to surpass Xiao Tingshan. Shen Xiwei gathered her backpack and slung it over her shoulder. Regretfully, she addressed Pei Yunxiao, saying, "If you believe my request is excessive, then so be it. However, Pei Yunxiao, my feelings for you are as boundless as the heavens and as enduring as the sun and moon. I am striving with all my might to gain admission to the same university as you. Even though everyone thinks it is impossible, they mock me, yet I do not falter in my pursuit. Your ranking is not vastly different from Zhao Tingshan's, perhaps he merely has the fortune of luck. Yet you are unwilling to even try for me. If it were Meng Qingran, you would certainly be willing, since the one you cherish in your heart is still her. Do not toy with my emotions any longer. I truly cannot afford to lose. As she reached the end of her statement, her voice softened, exuding a demeanor of humility. Shen Xiwei had already passed by him and exited the classroom. After having learned a couple of moves from Meng Qingran during lunch, Shen Xiwei felt she had performed quite well. She boarded the car, ready to leave. The driver looked at her, asking, "Are we not waiting for young Master Pei?" Shen Xiwei glanced at Pei Yunxiao, who had just emerged from the school gates. It was merely a short distance, and she did not intend to wait for him. She instructed the driver, "Let us go." Why wait for him? What nonsense is this? Just because Meng Qingran has affected his mindset, he thinks he can be with me. Does he truly believe that I still harbor feelings for him? In the past, I might have been pleased. But now, if he wishes to be with her, he must consider whether I am agreeable to it. Upon returning home, Zhao Tingshan was somewhat surprised to see Shen Xiwei return alone. "Where is Pei Yunxiao?" "I do not know," she replied. Shen Xiwei smiled as she approached Zhao Tingshan. "Are you still thinking about him?" "No," Zhao Tingshan replied, noticing the mirth in her eyes, indicating she was in good spirits. "What mischief have you been up to?" Shen Xiwei smiled and responded. "He was dumped by Meng Qingran and wants to be with me. I told him I would agree if he surpassed your exam scores." She now shared everything with Zhao Tingshan and kept nothing from him, as she trusted him completely. Sometimes, when discussing investment matters, Shen Xiwei found she could gain insights from him. Having been reborn, she had experienced events spanning over a decade. Yet, the aspect Zhao Tingshan feared most was he could even foresee which avenues would prove more lucrative in the years to come, as if he had gained divine insight upon hearing Shen Xiwei's words. Zhao Tingshan was momentarily taken aback, then responded earnestly, "I will strive to improve." Shen Xiwei, perplexed, asked, "What are you striving for?" "To prevent you from being with him." Shen Xiwei thought to herself, "You need not exert any effort on that front." The reason she spoke to Pei Yunxiao in such a manner was that she understood the vast difference between Pei Yunxiao and Zhao Tingshan. Initially, Pei Yunxiao viewed Zhao Tingshan as an insurmountable mountain. Now, it seemed Zhao Tingshan had to work even harder, leaving no room for others to breathe. The two of them were engaged in study in the study room when Shen Xiwei's phone chimed. She opened it to find a message from Pei Yunxiao. "I want to make up for classes. I have considered your request, and I will put in the effort." Surprised by these two messages, Shen Xiwei looked up, and Zhao Tingshan inquired, "What is it?" Shen Xiwei replied, "Pei Yunxiao said he would put in the effort. I thought he would be so upset after hearing me that he would leave." Indeed, the technique she learned from Meng Qingran seemed to work wonders on Pei Yunxiao. Perhaps he simply did not want to admit defeat, wanting to avoid being seen as lesser than Zhao Tingshan. Pei Yunxiao returned only after finishing his classes that night. He now stayed in the servants' quarters of the Shen household, allowing him to accompany Shen Xiwei to school in the mornings. Although Shen Xiwei had not agreed to be with him, he did not want Zhao Tingshan to be alone with her. When he returned, the luxurious car of the Qi family had just departed with Zhao Tingshan inside. Watching the vehicle, which symbolized a young master's status, Pei Yunxiao felt a pang of inferiority. He approached Shen Xiwei, asking, "Did he return?" Shen Xiwei nodded, "Yes. We have already finished dinner. Have you eaten?" Feeling her concern, Pei Yunxiao felt a bit more at ease. "Yes, I have already eaten," Shen Xiwei replied. "Then I shall not keep you. I am going to bed." "Wait," Pei Yunxiao called out to her. Shen Xiwei turned to look at him. Pei Yunxiao suggested, "How about you no longer let Zhao Tingshan tutor you?" "Why?" Shen Xiwei retorted earnestly, "You are being unreasonable. I simply requested him to help me study. I am not in a romantic relationship with him. Why are you being so petty?" Chapter 42, wanting to take advantage of her. As she spoke, Shen Xiwei appeared incredibly justified. In the past, she would never have acted in such a manner, yet now she suddenly discovered it felt rather delightful. No wonder Pei Yunxiao used to enjoy treating her this way. Whenever she had a moment of discontent towards Meng Qingran, he would strike her down, claiming she was too narrow-minded. To retaliate in such a manner was indeed quite satisfying, walking the path of a scoundrel. Rendering the scoundrel without a way out. Seeing Pei Yunxiao lost in thought, seemingly contemplating her words, Shen Xiwei softened her expression. "I merely hope to improve my grades, Pei Yunxiao. Everything I do is to stand beside you. I do not wish to be labeled as a worthless fool. Were you not also quite disdainful of me in the past, if my grades remain poor and I am with you? Would you not feel embarrassed?" As she reminisced about the past, Shen Xiwei lifted her head, deliberately letting moisture gather in her eyes, making her appear even more aggrieved. Pei Yunxiao, initially intending to counter her, felt a surge of guilt upon witnessing her wounded expression. "I am sorry. It is not your fault." Shen Xiwei offered a wry smile. "No one enjoys being labeled a fool. That is simply the nature of this world. I do not blame you. I merely wish to strive to become a better version of myself for you." "Alright, I understand now." Pei Yunxiao was swayed by her words. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed been somewhat thoughtless. "I am merely concerned that Zhao Tingshan has feelings for you. What if she truly ends up with Zhao Tingshan?" Seeing his worries, Shen Xiwei reassured him, "That will not happen." "Why are you so certain?" Shen Xiwei sighed. Do you truly believe that the children of wealthy families are all fools? What reason does he have to like me? I am so foolish, how could I possibly compare to him? If not for my father, he wouldn't even give me a glance. Pei Yunxiao found solace in her final statement. After all, Zhao Tingshan was no fool. Moreover, he was exceptional in every aspect. He truly could not believe Zhao Tingshan would take an interest in Shen Xiwei. Currently, Zhao Tingshan's presence beside Shen Xiwei was likely more performance than sincerity. His gaze softened. All right, go rest. I will not meddle in your affairs with him anymore. Seeing that he had been persuaded, Shen Xiwei said, good night. After saying this, she turned and returned to her room. As she entered the elevator, she recalled Pei Yunxiao's words and found herself increasingly delighted, even forgetting to press the floor button. She laughed for quite some time before finally remembering. Upon reaching the upper floor, Shen Xiwei lay down, reflecting on how she had managed to persuade Pei Yunxiao, particularly when she asserted that Zhao Tingshan could never possibly like her. He immediately agreed with her perspective. This revealed that in his eyes, she was merely an inept, foolish daughter of a landlord. In the time that followed, Pei Yunxiao took on part-time work. After his shifts, he would come to stay at the Shen household. Shen's father had no objections to this arrangement. Shen Xiwei did not deter Pei Yunxiao from residing at her home either. However, she never provided him with a single cent. Many men are often like this, professing their willingness to sacrifice everything for you, yet when it comes time to contribute, they are unwilling to part with even a penny. Soon, it was time for the final exams. During this period, Pei Yunxiao was diligently saving money. In the mornings, he could still catch a ride with Shen Xiwei to school, but that was no longer possible in the evenings after finishing work at night. He would take a bus back to the Shen household. The winter nights in Yun City were quite chilly. Life was not particularly easy. Meng Qingran initially believed that Pei Yunxiao would seek her out again. However, she soon realized aside from attending classes with Shen Xiwei, he had no interaction with her whatsoever, treating her as if she were a stranger. One afternoon, in front of Shen Xiwei, she approached Pei Yunxiao to ask for help with a problem. Yunxiao, could you help me with this question? Pei Yunxiao replied, I am currently busy. He was focused on his work, not even glancing up, and Meng Qingran stood nearby, looking as though she might burst into tears. Shen Xiwei chimed in, what question? I can help you. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingran turned her attention to Shen Xiwei. She would help her. What a joke. Although Shen Xiwei's grades had improved, she could hardly believe that she was now superior to her. Noticing her hesitation, Shen Xiwei added, if you are unwilling, then forget it. She merely observed that the two had not been communicating lately and was concerned their relationship might be in jeopardy. Thus attempting to ease the tension, upon hearing Shen Xiwei's words, Meng Qingran sat down beside her and asked Pei Yunxiao, Yunxiao, with the new year approaching, where will you be celebrating this year? Are you going back home? No, Pei Yunxiao replied indifferently. Meng Qingran continued, then will you be spending it at Xiwei's house? She looked at Shen Xiwei with curiosity. Previously, Pei Yunxiao had always spent the new year at Shen Xiwei's home. At this moment, Pei Yunxiao glanced at Shen Xiwei. This year, I will be celebrating the new year with you. At that time, Zhao Tingshan should be able to refrain from visiting the Shen family for a while, allowing him some peace. However, Shen Xiwei interjected, this year, I'm afraid that's not feasible. Why? Meng Qingran inquired. Puzzled, Shen Xiwei touched the tip of her nose and replied, I promised my father that I would spend the new year in the capital this year. To the capital? Pei Yunxiao looked at her with a hint of surprise. This was something she had never mentioned to him. Shen Xiwei continued, yes, in fact, a couple of days ago, I asked Zhao Tingshan where he planned to celebrate the new year. He mentioned going to the capital and asked if I wanted to join him, so I agreed. I'm just waiting for my exams to finish before heading over. Of course, I can't reveal that it was Zhao Tingshan's idea. After all, I need to maintain the facade with Pei Yunxiao. My current role is to portray a girl who is very fond of Pei Yunxiao but cannot be with him due to familial circumstances. I'm playing it quite convincingly. Meng Qingran gazed at Shen Xiwei with a tinge of envy. That's wonderful. I've never been there. She speculated that Pei Yunxiao would likely accompany Shen Xiwei. If only he could take her along too. Shen Xiwei looked at her and said, why don't we go together? Really? Meng Qingran exclaimed in surprise. Her hopes ignited. Shen Xiwei generously replied, just transfer me the money for the plane ticket, and I'll arrange for you to have your ticket booked as well. I can help you with the hotel too. We are friends after all. It's a small favor, so don't feel shy about it. Meng Qingran was momentarily taken aback when she heard Shen Xiwei suggest transferring the ticket money to her. She asked, how much is the ticket? Shen Xiwei replied, for a round trip, the economy class should cost over 3,000, but I always fly business class, which, along with fuel fees, amounts to over 5,000. So expensive? Meng Qingran exclaimed, astonished at the price. Tickets will rise even more as the new year approaches. I usually have someone else book them for me. Shen Xiwei maintained a calm demeanor upon hearing the price. Meng Qingran felt overwhelmed. Never mind, I want to go then. Why would I spend my own money? 5,000 for a round trip. That's more than my parents' combined monthly salary. She had initially hoped that Shen Xiwei would cover the expenses. When she accompanied Pei Yunxiao, she imagined it would be a chance to join them as well. Chapter 43, Pei Yunxiao is not easily deceived. Pei Yunxiao had been with Shen Xiwei for quite some time. Yet he hadn't offered her any benefits. Meng Qingran felt a surge of frustration. Shen Xiwei remarked, "If you're not going, what a pity," as long as Meng Qingran was prepared to pay her own way. Shen Xiwei had no objections to bringing her along. However, it was evident that Meng Qingran viewed herself as a victim. Expecting Shen Xiwei to foot the bill, Meng Qingran looked at Shen Xiwei, awkwardly explaining, "I have things to attend to during the winter break and I also have assignments to complete, then there's nothing to be done." In the afternoon, Meng Qingran attended a meeting with Pei Yunxiao. She spoke up, addressing him, "I really envy you." "Envy me for what?" Pei Yunxiao strode ahead with his long legs. Meng Qingran glanced at him, realizing he towered over her and could go to the capital with Shen Xiwei. It was a significant amount of money, one that she could afford only because of her earnings alongside an older man. It was rightfully hers. Meng Qingran knew Shen Xiwei would certainly not take her along. But if Pei Yunxiao were willing to invite her, Shen Xiwei would likely have no objections, right? In the past, whenever Pei Yunxiao wanted to give her something, he did so independently. Shen Xiwei had no power to stop him. Pei Yunxiao turned to Meng Qingran, asking, "Do you want to go?" "I'd love to see it, but never mind." Meng Qingran feigned indifference. "I'll go on my own once I get into Qingbei." After saying this, she forced a smile. Previously, whenever she expressed such sentiments, Pei Yunxiao would go to great lengths to ensure she accompanied him. Yet this time, Pei Yunxiao looked at her but did not comply with her wishes. "I would have liked to take you along, but didn't you say you shouldn't upset her?" Meng Qingran was momentarily speechless. His words implied that they would no longer include her in any of their activities? He was now drawing a clear line between them. Meng Qingran had wanted Pei Yunxiao to be with Shen Xiwei so that he could earn money, not to indulge in pleasures while disregarding her existence. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, a hint of grievance evident. "Yunxiao, are you sulking with me?" Pei Yunxiao was indeed sulking. After enduring for so long, he finally found an opportunity. He spoke sarcastically, "What right do I have to sulk with you? You're so eager for me to be with Shen Xiwei that it's only natural I would be with her." "As you wished, I will marry her." Upon hearing the word marriage, Meng Qingran froze momentarily. She gazed at Pei Yunxiao in disbelief. "Marry? Are you serious? With Shen Xiwei? Why not?" Pei Yunxiao responded, "As long as I marry her, I can reach the pinnacle of success. You want what's best for me. Right, you should be pleased to see me thriving." "No," Meng Qingran stammered, "I not enough." Pei Yunxiao's expression turned icy, his demeanor towards Meng Qingran colder than ever. "Since you stated you wanted to break up last time, we are indeed serious about it. I will never reconcile with you. I have no intention of liking you again. The person I like now is Shen Xiwei. She treats me quite well. At least she genuinely likes me. Unlike you." With that, Pei Yunxiao strode away. Meng Qingran stared at his retreating figure, suddenly feeling a rush of panic. Was he truly planning to abandon her? Was he genuinely going to be with Shen Xiwei? No, absolutely not. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Meng Qingran's expression shifted to one of distress. When she arrived in the classroom, Pei Yunxiao was standing at the podium, addressing everyone at the meeting. He stood there cool and composed, his voice pleasant to the ear. She had always felt that her proximity to him was close, yet now seeing him, he felt distant. After the meeting, Meng Qingran attempted to speak with Pei Yunxiao, but he ignored her. "I have things to attend to." With that, Pei Yunxiao departed. After school, Pei Yunxiao followed Shen Xiwei. "So, are we going to the capital right after the exams?" Shen Xiwei nodded, yes. She glanced back at him, adding, "I won't be able to celebrate the new year with you this time, but I will bring you a gift." Upon hearing that she intended to bring him a gift, Pei Yunxiao looked at her in surprise. "So, you're not taking me along, didn't I say?" Shen Xiwei replied assertively, "I can't celebrate the new year with you this year. Besides, Aunt Zhou and the others will also be on holiday. So you should head back to your family home. Don't think too much about me." After saying this, Shen Xiwei had already stopped in front of the car. "Then I'll take my leave." Pei Yunxiao's expression darkened at that moment. He had just told Meng Qingran that he was going to the capital with Shen Xiwei, yet Shen Xiwei unexpectedly announced that she wouldn't take him along? He had presumed that even if she intended to go somewhere, she would, as before, include him in her plans. Little did he know that he was not part of her agenda at all. Pei Yunxiao felt a wave of irritation wash over him. "Shen Xiwei, do your previous words about being with me still hold any weight?" Shen Xiwei replied, "Of course they do. Isn't the exam approaching? Focus on your studies. You should be able to surpass Xiao Tingshan, right?" Pei Yunxiao seemed suddenly more astute today, less easily fooled than before. "Why do I feel like you don't want to be with me at all?" "How could you think that?" Shen Xiwei retreated a couple of steps, regarding him in disbelief. "Can't you feel how much I like you?" Pei Yunxiao frowned, a hint of disappointment in his gaze. "I just feel that your feelings for me are no longer what they used to be." In the past, she would give him money, wouldn't he insist he attend supplementary classes every day. Nor would she flaunt her closeness with Zhao Tingshan, the old me. When recalling the past, Shen Xiwei smiled helplessly. "If you think that liking someone means I should return to being your and Meng Qingran's servant, then I truly cannot comply." Pei Yunxiao fixed his gaze on her, fearing she might take offense, and clarified, "I don't want you to do those things for me. I just want to know if you like me or not." "I've said it before," Shen Xiwei replied. "As long as you surpass Xiao Tingshan in your exam results, I will be with you, and if I don't surpass him," Shen Xiwei pressed her lips together. glanced at the time and promptly changed the subject. I have another appointment soon, so I can't stay with you. Let us discuss everything tonight when we're home. She was disinclined to provide a direct answer to his question. Turning, she got into the car. As Shen Xiwei settled into her seat, she glanced at Pei Yunxiao. Seeing him standing there, staring at her with an almost pitiful expression, she instructed the driver to depart without a second thought. Is he pitiful? Hadn't she been pitiful too? When she called him, hoping he would send her some money, he had merely thrown a few thousand at her, dismissing her with a few sarcastic remarks. Not only that, he had even made her feel uneasy about accepting his money. Now treating him this way was simply karma. Shen Xiwei wasn't worried about driving Pei Yunxiao away, for even if he did surpass Zhao Tingshan, she still wouldn't be with him. As for marriage, that was even more out of the question. The driver did not take Shen Xiwei home but instead delivered her directly to the Royal Court Hotel. Chapter 44. It seems she no longer likes him. With exams approaching, she craved something delicious. Prior to the conclusion of their class, she had arranged to meet Zhao Tingshan here. Li Yang mentioned that their hotel had airlifted some seafood and invited her to come and sample it. Shen Xiwei, a true gourmand, could not resist the allure of the air-freighted shrimp from Beihai. Given that Yunqing is an inland city, seafood is not only scarce but also exorbitantly priced. However, considering the Shen family's affluence, indulging in such delicacies was hardly a challenge for Shen Xiwei. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she had been beset by illness, which restricted her diet, and financial constraints had made it impossible for her to enjoy such treats. Now, having returned to a vibrant and healthy self, she relished the freedom to eat whatever she desired. Upon her arrival, she found Zhao Tingshan standing by the flowing water feature outside their private room. Just finishing a phone call. As she entered, he approached her and graciously took her backpack. Shen Xiwei looked at him and inquired if Qiyu had arrived. Zhao Tingshan nodded affirmatively, though a frown creased his brow. He questioned the necessity of her invitation, recalling Qiyu's previous disdainful demeanor towards Shen Xiwei. Zhao Tingshan held a degree of disapproval towards her, and had it not been for Shen Xiwei's insistence to include Qiyu, he would have had no intention of inviting her. But she is your sister, Shen Xiwei retorted. It's only natural she harbors no fondness for me. By inviting her, I can mend our relationship. Zhao Tingshan was taken aback by her determination to foster a bond with Qiyu. Are you not upset about what transpired last time? She treated you so rudely, he remarked. Shen Xiwei cast him a serene smile. Not at all, she spoke no falsehoods. I was rather foolish back then, making my affections for Pei Yunxiao so evident. Like a devoted fan, she continued, if I do not cultivate a rapport with your sister, should I ever marry you, it would place you in an awkward position. Would it not? Zhao Tingshan fixed his gaze upon her as she casually mentioned her intentions of marrying him. Was she truly contemplating such a future? Before he could respond, Shen Xiwei had already grasped his sleeve, exclaiming, let us go, I am famished. She pushed open the door to the private room and entered. Qiyu sat inside, engrossed in a phone call with her father. I am dining out with my brother at a hotel, though I'm unsure of its name. I shall speak with you later. Upon spotting Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan, she hurriedly ended the call, her expression shifting to one of disdain directed at Shen Xiwei. Unperturbed, Shen Xiwei greeted her. Do you remember me? I am Shen Xiwei. We met last time. Qiyu blared at her, responding coldly, of course I remember. Why was I summoned? I did not wish to come. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently met Zhao Tingshan's indifferent countenance, prompting her to soften her tone. Had it not been for my brother's insistence, I would not have come. She understood the weight of Zhao Tingshan's status within their family, which mitigated her sense of threat. Qi Chang was particularly stringent regarding his daughter's affairs and was notoriously frugal with her allowance. Consequently, Qiyu often found herself seeking Zhao Tingshan's financial assistance for her desires. Shen Xiwei flashed a smile at Qiyu. I merely wanted you to come and enjoy some delectable dishes. It is not as if my family lacks for food. Qiyu shot her a glare. Shen Xiwei added, very well, you may remain seated. Once we finish dining, your brother will escort you home. Shen Xiwei summoned the waiter. She frequented this establishment and was well acquainted with the staff. After placing her order, the waiter departed, and soon after a lavish spread of dishes arrived, various preparations of shrimp including spicy and salt-flavored, alongside salmon and tuna sashimi, all air-freighted. Shen Xiwei's mouth watered at the sight. She donned gloves to peel the shrimp, offering Zhao Tingshan, this salt and pepper shrimp is exquisite. Do try it. Zhao Tingshan observed the succulent flesh she presented and replied, thank you. Shen Xiwei smiled, no need for gratitude. It is a pity that you does not appreciate such fare. It is up to us to finish this splendid meal. Qiyu, seated beside them, had already begun to salivate. While she too dined at home, the array of delicacies before her was undeniably tantalizing. With a haughty huff, Qiyu voiced her displeasure. Shen Xiwei noticed her covetous gaze and peeled another shrimp for her. Hurry and eat. I am jesting. If you do not partake soon, I shall finish it all myself. Shen Xiwei's tone was gentle, allowing Qiyu an easy exit from her stubbornness. As Qiyu regarded her, an unexpected realization dawned upon her. This woman was not so intolerable after all. Furthermore, she treated her older brother quite well. Shen Xiwei called for the waiter again to assist in peeling the shrimp shells. The meal was delightful, and as they progressed, Qiyu found herself enjoying the food and becoming less hostile toward Shen Xiwei. After they finished their studies, Zhao Tingshan accompanied Shen Xiwei, and they exited the establishment. Due to Qiyu's presence, Shen Xiwei declined his offer to drive her home, stating, "I can manage on my own. Please take Qiyu back, it is already quite late, and I intend to rest upon my return to prepare for the upcoming exam. Best of luck," Shen Xiwei added. "Let us meet again after the exams." "Very well," he replied, as the lights at the hotel entrance illuminated them. Zhao Tingshan observed her, and Qiyu interjected, "Brother, if you wish to accompany my sister-in-law, I can return on my own, the driver will take me." Zhao Tingshan glanced at her momentarily before she pursed her lips and entered the vehicle. Shen Xiwei, witnessing Qiyu's demeanor, remarked with satisfaction, "It seems your sister no longer despises me, it was merely a misunderstanding on her part." Shen Xiwei had orchestrated the entire encounter deliberately, and Qiyu was not oblivious to her intentions. "Well, I shall take my leave," Shen Xiwei stated. Zhao Tingshan watched her depart for a while before entering the car. Qiyu observed him. "Brother, she seems to treat you quite well. Last time, she took your criticisms in stride and even offered me a delightful meal." Zhao Tingshan recalled Shen Xiwei's earlier words about marrying him. He sensed a burgeoning feeling within him, akin to a seedling rapidly sprouting, accompanied by an overwhelming urge he could hardly contain. Later that evening, Pei Yunxiao did not return home. He finished his classes and went straight to his own residence. Pei Hong was working the night shift, leaving him alone at home. Previously, whenever he and Shen Xiwei had a disagreement, she would come to his house, coaxing him back into good spirits. However, upon awakening that morning, he found it odd that she had not even called. When he arrived at school, he spotted Shen Xiwei descending from a vehicle. She appeared not to notice him and proceeded directly to the school entrance. Pei Yunxiao approached her, calling out, "Shen Xiwei." She turned to look at him, greeting, "Good morning." Her eyes no longer held the infatuation they once did. Instead, they were calm, devoid of even the simplest pleasantries. Pei Yunxiao felt an inexplicable sensation welling up within him. When she had harbored feelings for him, he had been indifferent. Now, as he sought to pursue her earnestly, she seemed to have transformed entirely, noticing his intent gaze, as if he had something to convey. Shen Xiwei appraised him. "What is the matter?" Chapter 45, placing it to the chest, feeling his heartbeat. Pei Yunxiao replied, "I had some matters to attend to last night and did not return." Shen Xiwei nodded. "Is that so?" Her nonchalant response made Pei Yunxiao realize that she had no genuine interest in the matter. Whether he returned or not seemed inconsequential to her. "I was quite busy last night. I just went to bed afterward. My apologies. Have you resolved your matters?" Pei Yunxiao nodded yes. After speaking, he felt rather foolish for his inquiries. Shen Xiwei offered no further commentary. On the day after their exams concluded, Shen Xiwei returned home with Pei Yunxiao, only to find Zhao Tingshan waiting for her. As Pei Yunxiao exited the vehicle and saw Shen Xiwei approaching Zhao Tingshan, speaking to him with tenderness, he experienced an unexpected pang, an impression that they were remarkably well-matched, especially now. Shen Xiwei no longer trailed behind him like an adoring admirer. She seemed a different person, radiating a newfound brilliance. Her academic performance had also improved significantly. She often claimed to be merely acting with Zhao Tingshan, yet witnessing their interaction now left Pei Yunxiao feeling uneasy. Even if their connection was indeed a performance, was it not becoming too authentic? Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan entered the house. Aunt Zhou greeted her. "Miss, your luggage has arrived." 2 suitcases were placed in the living room. As she would be away until after the new year, she had packed extensively. Shen Xiwei instructed, "Please take them to the car." Pei Yunxiao overheard their conversation and discerned that Zhao Tingshan was there to escort Shen Xiwei to the airport. Upon returning to her room, Shen Xiwei changed out of her school uniform into her own attire, donning a white woolen coat and a hat. Stepping out, she found Pei Yunxiao waiting in the hallway. He gazed at her. "Is Zhao Tingshan also going?" Shen Xiwei replied, "My father will be heading over directly from that side. I am accompanying Zhao Tingshan." Pei Yunxiao remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. At that moment, Shen Xiwei was disinclined to engage in further conversation. Offering no additional explanations, "I shall take my leave now." However, after taking just a couple of steps, Pei Yunxiao grasped her arm, pulling her back instinctively. He held her shoulders firmly, locking eyes with her, and asked in a low voice, "Are you and Zhao Tingshan already together?" His eyes were profoundly intense. In the depths of his deep blue eyes lingered a hint of resentment, exuding an overwhelming sense of fragmentation. Shen Xiwei had never encountered him in such a state. He appeared to be both angry and deliberately restrained. For several months, she had painted a bright future for Pei Yunxiao, and he had eagerly consumed it. Each day, he toiled diligently, saving money while not neglecting his studies. It seemed he had genuinely believed her words. To her astonishment, he suddenly began to harbor doubts about her. Shen Xiwei denied it vehemently. "No, not at all. This is truly unfounded. Both Zhao Tingshan and I are still in school. How could we possibly define our relationship so early? Currently, aside from attending classes together and sharing meals, there exists no other connection between us. Yet, even if Zhao Tingshan were absent, even if she were perpetually single, A future with Pei Yunxiao seemed implausible. I cannot accept this. Pei Yunxiao gazed at her with unwavering seriousness. Shen Xiwei, I have an unsettling feeling that you are deceiving me. You spent so much time in the capital with him. Who knows what you both engaged in? What could I possibly do with him? Shen Xiwei retorted, adopting her previous demeanor. You are overthinking this. Zhao Tingshan is not the type of person you assume him to be. Shen Xiwei, Pei Yunxiao tightened his grip on her shoulders, causing her to wince in pain. Let go of me. If we are to converse, why resort to physicality? Yet, he did not release her, as if fearing she might not hear him clearly. He held her firmly. I confess I did have a past with Meng Qingran, but since I spoke to you about it last time, my intentions toward you have been earnest. I am equally sincere. Shen Xiwei shot back. What gives you the impression that I am not? You are not being sincere at all. Pei Yunxiao was not foolish. He could sense her lack of genuine intent. He stated earnestly. I genuinely wish to be with you, to marry you. Just a few days ago, Meng Qingran sought me out, and I turned her down, and so what? Shen Xiwei found his insistence amusing. No longer inclined to placate him. Her gaze turned icy. Are you implying that your charm is so great that even the campus belle is enamored with you? Pei Yunxiao noticed her displeasure whenever Meng Qingran was mentioned. It was clear that she was sensitive about the matter. He took a deep breath and said, I merely hope you can take our relationship seriously. I genuinely wish to build a future with you. Since you harbor feelings for me, shouldn't you cherish this bond even more? He believed he had been quite commendable during this time. He could not fathom what else she found unsatisfactory, compelling her to treat him this way. Seeing his aggrieved expression, Shen Xiwei smirked slightly. You feel distressed seeing me study with Zhao Tingshan, don't you? With Pei Yunxiao's eyes reddened. Yes, although you claim it's merely studying, don't you think you are overly kind to him? Every time you see him, your eyes sparkle with joy, while you regard me with indifference. In the past, there had been warmth in her gaze towards him, but now, it felt cold and detached, as if she were an outsider observing his humiliation. He found her calm demeanor unsettling, as though he no longer deserved a place in her heart. Shen Xiwei lifted her delicate, pale hand and placed it over his chest, adorned with a newly released Hermes bracelet. Her translucent fingers revealed a life of pampering. Her father was the wealthiest man in Yun City, and she had never known financial worry. But in her past life, what kind of existence did she endure while scavenging daily? Her hands were perpetually dirty, emerging from the refuse. The reason for her tragic fate was her profound affection for Pei Yunxiao. At this moment, her fingers felt his heartbeat through the fabric of his sweater. Shen Xiwei looked into Pei Yunxiao's eyes and asked, Does it ache here? Pei Yunxiao grasped her hand. Shen Xiwei. He felt a suffocating sensation, as if she had suddenly seized his heart. Her eyes harbored a brokenness he could not comprehend. Shen Xiwei stifled her tears and gazed at Pei Yunxiao. I once felt pain here too, perhaps even 1,000-fold more than you do. I sacrificed everything for you, only to be trampled beneath your feet. That sensation, Pei Yunxiao, how could you possibly understand? I have been relatively polite towards you, haven't I? You reside in my home without paying rent just because I grew closer to Zhao Tingshan. You find it unbearable? Is your pride wounded? If you were in my position, wouldn't you feel utterly desolate? Pei Yunxiao yearned to refute her. To proclaim, I haven't done anything. After all, he merely liked Meng Qingran and did not wish to grow closer to Shen Xiwei. He could even justify his actions, yet, as he listened to her pointed accusations, he found himself at a loss for words. Had he truly done something wrong? Tears cascaded down Shen Xiwei's cheeks, tracing a path down her face until they fell from her chin. At that moment of confrontation, Zhao Tingshan appeared at the top of the stairs. Chapter 46, Pei Yunxiao, mind your position. Upon seeing the two of them, he paused, halting his ascent, particularly when he noticed Shen Xiwei's tear-streaked face. Her hand resting against Pei Yunxiao's chest, and Pei Yunxiao holding her hand, their relationship appeared excessively intimate. Zhao Tingshan promptly turned and left. Shen Xiwei, taken aback by this, released Pei Yunxiao's hand, raised her head to look at him, and disdainfully remarked, If you are dissatisfied, the door is right there, you can leave at any time. I have never clung to you as I did before, forbidding your departure. With that, she descended the stairs. Her belongings were still in the car, where Zhao Tingshan stood waiting by the entrance. Shen Xiwei wiped her tears and approached him. Let's go. Zhao Tingshan cast a glance at her, noting her tearful state, and inquired, Are you alright? Shen Xiwei inhaled deeply. I'm fine. Sensing she was not in the mood to elaborate, as Zhao Tingshan refrained from pressing further. He opened the car door for her, and as she was about to enter, she suddenly felt a tight grip on her hand. It was Pei Yunxiao, having chased after her. Wait, don't go with him. Shen Xiwei's temper flared upon seeing him. You are so annoying, do you realize that? Upon noticing her anger, Pei Yunxiao pleaded, I know I was wrong, I won't provoke you again, please, stay, let's celebrate the new year together, I will treat you well. He could not comprehend why he felt an overwhelming urge to hold on to her, fearing that once she departed, he might never have another opportunity. Zhao Tingshan, standing nearby, furrowed his brows at Pei Yunxiao's sudden appearance. In truth, he had been enduring the situation between Shen Xiwei and Pei Yunxiao. Initially, he held his tongue when Pei Yunxiao slandered Shen Xiwei. He remained silent when he saw them together upstairs, but he had not anticipated that Pei Yunxiao would follow them here, especially since Shen Xiwei had just cried because of him. Let go. Before Shen Xiwei could speak, Zhao Tingshan interjected sternly. He had always been one to avoid conflict, but seeing him stand up for her surprised Shen Xiwei. As Zhao Tingshan spoke, Pei Yunxiao irritably turned to him. Showing no respect, I am speaking with Xiwei, what concern is it of yours? I said let go. Zhao Tingshan's face hardened. Pei Yunxiao sneered, taunting, and what if I don't? Are you going to hit me? He did not believe Zhao Tingshan would dare to confront him, especially not in front of Shen Xiwei. A confrontation might even serve to show Shen Xiwei whether she still wished to be with Zhao Tingshan. Just as Pei Yunxiao finished speaking, Zhao Tingshan delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. Pei Yunxiao collided with the door, feeling as if his body might shatter. He had fought before, but he had never encountered someone like Zhao Tingshan, who struck with such force as Zhao Tingshan appeared to exert minimal effort, yet Pei Yunxiao felt utterly broken. Despite the pain, Pei Yunxiao did not concede, clutching his abdomen where Zhao Tingshan had kicked him. He continued, do you think Shen Xiwei truly desires to be with you? Were it not for your affluent background, were it not for Shen Uncle's influence, would she ever consider you, after all this time? Do you need me to remind you how fond she is of me? Every time you came around, she always drove you away. Now she merely wishes to use you to elevate her grades and gain my admiration. Do you honestly believe you deserve to speak on her behalf here? The past had always weighed heavily on Zhao Tingshan's heart. At this moment, when Pei Yunxiao brought it up, Zhao Tingshan's eyes darkened. Xiwei is not your subordinate. Even if she has feelings for you, it does not grant you the right to dictate her choices. What he could not tolerate was not Shen Xiwei's affection for Pei Yunxiao but rather Pei Yunxiao's indifference to her. Despite being someone she liked, why should the person he held dear be subjected to such disdain by the man before him? Pei Yunxiao smirked, so you admit she likes me, right, despite being injured? He continued to provoke Zhao Tingshan as if he were the victor in their confrontation, until a sharp sound echoed through the air. A resounding slap landed on his face, everyone nearby froze in shock. Pei Yunxiao stared at the person standing before him. The one who had struck him was none other than Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury. Pei Yunxiao, did I ever give you permission to act so presumptuously? Pei Yunxiao looked at the enraged Shen Xiwei before him. She was furious at Xiwei. Pei Yunxiao attempted to speak, but Shen Xiwei interrupted him. You have no right to say those things in front of Zhao Tingshan. If you still wish for my father's support to see you through university, I suggest you choose your words carefully, understand your position. Pei Yunxiao gazed at her serious demeanor. She was no longer the person who had once flattered him from behind. She was Shen Xiwei, the girl who, at their first encounter, had stood before him like a princess, exuding an air of unattainability. Although she had since shown him much kindness, in his eyes, she remained an inhabitant of a world entirely separate from his own. Now, the distance between them seemed to have widened once more. He looked at her, aware that the members of the Shen family were watching him. Pei Yunxiao felt as though he were a mere jester. Her attitude had made it abundantly clear that she stood firmly with Zhao Tingshan. She could humiliate him, yet would not tolerate anyone daring to offend Zhao Tingshan, ignoring Pei Yunxiao. Shen Xiwei turned to Zhao Tingshan and said, shall we go? The journey was marked by silence, with Zhao Tingshan seated beside her, speaking little. He appeared somewhat displeased. Shen Xiwei speculated that it might be due to Pei Yunxiao's earlier words. You need not take those remarks to heart, she reassured him. He replied tersely, a single word that sounded cold and filled with distance. Zhao Tingshan, are you angry? She inquired. He remained silent. She pulled a piece of candy from her pocket and offered it to him. Would you like some? No need. He coldly rejected her, realizing that he was utterly disinterested in conversing with her. Shen Xiwei decided to refrain from further attempts to engage him. By the time they reached the capital, it was already late at night. Following Zhao Tingshan from the vehicle, Shen Xiwei noticed a row of black luxury cars parked on the road outside, with men in suits standing in formation. As orderly as if they were a military parade, the man at the forefront, dressed in a suit and wearing a solemn expression, hurriedly approached Zhao Tingshan with an umbrella, exclaiming, young master. Zhao Tingshan regarded him with a mild demeanor. Uncle Zun gestured for him to enter the car, saying, please, young master. Zhao Tingshan looked back at Shen Xiwei. This must be Miss Shen, correct? We have arranged transportation to take her home. A staff member swiftly approached, stating, Miss Shen, please. There's no need, Shen Xiwei replied. My father has sent someone to pick me up. Zhao Tingshan, you should head back first. It was evident how much Zhao Tingshan's family valued him. Having dispatched so many to collect him, Shen Xiwei felt out of place amidst the scene and had no desire to join in the commotion. Just then, someone approached. Mississippi. Shen Xiwei glanced over, recognizing it as Secretary Wang. A trusted aide of her father's. Feeling as though she had spotted a savior, she exclaimed, Aunt Wan. Wang Jie replied, Mr. Shen has sent me to escort you, then I shall take my leave, Shen Xiwei said. Turning to Zhao Tingshan, goodbye for now. Zhao Tingshan watched her figure as she entered the car with her family before departing himself. The Shen family possessed a villa in the capital, but Shen Xiwei had rarely visited due to her prolonged stay in Yun City. Wang Jie, seated in the front passenger seat, remarked, Mr. Shen has been busy with meetings lately and won't be able to return for a few days. He asked me to look after you in the meantime. Thank you for coming all this way to pick me up, Shen Xiwei said. It's no trouble. It's my duty, Wang Jie replied, having been with Shen Wenbin for some time. She had recently returned from maternity leave, which was why Secretary Yan had filled in for her. Upon arriving at the villa, Shen Xiwei took a shower and tidied herself, for the housekeeper had already prepared dinner for her. As she ate, she spoke on the phone with Aunt Zhou. Young Master Pei didn't eat dinner. Should we check on him? Aunt Zhou inquired. Why bother? Shen Xiwei replied dismissively. If he doesn't eat, so be it. Who's going to coddle him? It's absurd that he stirs up trouble and then blames me. Aunt Zhou continued. Young Master Ting Shen's kick was quite forceful. He sustained a significant injury, however. The doctor assured us it's nothing serious, just a few days of rest. As long as he's not in danger, Shen Xiwei responded while eating. Listening to her nonchalant remarks, Aunt Zhou couldn't help but reflect. It seems Shen Xiwei truly no longer cares about Pei Yunxiao. After finishing her conversation with Aunt Zhou, Shen Xiwei hung up the phone. She glanced at her device and sent Zhao Tingshan a message on QQ, asking if he had arrived. He should have by now. She wondered what he was up to. Shen Xiwei felt a twinge of concern. Surely he wasn't still upset with her. Pei Yunxiao's words had indeed been rather excessive, but she believed Zhao Tingshan wouldn't remain angry for long. Zhao Tingshan, of course, did not respond. He seemed to have an aversion to using QQ. Shen Xiwei sent him a text message, but he remained unresponsive. He had only just returned home, so he was likely preoccupied. Exhausted, Shen Xiwei went to bed. Prior to her arrival, she had asked her assistant to schedule viewings for potential new homes. Now that she was in the capital, it would be illogical not to purchase a couple of properties. Recently, she had developed a penchant for shopping. After securing 2 properties and finalizing the contracts, Shen Xiwei realized she had not been in contact with Zhao Tingshan for 2 days. It was as though he had completely forgotten about her. In her previous life, she had cared little for Zhao Tingshan's affairs in the capital. Aside from when she was near death, he had shown concern for her, but her understanding of him had been quite limited. Now, in this unfamiliar city, she suddenly found herself at a loss as to where to locate Zhao Tingshan if she wished to see him, when Wang Jie called, mentioning that her uncle wished to see her. Shen Xiwei agreed to meet him. Shen Xiwei's mother hailed from the capital, and her uncle had always resided nearby. However, she recalled that her uncle had not been particularly close to her family. They had seen each other once or twice during the holidays, but contact had dwindled over the years. Now that she was in the capital, her uncle's desire to see her was a formality she could not neglect. Upon arriving at the estate, the driver opened the door, and Shen Xiwei stepped out of the car. As she entered the manor, she unexpectedly spotted Zhao Tingshan. 2 men in black accompanied him. And he did not seem to notice her. Not anticipating a meeting here, Shen Xiwei felt no need for formality and hurried towards him, calling out, Zhao Tingshan. He turned at the sound of her voice, and a hint of softness flickered in his otherwise cold gaze. He acknowledged the 2 men beside him, who then departed. Shen Xiwei approached him, saying, What a coincidence to run into you here. Zhao Tingshan regarded her quietly. His silence conveyed an unmistakable sense of distance. Noticing his aloofness, Shen Xiwei asked, Are you busy? If so, I won't disturb you. She admitted to feeling a bit concerned about his activities, but, confronted with his indifference, found herself lacking the courage to press on. Having previously been a sycophant to Pei Yunxiao, she had no intention of becoming one to Zhao Tingshan as well. Just as she turned to leave, Zhao Tingshan grasped her hand. Shen Xiwei looked back at him. Aren't you angry? Have you eaten? He did not respond directly. I haven't eaten yet. I've been busy all day. I made plans to dine here with my uncle. Would you like to join us, or do you have other commitments? I'm not busy, he replied. Then come with me for dinner, she urged, and seeing him willingly stay, she decided not to dwell on their earlier tension. Zhao Tingshan acquiesced, and Shen Xiwei led him to the dining area. Her uncle had yet to arrive, but a reservation had been made. As someone came to escort Shen Xiwei, they took their seats in a private room. Sitting beside Zhao Tingshan, she seized the opportunity to address the earlier incident. Are you planning to ignore me now? Zhao Tingshan gazed at her, his inky black eyes reflecting her image. I've been feeling a bit upset. Why is that? Shen Xiwei was taken aback to hear him express his discontent. Zhao Tingshan averted his gaze, speaking with a hint of melancholy. I just feel like you don't care for me. Hearing his words made Shen Xiwei's heart soften instantly. She looked at Zhao Tingshan. Why would you think that? I like you a lot, if not for her concern that being too forward might frighten the still naive Zhao Tingshan. She would not have restrained herself. Your grades are already impressive. Once results are out, will you still acknowledge me? He did not meet her gaze, merely articulating his emotions quietly. His unease seemed to stem from a desire to compete, tempered by a fear of his own insignificance. Watching his expression, Shen Xiwei smiled, though her eyes gradually grew misty. Despite his evident virtues, he worried that she might not cherish him, while Pei Yunxiao, who paled in comparison to Zhao Tingshan, exuded an unwarranted confidence that he was indispensable to her. Do you see me as so heartless, that I'd use you and then discard you? The day you were with Pei Yunxiao. Upon mentioning this, Zhao Tingshan finally met her gaze. You wept in front of him. This matter weighed heavily on his mind, and he had remained troubled by it. Although they spent every day together, Shen Xiwei was always gentle with him, almost devoid of temper. Yet, in front of Pei Yunxiao, she displayed anger and frustration, revealing a side of herself that was altogether different. In that moment, Zhao Tingshan realized that, no matter what, he could never rival Pei Yunxiao in her affections. Hearing Zhao Tingshan's words, Shen Xiwei was taken aback. Was this truly the reason for his lingering anger? You never lose your temper in front of me. So you mean you wish to see me upset? Shen Xiwei countered. But what if I frighten you away by getting angry? He appeared as though he might flee at any moment. How could she dare to raise her voice at him? Chapter 48. To bear 7 or 8 children with him. Zhao Tingshan did not directly respond to Shen Xiwei's inquiry but instead remarked to himself. I returned home these past 2 days. I see. Shen Xiwei expressed concern. Were you unhappy at home? Did they bully you? In truth, Shen Xiwei was quite curious about why he had been living at his uncle's house. Was it possible that his father treated him poorly? She had heard that his mother had passed away rather early, leaving him with a stepmother, although Shen Xiwei had never experienced having a stepmother. She had encountered families with such circumstances. What might it be like in a household with a stepmother? Perhaps that was why he always appeared so desolate. Zhao Tingshan, however, refuted her assumption. No, my father and aunt treat me very well. With great courtesy, yet he may scold my younger brother, but never me, just like you. His gaze fell upon Shen Xiwei's face. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiwei instantly understood. He was not discussing his family matters, he was using the attitude of his family towards him to reflect upon her perception of him. Did he think she regarded Pei Yunxiao as family? Did he believe she viewed him as an outsider? Shen Xiwei addressed Zhao Tingshan. I am not privy to your family's thoughts about you. Nor do I understand them, however. Zhao Tingshan, you are very important to me. As Zhao Tingshan looked at her. Is that so? You don't believe me? Shen Xiwei pouted. I was thinking that once I graduate, I would marry you. Then we could have 7 or 8 children together. Upon hearing her mention 7 or 8 children, Zhao Tingshan's face registered shock. He soon realized she was jesting. What nonsense! Seeing him awkwardly raise his cup to take a sip of water, Shen Xiwei felt elated, having discovered how amusing it was to tease him. Look, I tell you the truth, yet you still doubt me. She may not be able to explain to him why she was treating him so well at present, but the thought of being together after graduation was indeed her genuine desire. Zhao Tingshan said, I simply do not wish to see you cry because of others. That is because, Shen Xiwei replied. I feel as though I have been wrong. It's quite frustrating. Whenever she recalled events from her past life, she truly felt an immense sense of grievance. It was only upon seeing Zhao Tingshan that she felt a modicum of solace. Zhao Tingshan gazed at her, her expression strikingly familiar to him, causing a prickling sensation in his heart. He pondered what he could do to assist her. Shen Xiwei looked at him and said, regardless of the circumstances, even if I excel academically, I will not merely use you as Pei Yunxiao suggested. I certainly will not be with him, although she was uncertain of the veracity of her own words. Zhao Tingshan was already quite pleased that she chose to say such things to reassure herself of the internal discomfort he had felt over the past few days had dissipated. Shen Xiwei regarded him and declared, in my heart, I have already decided on you. If you do not mind, I shall marry you. How about that? Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan responded, really, of course, Shen Xiwei said, glancing at the appetizer being served by the waiter. Picking up her chopsticks to grab a piece. However, I have not yet graduated, and my father would not wish for me to be with you so soon, so we must wait a while. In any case, do not take Pei Yunxiao to heart. He is not worthy of comparison to you. At that moment, the restaurant was quiet, with only the two of them present. Zhao Tingshan listened to Shen Xiwei's words, which seemed to him the most melodious language in the world. Before long, her uncle arrived, Mr. Qiao. The waiter greeted Xiao Ziyuan politely as he approached in a gray suit. Though in his 40s, he did not appear particularly aged. Uncle, Shen Xiwei exclaimed, easily recognizing him despite not having seen him for quite some time. Xiao Ziyuan acknowledged her and pulled out a chair, preparing to sit down when he noticed Zhao Tingshan beside her. What are you doing here? He asked, surprised. Wasn't he supposed to be next door? The Zhao family was hosting a welcoming banquet for the recently returned young Master Zhao in the adjacent room. Yet here he was, with Shen Xiwei. Seeing her uncle's gaze fixed on Zhao Tingshan, Shen Xiwei explained, Uncle, are you referring to Tingshan? He is my friend, and we came from Yunqing together. He is currently tutoring me. You've agreed to be with him now? Xiao Ziyuan inquired, somewhat taken aback. Shen Xiwei had always been reluctant to associate with Zhao Tingshan. He had heard she was getting close to that boy surnamed Pei in her family, so he had not paid much attention to this matter. Shen Xiwei replied, as for my affairs, I listened to my father. This statement from Shen Xiwei lacked any persuasive power. Did she really listen to her father? Xiao Ziyuan found it difficult to comprehend. Sitting beside her, he scrutinized Zhao Tingshan, unable to express his thoughts openly in front of him. They began their meal. Shen Xiwei asked Xiao Ziyuan, Uncle, it has been a long time since we last met. I thought you did not like coming over here. Xiao Ziyuan remarked, I just knew you were hiding in that small place called Yunqing, flirting with your family's driver's son. The mention of the driver's son made Shen Xiwei's scalp tingle with embarrassment. She had just reassured Zhao Tingshan for quite some time, and now her uncle had to say such things. Wasn't that adding fuel to the fire? Clearing her throat, Shen Xiwei insisted, my past with Pei Yunxiao is already behind me. Uncle, please do not bring it up again. Behind you? Xiao Ziyuan questioned, how could it just be over? Did the young couple have a quarrel? Uncle, Shen Xiwei retorted, unsure of why he insisted on mentioning this. It's not like that. Zhao Tingshan is right here. She continued, my relationship with Pei Yunxiao was merely a playful fling. I will keep my distance from him in the future. Xiao Ziyuan gazed at Shen Xiwei. What does your father think about this? After a period of absence, it seemed he had trained her to be so obedient. Zhao Tingshan had begun to harbor doubts. After all, Pei Yunxiao had claimed that Shen Xiwei was with Zhao Tingshan merely to coerce him into giving her tutoring. Do not take it seriously, he thought. Shen Xiwei asserted, this is my own decision. I simply do not like Pei Yunxiao anymore, and it has nothing to do with my father. After speaking, Shen Xiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan. Serving him some food. Eat this. Don't get upset again. She did not enjoy quarreling with him and wished to see him happy. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Ziyuan's phone rang. He answered, I have something to attend to. Mr. Xiao, the young Master Zhao is causing a ruckus. He says if you do not show up, he will smash the place. Young Master Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyuan furrowed his brow, glancing at the Zhao family's eldest son seated across from him. The eldest son had yet to say a word, yet that troublesome young lad was already causing a scene. This manor hotel was owned by Zhao Ziyuan. He frequently assisted in hosting prominent figures here and was well acquainted with many influential people from the capital. At this moment, he had no choice but to stand up. Turning to Shen Xiwei, he said, I need to handle some matters at the hotel. You two continue eating. Once her uncle had departed, Shen Xiwei finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 49, The Little Demon King of the Zhao Family. Turning to Zhao Tingshan, she said, I haven't seen my uncle in a long time. He knows nothing about my situation. Do not pay attention to what he says. I wasn't listening, Zhao Tingshan replied just as his phone rang. He glanced at it but did not answer. Hanging up directly, Shen Xiwei asked, Do you have something to attend to? Remembering that he had come here for a reason. She felt concerned. Zhao Tingshan responded, It is not anything significant. Shen Xiwei looked at him with worry. Really not important? Zhao Tingshan met her gaze. I just arrived in the capital. What could possibly be important? It is merely accompanying the elders to eat and drink. Quite dull. It is far more peaceful here. He had always been a person who preferred tranquility. Sometimes, when Shen Xiwei accompanied him out, he would even clear his space just to achieve some quietude. Before long, a waiter approached, addressing Zhao Tingshan. Young Master Zhao, our boss requests your presence. Your boss? That would be Mr. Qiao, who had just stepped out. If it were someone else, Zhao Tingshan would naturally disregard it. However, Zhao Ziyuan was Shen Xiwei's uncle. In the adjacent banquet hall, the waitstaff trembled in fear as Zhao Yuan stood in front of an expensive vase, which certainly was not cheap. Don't Zhao Ziyuan tried to intervene. With a crash, the vase shattered on the ground. That troublesome child had destroyed several of his painstakingly collected antiques in one fell swoop. It was utterly infuriating. His heart bled at the sight, yet he could do nothing, for this was a member of the Zhao family. Zhao Yuan, standing nearby, scoffed at Zhao Ziyuan. You better know where my brother is. If he is lost, I will not let this go. Zhao Ziyuan replied, How could he possibly be lost? He is very safe in our manor. Could Zhao Tingshan's absence be blamed for this? Just because Zhao Tingshan was not present, did it justify the destruction of his room full of antiques? Was there no sense of justice? But my brother went missing in your manor. Zhao Yuan retorted, picking up another ornament. Don't, ancestor. Zhao Ziyuan was on the verge of tears. Please don't do that, uncle. At that moment, Shen Xiwei's voice rang out. Zhao Ziyuan looked up to see Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan appearing at the doorway. Upon noticing the shards scattered across the floor, Zhao Tingshan frowned. He and Shen Xiwei approached, their eyes landing on Zhao Yuan. Put that down. Zhao Yuan was only 14 this year. However, outside, he was already referred to as the Little Demon King. He was starkly different from Zhao Tingshan. While Zhao Tingshan grew up in Yun City and seldom returned, Zhao Yuan was born and raised within the Zhao family, truly the Little Demon King. Every time he went out, chaos ensued, yet he had his mother to clean up after him, and others dared not intervene. Now, with Zhao Tingshan's arrival, the legendary Little Demon King was startled enough to drop the ornament he was holding. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ziyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it took a member of the Zhao family to keep their own in check. Zhao Yuan approached Zhao Tingshan. Brother, where have you been? I thought you had been kidnapped. What business is it of yours? Zhao Tingshan replied, his face stern and displeased. Zhao Yuan quickly sought forgiveness, feigning innocence. I was just worried about you. Mom and Dad will be here soon. If they don't see you, they'll surely say I haven't taken good care of you. I apologize. Zhao Tingshan did not reciprocate his courtesy. Zhao Yuan turned to Zhao Ziyuan. I'm sorry, Zhao Ziyuan responded. When have I ever seen the Little Demon King so obedient? Zhao Tingshan chastised him as if he were a pet. It's alright. After Zhao Yuan apologized, he turned back to Zhao Tingshan. Brother, where did you just go? I was worried sick out to eat. Zhao Tingshan replied with a hint of annoyance. Casting a glance at him, but if it weren't for him, he would still be dining with Shen Xiwei next door. He had spoiled everything. At that moment, a woman's voice called out, Zhao Yuan. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan hurriedly approached. Mommy, the newcomer, clad in a cheapao and wrapped in mink fur, wore high heels and adorned herself with a pearl necklace, exuding an air of affluence. Mrs. Zhao Ziyuan greeted as he walked over. Mrs. Zhao wore a gentle smile and, having just stepped out of the car, remarked, I just heard that our little troublemaker is causing a ruckus again. My apologies, Mr. Qiao. We will compensate for any damages. It is my son's folly. I will certainly teach him a lesson at home. It's no trouble. Shen Xiwei, standing beside Zhao Tingshan, gazed at Zhao Yuan's mother. So this is Zhao Tingshan's stepmother? She appeared stunningly beautiful and remarkably young, almost like an older sister. She glanced at Zhao Tingshin. "Is this your stepmother?" Zhao Tingshin nodded. "Let us go inside." Since they had arrived, he had no intention of escaping. And thus they proceeded indoors. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling, as many sought to catch a glimpse of the returning prince of Yin City and see what he looked like. Tishin, however, before they could enter, Mrs. Zhao approached them. Zhao Tingshin halted in his tracks. Mrs. Zhao stood beside him and said, "I just heard you were missing. It worried me for quite some time now that you've returned to the capital. It is unfamiliar territory, so don't wander off without company. I am not an idiot." Seeing his cold demeanor, Mrs. Zhao refrained from saying more and turned to Zhao Yuan. "Yuan, be sure to keep your brother company." Zhao Yuan complied. Okay. Despite the evident tension, he understood his brother's often fierce disposition and that he didn't seem to harbor any fondness for him. Zhao Tingshin led Shen Xiwei further inside. The atmosphere was lively. Once they entered, they refrained from wandering aimlessly and found a place to sit on the second floor. Shen Xiwei surveyed the crowd below, having lived in Yin City all her life. The scene felt particularly vibrant to her. She spotted several familiar faces, including numerous celebrities. Zhao Tingshin sat beside her, quietly peeling fruit, seemingly uninterested in the commotion below. Originally, Zhao Yuan had accompanied them, but Zhao Tingshin found him bothersome and sent him away. Shen Xiwei had intended to meet her uncle, but he was too occupied with Mrs. Zhao to attend to her. A woman dressed in formal attire, accompanied by a girl, approached Mrs. Zhao, conversing amiably. Shen Xiwei couldn't help but think of Pei Yunxiao's face. There was a striking resemblance in the features. Returning to Zhao Tingshin's side, she remarked, "It's quite lively. Is it all for me?" "Not for me," Zhao Tingshin replied nonchalantly. "They are merely here for the spectacle." "I am the spectacle." Shen Xiwei looked at Zhao Tingshin. "What does your father do that garners such influence? Besides celebrities, there are also tycoons and high-ranking officials," Zhao Tingshin replied, his demeanor suggesting he was reluctant to elaborate. After a lengthy wait, her uncle finally finished his engagements and approached Shen Xiwei. Wait, uncle," she acknowledged, "you should head home." Xiao Zhiyuan insisted, "Get some rest now." Shen Xiwei questioned, "Isn't it too early? I will escort you home," Xiao Zhiyuan insisted. Shen Xiwei glanced at the small plate of peeled longan and tangerines on the table. Relenting, "Then I shall take my leave. My uncle has called for me. He likely has something to discuss." Zhao Tingshin looked at her. "Very well, I will miss you." As she spoke, she lifted the small plate and left. Zhao Tingshin watched her retreating figure, his gaze softening. He had initially anticipated a tedious evening. Reluctant to attend upon returning to the capital, he was thrust into social obligations and meetings with elders, which he detested. Yet, upon seeing Shen Xiwei, he suddenly felt that the evening might not be so dull after all. Shen Xiwei accompanied her uncle downstairs, where she happened to see the woman who bore a striking resemblance to Pei Yunxiao. The woman approached with the girl in tow. "Greeting, Xiao Zhiyuan." "Mr. Chow." "Mrs. Lin," he replied. "I would like a business card from Mr. Chow, if possible." Xiao Zhiyuan nodded. Of course. Xiao Zhiyuan personally drove Shen Xiwei home. As they traveled, she turned to him and inquired, "Who was that woman who just greeted you?" "Her family is in logistics. Her husband and I have some business dealings." "Why do you ask? Do you know her?" "What is her surname?" "Xiao." "You just arrived in the capital, and you already know someone here." "Perhaps I misremembered." Upon hearing the surname Xiao, Shen Xiwei's suspicions solidified. Previously, she had been trying to gather information about Pei Yunxiao's mother, hoping to win his affection through her efforts to in her past life. She had indeed managed to uncover details about his mother. However, what had transpired afterward remained a mystery to her. Pei Yunxiao had never shared anything with her, preferring to confide in Meng Qingran instead. As she pondered this, her uncle interrupted her thoughts. "You should avoid getting too close to Zhao Tingshin." "Why?" Shen Xiwei was taken aback. "Is my association with Zhao Tingshin displeasing to you?" "Uncle, no wonder he had intentionally said those things in front of Zhao Tingshin today." "Mei, I am only looking out for your best interests," Xiao Zhiyuan insisted. "Aren't you getting along quite well with that little boyfriend of yours?" "Pei Yunxiao was it? But I like Zhao Tingshin now." Her uncle's reasoning struck her as odd that he had no acquaintance with Pei Yunxiao. In fact, he likely had never even met him. So why was he so eager to see her with Pei Yunxiao? Shen Xiwei turned to Xiao Zhiyuan. "My father wishes for me to be with Zhao Tingshin." "Why doesn't you?" "I cannot fathom your father's thoughts, but I do not wish for you to be with him. If your mother were here, she would likely oppose your marrying into the Zhao family." Mentioning her mother silenced Shen Xiwei. Her mother had passed away from illness. When she departed, Shen Xiwei had been quite young and had even fallen ill herself. Since then, she had tried not to dwell on her mother's memory. Her father had also taken to hiding her mother's belongings, fearing that seeing them would upset her. Xiao Zhiyuan dropped her off at the door, remaining in the car. He advised, "Listen to your uncle. Do not get too close to Zhao Tingshin. You should find someone you genuinely like in Yin City to marry. We are not lacking in financial means. There is no need to aspire to the Zhao family's status." Standing at the door, Shen Xiwei responded, "Uncle, you should head back." She realized that her uncle's sudden decision to escort her home was rooted in his desire to prevent her from getting too close to Zhao Tingshin. Due to Shen Xiwei's arrival in the capital, Aunt Zhou granted everyone a break. Pei Yunxiao returned home that evening. Pei Hong came back from his shift and, seeing Pei Yunxiao alone, Inquired, why are you back? Aren't you at the Shen residence? Pei Yunxiao, in a sullen mood, replied curtly, Shen Xiwei went to the capital. The Shen family is empty now. To the capital, didn't they take you along? Pei Yunxiao was in a foul mood and could hardly be bothered to respond to his father's comments. He retreated to his room and shut the door. Sitting down, he recalled how Shen Xiwei had once said, Pei Yunxiao, I've been searching for someone to help you uncover information about your mother. If I find anything, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. When they had been together, he had been indifferent to her other inquiries, but this particular matter had piqued his interest, yet now he wondered if she would still think of him after going to the capital. The mere thought that she had resorted to violence against Zhao Tingshan left Pei Yunxiao with an insatiable bitterness in his heart. At that moment, Meng Qingran sent him a message. Pei Yunxiao, how is life in the capital? She had secretly glimpsed Shen Xiwei's social media, discovering that Shen Xiwei had visited the capital and shared her experiences. Envious of Pei Yunxiao's companionship with her, Meng Qingran's words felt like salt poured into an open wound. Pei Yunxiao had also seen Shen Xiwei's posts, yet unbeknownst to Meng Qingran, he was currently hiding in the confines of his own modest abode. He chose not to respond to Meng Qingran's message. The next day, before Shen Xiwei had even risen, a servant came to summon her. Miss Young Master Tingshan has arrived. As Shen Xiwei descended the stairs, she spotted Zhao Tingshan standing by the window in the living room, gazing outside at the snowfall. Stretching her arms in a leisurely manner, she remarked, it's snowing not. He turned to her and, noticing she had come down in her nightgown, inquired, not awake yet? I was planning to sleep a little longer, but upon hearing you were here, I decided to come see you. Shen Xiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan, curious about his sudden visit. He replied, I had some free time, so I thought I'd drop by. There's nothing entertaining at home anyway. Just days prior, everyone had been surrounding him, leaving him no time to spare, with today being quieter. He found himself preferring the atmosphere at Shen Xiwei's place over that of the Zhao family. Shen Xiwei suggested, after we finish our meal, let us go skiing. She had been preoccupied with buying a house for the past few days. With the capital set to lift purchasing restrictions in May, she wanted to finalize these matters beforehand. Now that Zhao Tingshan was also free, it was the perfect opportunity for them to relax together. After spending a few delightful days with Zhao Tingshan, Shen Xiwei felt an immense joy. Zhao Tingshan rarely returned to the Zhao residence, opting instead to spend his leisure time with her. A couple of days before the spring festival, Shen Wenbin returned home. Shen Xiwei entered the house alongside Zhao Tingshan, calling out, Dad. Her father sat on the sofa, accompanied by Zhao Tingshan's stepmother, whom she had met during a previous visit to her uncle's house. Zhao Furen beamed upon seeing Shen Xiwei, exclaiming, so this is Shen Zong's daughter, absolutely stunning. Shen Xiwei regarded her, recalling their previous encounter, though it seemed as if the woman did not recognize her, given the crowd that day. It was understandable that she had not registered Shen Xiwei's presence. Shen Xiwei politely asked, how should I address you? Shen Wenbin interjected, you can just call her auntie, she is Tingshan's aunt. Although Zhao Tingshan's stepmother, it was evident that Zhao Tingshan would not refer to her as mother. Upon seeing her here, he inquired, what brings you here? Zhao Furen replied with a smile, your father is returning tonight. So I came to fetch you. You've been away from home for so long, it's not right. Zhao Tingshan responded, I'm quite comfortable here. I know, Zhao Furen continued with a smile, while it's lovely that you and Miss Shen share a good rapport, you can't spend every moment together. Once you return home, you can visit her whenever you wish. Zhao Tingshan recalled how many days he had already spent at Shen Xiwei's place. Moreover, with Zhao's family having sent someone to fetch him, he realized he had no choice but to return. He turned to Shen Xiwei, saying, I'll head back now. Alright, she replied. Zhao Furen took Zhao Tingshan away, and Shen Xiwei settled onto the sofa. Shen Wenbin looked at her, asking, where have you been? I went skiing, Shen Xiwei responded. It was quite enjoyable. I've been out and about every day. To her, it felt as if she were on a holiday. Shen Wenbin observed his daughter, who had been busy acquiring properties since her arrival in the capital. I heard you've purchased quite a few houses since you got here. Well, Shen Xiwei replied, I thought I'd take a look since I had some free time. Shen Wenbin chuckled, what else with your newfound obsession with real estate? It seems you're either buying houses or land. If your father weren't well off, you would have depleted all our resources. Shen Xiwei unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth, reassuring him, don't worry, Dad, I'm not spending recklessly. In a couple of years, you'll see that buying property in the capital was an astute decision. If given another chance, Shen Xiwei only wished to earn money. With such a golden opportunity before her, it would be a shame not to seize it. Observing her earnest analysis, Shen Wenbin simply responded, as long as you're happy. Additionally, Shen Xiwei added, that person who approached you about investing in a mobile phone venture, didn't he? I believe you should consider agreeing to his proposal. It's bound to be profitable. She didn't want her father to miss out on the opportunity, knowing that the individual later thrived in the mobile industry. Shen Wenbin replied, alright, since my daughter has requested it, I'll grant him this favor. He actually called me a few days ago. That evening, after dining with her father, Shen Wenbin arranged for the house to be decorated, creating a festive atmosphere for the new year. The following afternoon, He took Shen Xiwei to visit her mother's grave. It had been years since Shen Xiwei had been to the capital, and her mother was laid to rest there. Shen Wenbin placed a bouquet at the grave and spoke to his deceased wife about Shen Xiwei's recent accomplishments. He mentioned how she had matured, improved her grades, and become more understanding, and that she was currently in a good relationship with Zhao Tingshan. Shen Xiwei stood by gazing at her mother's photograph on the tombstone. She bore a striking resemblance to her mother, who had been a great beauty, thus Shen Xiwei also looked quite lovely. However, she was unable to recall anything from her childhood. As they descended the hill, Shen Xiwei sat in the car and asked her father, "Dad, why is it that Mom is buried in the capital while we live in Yun City?" Shen Wenbin replied, "Your mother had always intended to return to live in Yun City. We did spend some time there, but then she fell ill. We brought her back here for treatment and never returned. You were too young to remember those times, though she had no clear memories." The mention of her mother stirred a deep emotional response within Shen Xiwei. Shen Wenbin inquired, "How is your relationship with Tingshan these days?" "Quite good," Shen Xiwei replied. "Dad, I want to marry him once I graduate. However, my uncle advised me against being with Zhao Tingshan. He seems quite opposed to it. Do you know why?" Her uncle appeared to maintain a decent relationship with the Zhao family and was quite close to Zhao Foreign. Yet he opposed Shen Xiwei's relationship with Zhao Tingshan. Did the Zhao family disapprove of her? Shen Wenbin looked at Shen Xiwei and explained, "Your engagement with Tingshan was arranged before either of you was born. It was your mother's decision, otherwise he wouldn't be considering a marriage proposal to you." The recollection of that event filled Shen Wenbin with trepidation, knowing it was his wife's wish. Shen Xiwei refrained from commenting further. Since her mother's passing, her father had devoted himself to raising her, never remarrying, as he held deep affection for her mother. Of course, even without the intentions of her father and mother, Shen Xiwei's feelings for Zhao Tingshan were profound. On New Year's Eve, Shen Wenbin rose early to prepare the reunion dinner himself. Shen Xiwei offered to help but was promptly shooed away. He could manage the cooking, but his precious daughter was not to be involved. Shen Xiwei picked up her phone, settled on the sofa, and messaged Zhao Tingshan, "Happy New Year's Eve." He responded with his usual brevity. Shen Xiwei smiled as she typed, "My dad is cooking tonight, but unfortunately you can't come over, otherwise you could have joined us." Zhao Tingshan replied, "I'll come over shortly." Really? Shen Xiwei recalled how Zhao Foreign had come to fetch him just the day before. "Your family won't mind?" "Not at all. My dad has work tonight. He is going to a spring festival gala and won't be home to celebrate." Shen Xiwei thought little of it, assuming Zhao Tingshan was jesting, until he actually arrived that evening. When she opened the door and saw him standing there, he handed her a red envelope, wishing her a happy new year. Receiving the envelope, Shen Xiwei exclaimed, "Thank you, you really came." Zhao Tingshan replied, "I came to celebrate the festival with you. After all, we both traveled from Yun City. How could I bear to leave you behind?" He recalled how Pei Yunxiao had insisted on accompanying Shen Xiwei for the new year, yet she had unhesitatingly chosen him instead. "Dad, Zhao Tingshan is here," Shen Xiwei announced as she entered the kitchen, informing her father, who was busy cooking. Shen Wenbin emerged, noticing Zhao Tingshan seated on the sofa. "Tingshan has come, Uncle Shen." "I'm here to help," Zhao Tingshan offered as he attempted to enter the kitchen. Shen Wenbin replied, "No need, just sit, everything is ready." He brought out the dishes, presenting a bountiful spread. Chuckling, "Let us see how my culinary skills hold up. I wonder if I've regressed after all these years." Shen Xiwei settled beside Zhao Tingshan, saying, "My dad is an excellent cook." "I know," Zhao Tingshan responded. "You've tasted his cooking?" Shen Xiwei inquired, surprised. It occurred to her that he had never dined at their home before. Zhao Tingshan looked at her, noticing her complete lack of recollection regarding their past interactions. Choosing not to elaborate, during the time he had lived at the Shen household, Shen Wenbin had often prepared meals for them. Despite being a businessman, he had never carried an air of superiority at home. However, as time passed, "All right, come to the table and eat," Shen Wenbin called out to the two children. And Zhao Tingshan settled down together in a restaurant. For Shen Xiwei, this year's spring festival felt markedly different from those of previous years. Although she had spent the last one with her father and Pei Yunxiao, it felt as if an eternity had passed since then. Traditionally, she had spent each spring festival sequestered in her rented room, devoid of her father's relatives, or anyone who cherished her, nor anyone she cherished in return. She was that solitary figure, enduring loneliness and pain. Now, with her father before her and Zhao Tingshan by her side, Shen Xiwei felt a surge of happiness. By the way, Dad, I intend to apply to Qingbei for the college entrance examination," she declared. "That's wonderful," Shen Wenbin replied. "My daughter certainly has ambition." In truth, he was not overly concerned about her academic performance. Even if she did not excel, it mattered little. After all, one's fate was not solely dictated by the college entrance examination. Yet, her aspiration brought a sense of comfort to Shen Wenbin. "Your progress is quite impressive. It is not easy at all. I used to think you were as foolish as I am, but now it seems you've surpassed your mother." Shen Wenbin's academic achievements had been rather lackluster. He had even lagged behind Pei Hong, ultimately scraping by to enroll in a university in the capital. He had a knack for business, adept and flexible in that realm, but academics had never been his strong suit. Conversely, Shen Xiwei's mother was a different story altogether. She had been a top student at Qingbei, later rising to prominence as a renowned lawyer in the capital. Their paths had crossed when she assisted him with a patent case, and he had pursued her for a long time before winning her heart. Many remarked that he had struck gold in marrying such a beauty. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment. He considered it a blessing from his ancestors that someone so exceptional and astute would choose an ordinary businessman like himself. Is my mother very intelligent? Shen Xiwei inquired. Of course. Shen Wenbin's face brimmed with pride at the mention of his wife. She was exceptionally bright, well known at Qingbei, and many sought to win her affection. As a lawyer, she was particularly eloquent. I could never win an argument against her. Listening to her father, Shen Xiwei exclaimed, "O lawyer, that's truly remarkable. She has always been victorious in her legal battles." Except at this point, Shen Wenbin's expression grew complex. He quickly shifted the topic. "Come, let us raise a toast. You two can have juice. I'll indulge in some wine, as it's a rare occasion to celebrate the new year." Shen Wenbin genuinely appeared to be in high spirits. After their meal, he had indulged a bit too much and required Secretary Yan's assistance to rest. Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan settled in the living room downstairs to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Zhao Tingshan sat quietly beside her, speaking very little. Shen Xiwei, seated on the carpet in front of the sofa, turned to him and asked, "What do you think my mother was like? Why can't I remember her face at all?" Zhao Tingshan remained unusually quiet, especially after Shen Wenbin had mentioned her mother. Seeing Shen Xiwei grappling with this question, he looked down at her, thinking it might be better not to dwell on it. Perhaps the memories would come back to her in time. Shen Xiwei lifted her gaze to him, noticing how he looked down at her from the sofa, his handsome features glowing in her eyes. "Zhao Tingshan, you are truly handsome." Hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan gazed at her with tenderness. He shifted from the sofa to sit beside her on the floor. "I'm feeling a bit sleepy." She admitted she had intended to stay up until midnight to watch the fireworks but found herself drowsy after a satisfying meal. "Why don't you take a nap? I'll wake you when the time comes," Zhao Tingshan suggested. Shen Xiwei nodded, and soon after, as she drifted off, her phone buzzed. Zhao Tingshan considered silencing it and picked it up, only to find a text from Pei Yunxiao. "Shen Xiwei, Happy New Year." Without hesitation, Zhao Tingshan deleted the message. Due to the early start of classes, Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan had to return to Yun City before the Lantern Festival. Prior to their departure, Shen Xiwei shared a meal with her father, remembering the unfortunate incident from her past life when her father had encountered an accident just days before her college entrance examination. She broached the subject. "Dad, could you please take a month off to stay home with me during my exams?" Shen Wenbin looked at her. "I have many responsibilities, but I can arrange for someone else to be with you." "Dad," Shen Xiwei insisted, "this is a significant event in my life. You cannot shirk your duty, and if you refuse, I will resent you." Her father often worked long hours, sometimes not seeing her for months. She feared that if she did not clarify this now, she might lose the opportunity to reach him later. Seeing the serious expression on his daughter's face, Shen Wenbin asked, "Do you really need me to be there? Isn't Zhao Tingshan keeping you company just fine?" "That is not the same." Shen Xiwei certainly desired her father's presence for more than mere companionship. She simply wished to alter the fate of her previous life. "That he is not my father. I believe that having you beside me would bring me some comfort. You need to promise to come a month in advance." "Understood. If you don't come, I will truly resent you." She was determined. She feared that if she called later, he might dismiss her as being unreasonable and come up with excuses to avoid her. Under her persistent persuasion, her father eventually acquiesced to her request. Shen Xiwei returned to Yun City with Zhao Tingshan. Aunt Zhou and the others had already resumed work, cleaning the house meticulously and preparing for the Lantern Festival. As soon as Shen Xiwei stepped out of the car, she spotted Pei Yunxiao. She had thought that after their last encounter, her dealings with him were over, but to her surprise, she saw him again upon returning. Fortunately, Zhao Tingshan was not present. He had gone straight home to the Qi family from the airport. Otherwise, seeing Pei Yunxiao might have made Zhao Tingshan displeased again. Pei Yunxiao extended his hand to take the bag from her. "What are you doing?" Shen Xiwei asked. "It's been a while. Didn't you miss me?" He looked at her with gentle eyes, his voice melodious. Shen Xiwei noted that perhaps due to the time apart, he seemed even more handsome, yet his immediate approach caught her off guard. She preferred his earlier demeanor of indifference. "I thought after I slapped you last time, you would be angry and avoid me. I assumed you had quite the temper before. If I caused you sorrow, it is only right that you retaliate," Pei Yunxiao replied. His attitude of acknowledging his faults was commendable. Shen Xiwei was taken aback by his sincerity, never expecting him to reflect so deeply on his mistakes. After a long flight, Shen Xiwei found her eardrums uncomfortable. She settled onto the sofa, and Pei Yunxiao approached her, saying, "I brought your report card at Chapter 53. Shen Xiwei is quite the bully since Shen Xiwei had gone to the capital early. She had not collected her results, so Pei Yunxiao had done it for her. Hearing his words, Shen Xiwei glanced at him. He handed her the report card, stating, "You've made significant progress. If Zhao Tingshan continues to tutor you, gaining admission to Qingbei should be well within your reach." She had already ranked among the top 20 in her grade, a feat that Pei Yunxiao had never dared to imagine, considering her previous performance. He recalled how he had previously called her foolish. It was only natural for her to be upset about it. Pei Yunxiao delivered this good news with a sense of pride. Shen Xiwei, feeling no need to be polite, inquired, "And what about you? How did you perform? Surely you haven't surpassed Zhao Tingshan." At the mention of this, Pei Yunxiao's expression darkened. Shen Xiwei quickly grasped his reaction. Realizing he must have fallen short, "You know how capable he is. He truly excels academically. I wonder how he studies," he lamented, wishing he could learn from Zhao Tingshan's methods, seeing him so humble and eager to learn. Shen Xiwei remarked, "He doesn't even study." This statement darkened Pei Yunxiao's countenance further. Zhao Tingshan doesn't study and can still easily outperform me. That's hard to believe. Surely you must be teasing me. "Alright, I need to change clothes," Shen Xiwei announced as she stood up, taking her bag and heading upstairs, intending to share her results with Zhao Tingshan. From being at the bottom to breaking into the top 20 was beyond her wildest dreams. Although it seemed simple, she understood that Zhao Tingshan had invested considerable effort into her studies, otherwise, he likely wouldn't have been so attentive to his own academic pursuits. Zhao Tingshan congratulated her and mentioned he had already returned home after spending some time in the capital. Once back, both Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan found themselves busy with their respective affairs. In the following days, they did not meet. Pei Yunxiao felt a flicker of joy upon noticing Zhao Tingshan's absence. In the morning, he accompanied Shen Xiwei to school. "Have you and Zhao Tingshan fallen out?" Shen Xiwei shot him a glance. "Who told you that? Then why haven't you seen each other?" "He hasn't come looking for you. Not seeing each other doesn't mean we've fallen out." Shen Xiwei found his reasoning rather amusing. My relationship with Zhao Tingshan is perfectly fine. You needn't worry." Pei Yunxiao felt a hint of reluctance that he couldn't believe he was entirely out of the running. Shen Xiwei must still be upset with him. Surely, she wouldn't go to such lengths just to provoke him. Would she? If he had treated her poorly before, he could understand her feelings of anger toward him. "However, I genuinely wish to be with you." The more she ignores him, the more obsessed he becomes. He cannot fathom how the deep bond he shared with Shen Xiwei could be so effortlessly supplanted by Zhao Tingshan. Pei Yunxiao believes he is not one to easily concede defeat. Shen Xiwei leans against the car window, gazing at Pei Yunxiao. "Is this truly the answer you arrived at during your spring festival holiday?" Pei Yunxiao replies, "I have indeed been introspecting. You are quite determined in your pursuit of all that the Shen family has to offer." At this moment, his eyes radiate an unusual sincerity. Had she not already known his true nature, Shen Xiwei might have fallen for his fate. Upon hearing Shen Xiwei's words, Pei Yunxiao looks at her with a wounded expression. "Is this truly how you perceive me? Am I really that kind of person?" He harbors genuine feelings for her, yet she believes he is only after the Shen family's wealth. What sort of person does that make you? Shen Xiwei cannot help but laugh. Pei Yunxiao, dissatisfied, retorts, "It seems you really do not trust me." Shen Xiwei picks up her phone and begins to check messages. As she blatantly ignores him, Pei Yunxiao feels a profound sense of humiliation. "Shen Xiwei, I am speaking to you. I heard you." Shen Xiwei responds nonchalantly, although her tone is calm. Her indifference only drives Pei Yunxiao further into frustration. If it were the old days. If it were the former Shen Xiwei. If he were to express his affection for her, she would have been overjoyed. Pei Yunxiao asks, "Do you not feel any happiness?" "Happiness?" Shen Xiwei looks at Pei Yunxiao, perplexed by his words. "Why would I feel happy? You say you like me. Is your affection truly so precious? If it weren't for Meng Qinran's disinterest in him, would he even be trying to win her over?" The indifference in her gaze is, without a doubt, the greatest mockery to Pei Yunxiao. The girl who once adored him now hears his confession with indifference, even finding it laughable. Soon, they arrive at school, and Shen Xiwei says, "Get out." Pei Yunxiao opens the car door and steps out. Angered by Shen Xiwei's earlier remarks, he walks into the school without waiting for her. Shen Xiwei exits the car, finding his retreat amusing. Is he really sulking? As Pei Yunxiao enters the school, he encounters Meng Qinran, who is looking around at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Meng Qinran greets him politely. Yunxiao, noting that it has been a semester since they last met, Pei Yunxiao maintains a stern expression. Meng Qinran offers him breakfast. "Freshly bought." "I've already eaten." Pei Yunxiao declines her kind gesture. Still irked by Shen Xiwei, he finds it impossible to eat. Seeing his discontent, Meng Qinran inquires, "What's wrong? Who upset you?" Pei Yunxiao purses his lips. Heading toward the classroom, reluctant to discuss it, Meng Qinran follows him, asking, "Has Shen Xiwei returned?" They had crossed paths when collecting report cards. Meng Qinran is aware that Pei Yunxiao did not accompany Shen Xiwei to the capital. She had inquired about the reason, but Pei Yunxiao merely fabricated an excuse, claiming he had family matters to attend to. However, during the winter break, Meng Qinran had invited him out several times, yet he had not stepped outside. The thought of Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan together in the capital unsettles Pei Yunxiao. Previously indifferent, he had taken comfort in the belief that she would always be there, impossible to chase away. Now, he cannot afford to be indifferent, having realized that, without warning, she could run off with someone else. Pei Yunxiao states, "She is back. Did she not come with you?" "She is behind." He replies, "Did you two have a quarrel?" Seeing Pei Yunxiao's stern demeanor, Meng Qinran realizes her guess was correct. "She is a girl. You ought to be more accommodating. Do you think she is like me, capable of tolerating everything?" Thinking of Shen Xiwei's haughty demeanor, which look down upon her. When compared to Meng Qingran, he feels they are on equal footing, thus he does not feel an overwhelming sense of inferiority in her presence. The anger stirred by Shen Xiwei is somewhat soothed by Meng Qingran. Pei Yunxiao explains she went to the capital with Zhao Ting's hand. I asked that what made you angry. It's no wonder he is so furious. Shen Xiwei's actions are indeed somewhat oppressive. Previously she would dote on Pei Yunxiao, but now that he is kind to her, she has become arrogant. Meng Qingran feels a pang of sympathy for Pei Yunxiao. Chapter 54. Yunxiao, you are too pitiful. Pei Yunxiao chuckles lightly. She demands that I surpass Zhao Tingshan in exam results if I wish to be with her. Otherwise, she claims I am unworthy of her. Just recalling these matters infuriates him, and he finds himself at a loss for whom to confide in. For Pei Yunxiao, Meng Qingran serves as a decent sounding board. Hearing his words, Meng Qingran finds it absurd. Has she lost her mind? Does she truly believe herself to be some kind of heiress? What are Zhao Tingshan's circumstances compared to yours? A child from a wealthy family like Zhao Tingshan has resources from an early age that we cannot compare to. Is it truly so easy to outperform Zhao Tingshan? Hearing Meng Qingran voice her thoughts, Pei Yunxiao sighs. In any case, I am unworthy. I should maintain my distance from her. Yunxiao, you are too pitiful. Meng Qingran gazes at him and says, it is my fault. I shouldn't have pressured you into being with Shen Xiwei. Who would have guessed she was such a person? She monopolizes Pei Yunxiao, attending school with him daily, leading everyone to believe he is her devoted admirer. Yet simultaneously, she acts superior. Even someone as easygoing as Meng Qingran finds it hard to tolerate Shen Xiwei. Pei Yunxiao remains silent. After a moment of quiet, Meng Qingran asks, what is her relationship like with Zhao Tingshan now? It has been a while. Surely he is aware of her past. Upon hearing her words, Pei Yunxiao replies, Zhao Tingshan hasn't sought her out in the past few days. The other day, she returned alone. So they must have had a falling out. Then don't bother with her. Meng Qingran advises Pei Yunxiao, the more you are good to her, the more she will think you cannot live without her, which will only lead her to act high and mighty. If you treat her coldly for a couple of days like before, she will certainly become anxious. Pei Yunxiao agrees with this sentiment. He has his own pride. Although he wishes to treat Shen Xiwei well, it does not mean he will indulge her without reason, especially since her words have truly hurt him. During break time, Meng Qingran approaches Pei Yunxiao to chat deliberately in front of Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei, however, seems entirely unfazed. Noticing her complete lack of reaction, Meng Qingran feels somewhat dissatisfied and initiates a conversation with Shen Xiwei. Xiwei, how was your time in the capital? Quite good. It's a pity you didn't go. Did you go with Zhao Tingshan? At the mention of Zhao Tingshan, those nearby cannot help but glance at Shen Xiwei. Yes, she replies, affirming her connection with Zhao Tingshan without hesitation. There is no need to deny it. Has Zhao Tingshan not yet dumped you? A voice from the front row jokingly interjects. Shen Xiwei is well aware of their thoughts, while her closeness to Zhao Tingshan is common knowledge. Many still perceive her as someone being kept, thus, they often believe Zhao Tingshan will eventually discard her. Shen Xiwei counters, not at all, he adores me immensely. And what about Pei Yunxiao? Meng Qingran interjects on Pei Yunxiao's behalf. It's somewhat excessive to dangle him along. Hearing Meng Qingran's bold question, Shen Xiwei is momentarily taken aback. So Meng Qingran is standing up for Pei Yunxiao. If memory serves, she was the one who pressured Pei Yunxiao into being with her. When he was reluctant, she even threatened to break up with him. Shen Xiwei stares at Meng Qingran in surprise. He your boyfriend? Meng Qingran meets Shen Xiwei's gaze. The term boyfriend makes her feel somewhat awkward. After all, they are still students, and even if they are indeed dating, they must remain discreet. After a moment, Meng Qingran stubbornly states, Yunxiao and I are merely classmates. Really? Shen Xiwei responds, aren't you two quite close? On his birthday, didn't you publicly claim you were dating? Am I mistaken? Shen Xiwei deliberately glances around. Her reminder prompts everyone to recall Meng Qingran's earlier declaration. At that time, Meng Qingran was solely focused on securing Pei Yunxiao. Without considering the implications, she had left herself no exit, but now, having learned that Pei Yunxiao is merely the son of a driver, she finds herself in a precarious position. Noticing her silence, attempting to play dumb, Shen Xiwei is not about to let her off lightly. Shen Xiwei feigns confusion. It's rather strange that you two have not been in touch much lately. Could it be that, upon realizing Pei Yunxiao's family is not wealthy, merely the son of our chauffeur, you no longer wish to date him? In just a few sentences, Shen Xiwei paints Meng Qingran as a gold digger. Meng Qingran's face flushes, reflecting on how she had indeed been the one to initiate the relationship with Pei Yunxiao. She now finds herself trapped by Shen Xiwei's words. Should she actually break up with Pei Yunxiao, how would others perceive her, seeing everyone's gaze upon her, fearing for her carefully curated image? Meng Qingran hastily explains, how could that be? I merely observed that you spend your days in the company of Pei Yunxiao, which is why I refrained from intruding upon your interactions. I am well aware that you have long harbored feelings for Yunxiao, and thus I contemplated that it would be unnecessary to jeopardize our camaraderie over a mere man. I am willing to grant you both my blessing. No, Shen Xiwei, fearing that she might inadvertently relinquish Pei Yunxiao to herself, hurriedly clarified, if that is the case, you need not worry. I share no connection with Pei Yunxiao whatsoever. He simply avails himself of my vehicle to attend school. The notion that I am stringing him along as you suggested, is utterly unfounded. Am I blind? Why would I forsake someone as admirable as Zhao Tingshan for him? With just a few words, Shen Xiwei rendered Pei Yunxiao utterly despicable, especially when she juxtaposed him with Zhao Tingshan. Illustrating an undeniable disparity in their worth, witnessing Shen Xiwei disparage Pei Yunxiao in such a manner while attempting to foist him upon herself, Meng Qingran naturally felt indignant. Why should she settle for someone Shen Xiwei deemed unworthy? She was not one to scavenge for discarded treasures. If Shen Xiwei truly found Pei Yunxiao lacking, then she had no desire to be with him either, Meng Qingran retorted. If that is indeed the case, then why did you deceive him into believing that you would be with him once his exam scores surpassed Zhao Tingshan's ISNT, that merely keeping him hanging? Shen Xiwei cast a meaningful glance at Pei Yunxiao. Surprised to learn that he had confided this to Meng Qingran, their bond must be quite strong. Perhaps in his eyes, Meng Qingran truly deserved his trust. Shen Xiwei smirked slightly and remarked, that was merely because Pei Yunxiao expressed his desire to be with me. Perhaps he grew anxious after I ignored him last semester. I only said that to reject him. Who doesn't know that he will forever rank below Zhao Tingshan in exams? You don't genuinely believe that my words were meant to keep him hanging, do you? The reality is, even if I were to grant him an opportunity, he would still fall short of surpassing Zhao Tingshan, wouldn't he? You, Chapter 55, Weiwei, your father has met with an accident initially. This matter was intended to tarnish Shen Xiwei's reputation, to paint her as a heartless woman. Who would have thought that Shen Xiwei would turn the tables? Now everyone is aware that Pei Yunxiao confessed his feelings to her, only to be turned down. Seeing Meng Qingran glare at her in frustration, struggling to find a suitable rebuttal, Shen Xiwei smiled and said, do not be angry, for I understand that your words stem from concern for Pei Yunxiao. Qingran, I know you harbor genuine feelings for him, otherwise you would not stand up for him here. Rest assured, Pei Yunxiao holds you in great affection. It is merely that following your quarrel, he resorted to provoking me to elicit a reaction from you. Deep down, you remain his favorite. Who among us is unaware of this? He has always been exceptionally kind to you. Whenever you fell ill, he was the most anxious of all. Therefore, you both must reconcile and not let misunderstandings regarding me drive a wedge between you. After saying this, Shen Xiwei glanced at Pei Yunxiao, urging him to promptly clarify matters with his beloved. You previously mentioned wanting to be together, purely to irk her, didn't you? Pei Yunxiao lifted his head to meet Shen Xiwei's gaze. As she spoke, her tone was light and carefree. He indeed had acted out of spite towards Meng Qingran, yet at this moment, Shen Xiwei's words left him feeling humiliated. What did she mean by claiming he wanted to be with her, and that she had merely rejected him? Everyone knew how much she had adored him in the past, yet now that he sincerely wished to be with her, but she treated him like some lovesick fool. On his birthday, Pei Yunxiao had thought he had suffered the most humiliating moment of his life, yet here he was being humiliated a second time. Even her insistence that he surpass Zhao Tingshan felt like mockery. Thus she had always maintained a good relationship with Zhao Tingshan, and her kindness towards him was no mere fade. Upon reflection, aside from having her father assist her in a time of need, she had never truly done anything for him. She even seemed to resent the idea of him accompanying her to and from school each day, as if he were a source of embarrassment unworthy of her company. Pei Yunxiao looked at Shen Xiwei and declared, Shen Xiwei, I offered you a chance, yet you spurned it. His intentions were genuine, he desired to be with her, yet instead of gratitude, he was met with disdain. It was his folly for allowing her to toy with him. Upon hearing him speak of opportunities, Shen Xiwei felt a hint of resignation. It is not that you granted me an opportunity. Rather, you have long since exhausted any chance you had with me. Having said this, Shen Xiwei turned to Meng Qingran and added, Qingran, Pei Yunxiao has genuinely treated you well, and I find myself envious. You see, I once gave him everything, yet he only has eyes for you. He truly cares for you. A person as wonderful as you would never betray his affection, would you? Meng Qingran glanced at the nearly shattered Pei Yunxiao. Realizing that Shen Xiwei was indeed a malicious woman, she would certainly not follow in Shen Xiwei's footsteps. With everyone's attention upon her, Meng Qingran said, My relationship with Yunxiao is none of your concern. I only wished to give him to you because I noticed how fond you were of him. Who would have expected you to be so heartless? Yes, I am indeed a heartless woman. Shen Xiwei replied, Unlike you. If I were Pei Yunxiao, I would ensure that I never married you in this lifetime. After class, Shen Xiwei sought the teacher's assistance in changing her seat, having significantly improved her grades last semester. The teacher granted her request, relocating her to a seat far from Pei Yunxiao next to a girl she hardly interacted with previously. Everyone had assumed Shen Xiwei was merely playing around, however, they now realized she was serious about distancing herself from Pei Yunxiao. After class, Pei Yunxiao did not join his peers for a meal. Meng Qingran, seated nearby, inquired, Aren't you eating? You should go. I'm not hungry. He genuinely could not muster the appetite. I shall bring you something. Observing his miserable state, Meng Qingran felt compelled to assist him. Pei Yunxiao lifted his gaze to meet hers. Why did you speak of her in front of so many people? Had Meng Qingran remained silent, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. She never anticipated that her words would provoke Pei Yunxiao's anger. I merely wished to stand up for you. Do you not realize how foolish that makes you appear? Pei Yunxiao was overwhelmed with frustration, unable to contain his emotions even in Meng Qingran's presence. Now everyone knows that I sought out Shen Xiwei. Meng Qingran too felt regretful that I truly did not foresee her transforming into such a person. I thought that by confronting her, she would reflect upon her actions. Who could have predicted that I should not have heeded your advice to reconcile with her? Had I not, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. Alright, Meng Qingran apologized. It is my fault. I did not consider the matter thoroughly. I also did not anticipate Shen Xiwei's transformation into such a person. She now feels so foreign to me. We are merely classmates. How could she become so ruthless? It is a classic case of wanting to ruin what one cannot possess. Pei Yunxiao maintained a stoic expression, choosing silence. Thankfully, he had always understood the importance of relying on oneself. He had never expected Shen Xiwei to assist him. Throughout the winter break, he remained industrious, working various jobs. Meng Qingran looked at him with concern. What will you do now? What about college? It's nothing. Pei Yunxiao replied, I have a scholarship, and I can work as well. That if I manage to get into a good university, I need not worry about finances. Now that he had turned 18, he could open his own bank account. He deposited his earnings into Alipay, ensuring they would no longer be pilfered by his father. In the afternoon, after school, Pei Yunxiao returned to the Shen residence to gather his belongings, preparing to move out. Shen Xiwei was taken aback by his proactive demeanor. You're not staying? To remain would only provide you amusement at my expense. Pei Yunxiao glared at the person who had humiliated him before their classmates. Shen Xiwei, do you believe you are triumphant? Shen Xiwei turned her gaze elsewhere, offering no response. Pei Yunxiao, witnessing her indifference, declared, I genuinely wish to be with you. I even considered severing ties with Meng Qingran. Yet you truly do not deserve it. Shen Xiwei could not be bothered to explain herself. Pei Yunxiao, seeing her haughty disposition, added, I eagerly await the day Zhao Tingshan discards you. Let me witness your misery. When that time comes, do not come seeking my assistance. With that, he stormed out the door. Initially, he had thought Shen Xiwei's intent to keep him around was for his benefit, but it now appeared she merely wished to humiliate him. Awaiting the day he would leave on his own accord, with the final semester before the college entrance examination upon them, everyone was diligently studying. Shen Xiwei was likewise focused on her studies. And Zhao Tingshan continued to assist her with tutoring, occasionally picking her up from school. In March and April, Pei Yunxiao did not witness Shen Xiwei being cast aside by Zhao Tingshan. In May, as Shen Xiwei recalled her promise to her father, she called him to request his return to help her prepare for the exam. In truth, she was quite satisfied with her academic progress. Even if she did not gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, securing a place at a decent 985 or 211 institution would suffice. However, her father needed to return. Shen Wenbin assured her he would be back before May 10. Shen Xiwei remembered that her father had encountered an accident in late May. If he could return before the 10th, then surely nothing untoward would transpire. However, that afternoon, while still at school, Shen Xiwei received a call from Qi Chang. Wei. Your father has been in an accident. Chapter 56. Staying together in a hotel, Shen Xiwei hung up the phone, informed her teacher, and promptly exited the classroom. Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran, witnessing her departure, both lifted their heads to glance at her. Meng Qingran inquired, what is she going to do? Suddenly leaving class without a word, something must be amiss. Pei Yunxiao observed the panic etched upon her face. Furrowing his brow in concern upon exiting the school, Shen Xiwei summoned her driver for a pickup. With no high-speed train available and the regular train being exceedingly slow, she had no choice but to drive. Recalling her previous life, she remembered receiving the news of her father's accident and urging Pei Yunxiao to accompany her. However, he had declined, claiming he had classes to attend and that his presence would be of no assistance. Ultimately, he had gone to help Meng Qingran celebrate her birthday instead. How ironic. Shen Xiwei, hearing a voice, lifted her gaze to see Zhao Tingshan approaching. His car was parked at the school gate. He stepped out and instructed her, get in the car. Caught off guard by his unexpected presence, Shen Xiwei thought he should be in class at this hour. She replied, my father has had an accident. I am aware. Zhao Tingshan responded with a calmness that belied his youth. I heard from my uncle, which is why I came to pick you up. Shen Xiwei nodded. I had just called for a driver to come for me. Please tell him to head back. I will accompany you. My uncle is already there, he assured her. Compared to Pei Yunxiao's dismissive attitude in her past life, Zhao Tingshan's demeanor was remarkably dependable, providing a sense of comfort amidst her turmoil. Yet, despite having experienced this once before, Shen Xiwei found it impossible to confront the harsh reality. In her previous life, her father had been on a business trip when a road collapse had caused the accident. Now, he should have avoided that calamity. White, despite her rebirth, was her father still in peril? Moreover, the timing of the incident had clearly been advanced. The journey would take over 5 hours by car, and Shen Xiwei struggled to maintain her composure. Leaning against the car window, she gripped her wrist, attempting to suppress the tremors that threatened to overcome her. Her father was the one who loved her most in the world. The tragedy of her past had begun the moment he departed from her life. She desperately wished for him to remain by her side. As the rain fell outside, Zhao Tingshan noted her silence and the tears that streamed down her face. He handed her a bottle of water. Saying Weiwei, drink some water, Shen Xiwei lifted her head to meet his gaze but did not take the water. With reddened eyes, she replied, I am not thirsty, it will still be a while before we arrive. Zhao Tingshan reassured her, Uncle Shen will be fine out if there is any news, my uncle will call me immediately, try not to worry too much. After some persuasion, Shen Xiwei finally accepted the water and took a sip. Zhao Tingshan observed her, acutely aware of her profound sorrow, a sentiment he understood all too well. He had witnessed his mother perish before his eyes, a haunting memory from his childhood. He had watched helplessly as she jumped from the building. Landing before him. As they arrived at the hospital, it was already past 9 in the evening. Qi Cheng approached upon seeing Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan enter. You're here, Uncle Qi, how is my father? Shen Xiwei's voice was hoarse from worry. Fortunately the rescue was timely, he has temporarily escaped danger for now, try not to be overly anxious. Is that true? Despite Qi Cheng's assurances, Shen Xiwei instinctively questioned, he is really okay? Indeed, he has yet to regain consciousness, let me take you to see him. As Shen Xiwei regarded Qi Cheng, she recalled that in her past life, it had not been he who delivered the news of her father's accident. The sequence of events mirrored her previous experience yet bore subtle differences. She asked, Uncle Qi, what brings you here? I was in town for a meeting and happened to be here when your father had his accident. Qi Cheng explained, what exactly happened to my father? Shen Xiwei pressed, there has been heavy rain these past few days, resulting in a landslide. Fortunately I managed to summon the best doctors for his treatment. The medical facilities here are not as advanced as in Yunqing, but with my connections, Shen Wenbin has stabilized. The accident had also involved several of his staff, including Secretary Yan, who was injured but had regained consciousness. Shen Xiwei visited her father, finding him still unconscious, before checking on Secretary Yan, who was lying in bed with her wounds bandaged. Upon seeing Shen Xiwei enter, Secretary Yan attempted to sit up. Miss Shen, please remain lying down, I'm just here to see how you are. Shen Xiwei replied, how is Mr. Shen? Has he awakened? Not yet, my father sustained severe injuries. Lowering her head, Secretary Yan remarked, he should not have gone out in this weather. He insisted on leaving, saying, what did he say? Shen Xiwei prompted. Secretary Yan glanced at her before confessing, he said he had promised to return and see you before the 10th, so he wanted to finish his affairs. There was a hint of reproach in Secretary Yan's gaze, yet she dared not voice it openly, for Shen Wenbin had always sheltered this daughter. Had it not been for Shen Xiwei, he would not have been in such peril. Understanding Secretary Yan's implication, Shen Xiwei felt a wave of guilt wash over her. At that moment Zhao Tingshan approached and informed Shen Xiwei, Uncle Shen has awakened. She hurried to the hospital room, where she found her father lying in bed, now conscious, albeit weak from his injuries. Upon seeing her, he called out, Weiwei. Shen Xiwei sat beside him, grasping his hand. Dad, noticing her tears, Shen Wenbin reassured her, why are you crying? I am fine. Shen Xiwei's eyes were already red-rimmed, but seeing her father awake brought her a sense of relief. She stayed by his side until late into the night, and Shi Hung eventually asked Zhao Tingshan to take her back to their hotel for some rest. They found a nearby hotel, and after taking a shower, Shen Xiwei emerged in a bathrobe, her hair still damp. Zhao Tingshan, seated in a chair, was momentarily taken aback by her appearance, although they spent time together daily. He had never seen her like this before, and he instinctively averted his gaze, furrowing her brow. Shen Xiwei remarked, I can't find the hairdryer. I've searched for ages, call the front desk and ask, he suggested. After she finished speaking, she sat beside him ready to make the call. Zhao Tingshan, feeling anxious, offered, I'll help you find it. He entered the bathroom and soon emerged, exclaiming, Weiwei, I found it, just as Shen Xiwei connected with the front desk. She heard his voice, placed the phone down, and approached him. Zhao Tingshan observed her. Usually she would handle such trivial matters effortlessly, but her father's situation had clearly unsettled her. Noticing her damp hair, he insisted, sit down. I'll help you dry your hair. Shen Xiwei glanced at him, questioning, you can do that? He met her gaze with unwavering determination, prompting her to take a seat on the stool. Zhao Tingshan stood before her, using a towel to gently dry her wet hair before picking up the hairdryer to style it. As she watched him in the mirror, she asked, have you ever dried anyone else's hair before? Never, he replied quietly, gazing at her, perplexed by her question. Shen Xiwei clarified, I just thought that since you were drying my hair, you must have done it for someone else before. And not at all. As Zhao Tingshan meticulously dried her hair, the only sound in the hotel room was that of the hairdryer. For Shen Xiwei, though she sat there, the day had been anything but tranquil. On the way, her mind had conjured countless dire possibilities. Fearing she might lose her father once more, much like before, thankfully, it had all been a false alarm. Once Zhao Tingshan finished drying her hair, Shen Xiwei felt drowsy and nearly succumbed to sleep. He observed her fatigue, realizing that it was no surprise she had been crying throughout the journey. He turned off the hairdryer and gently urged, you should go to sleep. Shen Xiwei stood and made her way to the bed. Pulling the covers over herself, moments later, she opened her eyes to see Zhao Tingshan emerging from the bathroom, having removed his outer shirt, revealing a simple white t-shirt underneath. Are you going out? She inquired. Zhao Tingshan responded, I am not going out, I'll stay right here. I cannot leave you alone. I am in an unfamiliar city. He felt uneasy about leaving her by herself, especially since she appeared so distressed and undoubtedly worried about Uncle Shen. And where will you sleep? She asked, concerned. Without hesitation, Zhao Tingshan retrieved a spare blanket from the cabinet and spread it out on the floor. I'll sleep here. As he prepared his makeshift bed. Shen Xiwei chose not to intervene. After a while, he turned off the room lights and lay down. The curtains remained open, allowing the dim light from the street to filter in, and the rain outside muted the brightness. Creating a serene ambience, Shen Xiwei turned over in bed, listening to the rhythm of his breathing harmonizing with the sound of rain outside. She called out softly, "Zhao Tingshan, I'm here," he replied, assuming she needed something. Sitting up to attend to her, casting a glance at the bed, she noticed Shen Xiwei still reclining there. Shen Xiwei's voice was languid as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for accompanying me today." Upon receiving the news, her sole thought had been to rush over without even asking for his assistance. He had taken the initiative to request a leave of absence to be with her. Busily attending to matters alongside her, Zhao Tingshan, hearing her words, reclined back, replying, "No need for thanks." She always treated him with such courtesy. Lying back against the pillow, Zhao Tingshan remarked, "As long as uncle is fine." Shen Xiwei replied, "If you hadn't been here today, I believe I would have felt utterly helpless. The journey was so long, and it was pouring rain, but with you by my side, everything felt so much more secure." Zhao Tingshan urged, "You should get some rest." After a brief slumber, Shen Xiwei awoke to sunlight streaming in. The rain from the previous day had ceased. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she saw Zhao Tingshan emerging from the bathroom, his face freshly washed, hair still slightly damp. He appeared more grounded, infused with the essence of everyday life, a stark contrast to his usual appearance, which often seemed as though he had stepped out of a comic book. "Good morning," Shen Xiwei greeted. Zhao Tingshan walked to the door, retrieving a bag containing the clothes they had purchased. "Thank you." She had forgotten to bring a change of clothing, and now that she had something to wear, she felt a sense of relief. She gazed at Zhao Tingshan and inquired, "You woke up this early?" "Machem," he replied. Shen Xiwei scrutinized him. "You didn't sleep, did you?" She recalled his struggles with sleep. Zhao Tingshan glanced at her, assuring her, "Not really, compared to before. I actually slept quite well last night. Each time I opened my eyes and saw you beside me, listening to your soft, gentle breaths as you slept, it filled me with a profound sense of security." After changing their clothes, they went downstairs for breakfast. They had left the hospital quite late the previous day and had scarcely eaten. Especially Shen Xiwei, who had little appetite at the time, and now, after resting, she felt much improved. She also brought breakfast for her father at the hospital. Secretary Yan, still nursing her injuries, had come to care for Shen Wenbin. She sat beside him, holding a cup of water and using a straw to feed him, then placed it back on the table. "Mr. Shen," Secretary Yan remarked, though there was no life-threatening danger this time, "I feel you might be overly indulgent toward the young lady." Shen Wenbin lifted his head, casting a glance at her. "What do you mean?" "I simply believe that sometimes, one ought not to be too lenient with her." Yan, Shen Wenbin's tone darkened. "How long have you been by my side? When did it become your place to speak on matters concerning Wei Wei?" The reprimanded Secretary Yan quickly apologized. "My mistake. I only thought that this time she nearly caused you trouble. This was merely an accident, unrelated to her. Should you utter such words again, do not blame me if I can no longer accommodate you." "Yes." Secretary Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at the man. After all these years, she had joined the company right after graduation, serving as his secretary, learning much from him, who was always willing to teach. He would often overlook her minor mistakes, comforting her instead. No matter how kind he was to her, he always adopted a stern demeanor regarding anything related to Shen Xiwei. She felt she had no right to speak of Shen Xiwei at all. Seeing his displeasure, Secretary Yan stepped outside. Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Shen Xiwei, she did not speak but walked away. Shen Xiwei glanced at Zhao Tingshan beside her. Until now, she had merely viewed Secretary Yan as her father's secretary. However, it seemed their relationship was not as she had imagined. Ever since her mother passed away, her father had not remarried, nor had she ever seen another woman by his side. She had always thought he was simply too occupied with work to consider remarriage, and now, it appeared, he did not wish for her to know. Entering the room, Shen Xiwei called, "Dad." Shen Wenbin, lying on the bed and slightly irked by Secretary Yan's remarks, smiled upon seeing Shen Xiwei. "Wei Wei, you're here so early. I was worried about you, so I came by and brought you breakfast." Zhao Tingshan set the breakfast aside and opened the bag. "How are you feeling today?" Shen Xiwei asked. "Not bad," he replied. Noticing his strained expression, she remarked, "Not bad. Look at how pale you are. The injuries he sustained yesterday." At that moment, the wounds were still numb, but after a night had passed, it was the time when the pain would intensify. Shen Xiwei attempted to feed him, but he could hardly eat, managing only a bit of porridge. "Did you scold Secretary Yan just now, Dad?" Chapter 58. "It is indeed our dear Tingshan who was the kind-hearted one." Shen Wenbin's gaze fell upon her. "You heard that?" Shen Xiwei explained. "She is just concerned for you." Her intention was merely to suggest that her father should stay home for a while to recover from the calamity, never anticipating it would lead to new troubles. Shen Xiwei even began to wonder if her father was destined to face such tribulations. Shen Wenbin said to Shen Xiwei, "It is only right to return home to accompany you. By the way, you need not concern yourself with this place any longer. You and Tingshan should head back." Assistant Wang has also come today, with them here to look after me. I shall be fine. Shen Xiwei was reluctant to leave just yet. Can't I stay with you? She was genuinely worried, wanting to remain by her father's side. With the situation having unfolded this way, she felt uneasy about not being there to oversee his recovery. Look at you, Shen Wenbin chided, you're all grown up yet still so clingy, Ting Shen. I appreciate your efforts to take Wei back. She has exams coming up and should focus on her studies. As Zhao Tingshen nodded, understood. Shen Xiwei cast a glance at Zhao Tingshen. Seeing her father's resolute demeanor, she refrained from insisting on staying. Her father had escaped danger and was now merely recuperating. Shen Xiwei realized her presence would not significantly aid him. She spoke up. Addressing her father, Dad, I had a dream the other night. What kind of dream? I dreamt that before my college entrance examination, you went on a business trip and happened to encounter a landslide on the highway. And I was left without a father. I'm not being unreasonable, demanding you come home to keep me company. I was just scared, so I thought that if you were home, such things wouldn't happen. But unexpectedly, you ended up getting hurt. Though her father was safe now, that incident still lingered in her mind. Shen Xiwei felt it necessary to give her father a gentle reminder, hearing her words. Shen Wenbin chuckled helplessly. Dreams are often inversely prophetic. At your age, why do you still act like a little girl? Shen Xiwei's eyes brimmed with tears as she plaintively replied, who can help it if dreams feel so real? I even remember the day clearly. It was May 26. The accident occurred on the highway between Longcheng and Songshan. Noticing her earnestness, Shen Wenbin replied, alright, Daddy understands. Once I'm discharged from the hospital, I will head straight home to accompany you. Until your exams are over, I won't go anywhere, okay? His daughter, having grown up, was still very much a child at heart, voicing such childish concerns. Shen Xiwei nodded, alright. Seeing her father heed her words, she felt a wave of relief. Together with Zhao Tingshen, they exited the ward. Secretary Yan returned from outside, standing at the doorway giving a polite nod to Shen Xiwei. Although she held some reservations about Shen Xiwei, she did not wish to be dismissed by Shen Wenbin either. Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshen returned to Yunchang. By the time they arrived, it was already afternoon, and they decided against going to school, opting instead to rest. Shen Xiwei returned to her room. Lying down on the bed, observing her make herself at home, Zhao Tingshen suggested, shall I wait for you downstairs? You can stay here, she replied. Shen Xiwei looked at him, her expression revealing an unwillingness to let him leave. After sharing a room last night, why are you still so tense? Zhao Tingshen responded, what nonsense? Shen Xiwei retorted, what nonsense? Were we not sleeping in the same room last night? Where are your thoughts wandering? Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshen suggested, why don't you just rest? I won't be giving you a lesson today. Are you upset? No, Zhao Tingshen continued, sometimes, don't push yourself too hard. Appropriate rest is also important. I'll come back tomorrow. Shen Xiwei nodded, alright then, you must be tired as well. He had accompanied her on that trip and now was being asked to tutor her. It did seem rather inconsiderate. She sat on the bed waiting for Zhao Tingshen to leave. However, he paused at the door, turning back to gaze at her. Shen Xiwei felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny and questioned. What is it? About the dream you told Uncle Shen? He had been meaning to ask since their journey back. Shen Xiwei inquired. What about that dream? Seeing her look of surprise, Zhao Tingshen replied. It is nothing. He turned and walked away. He had intended to ask but found himself unable to do so upon witnessing her reaction. After Zhao Tingshen departed, Shen Xiwei lay in bed for a moment before being called down for dinner by Aunt Zhou. Having rested, she felt much better and made her way downstairs. Aunt Zhou mentioned, by the way, I just saw Pei Yunxiao. Upon hearing that name, Shen Xiwei perked up. Where did you see him? At the entrance. After finishing her meal, Shen Xiwei went out for a walk with Aunt Zhou and the dog. She took Bai out for a walk and indeed saw Pei Yunxiao standing at the door. The moment Bai spotted Pei Yunxiao, he barked ferociously. Bai was only obedient in front of Zhao Tingshen. Every time he encountered Pei Yunxiao, he would display his claws and teeth. Shen Xiwei recalled in her previous life that Bai had harbored the same disdain for Pei Yunxiao. Back then, she had thought it was her Bai who lacked understanding. Looking at it now, she realized that the one truly lacking in understanding was herself. Shen Xiwei remarked, what are you doing lurking at my doorstep? Planning to steal something? Pei Yunxiao had waited at the door for quite a while, feeling somewhat embarrassed due to their previous disagreement. He was reluctant to reach out first, fearing it would be undignified. Yet curiosity nodded him that he had heard that Uncle Shen had encountered some trouble and wondered how he was faring. It was Pei Hong who had first received this information and urged Pei Yunxiao to inquire. Remembering how kind Shen Wenbin had been to him, Pei Yunxiao steeled himself to come over. Shen Xiwei replied, he is still in the hospital. Then why are you back? Am I not allowed to return for classes? You seem to care quite a bit. Shen Xiwei led Bai ahead, while Pei Yunxiao, somewhat fearful of Bai, dared not come too close. He cautiously followed, stating, I want to see Uncle Shen. No need. Shen Xiwei replied, spare me your feigned concern, who knows what ulterior motives you might have. Before the incident, Shen Xiwei had not thought much of Pei Yunxiao, but now that her father was in trouble, memories of Pei Yunxiao's true nature from her past life flooded her mind. Dressed in a t-shirt and pink lantern pants, Shen Xiwei's shadow stretched long under the streetlight, and she chose not to engage Pei Yunxiao further. Opting instead to play with her dog, Aunt Zhou cast a glance at Pei Yunxiao and said, "Young Master Pei, perhaps you should head back. Our young lady is now engaged, and your frequent visits may lead to misunderstandings." Has Zhao Tingshan visited Uncle Shen? Mr. Shen is hospitalized in Longcheng, and it was Master Tingshan who accompanied him that he just returned today. Master Tingshan is truly a good man, despite the upcoming college entrance exams. He took leave without a second thought. In this world, it seems one can hardly find another man who treats our young lady as well as he does. Chapter 59. Wait, I don't celebrate my birthday. Aunt Zhou's remarks were clearly tinged with mockery. Leaving Pei Yunxiao feeling somewhat despondent, Shen Xiwei had hurriedly left the classroom the previous day, and he had not anticipated it was due to her father's situation. In the past, whenever Shen Xiwei faced significant events, she would invariably seek him out first. He had found her quite bothersome back then, yet now she no longer sought him. She turned to Zhao Tingshan for everything. To his surprise, he felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. Had she approached him, he would have accompanied her to Longcheng, just as Zhao Tingshan did. After walking to bike, Shen Xiwei returned to find Aunt Zhou standing alone. He has gone, she asked. Aunt Zhou nodded. Yes, I mentioned that you and Master Tingshan were heading to Longcheng, and he seemed a bit unhappy. He left without saying a word. Shen Xiwei remarked, Aunt Zhou, do you think all men are like this? How so? When you treat them well, they regard you as inconsequential. Once you ignore them, they suddenly adopt a deeply sentimental fade to annoy you. It seemed they enjoyed crafting a persona of profound affection, even if their hearts bore no genuine sentiment. Pei Yunxiao was precisely like that now. Indeed, Aunt Zhou replied. Shen Xiwei glanced at her, chuckled softly, and chose not to dwell on the matter further. With exams looming, no one was inclined to entertain other thoughts. On May 26, Shen Wenbin was discharged from the hospital. He had returned 2 days earlier than planned because Shen Xiwei had insisted he refrain from going out on the 26th. Hence, he had returned to Yuncheng ahead of schedule. Secretary Yan and Wang Jie accompanied him back. That afternoon, clad in pajamas, he sat in his study addressing some work that had been left unattended for several days. Secretary Wang entered, exclaiming, Mr. Shen, an incident has occurred. Shen Wenbin lifted his head to glance at her. Secretary Wang took a seat and opened her computer, showing Shen Wenbin the news she had just seen on Weibo. A section of the highway from Longcheng to Songshan had collapsed, resulting in numerous vehicles falling in, with severe casualties. Our original itinerary was to deliver supplies to Songshan today. Had you not departed early, we would have been caught in this disaster, she noted. Shen Wenbin listened to Secretary Wang's calm assessment, but his mind was occupied with the words Shen Xiwei had spoken in the hospital that day. The time and place were recounted perfectly. At the time, he had thought her childish, but now a chill ran down his spine. Had it not been for Shen Xiwei, he might have. Just then, Secretary Yan entered. Seeing Wang Jie there, she looked at Shen Wenbin and said, Mr. Shen. He glanced at her and asked, what is the matter? I just saw the news. It's all my fault. Upon seeing the news, her first reaction was relief. Had Shen Xiwei not insisted on his early return, they would have been involved in today's incident. It's not your fault. You were merely concerned for my safety. You may leave now. Shen Wenbin remained seated, staring at the computer screen, lost in thought. He recalled how Li Yang had previously told him that Shen Xiwei's words had resolved the hotel's fire safety issue. At that moment, Zhao Tingshan was still at school, perusing his phone. He stumbled upon the news on Weibo and recalled Shen Xiwei's words from that day in the hospital. Initially, he had thought she was merely speaking offhandedly, but now it seemed she was not joking at all, connecting it to the previous incidents at the Royal Hotel. How intriguing. Shen Xiwei exited the school to find Zhao Tingshan waiting for her at the entrance. With exams approaching, she approached him and asked, why did you suddenly come looking for me without a word? Just wanted to check on you, Zhao Tingshan replied, his gaze fixed on her. Shen Xiwei felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny and suggested, let us go have a meal. He appeared a bit peculiar today. Once they settled in the car, Zhao Tingshan supported his arm on the window, looking at Shen Xiwei. I just saw the news. News? What news? She asked. The collapse on the Songshan highway, Zhao Tingshan said softly. Shen Xiwei, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Is that so? She opened her phone, pretending to check, though she had been aware of it all along. She had seen the news on Weibo at school and was relieved her father had narrowly escaped. Now she felt a weight lifted. Little did she know, Zhao Tingshan suddenly inquired, it seems your dream was quite accurate. Shen Xiwei, holding her phone, coughed lightly. Oh, I didn't expect such an incident to occur. Thankfully, my dad is safe. Wei, Zhao Tingshan said, his expression complex as he observed her. Last time you mentioned the fire safety issue at the Royal Hotel. Was that also from a dream? Upon hearing his question, Shen Xiwei noticed he seemed to be paying more attention to her. She coughed again. Of course, otherwise, what do you think? In your dream, did you ever envision me and you? He asked, leaning toward her curiously. Just then, the car hit a bump, bringing them uncomfortably close together. Shen Xiwei gazed at the man before her. The weather had warmed, and today he wore a white shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, revealing his prominent Adam's apple. Although she had previously teased him, they had never been this close. She had never scrutinized him from such proximity. Seeing her silent, Zhao Tingshan looked down at her and asked again, So did you dream of me? Shen Xiwei extended her hand to push him away. How was she to answer that? If she confessed she dreamt of sacrificing everything for Pei Yunxiao, only to meet a tragic end. Would she then ask him to collect her remains? Zhao Tingshan obediently moved aside, yet his gaze remained fixed on her. During their meal, Shen Xiwei felt a bit shy under Zhao Tingshan's persistent watchfulness. This man was exceptionally astute. She even wondered if he had begun to suspect her reincarnation. Holding the menu, she ordered dishes while striving to avoid looking at him. Once the order was completed, with nothing else to occupy her, she accidentally met Zhao Tingshan's gaze and, in an attempt to make conversation, asked, "By the way, Zhao Tingshan, when is your birthday?" Having been together for so long, she had never heard him mention his birthday. After the college entrance exams, her own birthday would soon arrive, yet she was still oblivious to his. Upon hearing her question, Zhao Tingshan finally shifted his focus away from her dream and replied, "My birthday has already passed." When she inquired 2 months ago, Shen Xiwei stared at him in disbelief. "Why didn't you tell me?" She had been with him every day and had no idea his birthday had already come and gone. Noting her astonishment, Zhao Tingshan replied solemnly, "Wei, I do not celebrate my birthday." Chapter 60. Graduation Gala. Why don't you celebrate your birthday? Shen Xiwei thought he simply hadn't informed her that he didn't view her as a friend. However, it turned out he genuinely did not celebrate his birthday. The mention of this topic brought a complex expression to Zhao Tingshan's face. After a moment, he explained, "The day my mother passed away happened to be my birthday." Since she had asked, he did not wish to conceal the truth from her. Shen Xiwei paused for a moment, then, filled with remorse, replied, "I'm sorry, I do not know." Zhao Tingshan looked at Shen Xiwei and said, "It's alright, I don't mind discussing my affairs with you." This statement was a testament to Zhao Tingshan's trust in her. Shen Xiwei chose not to inquire further while they were dining. Shen Wenbin called. Shen Xiwei set down her chopsticks and answered, "Dad." Shen Wenbin asked, "Are you not back yet?" The thought of the landslide made him anxious to see Shen Xiwei. However, she had yet to return. Prompting his call, Shen Xiwei replied, "I'm having dinner with Tingshan." Zhao Tingshan glanced up at her. Shen Xiwei then asked, "Have you eaten?" Being aware that her father was currently recuperating, she was genuinely concerned about his health. Shen Wenbin replied, "Not yet. I was hoping to wait for your return." "There is no need to wait for me. You should eat first. I'm almost full. I'll be home as soon as I finish." With exams approaching, she was under considerable stress. Though Zhao Tingshan assured her of her abilities, Shen Xiwei often recalled events from her previous life. It was just the right time before the exams to indulge in something nice to relax. After hanging up, she informed Zhao Tingshan, "That was my dad." Typically, when she did not return home, her father would not bother to ask about her, let alone call to urge her. Now that he had called, Shen Xiwei surmised it was due to the same concern. Fortunately, after finishing their meal, Zhao Tingshan did not press her with questions about the matter. Upon returning home, she was greeted at the door by Secretary Yan. "Miss, you're back." Today, her demeanor seemed particularly warm, and when looking at Shen Xiwei, she no longer appeared as cold as before. Shen Xiwei greeted, "Good evening." "I'm sorry," Secretary Yan said. Shen Xiwei looked at her in confusion, wondering what the apology was for. "Previously, I believed you were the reason Mr. Shen was injured, and thus I held a grudge against you. However, it seems I was narrow-minded. I do not blame you. You were only concerned for my father." She continued, acknowledging that Secretary Yan had also suffered as a consequence. Shen Xiwei was certainly not so petty. Entering the living room, she found her father already waiting for her. Noticing she had returned alone, Shen Wenbin inquired, "Didn't Zhao Tingshan come back with you?" Shen Xiwei replied, "He dropped me off at the door and left." "What do you need me for, Dad?" Shen Wenbin looked at Shen Xiwei, his expression somewhat complex. As expected, seeing his demeanor, Shen Xiwei could guess what was on his mind. She initially thought Shen Wenbin would ask her something, but instead, he surprisingly expressed concern about her academic performance. "How has your exam preparation been lately?" Shen Xiwei regarded her father and replied, "It's going well. Zhao Tingshan has been tutoring me. He had a guaranteed spot for further studies and was indifferent about his own grades, so he focused entirely on Shen Xiwei." Shen Wenbin remarked, "Tingshan treats you quite well." Shen Xiwei agreed. "Yes, you should rest early," Shen Wenbin suggested. Shen Xiwei, curious about his earlier inquiry, asked, "Aren't you going to say anything?" After all, he had called her back for a reason. Shen Wenbin regarded Shen Xiwei seemingly without questions, as he had intended to ask about the landslide incident. "If it weren't for you, I might have." Shen Xiwei interjected, "It's because you believe in me, Dad. I merely mentioned having a dream, and you were willing to trust my words." If he did not believe her, he would have dismissed her as a child spouting nonsense. Her father was indeed the kindest person in her world. Once her father's matters were settled, Shen Xiwei could focus on her exams. By the time of the college entrance examinations, Shen Wenbin was feeling much better. He accompanied Shen Xiwei to her exams, waiting outside the school gate. Although he did not care whether his daughter was admitted to a prestigious university, he wanted to support her efforts after all the hard work she had put in. Meng Qingran happened to be in the same examination room as Shen Xiwei and Wang Yan. When they arrived, they noticed the Shen family's car parked at the entrance. Shen Xiwei stepped out And Shen Wenbin embraced his daughter, saying, "Good luck." Wang Yan quickly nudged Meng Qingran. "Look, isn't that Shen Xiwei? It seems she has that old man accompanying her to the exam." Rumors had been circulating in school about Shen Xiwei being supported by an older man. However, Shen Xiwei chose not to clarify, as her closeness to Zhao Tingshan made it difficult for others to voice their opinions. Yet now, seeing that older man accompany her, Meng Qingran couldn't help but feel a sense of voyeuristic curiosity. She wondered if Zhao Tingshan was aware of these rumors. She was also cautious. What if Zhao Tingshan saw this and decided against her? Wang Yan remarked, "He definitely doesn't know, otherwise, would he allow this?" As she spoke, she took out her phone and snapped a picture. Meng Qingran glanced at her, asking, "What are you doing?" "Just preserving evidence." If Zhao Tingshan sees this later, will he still be with Shen Xiwei? Although they were not in the same school as Zhao Tingshan, who in the first high school didn't have a few acquaintances, after Wang Yan captured the photo, she sent it out. And it quickly reached Kuyang. Ke Yang forwarded the image to Zhao Tingshan, saying, "Brother Shen, take a look, isn't this our sister-in-law?" Zhao Tingshan glanced at it and replied, she is actually with that older man behind your back. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Kuyang, having never seen Shen Xiwei as father, was completely unaware of the situation. However, knowing that Zhao Tingshan had been pursuing Shen Xiwei for a long time, he felt it necessary to inform him of the circulating photos. Previously he had thought Shen Xiwei was wronged. Zhao Tingshan studied the picture and asked Kuyang, "Who sent you this photo?" "I heard it was someone from the 8th high school." "Then go find out the details." "Understood, Brother Shen." Following Zhao Tingshan's instructions, Kuyang promptly set out to investigate. On June 9th, the school held a graduation ceremony, and Shen Wenbin was invited to serve as the representative of the parents. Throughout the final year of high school, Shen Xiwei had made significant academic progress. Additionally, Shen Wenbin had been supporting impoverished students at the school and held considerable standing in Yun City. Before Shen Xiwei left the house, her father changed outfits several times. "Xiwei, how do I look in this outfit?" Shen Xiwei replied, "Dad, you're just going to a parent meeting. There is no need to be so serious. I cannot let my precious daughter lose face." Shen Wenbin insisted, "You're so outstanding. I'm truly proud of you." In the past, when teachers called him, it was to report on her poor grades, urging him to manage her better, and now, they occasionally called to praise her, which was quite an adjustment. Observing her father in this state, Shen Xiwei remarked, "You've changed several outfits. They all look quite good. If you keep this up, I'll leave first." Shen Wenbin replied, "You go ahead. I'll tidy up and come. I think I should change my outfit again." After saying this, he went back to change. Shen Xiwei had no choice but to head to school alone. Just as she arrived, someone spotted her and curiously asked, "Shen Xiwei, does Zhao Tingshan know about you being supported by an older man?" Chapter 61. Is Pei Yunxiao spreading rumors behind the scenes? Shen Xiwei glanced at the boy who had spoken, who was among a group of others, seemingly emboldened by their numbers. Shen Xiwei pointed at the boy who had just spoken, saying, "Come here." The boy responded, "What's up? I'm just speaking the truth. That older man accompanied you for the exam, and the photo has been posted online. You wouldn't want to deny it, would you? Clearly you're being supported, yet you continue to act like a wealthy person." Ever since her split from Pei Yunxiao, Shen Xiwei had been living a life of luxury. Observing her lifestyle, which was markedly different from that of her peers, others couldn't help but feel envy and resentment. Now that it was known she was being supported, and with graduation approaching, they no longer felt the need to pretend. Shen Xiwei retorted, "That man is my father. Your thoughts are truly twisted. Honestly, if I were being supported, would Zhao Tingshan still pay me any attention? What do you take him for?" They all knew Zhao Tingshan was wealthy, but they were unwilling to accept that she was born into affluence. Even when they saw her living well, they insisted on labeling her otherwise. Perhaps women had to endure more malice than men. "Your father, huh?" Upon hearing Shen Xiwei's words, the crowd scoffed. "If he were really your father, would you tolerate everyone saying such things without coming forward to clarify?" "You see," Shen Xiwei countered, "now that I'm explaining, you still don't believe me. Is there any need for me to clarify? I dislike talking to the ignorant. I've never seen someone so pretentious. Your father is wealthy, huh? If you don't believe me, you might as well ask Pei Yunxiao." Shen Xiwei asserted, "He knows my family matters best. That man is my father, and if he were my benefactor, he would surely provide you with an answer." Pei Yunxiao had already claimed that the man was supporting her. How could his words be false? "What did you say?" Shen Xiwei demanded. Pei Yunxiao said she was being supported. The news that this rumor had originated from him shocked Shen Xiwei. She quickly sought out Pei Yunxiao, who was currently practicing with Meng Qingran. As they were student representatives, they had performances to prepare. Upon seeing Shen Xiwei enter, Meng Qingran said, "Shen Xiwei, just a few days ago, she had seen Shen Xiwei with that older man at the examination venue." Meng Qingran was waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Since that incident, Meng Qingran had been spending all her time with Pei Yunxiao. Due to Shen Xiwei's earlier remarks, everyone was exceedingly curious about her and Pei Yunxiao's relationship. Whenever the two had not spoken for a couple of days, others would come and ask her about it. She was so disheartened that she dared not utter a word. Fortunately, during this period, She attended classes alongside Pei Yunxiao, who graciously assisted her in catching up on her studies. As a result, her grades improved slightly, and she refrained from causing a scene to part ways with him. Nevertheless, each day, the sight of Shen Xiwei stirred an imbalance within her heart. With wealth at her disposal and a boyfriend like Zhao Tingshan, she felt like a mere clown in comparison, recently, due to her entanglement with an older man. Gossip about Shen Xiwei had spread like wildfire. Meng Qingran felt a surge of superiority upon seeing Shen Xiwei. Despite her riches, Shen Xiwei did not earn her status through merit, but rather through the exploitation of her own body. Surely this scandal had reached Zhao Tingshan's ears. When Shen Xiwei entered the room, Meng Qingran, in a good mood, took the initiative to greet her. However, Shen Xiwei turned her gaze to Pei Yunxiao, asking, "Did you tell others that I was being kept?" "I am not." Pei Yunxiao's expression darkened as he retorted, "Everyone is talking, but I never said such a thing." "You didn't?" Shen Xiwei smiled. "And now everyone is naming names and pointing fingers at you. Would you like to step outside and confront them? My father treats you so well, and this is how you repay him, if he discovers that you are spreading vile rumors about me at school. Do you think he will continue to support your college education?" How outrageous it was that it was Pei Yunxiao, this ungrateful wretch. I did not say that. Pei Yunxiao felt utterly wrong to be accused in such a manner. "I will seek the truth behind this matter, but Shen Xiwei, I am not the person you claim I am. I have never brought this up." He had merely failed to clarify the situation. But he had not slandered her. Suddenly bearing such an unjust burden, Pei Yunxiao felt a strong sense of frustration. Shen Xiwei replied, "All right, I shall await your answer, otherwise just wait and see." She glanced at Meng Qingran, who stood nearby with a composed expression. Just moments earlier, Meng Qingran had greeted her, yet now she was silent. Shen Xiwei chose to disregard her and exited from backstage. As she walked away, Meng Qingran approached Pei Yunxiao, saying, "Yunxiao, I need to step outside." Pei Yunxiao could no longer remain seated. Seeing Shen Xiwei so furious and misunderstanding him for spreading false rumors, he refused to shoulder the blame for something he had not done. Meng Qingran observed his reaction and followed him outside. She contemplated Pei Yunxiao's earlier conversation with Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei had claimed, "That is my father," and Pei Yunxiao had not refuted her. Could it truly be that Shen Xiwei's father was indeed her father? Was her being kept a mere fabrication? Pei Yunxiao had already approached the boy who had mentioned his name, Pei Gu. The boy greeted politely upon seeing Pei Yunxiao. "Did you say that I claimed Shen Xiwei was being kept?" Pei Yunxiao questioned. The boy looked taken aback. "Wasn't it you who said that?" Shen Xiwei, standing nearby, scoffed. "When did I ever say that to you?" Pei Yunxiao's temper flared. He had never uttered such words. As he grew serious, the boy explained, "Wang Yan said so. She claimed you told her." "Where is Wang Yan?" Pei Yunxiao felt utterly exasperated. He had never made such a statement. At that moment, Wang Yan was busy gossiping about Shen Xiwei with a few classmates. Pei Yunxiao approached her. "Wang Yan and Pei School hunk." Upon seeing Pei Yunxiao and Shen Xiwei together, Wang Yan hesitated briefly before approaching him. "What is it?" Pei Yunxiao demanded. "Did you tell others that I said Shen Xiwei was being kept?" Wang Yan replied, "Isn't that something everyone knows? I just wanted to ask you, did I ever tell you that?" "No." Wang Yan looked up and noticed Shen Xiwei watching with amusement, suddenly feeling a wave of fear. She thought, what if Shen Xiwei is here to cause trouble? Although she despised Shen Xiwei, she didn't dare confront her directly. For these past few days, she had only dared to gossip behind her back. Pei Yunxiao pressed on. "Then why did you say it was me who told you?" Wang Yan countered. "Did you not mention it to Qingran? She told me, every time she spoke of Shen Xiwei." Meng Qingran had always sided with her, which gave her confidence. Remembering Meng Qingran bolstered Wang Yan's courage, and she did not back down before Shen Xiwei. Moreover, just a few days ago, we saw Shen Xiwei being all affectionate with that older man. Qingran saw it too, right? Qingran. She looked towards Meng Qingran, who stood on the sidelines. Meng Qingran was well liked at school and had never been known to lie. The thought that it was Meng Qingran who had said it gave Wang Yan a surge of confidence. She had only spoken the truth. What could Shen Xiwei possibly do to her? Chapter 62. Pei Yunxiao loses his temper upon Wang Yan suddenly directing the fire towards her. Meng Qingran's expression turned complex. What did Wang Yan mean by dragging her into this, especially since Meng Qingran had inferred from the earlier conversation between Shen Xiwei and Pei Yunxiao that she might have misunderstood? Meng Qingran wished to disappear, but Pei Yunxiao had already turned to her, leaving her no chance to escape. Pei Yunxiao looked at Meng Qingran and asked, "Did you tell Wang Yan that Shen Xiwei was being kept?" Claiming it was from me, Pei Yunxiao was certain he had never uttered such words. Meng Qingran had never seen Pei Yunxiao so serious. Even when they had arguments, he had never expressed such anger. "Speak up," Pei Yunxiao urged impatiently. "I ask you, did I ever say that to you?" Shen Xiwei's thoughts were not of great concern, but if Shen Wenbin were to learn of this matter, Pei Yunxiao was absolutely unwilling to bear the blame. After sensing everyone's gaze upon her, Meng Qingran finally spoke, addressing Pei Yunxiao. "I did not say that." Pei Yunxiao regarded her, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Meng Qingran clarified. "I have not told Wang Yan that this matter was spoken by you." Wang Yan, upon hearing Meng Qingran's words, was taken aback. "No, you clearly, every time this matter arose, she had always discussed it with Meng Qingran, who had agreed with the notion of Shen Xiwei being kept by an older man. It was Meng Qingran who first inquired about their relationship when Shen Wenbin came to pick up Shen Xiwei after school, prompting them to speculate. When did I ever say that Shen Xiwei was being kept by an older man, was something Pei Yunxiao said. Wang Yan gazed at Meng Qingran, then at Pei Yunxiao, but if it were not for her absolute trust in Meng Qingran, she would not be so certain. After all, Pei Yunxiao was well acquainted with Shen Xiwei. Wouldn't he know best if Shen Xiwei was indeed being kept? Meng Qingran was likely aware of this too. As Wang Yan hesitated, Meng Qingran continued, moreover, wasn't it you who kept saying Shen Xiwei was being kept? If you hadn't kept saying it, I wouldn't have been deceived. You were also the one continuously posting online, weren't you? Or did you not take a photo of Shen Xiwei with that older man, claiming you would send it to school to let Zhao Tingshan see? Did I say anything incorrect? Although she had known Wang Yan for a long time, Meng Qingran would never allow herself to sync with her. All the wrongdoing was Wang Yan's, and it had nothing to do with her. No, Wang Yan stared at Meng Qingran. Not if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have done that. She had always regarded Meng Qingran as her best friend. So no matter the situation, she was the first to stand up for her. Even when she accused Shen Xiwei of cheating, it was because Meng Qingran first mentioned that Shen Xiwei's improvement was suspicious. Had Meng Qingran not said anything, she would not have thought twice, but now Meng Qingran denied everything and placed the blame solely on her. Because of me, Meng Qingran chuckled bitterly, as if she had suffered a tremendous injustice. You lack integrity, gossiping about female classmates behind their backs. Now that trouble has arisen, you wish to drag me down with you? Wang Yan, after being friends with you for so long, how did I not realize you were such a person? Wang Yan did not expect Meng Qingran to be so direct and brazenly deceitful. No, Qingran, spare me. Nearby classmates, witnessing Wang Yan's attempts to deflect blame, began to scold her. Qingran has been so good to you. When you were almost expelled, she was the one who pleaded for you, yet now you want to drag her down and shift the blame onto her. What kind of ingrate are you? Exactly, you heartless wretch. Qingran is truly unfortunate to encounter such a person. If their relationship is damaged because of you, it would be utterly unjust. Indeed, this wretched girl is truly despicable. I've been displeased with her for a long time. If it weren't for Qingran being friends with her, who would bother with her? Wang Yan, with her ordinary looks and being in her awkward teenage years, was already prone to discrimination due to her chubby figure. People were only nice to her because she was friends with Meng Qingran, but now that Meng Qingran was ignoring her, she found herself utterly isolated. As the crowd began to hurl insults at Wang Yan, completely excluding Meng Qingran, Shen Xiwei looked towards Meng Qingran. Even now, she maintained an innocent demeanor. However, it seemed she had always been this way. Every time trouble arose, she was always the most innocent one. Unable to withstand the barrage of insults, Wang Yan fled the scene. Pei Yunxiao cast a glance at Shen Xiwei and remarked, "You have seen for yourself that this matter is not of my doing. Are you satisfied with this answer?" "Do you think I could possibly be satisfied?" Pei Yunxiao continued. "What do you mean by that? You requested an answer, and now it has been provided." The posts circulating online were also authored by Wang Yan. "I have not committed any wrongdoing, so do not attempt to wrongfully accuse me, even in front of your father. I will clarify this matter." Meng Qingran approached, addressing Shen Xiwei. "Shen Xiwei, this issue is entirely my fault, and I owe you an apology." Upon hearing her apology, Shen Xiwei looked at her curiously. "Is that so? Does she truly comprehend the meaning of an apology?" Wang Yan, who shares such a close relationship with her, has done so much for her, yet she could so easily abandon her. Quite impressive indeed. Meng Qingran continued, "It is entirely my fault. When Wang Yan made those remarks earlier, I failed to dissuade her. It was only a couple of days ago that I learned about her posting online. I intended to persuade her to delete it, but she was simply too stubborn. Even if you harbor hatred towards me, I will accept it. So, are you implying that this matter is genuinely unrelated to you?" She distanced herself completely from the situation. Meng Qingran sighed, "Although it may not concern me directly, Wang Yan is still my friend. I apologize on her behalf. Please grant her another chance." Shen Xiwei regarded her with an expression of innocence. "I cannot believe this incident has nothing to do with you." Meng Qingran lowered her head, her countenance displaying no hint of guilt. "I can understand your disbelief. Were I in your position, I would feel quite angry as well. Just do not misinterpret Pei Yunxiao." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Pei Yunxiao, her demeanor suggesting that all her actions were for his benefit. Pei Yunxiao, noticing Meng Qingran's gaze, recalled their previous conversations about Shen Xiwei being kept, and how he had never intervened. Now, after the incident, Meng Qingran was defending him, which stirred a sense of appreciation within Pei Yunxiao. He addressed Shen Xiwei, "The matter has been clarified. If you have grievances against Wang Yan, I have no retort. However, Qingran is innocent. Surely you cannot be so black and white in your judgment." His intent to defend was unmistakable. Chapter 63. Shen's father appears at school. As Pei Yunxiao spoke, others began to chime in about Shen Xiwei. "Indeed, this situation has nothing to do with Qingran or Pei Xiaoqiao." "Shen Xiwei, must you be so petty? We are all classmates." It seemed as if her refusal to forgive would be her fault. The current generation excels in moral coercion. Observing everyone advocating for Meng Qingran, Shen Xiwei chose to ignore the foolish crowd. Meng Qingran turned to Shen Xiwei. "If there is nothing further, let us resume our rehearsal." After saying this, she looked towards Pei Yunxiao. Shall we go? The two departed, leaving Shen Xiwei alone. Those nearby turned to her. Though this incident was not instigated by Pei Yunxiao. Shen Xiwei, are you truly not being kept? One suggested, perhaps you should consult a doctor, they might reveal the truth to you. Shen Xiwei had no intention of participating in the rehearsal and exited the venue. Upon stepping outside, she spotted her father approaching with the principal. Pei Hong was also present. He trailed behind Shen Wenbin like a bodyguard. Shen Xiwei made no effort to seek out her father. She scanned her surroundings but could not find Wang Yan. Inquiring among her classmates, she asked if anyone had seen Wang Yan. Someone was looking for her earlier. She stepped out. Who was it? I heard it was someone from Yizhong. Shen Xiwei strolled towards the entrance. It found no trace of her, so she disregarded it. When the graduation ceremony commenced, she still did not see Wang Yan return. Shen Xiwei settled into her seat, observing her father take the stage. He was impeccably dressed in a suit, quite dashing. Although he was no longer young to Shen Xiwei, her father remained the most handsome man in the world. Respected school leaders, teachers, and dear classmates, good evening, I am Shen Xiwei's father. Shen Wenbin, as he began to speak, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Is he the Shen Wenbin of Yunshan Spring Water? It appeared he had overheard their skepticism, and Shen Wenbin continued, you may not be familiar with my name, but you must have heard of Yunshan Spring Water. To stand here today is not a personal achievement but rather a testament to my daughter. Over the past year, she has worked diligently and made significant progress in her studies. Yunshan Spring Water is a major brand in Yunqing, renowned for its mineral water and various beverages available nationwide. While many may not have been acquainted with Shen Wenbin, they were certainly familiar with Yunshan Spring Water. The realization dawned that he was indeed Shen Xiwei's father, the owner of Yunshan Spring Water. They had previously speculated that she was being kept. Meng Qingran sat nearby, her parents having also attended. However, as their families were not particularly prominent, it was Shen Xiwei's father who ultimately became the representative of the parents. Observing the refined gentleman on stage and then glancing at Shen Xiwei beside her, Meng Qingran felt the disparity for the first time. She truly was a young lady of distinction, not someone being kept. This man was her father. Especially after learning of Shen Xiwei's parentage, she suddenly perceived him as quite youthful. Meng Qingran looked at her own father, whose hair had turned white, seeming considerably older than Shen Xiwei's father. Following Shen Wenbin's speech, Meng's parents stood and approached the newly descended Shen Wenbin. Mr. Shen, it is a pleasure to meet you. Meng Qingran had spent considerable time at school, unaware that a child of a billionaire was hidden within its ranks. Had they known earlier, they would have certainly encouraged their daughter to foster a relationship. Shen Wenbin had seldom visited the school. Occasionally representatives from his company attended parent meetings in his stead. Thus, while he had generously supported the school, many parents had never met him. Seeing him now, they were eager to establish rapport. Witnessing her father's obsequious demeanor, Meng Qingran furrowed her brow. Although she felt a twinge of displeasure, she recognized the stark contrast between herself and Shen Xiwei. Her parents were the type to ingratiate themselves. Qingran, where are you? Her mother called, beckoning her over. Meng Qingran approached. Dad, Mom. Her father warmly introduced her to Shen Wenbin. Mr. Shen, this is our daughter, Meng Qingran. She has always performed well in school. If there is a chance in the future, it would be wonderful for her to join your company. Shen Wenbin politely engaged with them, while Shen Xiwei stood beside her father, observing Meng Qingran, who appeared quite reluctant to be thrust into this social interaction. However, Meng Qingran remained compliant with her parents, who were clearly adept at navigating social situations. This trait was reminiscent of Meng Qingran herself. At that moment, Pei Hong approached, pulling Pei Yunxiao over and addressing Shen Wenbin. Mr. Shen, this is my son Yunxiao. We truly appreciate the care you have extended to him over these past days. He has always remembered it well. Once he joins Yunshan Group, he will certainly serve you diligently. Furthermore, he enjoys a good rapport with Miss Shen. Now that they have graduated, it would be fitting for them to consider an engagement. Before the myriad of parents, Pei Hong was eager to solidify his son's relationship with Shen Xiwei. Hearing his father's words, Pei Yunxiao frowned, truly feeling embarrassed by such a father. Meng's parents stood nearby, noting Pei Yunxiao's striking appearance and commendable grades. Previously, they had thought of him as a suitable match for Meng Qingran, only to discover he was the designated son-in-law of a billionaire family. They no longer dared to harbor such notions. Upon hearing Pei Hong's mention of engagement, Shen Wenbin interjected, an engagement is still quite premature. The children are still young, there is no rush to consider such matters. Not too young, Pei Hong countered. In 2 or 3 years, they could directly obtain a marriage certificate. His enthusiasm was palpable. Shen Xiwei looked at him. Addressing him, Uncle Pei. Pei Hong smiled back. Weiwei, Shen Xiwei stated, I have no interest in Pei Yunxiao, and I certainly will not be engaged to him. Moreover, he has someone he likes. Upon hearing this, Pei Hong was momentarily taken aback. He understood that the individual she referred to was Meng Qingran, but how could Meng Qingran ever be worthy of being his daughter-in-law? He denied vehemently, impossible, this brat could not possibly be in a relationship at school. His focus is solely on his studies. Weiwei, apart from you, he would not like any other girl, would he? The last two words were directed at Pei Yunxiao, as he hoped his son would understand the unspoken message. Should this brat dare to disappoint him, he would face dire consequences at home. Pei Yunxiao, hearing his father's words, looked at Shen Xiwei, recalling the things she had previously done for him. He resisted addressing his father. Dad, can't you see what kind of occasion this is? Is this really the time for such discussions? What occasion? Pei Hong was utterly unperturbed by the presence of others. We are all family with Mr. Shen. We have previously resided at the Shen household, and now that Mr. Shen has provided me with employment, how could it be a burden to have you marry Weiwei? Would that be too much to ask? Chapter 64, Pei Yunxiao faces embarrassment. Previously, people had speculated about Shen Xiwei's identity while harboring an almost idol-like admiration for Pei Yunxiao, believing that even if Shen Xiwei were indeed a young lady of privilege, she would still be unworthy of him. However, at this moment, Pei Hong's words truly caused Pei Yunxiao to lose all face. Who could have anticipated that the illustrious Pei family's patriarch would be such a person? It seemed he was eager for Pei Yunxiao to live off a woman. Shen Xiwei was particularly unreserved in her response. She stated, "Uncle Pei, everyone at our school knows that Pei Yunxiao's girlfriend is Meng Qingran. With such remarks, you risk upsetting them. If not clarified, people might genuinely assume she intended to be with Pei Yunxiao." Upon hearing this, Meng's parents turned to their daughter. Meng Qingran bit her lip tightly, gazing at Shen Xiwei, realizing she was being deliberately provocative. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Wenbin addressed Pei Hong. "You see, the children have their own choices. We should not interfere in their matters." Unyielding, Pei Hong retorted, "This must be a misunderstanding. Moreover, Xiwei is quite fond of Pei Yunxiao. My son would never associate with those unseemly women." After saying this, he cast a disdainful glance at Meng Qingran, referring to her as one of those unseemly women. The Meng family appeared to be of modest means. Pei Hong merely wished for his son to marry a wealthy woman to alter their fortunes, showing no desire to entangle himself with the Meng family. He intentionally chose to speak harshly. Meng's father glared at Pei Hong. "How dare you speak like that? Who is an unseemly woman? What of your daughter?" He stepped forward, grasping Pei Hong's sleeve. Pei Hong provocatively looked at him. "What, do you want to hit me? Go ahead." He feigned a rogue demeanor. Meng's father, an ordinary man, was so infuriated he nearly spat blood but chose not to argue further and released his grip. Old Pei, seeing the chaos Pei Hong had stirred, Shen Wenbin felt compelled to intervene. Pei Hong turned to Shen Wenbin, stating, "Mr. Shen, my son would never marry their daughter. Yunxiao only has eyes for Xiwei. Rest assured of that." Shen Wenbin replied, "That young lady is quite respectable. How can you speak of her in such a manner? Apologize to her." Realizing Shen Wenbin's serious demeanor, Pei Hong dared not offend him. "Mr. Shen, I apologize." He begrudgingly directed his words to the Meng family. Onlookers were moved by the scene. "Mr. Shen is truly admirable. He stands up for Meng Qingran. Indeed, one could see the character of a true boss. Yet, how can Pei Yunxiao's father display such a lack of decorum?" They praised Shen Wenbin while simultaneously expressing disdain for Pei Hong. Having never encountered someone so extraordinarily insufferable, Pei Hong, however, felt no shame in his actions. With a son as exceptional as his, he naturally desired a wealthy bride. What business did those of humble origins have in pursuing him? Only when Pei Hong had offered his apology did Shen Wenbin finally speak. These two children share a fine relationship. As a father, you should not disrupt their bond, and consider your son as future as well. As for Xiwei, she is already engaged. Shen Xiwei chimed in. "Indeed, Uncle Pei, I already have someone I like. Please allow Pei Yunxiao to be with Meng Qingran." Shen Wenbin glanced at the time, denying Pei Hong any further opportunity to speak. "Let us all return now." Following her father out of the hall, Shen Xiwei spotted Zhao Tingshan's car. She turned to her father. "Dad, you should head back first." Shen Wenbin looked at his daughter. "Aren't you coming with me? I have something to attend to." Shen Wenbin scrutinized her hesitant demeanor. "What is it?" "It's quite late," Shen Xiwei replied. "Just go. I will return on my own shortly." As she spoke, she assisted her father into the car. Shen Wenbin, observing her concerned expression, felt uneasy. "Are you safe at this hour? Should I wait for you?" Secretary Yan interjected. "I just spotted young Master Tingshan's car." Shen Wenbin. Upon hearing Secretary Yan's words, he instantly comprehended. Watching Shen Xiwei's joyful countenance, he could only helplessly wave his hand. Shen Xiwei closed the car door behind him and waved goodbye as her father departed. Sighing, Shen Wenbin thought, "My daughter has truly grown up." As Secretary Yan remarked, "She will soon turn 18. You can rest easy." Once her father had left, Shen Xiwei entered the back seat of the car, opening the door to find Zhao Tingshan resting against the seat. Eyes closed, she sat beside him, admiring his handsome profile without disturbing him. After a moment, Zhao Tingshan opened his eyes and met her gaze. Shen Xiwei smiled gently. "When did you arrive? You didn't say a word." "I've been here for a while. Have you been waiting all this time?" Zhao Tingshan looked at her and inquired, "How was the graduation party?" "Quite well. My father's presence silenced those who had previously slandered me as being kept by an older man. Thus, I am in good spirits." She had previously disregarded their comments, for she had done nothing of the sort. She continued, "My dad came today." Zhao Tingshan replied. "I see," Shen Xiwei added, "they kept saying I was being supported." Upon seeing my dad, they had nothing to say. However, what? I wonder where Wang Yan has gone. She is quite close with Meng Qingran, yet she allowed Meng Qingran to treat her this way. I am curious about her thoughts now. Previously, Wang Yan had caused her much trouble. She must not have anticipated that it would lead to such an outcome. What do you want with her? Shen Xiwei explained. The posts online were initiated by her. I wish to see when she deletes them. I cannot let her off easily. Despite the pain of being betrayed by Meng Qingran, she could not allow Wang Yan to evade the consequences. Zhao Tingshan instructed the driver drive. The driver nodded. Understood. Soon, they arrived at a riverside where Shen Xiwei observed the numerous factories. Noting the sparse crowd at this hour, Zhao Tingshan exited the car, and Shen Xiwei followed suit. Before long, someone approached Shanggu. Shen Xiwei recognized Ku Yang and asked, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 65. I want to see your friend's abs. Ku Yang replied, "Sister-in-law, you won't believe it. Someone posted your photo at our school, claiming you were being kept by an older man." Shen Xiwei responded, "I already know. Meng Qingran mentioned it today. I didn't expect them to be so idle even during the college entrance exams." "Do you still have the photo?" "Of course. Let me show you." Ke Yang pulled out his phone and displayed the photo to Shen Xiwei. She glanced at the image of herself with her father and chuckled helplessly. "They seem to have some issues. If I were truly being supported, would I bring the other person to accompany me for the college entrance exams? It's my dad's good looks that stir such speculation." Ku Yang looked at her. "Is that really your dad? Who else would it be?" Shen Xiwei asked. "Do you also think I'm being kept?" Recalling that she had previously sent the photo to Zhao Tingshan, Ku Yang shot a guilty glance at him, realizing he had not informed her that this was indeed Shen Xiwei's father. No wonder he insisted on verifying the truth upon seeing the photo. Seizing the opportunity, Ku Yang quickly asserted, "Sister-in-law, we have already identified who took the photo. It was her who posted it online." "Is that so?" Ku Yang said as he stepped aside, and shortly thereafter Wang Yan, who had been sought after all night, was brought forward by two imposing men. Her hair and clothes were drenched, as though she had just emerged from water. Spotting Shen Xiwei, Wang Yan attempted to approach, but Ku Yang coldly halted her. "Do not come near Shen Xiwei." Witnessing this, Wang Yan knelt on the grass and pleaded, "Shen Xiwei, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will never do it again." Overwhelmed by the sudden confrontation, she was rendered speechless. Seeing her in such a state, Shen Xiwei turned to Ku Yang. "What have you done to her to frighten her like this?" Ku Yang huffed. "She denied everything until I threatened to toss her into the river to feed the fish. Then she finally confessed." Approaching Shen Xiwei, Ku Yang continued, "Sister-in-law, this woman is quite malicious. She has been using various accounts to slander you online. Some of the posts she made in your name are from her alternate accounts. She even shared the photo at our school, attempting to sow discord between you and Deep Gu. Thankfully, I wasn't fooled." Zhao Tingshan glanced at Ku Yang. "Is that so, Ku Yang?" But he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She turned her attention to Shen Xiwei and asked, "Sister-in-law, how do you intend to handle her?" Shen Xiwei gazed at Wang Yan, who, upon noticing Shen Xiwei's scrutiny, hurriedly lowered her head, trembling as she pleaded, "I truly realize my mistakes. I was merely misled by Meng Qingran's words. Shen Xiwei, you must believe me. It was truly her. She is not a good person. When your father came to the school to pick you up, it was also Meng Qingran who said that your relationship was unusual." Wang Yan had spent the night reflecting on many details, realizing that she had been led astray by Meng Qingran. The latter was an exceptional actress, and thus, Wang Yan had regarded her as her closest friend, only to find herself betrayed in the end. While Meng Qingran emerged unscathed, now all the blame rested on her shoulders, and to add insult to injury, everyone was condemning her. Even if she attempted to point fingers at Meng Qingran, they would accuse her of dragging Meng Qingran down with her. Meng Qingran was indeed portrayed as a virtuous person. Shen Xiwei observed Wang Yan's demeanor and couldn't help but reminisce about her own past. Perhaps in the eyes of Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran she had once appeared equally foolish. Shen Xiwei said to Wang Yan, "You should return to school now." With teary eyes, Wang Yan looked at Shen Xiwei, sensing a glimmer of hope. "So will you let me go?" "Let you go?" Shen Xiwei smiled slightly. "I have already let you off once. Did you acknowledge your mistake the last time?" Shen Xiwei chose not to elaborate, simply instructing Ku Yang release her. The two men stepped back upon hearing Shen Xiwei's command. Ke Yang looked at Shen Xiwei in disbelief. "Sister-in-law, are you really letting her go? Shouldn't I give her a beating? Perhaps just toss her into the river to feed the fish. Such scum shouldn't exist in this world." Shen Xiwei turned to Ku Yang. "What, are you willing to jeopardize your future for someone like her?" Ku Yang, who was training alongside Zhao Tingshan, performed well in sports and had decent grades. With the added advantage of physical education, he was bound to gain admission to a good school. If he followed through with his plan to deal with Wang Yan as he suggested, what would that make them? Hearing Shen Xiwei's words, Ku Yang replied, "But we can't just let her off the hook, can we?" As Wang Yan fled, Shen Xiwei watched her silhouette vanish into the night. "I have already reported this to the police. Let them handle it." After Wang Yan departed, Shen Xiwei turned to Ku Yang and Zhao Tingshan, who had made a special trip to assist her. Have you eaten? Allow me to treat you to a meal. Naturally, Zhao Tingshan complied. Can I join as well? Ke Yang inquired with curiosity. Shen Xiwei responded, of course, we've finally graduated. We ought to celebrate, shouldn't we? They found a nearby barbecue restaurant, where Shen Xiwei ordered several pounds of crayfish. Ke Yang didn't hesitate to invite their teammates to join. Hearing that someone was treating them, everyone was naturally thrilled. Shen Xiwei sat beside Zhao Tingshan, resting her chin on her hand as she observed the group enjoying their food and drinks. Zhao Tingshan, don't you drink? She asked, noticing the mineral water in front of him. But no, I don't, he replied. Shen Xiwei remarked, your friends seem to be having a great time drinking. She glanced at the group of recently graduated male high school students, particularly admiring their muscular physiques. Suddenly curious, she asked, do your friends all have six-pack abs? Upon hearing her question, Zhao Tingshan turned to look at her, noting her expression of admiration. He had initially thought she was simply enjoying the lively atmosphere, but now he wondered what was truly on her mind. Just as Shen Xiwei finished her thought, she caught Zhao Tingshan staring at her. She cleared her throat. Oh no, I've accidentally voiced my thoughts, but it would be wonderful if your friends could show me their abs. I am particularly eager to see Shen Xiwei. Zhao Tingshan rarely called her by her full name. She met his gaze. I'm here. He fixed his eyes on her sparkling ones. It was summer, and Ke Yang, feeling the heat, took off his t-shirt in a fit of excitement after drinking. Shen Xiwei, unprepared to reflect on her own reactions, found her attention diverted once again. Wow, especially since Ke Yang's abs are truly impressive. Hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan reached out, encircled her in his arms, and covered her eyes. His deep, restrained voice whispered in her ear, what are you looking at? Ke Yang did not miss this scene, especially since Zhao Tingshan always maintained a reserved demeanor in Shen Xiwei's presence. Observing Zhao Tingshan holding her close, he chimed in, brother Shen, what are you two doing? Put your shirt back on. Zhao Tingshan's face darkened. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would not have allowed them to come to dinner together. Chapter 66, Refusal to Reconcile. Ke Yang, noticing Zhao Tingshan's serious expression, quietly put his shirt back on. Only then did Zhao Tingshan release Shen Xiwei. He looked at her. Have you finished eating? Yes, Shen Xiwei replied. Having consumed 2 boxes of beverages and a pile of crayfish, she was no longer inclined to eat further. Shall we leave then? Zhao Tingshan suggested as they exited the barbecue restaurant, just as they settled into the car. Shen Xiwei received a call from the police requesting her presence due to the report she had filed concerning Wang Yan. Unfazed by the inconvenience, she agreed to go, with Zhao Tingshan accompanying her. Wang Yan's parents had already arrived. Upon seeing Shen Xiwei, they displayed a surprisingly amicable demeanor. They hardly appeared to be malicious individuals. Their intentions were clear. They were willing to apologize and hoped for reconciliation. Their daughter had just completed her college entrance examinations, and her life was just beginning. The defamatory posts she had spread online had gained considerable traction. Should Shen Xiwei refuse to reconcile, Wang Yan would not only face financial compensation but also potential imprisonment. Observing Wang Yan's parents' pitiful expressions, Shen Xiwei felt a surge of sympathy. However, after her moment of compassion, she firmly expressed her unwavering stance against reconciliation. Not only would she refuse to reconcile, but she also intended to hire a lawyer to sue Wang Yan. Aiming for the harshest judgment possible, Wang Yan had repeatedly slandered her. Although she had been manipulated by Meng Qingran, the detrimental actions were undoubtedly her own doing, there was no question about it. After handling all of this, she returned home with Zhao Tingshan. On the way, Shen Xiwei felt somewhat fatigued. Looking at Zhao Tingshan beside her, she said, thank you, Zhao Tingshan. Thank me for what? He replied, for coming to help me with this matter. His sudden appearance at the school had taken her by surprise. Zhao Tingshan glanced at her but offered no response. Shen Xiwei continued, she had previously lost a bet with me and should have been expelled. But Meng Qingran intervened on her behalf. Who would have thought that in the end, she would still resort to repugnant tactics? It truly is only when faced with consequences that one realizes the severity of their actions. It's just unfortunate that this situation cannot also implicate Meng Qingran. Although the incident at school had caused quite a stir today, with both Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran experiencing embarrassment. For Shen Xiwei, it was far from sufficient. Pei Yunxiao had already returned home. Since his arrival, Pei Hong had been berating him, scolding him repeatedly. I should never have allowed you to attend school, you've ruined your mind. What good is that Meng girl? Do you think that by finding a girl from a poor family, she will be devoted to you? Your mother left me for being poor, look at her now. Does she still care about you, you unruly brat? I only want what's best for you. Don't even think about going to college, it wouldn't matter anyway. Remembering how Shen Wenbin had publicly rejected him earlier, Pei Hong felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. It had been so close, the Shen family's wealth was nearly within his grasp, yet Pei Yunxiao had squandered that opportunity. Sitting quietly by Pei Yunxiao listened to his father's tirade. Remaining silent, he had grown accustomed to it from a young age. Since the day his mother left, his father had always claimed, your mother left because she despised my poverty. He wanted to retort, with your character, even if you were wealthy, people would still leave, but he refrained from engaging in such arguments. After enough scolding, Pei Hong turned to Pei Yunxiao and said, you will get up early tomorrow and accompany me to the Shen family. I refuse, Pei Yunxiao shot back. Why should I go and embarrass myself? Don't you feel ashamed even now? Do you know how others perceive me, how they ridicule me behind my back, at this point? He could hardly bear to look at his phone. He had long wished to keep his father's identity a secret, but now that the entire world knew, he was no rich second-generation heir. His father was merely a sycophant. Eager to have him live off others. What ridicule? I'm trying to help you seize an opportunity. I have no interest in that opportunity, Pei Yunxiao retorted. From now on, you will no longer meddle in my affairs. Or else what? Pei Hong challenged. You dare threaten your father? As he spoke, he lunged at Pei Yunxiao, intending to strike him. Pei Yunxiao swiftly blocked his hand. He had grown tall, standing over 6 feet. While Pei Hong was no longer as spry as he once was, Pei Yunxiao pushed him to the ground with ease. He cast a cold glance at Pei Hong, no longer showing any mercy due to their blood ties, and simply returned to his room. The next morning, just as Shen Xiwei awoke, she found Pei Hong sitting on her sofa, sobbing uncontrollably. Shen, my son has grown wings. He actually dared to push me. Do you have any idea how difficult it has been for me to raise him since his mother left? Although Shen Xiwei harbored a disdain for Pei Yunxiao, she couldn't help but find his demeanor rather amusing as a father. If her memory served her right, it had always been Pei Yunxiao who had been supporting him, hadn't it? Day in and day out, he was consumed by gambling, leaving Pei Yunxiao to fend for himself financially since childhood. During his spare time, he would scavenge for discarded nails and old newspapers to sell, amassing a modest sum of pocket money for himself. As for Pei Hong, this father was utterly unreliable. In the past, had Pei Hong made such a statement, Shen Xiwei would have undoubtedly retorted fiercely. Yet, at this moment, she remained silent. She had no desire to involve herself in Pei Yunxiao's affairs, despite her awareness of Pei Hong's earnest wish for her to be with Pei Yunxiao, listening to Pei Hong lament for an extended period. Shen Wenbin finally spoke up. He has grown up. You ought to consider him more. I've told you long ago. Your son is no longer a child. I simply wish for him to be with Weiwei. Pei Hong greedily replied. Do you truly think that's feasible? Shen Wenbin retorted, struggling to contain his irritation. If you cease your incessant meddling, I might even contemplate his college prospects. However, should you continue to offend my daughter, I shall no longer concern myself with your family's matters. Now that Shen Xiwei's examinations had concluded, they would soon relocate to the capital. After Shen Wenbin's outburst, Pei Hong fell silent, and Shen Wenbin instructed his associates to escort Pei Hong out. Turning to Shen Xiwei, Shen Wenbin addressed her. Weiwei, Dad. In a moment, please call Pei Yunxiao and ask him to come over. For what purpose? Shen Xiwei inquired. Dad, you saw what transpired yesterday. It has nothing to do with you. Shen Wenbin, concerned she might misinterpret his intentions, added, we are leaving in a few days. I have something to discuss with him. Though Shen Xiwei was uncertain of her father's intentions, she complied and called Pei Yunxiao. Upon answering, Pei Yunxiao's voice was somewhat icy. What is it? He still remembered how she had humiliated him at school the previous day. Shen Xiwei replied, my dad needs to speak with you. He wants you to come to my house. Later that afternoon, Pei Yunxiao arrived. Entering the room, he noticed Shen Xiwei feeding the bite. He approached her, inquiring, what is it? Shen Xiwei glanced up at him. My dad is inside, although he had received the answer he sought. Pei Yunxiao did not immediately proceed indoors. Instead, he regarded Shen Xiwei and remarked, Shen Xiwei, you must be feeling quite proud of yourself, aren't you? Chapter 67. Blaming her for not preserving his dignity. Shen Xiwei was puzzled by his words. What do you mean by proud? Pei Yunxiao replied, at last night's graduation party, you stole the spotlight and left me and Meng Qingran embarrassed. Are you not reveling in it? Upon hearing his words, Shen Xiwei stood up, fixing her gaze upon him. So, Pei Yunxiao, are you now seeking to vent your frustrations on me? Pei Yunxiao glared at her, remaining silent, seemingly conceding to her assertion. Shen Xiwei observed him, astonished at his audacity. What did I do last night? I don't recall doing anything at all. You distanced yourself from Wang Yan's incident, did you not? You know that is not what I am referring to. Pei Yunxiao retorted, then what precisely are you implying? Shen Xiwei feigned deep contemplation. Could it be that your father wishes to separate you from Meng Qingran, desiring for me to be with you? And yet I did not acquiesce. Pei Yunxiao insisted. You could have pretended to agree. My father merely mentioned it in passing. Had you agreed, he would not have continued his tirade. He spoke with a conviction that was almost infuriating. Shen Xiwei, incredulous, responded, why on earth would I feign agreement? Is it not permissible for me to preserve a shred of dignity? Why must I safeguard yours? Who is he? Do we have such a deep-seated connection after all these years? Pei Yunxiao, for the first time, felt a profound hatred towards her. You insist on making everything so absolute. You must flaunt your connection with Zhao Tingshan. You wish for the whole world to be aware that Shen Xiwei is with Zhao Tingshan now. Do you find satisfaction in my humiliation? As he spoke, his voice escalated. Shen Xiwei gazed at him, silence enveloping them for a few seconds before realization dawned upon her. Because he felt disgraced, it transformed into her failure to preserve his dignity. She chuckled softly. Pei Yunxiao's eyes, filled with resentment, remained locked on her. You clearly could have kept my association with Meng Qingran a secret. If you had chosen silence, my father would not have made those comments and would not have clashed with the Meng family. You did this intentionally, did you not? After pondering, Shen Xiwei conceded, "Oh, I admittedly did it on purpose." Pei Yunxiao was taken aback by her unabashed admission. Shen Xiwei declared, "I do not perceive my actions as wrong. I genuinely prefer Zhao Tingshan. I have no regard for you. I wish for others to understand that there is no future for us. I do not want them to think I leveraged my status to snatch you away from Meng Qingran." Shen Xiwei, Pei Yunxiao gazed at her with disappointment. "You would not have been so selfish in the past. You would have considered my feelings. You never would have done anything to embarrass me. But ever since you became involved with Zhao Tingshan, I hardly recognize you anymore, because I once cherished you, and now I wish for you and Meng Qingran to suffer together." Pei Yunxiao, filled with animosity. "Accused, you cannot bear to see me with Meng Qingran happy. To love someone is to wish for their happiness, yet you only wish to destroy the one you claim to love. How unfortunate for those you have set your sights on. Oh, how you have truly suffered." His words reminded Shen Xiwei of the time right before his demise when he lamented that every day spent entangled with her was a nightmare. Now, he proclaimed that those she sought were indeed unfortunate. Pei Yunxiao continued, "A person like you will never find happiness. Even if Zhao Tingshan were to be with you, he would inevitably be driven mad by you. He simply has yet to see your true self." With that, Pei Yunxiao turned and strode into the house. Shen Xiwei watched his retreating figure, amused by his audacity. How could he, a man of such low character, now seek to find fault with her? Even dragging Zhao Tingshan into it, was there truly someone so shameless? Shen Xiwei did not linger outside but followed him inside. Shen Wenbin descended the stairs. Upon spotting him, Pei Yunxiao politely greeted Uncle Shen. Before her father, he certainly knew how to play the good-natured role. Shen Wenbin responded, "Please have a seat." Pei Yunxiao inquired, "Did you need to discuss something with me?" He glanced at Shen Xiwei. Could it be that Shen Xiwei had complained to his father? Fearing trouble, he listened attentively, yet Shen Wenbin merely stated, "Your father visited today." Pei Yunxiao stood, a look of regret on his face. "I apologize. My father can be rather unrefined. Yesterday, he spoke some ill-timed words in front of everyone. I have already addressed it with him." Having such a father was indeed a source of embarrassment for Pei Yunxiao. Regrettably, one cannot choose their birth or their parents. He noticed that Meng Qingran had already blocked him. Considering his father's behavior last night, he could understand Meng Qingran's actions. Shen Wenbin continued, "Your father is indeed like that. It must be difficult for you to be associated with him. The reason I called you here today is primarily to discuss your mother." "My mother?" The mention of his mother immediately piqued Pei Yunxiao's interest. Shen Wenbin elaborated, "I have reviewed your academic performance, and I believe you have no trouble gaining admission to Qingbei. I have met your mother before. She mentioned that if you come to the capital, you should reach out to her. She asked me to provide you with her contact information." Pei Yunxiao had lost contact with his mother for quite some time. Ever since his parents' divorce, they had become estranged. Shen Wenbin had met her in the capital, where she had inquired about Pei Yunxiao. However, Pei Hong had never allowed her to see their child. She could only rely on Shen Wenbin to convey her thoughts. Upon hearing news of his mother, Pei Yunxiao's eyes glistened with tears. Shen Xiwei, observing him, recalled how he had reacted similarly in a past life upon learning of his mother's whereabouts. That time was during the winter break. Ultimately, he went to the capital, yet she remained oblivious to what transpired, returning before the spring festival, aware that his journey to reunite would likely be fraught with challenges. Shen Xiwei felt a sense of relief. Pei Yunxiao took his leave promptly. Shen Wenbin turned to Shen Xiwei, noticing her seated nearby. "Have you confirmed when Tingshan will return to the capital?" "Friday," she replied. "Will you be accompanying him?" Shen Xiwei nodded. "Yes, Dad, will you be joining us?" Shen Wenbin answered. "You and Tingshan proceed first. I will take care of matters here before joining you." "That works," Shen Xiwei agreed. "However, I would like to bring Bai along as well. I will make the necessary arrangements. Since she would be attending school in the capital, she would rarely return to this area. It was only fitting to send Bai along, having previously lived in the capital for a while." The move would not pose much difficulty. A few days after Shen Xiwei's relocation, Pei Yunxiao also arrived. One afternoon, Shen Xiwei visited her uncle's estate. While passing by, she chanced upon Pei Yunxiao. He was clad in a white t-shirt. Dining with his family, having met Pei Yunxiao's mother, she recognized her immediately. Besides Pei Yunxiao, his mother had a daughter, seemingly around 10 years old. Observing the affection with which his mother treated her younger sister, it was evident that Pei Yunxiao felt out of place sitting beside them. Shen Xiwei was engrossed in her observations when her uncle approached and called her name. Pei Yunxiao, who had just lifted his head to eat, spotted Shen Xiwei. She wore a dress and sunglasses, leaving alongside her uncle. When Xiao Ziyuan spotted her, he inquired, "What were you just looking at? I saw that Ms. Xia you mentioned before. You seemed quite concerned about her." Shen Xiwei replied, "She is Pei Yunxiao's mother." Upon hearing Shen Xiwei's words, her uncle understood instantly. He gazed at her and remarked, "He is certainly better than Zhao Tingshan, by a long shot." Shen Xiwei cast a glance at her uncle. Noting that Tingshan was already on his way and would arrive shortly, how could Pei Yunxiao even compare? Her uncle's words were amusing. No, Xiao Ziyuan looked at Shen Xiwei in disbelief. "So you didn't heed my previous advice? I explicitly told you not to get involved with Zhao Tingshan." Chapter 68. Zhao Tingshan failed to show up. "You haven't given me a reason." Shen Xiwei followed her uncle into the restaurant. Once seated, her uncle looked at her and said, "Rest assured, I will not harm you. My father wouldn't harm me either." Shen Xiwei replied, "He is quite supportive of my relationship with Tingshin, your father. In his desire to please the Zhao family, is indifferent to your happiness. If I recall correctly, you were quite close to that Mrs. Zhao last time." Shen Xiwei ordered a cold drink from the waiter and continued to her uncle. "I have reason to suspect that she arranged for you to stop me from being with Zhao Tingshin. Is she dissatisfied with me and does not wish for me to marry into the Zhao family?" "She never said so. Then why are you forbidding me from being with Zhao Tingshin?" Shen Xiwei's words left Zhao Ziyuan momentarily speechless. He watched her as she happily sipped her drink with a straw. Seemingly carefree, he was at a loss for words. Fortunately, she was still young. Surely she wouldn't rush into marriage with Zhao Tingshin. Fearing to provoke her further, he refrained from offering more advice. Zhao Ziyuan rose, saying, "I'll be busy for a while. You can have your meal with Zhao Tingshin. Aren't you joining us? I see you don't need my company," he retorted, casting her a glance before attending to his tasks. After some time, he returned to find Shen Xiwei still sitting alone and Zhao Tingshin had yet to arrive. He approached her and asked, "Where is Zhao Tingshin?" Shen Xiwei was at a loss for words. She had already messaged him, but he had not responded. She had tried calling, but there was no answer. A sense of worry crept in. What if something had happened? What could possibly happen? He had assured me he would come. "He has simply stood you up," Zhao Ziyuan replied, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Shen Xiwei exclaimed, "Uncle." Seeing her displeasure, he said, "Fine, I will inquire about it." After all, he was quite acquainted with the Zhao family. He made a phone call to check on Zhao Tingshin's whereabouts. After hanging up, he turned to Shen Xiwei and said, "No trouble, he is at home." "Then why isn't he answering his phone?" "How would I know? Perhaps he simply doesn't wish to see you. What can you do about it?" He called for the waiter to serve the dishes, adding, "At least let your uncle accompany you for dinner." Shen Xiwei had not anticipated being stood up by Zhao Tingshin. She had always believed he treated her well and wouldn't engage in such behavior, yet here she was, having finished her meal without a single reply from him. Exiting the restaurant, she unexpectedly came across Pei Yunxiao. A luxurious car was parked at the entrance, and he was with a woman who was not particularly young, appearing to be of a similar age to his mother. "Get in the car, sister will take you out for a stroll," she said. Pei Yunxiao, with a cold demeanor, replied, "No, I wish to go home. Your mother said you should stay at my house for a few days." The woman looked at Pei Yunxiao's handsome face and teased, "What, afraid your sister will bully you?" As she reached out to take his hand, he evaded her grasp. The woman chuckled at his reaction. "Your mother must have mentioned before that we are quite good friends. It's only natural that I look after you." Pei Yunxiao regarded the middle-aged woman, who appeared to be in her 40s. Although beautiful, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were unmistakable. He wondered why his mother would send him to stay with a woman he hardly knew while she took his sister away. Clearly, Pei Yunxiao was unwilling. He looked at her and stated, "I already have a girlfriend." During the time he was with Shen Xiwei, he had been reluctant. After all, Shen Xiwei was of a similar age. What is more, this woman was entirely different. Upon hearing him mention a girlfriend, the woman raised an eyebrow. "So your girlfriend is more important than your sister?" Pei Yunxiao replied, "I should refer to you as auntie." "Very well," she said, looking at him as she handed him a business card. "Come find me when you feel inclined. I certainly won't force anyone." She then got into her red Ferrari. Shen Xiwei hadn't expected to encounter such an intriguing scene while simply dining out. It seemed Pei Yunxiao was indeed quite fortunate, having attracted the attention of a wealthy woman right away. Just as Shen Xiwei was about to leave, Pei Yunxiao turned around and spotted her. They exchanged glances, and Shen Xiwei couldn't help but smirk. Pei Yunxiao was taken aback, embarrassed to have been seen in such an awkward situation. The driver approached and opened the car door for Shen Xiwei, who climbed in, and Pei Yunxiao felt as though he had been ridiculed. Holding the business card, he felt a sharp pang in his hand. After yearning for years, he had thought returning to his mother would bring him joy. Yet, after merely 2 days, he sensed a stark difference. Though she was his biological mother, they had nothing to say to each other. She treated his sister with great affection, who always acted spoiled, getting whatever she desired. But he could not bring himself to speak up. As if that weren't enough, he hadn't anticipated being left in the care of such a woman, nor was he eager to stay with her. His phone rang. It was his mother calling. Pei Yunxiao answered. "Hello." Xiao Qing's voice was laced with irritation. "What is going on? Did I not ask you to stay at your aunt's house for a few days? Why have you upset her? Are you suggesting that one day you would send Lin Yu to an old man's house?" "What are you talking about?" Xiao Qing replied. Yaya is a girl. It's entirely different." "Yuri a boy. What could possibly happen?" Pei Yunxiao chuckled. His father didn't love him, and he had hoped his mother would be kindred. He remembered her kindness before their divorce. Back then, he was very young. But his memories painted her as an angel. For years, he had longed for her presence, but he had not anticipated this outcome. Pei Yunxiao hung up the phone abruptly, saying nothing further because it no longer mattered. That evening, rain poured outside. Shen Xiwei sat on the living room sofa, contemplating Pei Yunxiao's situation in her previous life. After he returned to his family, he remained silent for a long time. Was it the same in that life? Did his mother want to introduce him to a wealthy woman? Just then, Aunt Zhou entered saying, Miss, young Master Tingshen has arrived. Hearing Zhao Tingshen's name, Shen Xiwei's expression fell. His arrival at this moment indicated that he was indeed unharmed. Yet he had deliberately ignored her calls. She had turned her phone off upon returning. Let him go. I don't wish to see him. Initially, her uncle was opposed to their relationship, and she had defended him. Only to be met with this debacle. She was not without her own temper. Aunt Zhou exited but returned shortly, stating, he has left. He is waiting at the door until you're ready to see him. Shen Xiwei ignored her, angrily heading upstairs. After taking a shower, she watched a couple of episodes of a drama. Peering through the curtains, she believed Zhao Tingshen had finally left, only to find him still standing outside. Drenched in the heavy rain, was he a fool? Chapter 69, Zhao family banquet. Seeing him soaked to the bone, Shen Xiwei felt a twinge of compassion. She descended the stairs, and Aunt Zhou rushed to provide her with an umbrella. As the villa door opened, Shen Xiwei stepped outside and gazed at Zhao Tingshen, whose driver was urging him to return, yet he remained steadfast. Shen Xiwei questioned him, what does this mean? Zhao Tingshen turned to her. A flicker of joy in his eyes, are you no longer angry? Shen Xiwei was indeed quite upset because he had a habit of going silent without reason, yet seeing him in this state left her at a loss. Come inside. Upon hearing her invitation, Zhao Tingshen opened the car door. Shen Xiwei observed in confusion as he emerged holding a cake box. Once home, Aunt Zhou brought a towel for Zhao Tingshen, who was thoroughly soaked. Shen Xiwei took the towel and gently dried his hair. Looking at him as she said, why did you come after standing me up? I encountered some issues. I apologize, Zhao Tingshen replied. Wait, I didn't mean to. Then what was all that about? Shen Xiwei frowned. If you couldn't come, you shouldn't have claimed you would. It left her in an awkward position with her uncle. Ultimately, she had been ridiculed by him, who was more than pleased at the prospect of her and Zhao Tingshen parting ways. Zhao Tingshen explained, my father called me unexpectedly upon hearing him mention his father. Shen Xiwei was momentarily taken aback. She recalled how her uncle had consistently opposed her relationship with Zhao Tingshen. With concern etched on her face, she inquired, does your father disapprove of our association, Zhao Tingshen? After contemplating her words, refuted, I don't believe so, she echoed incredulously. He has never mentioned you. Auntie Zhou assisted Zhao Tingshen in finding a change of clothes, after which Shen Xiwei urged him to take a shower before emerging. Once he had dried off, she helped him towel his hair. He gazed at Shen Xiwei, a hint of regret in his demeanor. I was preoccupied when you turned off your phone, he admitted. Could I not turn it off? Shen Xiwei retorted, her expression darkening. I was nearly driven to the brink of frustration. I was ready to sever all ties with you, haunted by the memories of her past life, where she had been so cruelly toyed with by Pei Yunxiao. Shen Xiwei had grown to detest the role of a sycophant. On her way back, she even pondered whether Zhao Tingshen had grown weary of her, although he had ultimately thought of her in his previous life. It was only because they had never truly been together, having spent most of the year in each other's company. It was only natural for him to feel fatigued by her presence. I apologize, he earnestly expressed. Shen Xiwei scoffed in response. As Zhao Tingshen toweled his hair, he eventually said, Wei, happy birthday. Upon hearing his words, Shen Xiwei glanced at the clock and realized it was already past midnight. He had waited at the door for quite some time, causing her to lose sleep. To her surprise, he had remembered her birthday. Did you bring a cake? She asked. Indeed, Auntie Zhou has already taken it out, he replied, revealing a beautifully adorned cake featuring a girl wearing a crown. Shen Xiwei cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Tingshen as he approached. They settled at the dining table, and as the candles were lit, Shen Xiwei made a wish. She closed her eyes, then opened them again to find Zhao Tingshen gazing at her, clad in her father's t-shirt. He remained undeniably handsome. The tenderness in his gaze made her heart flutter. In that moment, as she closed her eyes, she suddenly remembered that she had seemingly never celebrated her birthday at 18 in her past life, as her world had revolved solely around Pei Yunxiao following her father's passing. Each day had been a struggle for her as she was compelled to shoulder the responsibilities of the family business, feeling as though she had been cast aside by the world. Yet, looking at Zhao Tingshen before her, a sense of reassurance washed over her. She cut the cake and offered him a piece. They shared the delightful treat together, although she had few friends in the capital. With Zhao Tingshen by her side, she felt a profound sense of happiness. That evening, Zhao Tingshen chose not to return home and stayed with Shen Xiwei for several days. She had been preparing for her driving test, spending her time at home studying and practicing driving. One afternoon, the two ventured to Chao Ziyuan's place for a meal. Having visited twice before, Shen Xiwei could not forget the culinary delights her uncle offered. Tingshen, she called out as they exited the car, only to hear someone call out Zhao Tingshen's name. Following the voice, she spotted a man of her father's age, bespectacled and exuding an air of gentility. Accompanied by Zhao Yuan and Mrs. Zhao, with a group of others trailing behind, Miss Shen, Mrs. Zhao exclaimed, what a pleasant surprise to encounter you here. Shen Xiwei politely responded, hello, uncle and auntie. She was not oblivious to the implications of their collective presence. It was evident that this was Zhao Tingshen's father. Tingshen, let us have Wei join us for the family gathering, Zhao Qi suggested. As Zhao Tingshen glanced at Shen Xiwei, noticed her lack of opposition. and consented. She had been harboring doubts that his family disapproved of her, so this meeting seemed fortuitous as Zhao Qi and Mrs. Zhao walked ahead while Zhao Yuan approached Zhao Tingshan, greeting him with a casual "Big brother." Zhao Tingshan merely acknowledged him with a glance at Zhao Yuan, then turned to Shen Xiwei, saying, "Sister Shen, my brother is rather aloof, isn't he? Does he remain taciturn in your presence as well?" Shen Xiwei regarded the young lad and replied, "Not particularly. My mom says you are my brother's girlfriend. Is that true?" Zhao Yuan inquired. Shen Xiwei was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Mrs. Zhao discussing such matters. Clearing her throat, she replied, "Not yet. We haven't confirmed our relationship." Zhao Tingshan shot her a curious look at her response. As they entered the private dining room where Qiao Ziyuan personally welcomed them, Shen Xiwei noted the formality of the gathering aside from herself and Zhao Tingshan. Everyone else was dressed in formal attire. Glancing down at her own casual slippers, she felt decidedly out of place. "Is your family gathering always this formal?" she asked. Zhao Tingshan nodded. "It should be. My father insists on it." Shen Xiwei probed further. "Why were you never invited before?" It became clear that he had been marginalized. Shen Xiwei couldn't shake the feeling that Zhao Tingshan was a victim of familial bullying. After he explained that he had declined invitations due to being busy, she was left speechless by the coincidence of their encounter today. As they whispered back and forth, Zhao Qi interjected, "Weiwei." Shen Xiwei quickly looked up. "Hello, uncle. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhao Qi bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Tingshan, though his age lent him an air of sophistication and authority. He greeted her warmly. "I had been hoping for some time that Tingshan would bring you along for a meal, but he was always unavailable. It seems fate has finally brought us together today." Chapter 70. The prince's girlfriend Shen Xiwei had initially presumed that the Zhao family would harbor disdain for her. Yet upon meeting them, she was pleasantly surprised to find otherwise. They did not express any dissatisfaction regarding her casual attire. The gathering consisted of many family members, and amidst the introductions she struggled to remember their names. Zhao Tingshan's father was the second eldest in the family. However, she did spot a familiar face: Zhao Jinxiao, the woman who had previously spoken to Pei Yunxiao at the door while driving a Ferrari. Arriving last, she was accustomed to such tardiness, receiving only mild reproach from her uncle. "Jinxiao, why do you always arrive so late?" She nonchalantly took a seat. Unconcerned, Shen Xiwei couldn't help but watch her, and upon noticing Shen Xiwei's gaze, Mrs. Zhao introduced, "Weiwei, this is Tingshan's aunt." Zhao Jinxiao's eyes landed on Shen Xiwei, and a smile graced her lips. "So this is Tingshan's fiancée? Quite the beauty." "Hello, auntie." Shen Xiwei replied. Zhao Jinxiao acknowledged her with a smile. Her beauty undeniable, yet Shen Xiwei couldn't shake the memory of her previous encounter with Pei Yunxiao. As the meal progressed, Shen Xiwei excused herself to use the restroom. She saw Zhao Jinxiao engrossed in her phone, adding a handsome young man on WeChat. He appeared to be in his 20s and, after they exchanged contact details, Zhao Jinxiao cheerfully remarked, "Be sure to come find me tonight." The young man left, looking a bit bashful, leaving Shen Xiwei astonished at the scene she had just witnessed. When Zhao Jinxiao noticed Shen Xiwei, she said nothing as Shen Xiwei entered the restroom. Zhao Jinxiao was busy applying lipstick when Shen Xiwei greeted her. Auntie. Zhao Jinxiao glanced at her in the mirror and casually asked, "What do you think of that young man just now? Handsome, isn't he?" Shen Xiwei was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether her aunt would spill any family secrets. "He is quite handsome," she replied cautiously. "Honestly, he is just average." Zhao Jinxiao countered. A friend of mine mentioned she wanted to introduce her son to me. "That lad is truly good looking. Unfortunately, he has quite the temper. He hasn't even replied to my messages yet." Shen Xiwei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She thought it inappropriate for Zhao Jinxiao to share such personal matters, perceiving her discomfort. Zhao Jinxiao quipped, "Are you secretly looking down on me?" To which Shen Xiwei quickly denied, "Not at all. You'll understand when you reach my age that having a younger brother is a treasure. Without a younger brother, one can be eternally 18, but with a younger brother, one can remain forever youthful." Shen Xiwei was left speechless. As Zhao Jinxiao prepared to leave, she glanced at Shen Xiwei and asked, "What was your name again?" "Shen Xiwei," she replied. Right, your mother chose that name, and I can never seem to remember it," Zhao Jinxiao said before departing. When Shen Xiwei exited, she found Zhao Tingshan waiting for her at the door. Holding her bag, she approached him, asking, "Where are your parents?" "They've all left. You're the only one left," he said. "You always wait for me," Shen Xiwei remarked as Zhao Tingshan gazed at her, recalling her earlier words in front of Zhao Yuan, claiming she was not yet his girlfriend. 71 QQLV Father is truly too good. Shen Wenbin sighed, feeling helpless, for after all, Pei Yunxiao is the child of her and Uncle Pei'd. It wouldn't be appropriate to trouble her current husband, especially since he has a rather bad temper, knowing that he would certainly quarrel with her if he found out. And this child, Yunxiao. He is all alone in the capital now, not contacting anyone. "Has he come looking for you?" "No. Last time, having witnessed his embarrassment, she guessed he wouldn't want to see her. He is quite proud," Shen Wenbin said. "I will have someone look for him," Shen Xiwei replied. "Dad, could you please refrain from meddling in Pei Yunxiao's affairs?" Shen Wenbin raised his head, gazing at Shen Xiwei, and did not respond but instead asked, "Didn't you say you were going out?" Knowing that her father was determined to involve himself with Pei Yunxiao, Shen Xiwei lost the will to argue. After returning upstairs, she changed her clothes and headed to the hotel address provided by Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi and Xiao Ruoxue had already arrived, waiting at the entrance for Shen Xiwei. Both were dressed quite elegantly. Shen Xiwei followed them into the banquet hall. As soon as she entered, she spotted Meng Qingran. Surrounded by admirers, still basking in the limelight. One couldn't help but admire her. She is a true crowd pleaser wherever she goes. Chapter 72. She is not the crown prince's girlfriend. It had been some time since Shen Xiwei had seen Meng Qingran. Recalling how she had looked so disheveled at their graduation party back then, Pei Yunxiao's father had humiliated her, leaving her utterly embarrassed. Unexpectedly, upon their reunion, Meng Qingran appeared radiant once more, clad in an outfit of considerable value. Just like her, she wore an LV gown, albeit in a different style. Jiang Yu Qiqi led Shen Xiwei and Xiao Ruoxue over to greet her friend Jiang Yu, who was the birthday girl of the evening. Upon seeing Lu Qiqi, Jiang Yu approached enthusiastically. "Qiqi, you made it." Lu Qiqi replied, "Happy birthday, these two are my roommates." Shen Xiwei and Xiao Ruoxue. Jiang Yu glanced at Shen Xiwei and Xiao Ruoxue, smiled, and said, "Come. Everyone join us. By the way, allow me to introduce my friend." Jiang Yu walked over to Meng Qingran, taking her hand and cheerfully exclaimed, "Let me introduce you all to the crown prince's girlfriend. Meng Qingran, she is also my roommate." As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Meng Qingran interjected, "Jiang Yu, please don't say that." Jiang Yu insisted, "What is there to be afraid of? Everyone here is my good friends." They won tea spread rumors, right? Everyone, rest assured. The crowd readily agreed, with everyone's attention focused on Meng Qingran. No one noticed Shen Xiwei. Unable to contain herself, Shen Xiwei called out, "Meng Qingran." Meng Qingran looked up, her expression freezing momentarily upon recognizing Shen Xiwei, a flicker of discomfort crossing her face. Shen Xiwei remarked, "I didn't expect to run into you here." Lu Qiqi, surprised, asked, "You know the crown prince's girlfriend?" Shen Xiwei replied, "I know Meng Qingran, but she is certainly not the crown prince's girlfriend." As soon as Shen Xiwei spoke, Jiang Yu's expression darkened as she turned to Shen Xiwei. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Xiwei stepped forward, standing before Meng Qingran, stating, "It's only been a few months since we last met. When did you become Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend? How come I was unaware of this? Is it not shameful to tell such lies? It truly is. Zhao Tingshan has no connection to her at all. One wonders what she is thinking." Jiang Yu, having spent considerable time with Meng Qingran, had become quite close to her. Seeing Shen Xiwei speak so boldly, her face fell. "Who are you, coming to my territory to say such things? Qingran is my friend. What is your attitude? The crown prince has made it clear. His girlfriend cannot be bullied." One wonders where Lu Qiqi found such a random woman to stir trouble with the crown prince's girlfriend. Jiang Yu turned to Lu Qiqi, saying, "Qiqi, who on earth did you bring here? This is my birthday party, and you've ruined it. Inviting the crown prince's girlfriend was meant to elevate the event, yet your guest arrives and causes a scene." Lu Qiqi replied, "I'm sorry." Jiang Yu, turning to Shen Xiwei, she admonished, "Shen Xiwei, what on earth are you doing? Do you even realize who that is? That is the crown prince's girlfriend. If you offend the Zhao family, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't drag us down with you." "Do you believe her, or do you believe me? If I were to say I am Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, would you believe that?" Lu Qiqi retorted, "Have you lost your mind? It was fine when we joked around in the dormitory, but now you're saying such things. What will others think? Are you not openly challenging her?" Afterward, she turned to Meng Qingran, apologizing, "I'm sorry. Qingran, it's all my friend S fault. She is new to this environment and a bit clueless. Please don't take it to heart." Meng Qingran looked at Shen Xiwei but smiled slightly. "Long time no see." Xiwei, her smile returned to her face. Shen Xiwei gazed at Meng Qingran, almost expecting her to feign ignorance. Jiang Yu asked Meng Qingran, "Do you know her?" Meng Qingran replied, "She is my high school classmate. Just like me, from Yun City. I can't believe we ran into each other here. What a coincidence." Jiang Yu remarked, "Since you know each other, then why did she come in like that?" Jiang Yu had a very poor impression of Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei fixed her gaze on Meng Qingran. "Now everyone is saying that you are Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. I am curious how that came to be." Meng Qingran looked calmly at Shen Xiwei, stating, "This matter was not initiated by me. It was they who spread the rumors." Jiang Yu. Meng Qingran turned her gaze to Jiang Yu upon realizing that Meng Qingran's look was filled with reproach. Jiang Yu quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Qingran. I will handle this matter." She then stepped forward to Shen Xiwei. "Those words I just spoke were solely my own. Qingran never claimed to be the crown prince's girlfriend." Shen Xiwei retorted, "What are you saying? Just moments ago, Jiang Yu was adamant that she was Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend." Jiang Yu, looking at the crowd, explained, "Qingran has stated that she and the crown prince do not have a confirmed relationship. She never claimed to be his girlfriend. I merely guessed this during our interactions. The crown prince had previously mentioned that his girlfriend is in school. Everyone should know, right? The attendees were all friends of Jiang Yu, and they were aware of the crown prince's mention of his girlfriend being in Qingbei, hailing from Yun City. They were all cautious not to inadvertently offend the crown prince's girlfriend, hence their inquiries regarding her identity. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, seeing the others nod in agreement, she turned to Shen Xiwei. If you are looking to make a fuss over this, it is entirely unnecessary, regardless of whether she is the crown prince's girlfriend or not. It won't affect her future marriage into the Zhao family. Shen Xiwei observed Jiang Yu's protectiveness over Meng Qingran, reluctantly admitting that Meng Qingran had indeed found a scapegoat for her. Shen Xiwei stated, even if the crown prince has made an introduction, he never specified who his girlfriend is. How can you be so certain it is Meng Qingran? Because Meng Qingran is from Yun City. Jiang Yu insisted, the crown prince's girlfriend is from Yun City. Well, I am also from Yun City. I could claim to be Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. Why wouldn't you believe me? You are Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. Jiang Yu scoffed at Shen Xiwei. What, you don't believe it? Shen Xiwei smiled, standing right before her. She didn't recognize her, yet she insisted it was Meng Qingran. Jiang Yu, seeing that Shen Xiwei was intent on causing trouble, decided to give her the chance. Since you say you know the crown prince, why not just call him right now? Chapter 73, she has photos with Zhao Tingshan. He is currently unable to answer calls. Zhao Tingshan hasn't returned for the weekend. He rarely uses his phone these days. The military academy has strict regulations, and Zhao Tingshan's coach is particularly protective of him, leaving him little time to use his phone. Even his QQ account is managed by me. Upon hearing Shen Xiwei's words, Jiang Yu laughed coldly. Is it that he cannot answer calls, or do you simply not have the crown prince's number? Shen Xiwei replied, of course I do. You have it. If you have his number, why don't you call? Are you treating us like fools? Why only me? Shen Xiwei glanced at Meng Qingran. Who wouldn't he need to call? She speaks with the crown prince every day at school. I certainly believe her. Meng Qingran can call Zhao Tingshan. Why wouldn't Shen Xiwei believe it? Why not let her call right now? Who are you? Jiang Yu retorted. You come to my birthday party yet question my words. Surely everyone here trusts me, right? Jiang Yu said, looking at her friends. Seeing Jiang Yu, they naturally believed her. They didn't know Shen Xiwei. Viewing her simply as a madwoman trying to cause trouble for the crown prince and his girlfriend, seeing that everyone believed her, Jiang Yu turned to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi, if your friend continues to create chaos, I will truly be angry. Lu Qiqi turned to Shen Xiwei and whispered to Shen Xiwei, let's discuss this later when we return. How about we leave now? Please don't act like this. She truly wished to avoid any trouble. Since Jiang Yu had stated that Meng Qingran was the prince's girlfriend, Lu Qiqi had no desire to provoke a confrontation. Shen Xiwei looked at Lu Qiqi and replied, I simply cannot stand her pretending to be the prince's girlfriend here. But you are not the prince's girlfriend either. This matter does not concern you, and even if she is lying, it is none of our business, Lu Qiqi asserted. Primarily, she did not believe that Meng Qingran was lying at all. Shen Xiwei gazed at Meng Qingran and suggested, since she claims she can make a call, why not call Zhao Tingshan? If you truly can reach him, then I will believe you. Meng Qingran responded to Shen Xiwei, saying, I can make the call. Shen Xiwei was taken aback, surprised that Meng Qingran agreed so readily. In front of everyone, Meng Qingran picked up her phone and dialed a number, putting it on speaker. All present held their breath in anticipation as Shen Xiwei observed the unfolding scene. Soon, the call was answered, and a man's voice came through. Hello, baby, why are you calling me all of a sudden? At this, Shen Xiwei froze momentarily. At this voice did indeed bear a striking resemblance to Zhao Tingshan's. Meng Qingran glanced at Shen Xiwei and spoke into the phone. Tingshan, I'm at my roommate's birthday party. I just suddenly missed you. So I decided to call. The man on the other end chuckled. I miss you too. Kiss it, baby. I'll come pick you up once I finish my work. Alright. Meng Qingran concluded the call. As soon as she hung up, the others expressed their envy, exclaiming, how sweet, the prince even calls her baby. I wish I could find a boyfriend like that. Meng Qingran turned to Shen Xiwei, asking, do you have any further questions? Shen Xiwei had to admit she was somewhat taken aback. How could that voice belong to Zhao Tingshan? However, compared to Zhao Tingshan, the man on the phone sounded considerably more superficial. Zhao Tingshan would never utter such words. Shen Xiwei remained skeptical, reasoning that while the voices might be similar, it did not necessarily confirm it was Zhao Tingshan, but he is Zhao Tingshan. Meng Qingran regarded Shen Xiwei and questioned, why do you think he wouldn't like me? Are you jealous, or what? Does everyone in the world have to revolve around you? Jiang Yu, observing Shen Xiwei, was already beginning to grow angry. You cannot provide any evidence to prove your relationship with the prince. Yet Qingran can. What more can you say? You either apologize to Qingran now, or I will have to ask you to leave. Shen Xiwei replied, although I cannot call Zhao Tingshan, I have photos of us together. Surely, that counts as evidence. Everyone turned to Shen Xiwei, urging her to present the photos. Shen Xiwei took out her phone and retrieved a snapshot of herself with Zhao Tingshan. They had indeed taken several photos together. Sometimes she sat beside him, taking selfies, and other times she captured images of him. Lu Qiqi took a glance at Shen Xiwei's phone. The man in the photo was indeed strikingly handsome. Lu Qiqi inquired, is this really Zhao Tingshan? Xiao Ruoshua chimed in, I heard Zhao Tingshan is exceptionally handsome. He must be genuine. Jiang Yu said, let me see. She approached, and Lu Qiqi passed the phone to her. Jiang Yu examined the photo, then looked back at Shen Xiwei. Uncertain, before showing it to Meng Qiangrun, "Is this person Zhao Tingshan?" Meng Qingran glanced at the photo and nodded, confirming, "Yes." "Wow," Lu Qiqi exclaimed, "that means Shen Xiwei is indeed the prince's girlfriend." Meng Qingran has acknowledged it. Shen Xiwei hasn't lied. Upon hearing Meng Qingran's acknowledgement, Lu Qiqi felt a wave of relief. She had genuinely thought Shen Xiwei was merely spouting nonsense. Zhang Yu remarked, "But how does Qingran have photos of Zhao Tingshan?" Zhang Yu cast a skeptical glance at Shen Xiwei. Meng Qingran explained, "Shen Xiwei's father is acquainted with Zhao Tingshan's family, and they occasionally spend time together, therefore, it is entirely normal for there to be photos." "So which of you is Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend?" Zhang Yu asked curiously. Meng Qingran smiled, "Even if there are photos, it does not necessarily prove we are in a relationship. I also have photos with Tingshan." "Impossible," Shen Xiwei interjected, immediately calling her out. "Zhao Tingshan would take photos with you, Meng Qingran. Are you joking?" Zhao Tingshan had no connection with her whatsoever. He had been with Shen Xiwei before the school year began. There was no way he would have taken any photos with Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran pulled out her phone and displayed a photo for Zhang Yu to see. Zhang Yu returned Shen Xiwei's phone, then took Meng Qingran's phone to look at it. "Wow." Zhang Yu's astonished expression was evident. Shen Xiwei was perplexed, unsure of what Zhang Yu had seen. Zhang Yu looked at Shen Xiwei and stated, "It's just a photo. Our Qingran has them too. While you also possess photos with the prince, it's clear that you two aren't particularly close, unlike our Qingran. Her photos unmistakably show who the prince is fond of." "Does she really have photos with Zhao Tingshan?" Shen Xiwei was incredulous. Lu Qiqi, intrigued, said, "Let me see." She took the phone, and upon viewing the images, she was momentarily stunned before casting a stiff glance at Shen Xiwei. Hesitant yet determined, she approached Shen Xiwei and handed her the phone. The photo depicted Zhao Tingshan embracing Meng Qingran, kissing her cheek. Chapter 74, Pei Yunxiao regretted it. The two individuals in the photo clearly appeared to be in a romantic relationship. In contrast, the pictures of Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan revealed a lack of intimacy. They had never established a concrete relationship. Moreover, Zhao Tingshan had always maintained a respectful distance from her. There were instances when she playfully lifted her skirt, and he would shy away to avoid any implication. Gazing at the photo, Shen Xiwei was indeed taken aback. How could this be possible? How could it not be possible? Meng Qingran looked at her with feigned innocence. "I know he is exceptional, and you wish to marry into the Zhao family, but Shen Xiwei, the one he likes is me, not you. Please, do not harbor jealousy and try to covet my boyfriend." With Meng Qingran's words, Zhang Yu turned to Shen Xiwei and said, "You have nothing to retort now, do you?" Shen Xiwei picked up her phone to dial Zhao Tingshan, only to find it switched off. Yet, Meng Qingran had just spoken to him. This could only mean one thing. The person who had spoken to Meng Qingran was not Zhao Tingshan at all. However, what could have transpired in between? Shen Xiwei could not deduce at that moment. Lu Qiqi observed Shen Xiwei's shocked expression and pleaded on her behalf. "Zhang Yu, Xiwei probably didn't know that the prince was genuinely dating Meng Qingran. Nevertheless, it has been established that she is acquainted with the prince. We are all friends here. Let us not make things difficult for her." Zhang Yu replied, "I have no objections, as I am not particularly close to her. However, Qingran, what is your stance? If you are unhappy, I can easily ask her to leave." She was now clearly deferring to Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran, watching Shen Xiwei's reaction, said to Zhang Yu, "Forget it, she merely likes Tingshan." He didn't mention this to Shen Xiwei to spare her feelings. Who would have thought such a misunderstanding would arise? "Zhang Yu, please do not hold it against her. After all, she appears quite distressed." "You are so kind," Zhang Yu said. "No wonder the prince likes you." The Lu family sent a driver to pick up Lu Qiqi, who, feeling concerned, decided to drop Shen Xiwei home as well. During the ride, she noticed Shen Xiwei's silence and attempted to comfort her. "Shen Xiwei, you shouldn't be too upset. It's perfectly normal to have feelings for the prince. However, you must understand that for people like us, being liked by the prince is a challenging endeavor." Upon hearing Lu Qiqi's words, Shen Xiwei glanced at her and managed a resigned smile. "I'm alright." Her silence did not stem from sadness but from pondering the origins of Meng Qingran's photos. The car halted in front of her home, and after bidding farewell to Lu Qiqi, she turned to enter, only to nearly collide with Pei Yunxiao at the doorstep. Earlier in the day, his mother had visited him. It was unexpected to see him at her home that evening. One had to commend her father's efficiency in handling matters. Shen Wenbin had intended for Pei Yunxiao to connect with his mother. However, Pei Yunxiao had declined, instructing Shen Wenbin not to engage with his mother any further or disclose his whereabouts. It was evident that Pei Yunxiao held some grievances against his mother. Shen Wenbin had not pried for details and had thus refrained from further inquiry. After concluding his conversation with Shen Wenbin, Pei Yunxiao was preparing to leave when he encountered Shen Xiwei. He had been working previously and had since gone to school as the semester began. Qingbei was vast, and with his studies in computer science, they had not crossed paths despite attending the same institution. There was no longer a place for him beside her. Yet, upon encountering her once more, especially after she had just returned from a party, Shen Xiwei looked radiant, resembling a princess, or perhaps she was a princess. Pei Yunxiao gazed at the woman before him, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. He suddenly contemplated whether he had been blind to her charms in the past. At that time, she was so infatuated with him. How could he suddenly appear as if his mind had faltered? Completely oblivious to her existence, noticing his gaze fixed upon her, she wondered what thoughts occupied his mind. Shen Xiwei, now disinclined to greet him, was about to leave when Pei Yunxiao hurriedly interjected, "How have you been lately with Zhao Tingshan?" The mere mention of Zhao Tingshan brought to Shen Xiwei's mind the images of Meng Qingran and Zhao Tingshan together. She replied, "Why do you ask?" Pei Yunxiao responded, "Just out of curiosity. I wanted to know if you've been doing well." As he spoke, he lowered his head, a semblance of remorse crossing his features. "I've been through a lot recently and suddenly realized that I was indeed blind to treat you so poorly." After leaving the Shen family, he discovered that no one regarded him with any esteem, not even his own biological mother. He had once believed his mother to be the most wonderful person in the world. Yet she had cast him aside. Even worse, she sought to exploit him. He had previously thought that his academic success promised a boundless future, but upon entering Qingbei, he realized that the place was teeming with high achievers. Each individual outperformed him academically, indeed, every one of them came from a better background. Once the school heartthrob, he now felt as if he had become an ordinary person. Upon hearing his words, Shen Xiwei smiled, of course. It was a derisive smile. Who would have thought that Pei Yunxiao would come to recognize his mistakes one day? Yet she understood that he did not genuinely believe he had erred. It was simply that. In his current state of discontent, he recalled her previous kindness. Shen Xiwei teasingly remarked, "It seems you haven't been in touch with Meng Qingran lately. I lost contact with her long ago, after the graduation gala." "She blocked me," she replied. Shen Xiwei, with a hint of sarcasm, added, "Well, it seems your life is not as splendid as hers. She's now with Zhao Tingshan. Everyone at Qingbei knows she is his girlfriend." "She is Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend?" Pei Yunxiao could scarcely believe it. "How could that be? So, you and Zhao Tingshan?" He gazed at Shen Xiwei, pondering if Zhao Tingshan had discarded her for Meng Qingran. Shen Xiwei offered no explanation, simply entering her home. Pei Yunxiao watched her retreating figure, as if he could discern the sorrow etched upon Shen Xiwei's face. He had once forsaken her for Meng Qingran. And now Zhao Tingshan had done the same. Surely this must have left her heartbroken. The following day, Pei Yunxiao inquired around the school and indeed heard about the rumor of the Zhao family's heir's girlfriend. Particularly after last night's birthday banquet for Zhang Yu. Although everyone claimed such matters would not be disseminated outside, human nature is inherently gossipy. Each person relayed the news to their friends, and soon it became common knowledge. Naturally, Pei Yunxiao learned of it. In the afternoon, as Meng Qingran exited her class, she was intercepted by a couple of male classmates. Meng Qingran, she looked at the two boys before her. Both wearing glasses and dressed in attire that appeared rather expensive, suggesting they came from affluent families. Each held a bag, which they presented to Meng Qingran. "This is for you, when you have some time. Would you be able to join us for a meal at my home?" Meng Qingran replied, "I'm sorry, but I have a boyfriend." "That's not what we meant," the taller boy clarified. "We know you're the girlfriend of the heir. This invitation comes from my parents, who would like to have you over for dinner. Would you consider gracing us with your presence?" Chapter 75. Why is my dress on you? Meng Qingran reached out to accept the bag. Glancing inside to find it wrapped, yet its value was palpable. "Forget it. I won't be accepting this. You should take it back." As she spoke, she attempted to return the gift. The two boys, witnessing her refusal, were not inclined to reclaim it. "It's merely a small token of our goodwill. Please don't feel pressured. If you decline the meal, that's perfectly fine. We just wish to make a friend. By the way, I'm Jiang Hongcheng, and this is Zhang Tian. I've noted your names, but I truly cannot accept the gift or join you for dinner. I am genuinely busy. No worries. We'll take our leave." The two boys quickly departed, leaving the gift behind. Pei Yunxiao observed this scene and approached her. Meng Qingran, surprised by his sudden appearance. Meng Qingran paused, her expression darkening. "What are you doing here?" Pei Yunxiao regarded the bag in her hands. "You seem to be quite popular these days," Meng Qingran replied, somewhat begrudgingly. "They insisted on giving it to me. I didn't want to accept it. If you're truly not accepting it, you shouldn't have taken it in the first place." For the first time, Pei Yunxiao sensed a hint of pretentiousness in her demeanor. "I heard you're now Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. I wasn't aware. When did you start dating him? My affairs are none of your concern." Meng Qingran retorted, avoiding his gaze. "Our relationship has ended. When did we ever discuss a breakup?" Pei Yunxiao's expression was tinged with reluctance as he remembered the years past, during which she had professed her fondness for him. "Do you no longer harbor those feelings?" Meng Qingran, irritated by his mention of the past, felt compelled to endure his presence. At the graduation gala, your father made those remarks, asserting that someone like me is unworthy of you. Am I meant to cling to you? Even if I were to be with you now, my parents would never support it. Because of you, I have become a laughingstock to many. My parents insisted I block you. What am I supposed to do? Are you now blaming me?" As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. Pei Yunxiao, recalling his father's words, recognized how humiliating they had been for both of them. He softened his tone. "I never expected you to reconcile with me. After all, someone like me is undesirable to anyone. I merely wished to inquire about your relationship with Zhao Tingshan. Are you truly with him?" That's none of your business, Meng Qingran replied. It's just rumors circulating outside. I never claimed to be with Zhao Tingshan. So it's false. Why don't you clarify? Why should I explain myself? Meng Qingran countered. I haven't stated anything. Why should I concern myself with how others perceive me? Am I meant to halt my life to clarify my situation to everyone? Seeing Pei Yunxiao fall silent, Meng Qingran added. Alright, I must be going now. She turned to leave, still clutching the gift bestowed upon her. As Zhao Tingshan was busy, the rumors at school circulated that Meng Qingran was his girlfriend. Her roommates sympathized with Shen Xiwei, believing her to be the one abandoned, and sought to comfort her whenever they met. Shen Xiwei found herself at a loss with them and thus opted to dine with her cousin. Hoping to indulge in some delightful food to lift her spirits, Xiaonian, the daughter of Qiao Ziyuan, was 2 years older than Shen Xiwei. Noticing Shen Xiwei's gaze fixed upon her attire, Xiaonian looked down at her outfit. What's wrong with my clothing? Why do you keep staring? You have a dress just like this one, Shen Xiwei exclaimed in astonishment. What? Have you seen this dress elsewhere? Xiaonian laughed. Shen Xiwei replied, I once saw someone wearing it at Jiang Yu's birthday party. Meng Qingran donned this very dress. I never expected you would wear it today for our meal together. Impossible. Xiaonian chuckled. This dress is unique in the world. I'd ordered it previously and haven't even worn it yet. How could anyone else have it? No way, it looks identical. Shen Xiwei leaned in closer, even reaching out to touch it. I can't possibly be mistaken. The texture is the same. Alright, you must have been daydreaming in class. The law courses are quite challenging, aren't they? Are you considering joining us this weekend? You've been in the capital for quite a while. You should meet some people instead of isolating yourself. Sure, since her cousin invited her out. Shen Xiwei felt it was high time she acquainted herself with some friends in the capital to avoid the awkwardness of having to prove she was Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. After their meal, Xiaonian accompanied Shen Xiwei back to her dormitory before returning home. While changing her clothes, she recalled Shen Xiwei's words and couldn't help but rummage through her closet, and one. Xiaonian called out. Soon a middle-aged woman appeared at the door. Mississippi, where has my golden gown gone? I distinctly remember hanging it here. It was my favorite dress. How could it have vanished? Upon hearing this, a fleeting, barely perceptible look of unease crossed the woman's face. She soon replied, I noticed it was a bit dirty, so I sent it for cleaning. Then it seems I won't be able to wear it this weekend. Before long, Saturday night arrived. Shen Xiwei accompanied Xiaonian to the banquet hall, where Xiaonian introduced her to numerous individuals, including some celebrities, though the Qiao family may not be considered prestigious. Xiao Ziyuan owned an estate and frequently hosted distinguished guests from the capital's elite. He maintained amicable relations with many, including the current Mrs. Zhao, which granted him considerable respect. Thus, many were acquainted with Xiaonian. After mingling for a while, they paused, and Xiaonian handed Shen Xiwei a drink. Tired? Not particularly, Shen Xiwei replied. Just then, she caught sight of a striking golden figure in the crowd. Meng Qingran appeared in a shimmering golden gown, accompanied by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was by her side, greeting others. Though it was her first time at such an event, Meng Qingran showed no signs of trepidation and quickly exchanged contact information with several attendees. What are you staring at? Seeing Shen Xiwei gazing elsewhere, Xiaonian realized that her words had gone unheard. She too turned her attention in that direction and beheld the golden gown that had mysteriously vanished from her wardrobe for several days, now adorning another woman. Was that not Aunt Wan's daughter? How could my dress be on her? Without hesitation, Xiaonian strode over, observing her cousin's purposeful advance in high heels. Shen Xiwei followed suit. Xiaonian seized Meng Qingran's arm. Meng Qingran, engaged in conversation, was momentarily taken aback by Xiaonian's sudden approach. Pulling the still-dazed Meng Qingran aside, Xiaonian demanded, Come with me. Jiang Yu trailed behind, inquiring, What is going on, Miss Xiao? Upon recognizing Xiaonian, she instinctively flinched, ignoring others. Xiaonian fixed her gaze on Meng Qingran. Where did you get that dress? How could it possibly be on you? Chapter 76. Zhao Tingshan returns upon hearing Xiaonian's claim regarding the dress. Meng Qingran quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. This was the daughter of the family for whom her mother worked as a housekeeper. Since moving to the capital for school, her mother had accompanied her, seeking employment as a nanny. Out of concern, the wealthy household had a plethora of unused garments, including various gowns. As Meng Qingran prepared to attend such an event, she had merely borrowed one, assuming no one would notice a missing item amidst the abundance. Yet she had not anticipated being caught red-handed by Xiaonian. Cousin, you know her? Shen Xiwei expressed surprise at the unexpected connection between Xiaonian and Meng Qingran. Know her? I'm infuriated, Xiaonian exclaimed. My mother recently hired your mom as a maid. Just the other day, I inquired about my missing dress, and she claimed it was sent for cleaning. It has yet to be returned. Who could have imagined it would end up on her daughter? No wonder you mentioned seeing someone in the same outfit. She has been stealing my clothes. Previously, Shen Xiwei had found it odd that Meng Qingran's family seemed to be of a decent standing. While she could masquerade as Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, the source of her attire remained a mystery. Surely it was not a gift from Zhao Tingshan. The answer, it seemed, was laid bare before them. Xiaonian, now furious that her custom gown had been worn by the daughter of a servant, could hardly suppress her ire, wondering how many times this had happened without her knowledge. How unfortunate, she remarked to Meng Qingran. Your mother seems pleasant, yet here you both are mere thieves. I had no idea the dress belonged to you. Meng Qingran protested. What did you say? Xiao Yan paused, then continued. Just because you didn't know, you think you can wear it at will. It was my mother who said the dress was borrowed. And the owner agreed. I was unaware of this situation. Meng Qingran defended herself. And when did I ever consent to that? Your mother is quite audacious, even if it's a dress I left unworn. It remains mine. Taking without permission is theft. I will report this matter. Miss Xiao. Zhang Yu timidly interjected. Xiao Yan cast her a glance. What is it? Zhang Yu, incredulous, asked. Are you saying Meng Qingran is the daughter of your family's maid? Is that a problem? Xiao Yan retorted with a scoff. She despised anyone touching her belongings. She had only given Meng Qingran's family a chance because she assumed her daughter was studying at Qingbei. She had not expected such character. Truly embarrassing. Zhang Yu looked at Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran, you. Despite the tumult, Meng Qingran remained composed, showing no signs of panic. I genuinely had no prior knowledge of this. Had I known, I would never have allowed my mother to act this way. It's just a dress. I am not that vain. Hearing this, Shen Xiwei couldn't help but smile. Not vain, yet she wore another's clothing. She had always shifted blame effortlessly. But now that she cast it upon her mother, observing her audacity, Zhang Yu felt a newfound respect for her. Though her mother was merely a servant, it did not diminish Zhao Tingshan's affections for her. Even from humble beginnings, she stood tall. Perhaps this was why Zhao Tingshan favored her. Zhang Yu addressed Xiao Yan. Miss Xiao, it's merely a dress. Why not let it go? Let it go. Xiao Yan scoffed. What gives you the right to suggest that? Would you overlook your servant flaunting your dress in public? I have no special standing. It's just, Qingran surely did not know, being the prince's girlfriend, she could have anything she desired, yet she asked for nothing. Indicating she is not vain. What did you say? Xiao Yan stared at Zhang Yu. The prince? Yes, Zhang Yu affirmed. She is Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, didn't you know? Upon hearing Zhao Tingshan's name, Xiao Yan turned to Shen Xiwei. Puzzled about how she became connected to him, you would need to ask her, Shen Xiwei replied, looking at Meng Qingran. Are you not going to confess, parading as Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, yet you know full well your circumstances? Now that my cousin has caught you, do you still intend to keep up the charade? Upon hearing Shen Xiwei's words, Meng Qingran lifted her head and addressed Shen Xiwei. I have never hidden my background nor claimed to be a young lady. However, as for my relationship with Zhao Tingshan, you all witnessed it last time. I am not lying. You cannot dismiss my connection with Zhao Tingshan simply because I am the daughter of a maid. If Miss Xiao insists on reporting this, so be it. Yet, my mother has said the Xiao family treats us well. After all, she is my mother's employer. I would prefer not to create an embarrassing situation. Zhang Yu, hearing this, said to Xiao Yan, Miss Xiao, look, Qingran is truly a good person. She is considering your feelings. I know your father is close with Madame Zhao, but even she would hesitate to offend Zhao Tingshan. Zhang Yu continued. Xiao Yan frowned, acknowledging her father's rapport with Madame Zhao. However, it was inconceivable that she would jeopardize her relationship with Zhao Tingshan for the Qiao family. Thus, if Meng Qingran truly had ties to Zhao Tingshan, she would be wise not to provoke her. Yet, Meng Qingran's unwavering confidence only fueled Xiao Yan's frustration. At that moment, Shen Xiwei's phone rang, and she answered. Hello. On the other end, Zhao Tingshan's voice came through. Wei, taken aback by his call, Shen Xiwei turned to Xiao Yan's sister. I need to step out for a moment. The banquet hall was crowded, and upon receiving his call, Shen Xiwei stepped outside. To her surprise, Zhao Tingshan had reached out. Standing at the entrance, she spoke into her phone. I was inside where it was quite busy. I'm outside now. Where are you? I'll come to pick you up. Hearing Zhao Tingshan's calm voice after a long absence, Shen Xiwei felt a flutter of anticipation. Though she had yet to see him, she could already sense that the photos of Meng Qingran were fabrications. She relayed her location. I'm waiting for you downstairs at the hotel. All right. Just as she ended the call, Xiao Yan emerged, her demeanor charged with indignation. What is going on with your Zhao Tingshan? It is no wonder my father forbade you from associating with him. I defended you before, but he seems nothing but a scoundrel. Keep your distance from him. Shen Xiwei replied. There has been a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Xiao Yan was furious that he is the prince of the Zhao family. With his father backing him, why would he be interested in someone from a lesser family like yours? Let me tell you, men from the Zhao family are not to be trusted. You should not place too much faith in him. He is capable of such deceit, even if you marry him. He could very well keep mistresses on the side. Shen Xiwei pondered Zhao Tingshan, wondering if he truly was that type. While she was uncertain about his true nature, he had always presented himself as grounded. You trust too easily. No wonder they call you love-struck. In my opinion, we should avoid marriage altogether. Focus on building a career and enjoy life as it is. You have a point, Shen Xiwei replied. Deflecting her cousin's remarks, Tingshan is on his way. I'll go wait for him. Arguing with Meng Qingran seemed futile. It would be more prudent to confront Zhao Tingshan directly. Xiao Yan followed her downstairs. Zhang Yu trailed Meng Qingran out of the banquet hall, turning to her friend. Qingran, you really know Zhao Tingshan, right? For some reason, after Xiao Yan's outburst, she felt a twinge of uncertainty and could not help but seek confirmation from Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran glanced at Zhang Yu. My boyfriend is arriving. I need to go speak with him. Your boyfriend? You mean the prince? May I meet him? Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and Meng Qingran nodded. Sure. Shen Xiwei and Xiao Nian exited the hotel, Xiao Nian seethed with anger over Meng Qingran's brazen behavior. When you see Zhao Tingshan, don't let him off easy, break up with him on the spot. Do you hear me? Shen Xiwei replied. Let us ask him first. Before long, a few sweet words from him will have you charmed again. Xiao Nian had yet to meet Zhao Tingshan, however, she harbored no favorable impression of Zhao Tingshan. Shen Xiwei, believing that Zhao Tingshan had yet to arrive, was poised to call him when she was suddenly addressed by someone calling her name. Miwei. Turning around, she was taken aback to find Zhao Tingshan standing right before her. He appeared entirely different from the photographs she had seen of him. After some time apart, he had cropped his hair into a buzz cut, and his complexion had darkened somewhat, yet he remained undeniably handsome. It is often said that a buzz cut is the hallmark of a striking man. This hairstyle lent him a rugged appearance, exuding a potent, almost primal allure. In truth, Shen Xiwei had never encountered the Zhao Tingshan of her previous life after he had served in the military. She had never laid eyes on him even once. The only version she had seen after her rebirth was of him during his high school years, the image still vivid in her mind. She gazed at him, contemplating whether, had she actually met him in her past life, he would have looked the same. That no, perhaps the 30-something Zhao Tingshan would have embodied an even more robust demeanor. It was beyond her imagination, yet, in this moment, she found it difficult to tear her eyes away from him, as if she were transcending time to behold that person. Xiao Nian, upon spotting Zhao Tingshan, was momentarily captivated by his attractiveness. She had encountered numerous delicate, pampered men who shunned physical activity and even sunlight, but one like him was a rarity. It was primarily due to the man's exceptional foundation. So, you are Zhao Tingshan? She remarked, her tone lacking the earlier assertiveness given his appearance. It was somewhat understandable for her to harbor a fleeting crush. Zhao Tingshan replied, and you are? Shen Xiwei introduced, this is my cousin. Xiao Nian, my uncle's daughter. Zhao Tingshan stepped closer to Shen Xiwei and remarked, I believe I just heard her suggest that you should break up with me. Xiao Nian was momentarily taken aback. Despite Zhao Tingshan's stoic demeanor, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was in some way reporting her. Oh, I was just rambling. You two carry on, she said, hastily distancing herself, apprehensive that he might direct his ire towards her. Once she had moved a considerable distance away, Shen Xiwei turned to Zhao Tingshan and asked, have you gotten a haircut? He touched his head, asking, does it look terrible? As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on her. Seemingly wary of her disapproval, you look handsome, Shen Xiwei assured him. No matter how you style it, you look good. Receiving the compliment, Zhao Tingshan replied, as long as Miwei likes it. While they conversed, the two men accompanying Zhao Tingshan stepped back slightly. As if unable to bear the sight, it was clear that their master was indeed extraordinary. How could they possibly compare to him, mere single men? Just as Shen Xiwei was engaged in conversation with Zhao Tingshan, Zhang Yu suddenly emerged. Shen Xiwei. Upon seeing Shen Xiwei with a man, their intimate exchange appeared rather suspect. Though there were no overtly inappropriate actions, Shen Xiwei's gaze landed on Zhang Yu, momentarily forgetting about Meng Qingran. She had intended to bring Zhao Tingshan upstairs to check on him, but now Zhang Yu had appeared alone. Zhang Yu glanced at Zhao Tingshan, who was facing away, and could only see a tall young man. Failing to recognize Zhao Tingshan's face, moreover, since all the photos she had previously seen depicted Zhao Tingshan with long hair, she did not connect him to the man before her. Instead, she sneered, weren't you bragging about having a boyfriend named Zhao Tingshan? Are you no longer pretending? Shen Xiwei found her accusation ludicrous. What are you doubting? You are truly shameless, Zhang Yu retorted. Meng Qingran considers you a friend, yet, you still covet her boyfriend. We were almost deceived by you. Upon hearing Zhang Yu call Shen Xiwei shameless, Zhao Tingshan's expression quickly turned cold. He turned to Zhang Yu and asked, who are you calling shameless? Zhang Yu had never encountered Zhao Tingshan before. Though she could see his face, the evening light in her distance obscured her view. All she could discern was that he was tall, well-built, and radiated a commanding presence. She hadn't anticipated that Shen Xiwei was associated with such a remarkable figure. She derisively stated, I'm referring to the woman beside you. She has been claiming that her boyfriend is the Prince Zhao Tingshan. You must be unaware of this, right? As her words fell, the two men who had accompanied Zhao Tingshan approached. One of them donned sunglasses and swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Yu's face, sending her sprawling to the ground in her high heels. Zhang Yu was momentarily stunned. You dare to hit me? Before she could finish her sentence, the man struck her again, admonishing, mind your tongue, and consider who you are insulting. Do you know who I am? Zhang Yu pointed at the man who had hit her, then turned to Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan. Zhao Tingshan did not respond to her. Shen Xiwei chuckled, and who might you be? Just wait. Once the prince arrives, you won't be able to escape the consequences. The reason she felt emboldened to mock Shen Xiwei was that prior to coming out, she had encountered Meng Qingran's boyfriend. It was now certain that Meng Qingran was with Zhao Tingshan. With such a powerful ally in the capital, what did she have to fear? Zhang Yu picked up her phone and called Meng Qingran, requesting her to come out. Meng Qingran soon arrived, accompanied by a man. Upon seeing them, Zhang Yu dashed over as if she had found her savior. Qingran, help me. What happened? Meng Qingran asked, puzzled. Shen Xiwei, had someone hit me. Zhang Yu pointed at the man beside Meng Qingran. Prince, that woman pretended to be your girlfriend, now she even assaulted me, please teach her a lesson. Chapter 78, This imposter, Prince. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Shen Xiwei's attention was instantly captured. This matter had troubled her for several days. She had been pondering the authenticity of Meng Qingran's photographs, and now, encountering this man, she suddenly understood. However, Shen Xiwei couldn't help but let out a laugh. Zhao Tingshan looked at her, asking, "What's so funny?" Shen Xiwei replied. Previously, Meng Qingran kept insisting that she was your girlfriend. Zhao Tingshan looked at Shen Xiwei with a puzzled expression. Shen Xiwei gestured subtly. Look, that person bears quite a resemblance to you, following her cue. Zhao Tingshan glanced at the imposter. The imposter sported a hairstyle reminiscent of Zhao Tingshan before his cut, and his shirt and trousers bore some similarity. However, he was merely a subpar version of Zhao Tingshan. Aside from a slight resemblance in profile, he was otherwise unrecognizable. That he was also not particularly tall. Zhao Tingshan stood at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, whereas the man appeared to be only slightly taller than Meng Qingran. Perhaps around 5 feet 7 inches. His complexion was also lacking. No wonder the photographs had only captured his profile. The disparity between reality and the images was staggering. Shen Xiwei had already pulled Zhao Tingshan over to Meng Qingran, asking Meng Qingran, "Is this your prince?" Meng Qingran's expression darkened as her gaze fell upon Zhao Tingshan beside Shen Xiwei. She had initially overlooked him but was now taken aback to realize that Zhao Tingshan had changed his hairstyle. What she had previously thought was an acceptable-looking man, due to the similarity in profile, paled in comparison to the real Zhao Tingshan. Jiang Yu, looking at Shen Xiwei, exclaimed, "Shen Xiwei, the prince is right here. How dare you speak to Qingran like that? You really don't want to live. You claim he is Zhao Tingshan?" Shen Xiwei asked, directing her gaze at the imposter, her heart aching for Zhao Tingshan. Being impersonated by such a man must be utterly exasperating for him. Jiang Yu asserted, "He looks just like the photos. You yourself admitted it last time, didn't you? Are you truly convinced there is a resemblance?" Shen Xiwei chuckled, wondering if Jiang Yu was blind. How is there any similarity? It's entirely normal for photos to differ from reality, as long as he is truly Zhao Tingshan, even if he is slightly shorter and not as handsome as in the pictures. What does it matter? It doesn't affect anything. Turning to Zhao Tingshan, she inquired, "What are your thoughts on someone impersonating you?" Zhao Tingshan remained silent. Although he did not speak, Shen Xiwei could sense his exasperation. Jiang Yu, observing Shen Xiwei conversing with Zhao Tingshan, asked, "What do you mean by that?" The two men who had previously struck Jiang Yu approached Zhao Tingshan, addressing him as young master. "Someone is impersonating my identity. You should handle this." The two men exchanged glances at the imposter beside Meng Qingran, suppressing their laughter. Just this dared to impersonate Zhao Tingshan. One of the men stepped forward and seized the imposter by the collar. "You are Zhao Tingshan?" The imposter, confronted by the two imposing figures, instantly wilted. "My surname is Zhao, and my online name is Tingshan." Shen Xiwei was at a loss for words. Jiang Yu paused, then realized, "You're not the Zhao Tingshan from the Zhao family? What is your real name, Zhao Xiaobo? Is it illegal to use a pseudonym? What are you doing?" Jiang Yu was speechless. Shen Xiwei remarked, "So you are the one claiming that Meng Qingran is the prince's girlfriend? You were the one spreading this rumor around school, weren't you?" Had it not been for Jiang Yu supporting Meng Qingran, no one would have believed her claims of being Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend. Jiang Yu began to protest. Xiao Nian, drawn by the commotion, returned and asked Shen Xiwei, "What is going on? This man is the one Meng Qingran claims is dating her." Zhao Tingshan, Xiao Nian glanced at the imposter, exclaiming, This is nothing short of a moon landing scam." She cast a glance at Jiang Yu. "Did you not claim that Meng Qingran is Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend? If it weren't for your meddling, I would have let Meng Qingran off the hook just now." She was genuinely frightened. Jiang Yu was now filled with remorse. Xiao Nian remarked, "Open your eyes wide and take a good look at what the crown prince looks like. He is standing right in front of you." Jiang Yu turned to gaze at Zhao Tingshan, who was standing beside Shen Xiwei. She never anticipated that this man, with a changed hairstyle, was the genuine heir of the Zhao family. The aura he exuded was distinctly different from that of an imposter. Just one glance at Zhao Tingshan made her feel intimidated. Her previous kindness towards Meng Qingran was solely an attempt to forge a connection with the Zhao family. Little did she know she had offended him upon her arrival. She hastily apologized. "I truly didn't know before. I was deceived by Meng Qingran." Upon saying this, she angrily berated Meng Qingran. "Meng Qingran, you shameless wretch. How dare you impersonate the crown prince's girlfriend?" "I never claimed to be," Meng Qingran retorted. "You insisted I was Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend after overhearing my phone call. I am the real victim here." Jiang Yu pointed at Meng Qingran, astonished that she had managed to portray herself as a victim. Although her words were accurate, Meng Qingran had always maintained an ambiguous attitude, leading to misunderstandings. When Jiang Yu claimed she was the crown prince's girlfriend, Meng Qingran did not deny it. "That wretched girl," Jiang Yu continued, "at my birthday banquet, you mentioned it too, didn't you? There were so many witnesses. Can you deny it? I said that to save your face. If I hadn't, you would have been the one embarrassed. You insisted on my attending your birthday banquet." Jiang Yu had never encountered someone so brazen. Now she shifted all the blame onto herself, emerging unscathed. Zhao Tingshan did not engage in their debate and had the three of them taken to the police station. The driver from the Zhao family first dropped Xiaoyan home. Shen Xiwei and Xiaoyan sat in the back seat. While Zhao Tingshan occupied the front passenger seat, she looked at him and said, "Thank goodness it was a falsehood. When I saw the photos that day, I nearly doubted whether you and Meng Qingran truly had a relationship. I do not know where. In truth, Shen Xiwei had already deduced the answer long ago. However, seeing him prompted her to tease him a little. She found it amusing how she had thought of impersonating his girlfriend. Xiaoyan chimed in, "Isn't it because the crown princess status is too convenient?" Whenever Meng Qingran was mentioned, Xiaoyan felt a surge of resentment. Shen Xiwei turned to Xiaoyan and asked, "What about your clothes? I certainly can't keep them. Just thinking about her wearing them gives me the creeps. I'll have her mother fired when I get back. What kind of person is she?" Upon arriving at the Qiao residence, just as Xiaoyan was about to open the car door, Zhao Tingshan had already stepped out to hold it open for her, surprised by the crown princess' lack of airs. Xiaoyan stepped out and turned to Shen Xiwei, saying, "I'll take my leave now. Wishing you both a delightful evening." Shen Xiwei felt utterly embarrassed by her cousin's antics. "Hurry and leave." Just as Xiaoyan departed, Zhao Tingshan did not return to the front seat but instead got into the back beside Shen Xiwei. Back at the Qiao residence, Xiaoyan had someone summon Aunt Wan and promptly dismissed her. Xiao Ziyuan, sitting nearby, inquired, "What is going on, Dad? She wears my clothes whenever I'm not around. I never imagined I would have to share a wardrobe with a servantess daughter. She has completely ruined one of my outfits." Xiao Ziyuan replied, "Then you should report it to the police." Chapter 79. Do you have a preference for men? He was too weary to deal with such troublesome matters. Meng Qingran's mother appeared to be quite decent, with a respectable education and a keen sense of work ethic. However, he never expected her to be of such character. After Xiaoyan exited the vehicle, an inexplicable silence fell in the car. Zhao Tingshan sat beside Shen Xiwei, who, unlike when her cousin was present, remained quiet. After a moment, feeling a bit parched, she picked up a water bottle and took a sip. Once finished, she asked him, "Would you like some water?" He looked at her, recalling when they had visited Longcheng together to see her father, during which he had also handed her water. Breaking the silence, he extended his hand to take the bottle from her. Shen Xiwei regarded this man, who had hurried to sit beside her the moment her cousin left. She had expected him to say something, yet he remained silent, leaving her to take the initiative. She inquired, "Why are you not speaking?" Zhao Tingshan gazed out the window. Shen Xiwei was about to express her disbelief when a hand reached out and grasped hers. His palm was warm, and the sense of security it provided warmed her heart. Despite having grown quite familiar over the summer, his sudden awkwardness after their brief separation was perplexing. Shen Xiwei recalled the last time she posted a photo of herself with Zhao Tingshan, only for others to remark that they seemed unfamiliar with one another. She did not appear to be his girlfriend, she said. "I'm feeling a bit upset." As Zhao Tingshan turned to look at her, illuminated by the streetlight filtering in from outside, observing her delicate features, Shen Xiwei continued, "Let me show you this." She took out her phone and turned it to show him a photo. "What's wrong?" Zhao Tingshan glanced at the image, realizing it was merely a picture of the two of them together. Unable to discern any issues, Shen Xiwei explained, "I attended a banquet last time, and everyone claimed Meng Qingran was your girlfriend. I insisted she was not. Then I showed them this photo, and do you know what they said? What? They remarked that we seemed unfamiliar with each other." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingshan replied, "Not too bad." The fact that he responded with "not too bad" made Shen Xiwei realize just how dense he truly was. Unable to restrain herself, she blurted out, "Zhao Tingshan, do you have a preference for men?" Zhao Tingshan looked up at her, his gaze seemingly warning her. "What did you just say?" "I didn't catch that." Aware that he was cautioning her, Shen Xiwei responded, "Then why do you always act as if we're strangers? You want to get closer to me?" Zhao Tingshan instinctively glanced at the driver, who remained professional and unfazed. Shen Xiwei scrutinized him. In the next moment, Zhao Tingshan had already raised his hand and pulled her into his embrace. The sudden hug enveloped her like a tide. "I do not like men." It had been too long since they last met, and Shen Xiwei admitted she had missed him a little, nestled in his arms. She felt utterly relaxed and couldn't help but complain, "You were gone for such a long time. Every time I tried to call you, I couldn't get through. I had no idea when you would be free." Zhao Tingshan gazed down at her. Having kept his distance for so long, pulling her into his arms initially made him a bit anxious, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. He patiently listened to her grievances, just complaints, not anger. He cherished this feeling and could empathize with her emotions. She missed him, and he certainly missed her as well. They had spent every day together before, and this was their first prolonged separation. Upon checking his phone, he found numerous messages from her sharing various experiences. He read each one, and upon finishing, her adorable complaining demeanor vividly appeared before him, and now was the most genuine version of her. Pressed against his heart, Zhao Tingshan said, "I've been extremely busy." Unlike others, he had always been burdened with high expectations, requiring more training than the average person. Initially, it had been advised that he not return this time. With a rare break, he ought to rest, yet he yearned to see her. Shen Xiwei replied, "I understand, there are no unearned successes in this world. He must have put in a considerable amount of effort to achieve that day." That night, Zhao Tingshan stayed at Shen Xiwei's home, of course, in the guest room. He had previously resided at Shen Xiwei's for a while, and there was a room designated for him early the next morning. Shen Xiwei received a call from someone beside Zhao Tingshan, informing her that Zhao Qi had invited her to lunch at the Zhao residence. She wasn't foolish, she recognized this was intended for Zhao Tingshan. The moment he returned, he rushed to her. The Zhao family likely had opinions on this. Zhao Qi wished to see his son but knew that directly asking would yield no response, thus, the call was made to her. After accepting the invitation, the two of them headed to the Zhao family for lunch. The Zhao family's chef was quite skilled, and Shen Xiwei focused intently on her meal while Mrs. Zhao occasionally offered her food with serving chopsticks. Though she was not Zhao Tingshan's biological mother, she differed from the stereotypical stepmothers portrayed in dramas. Whenever she encountered Shen Xiwei, she was always warm and welcoming, and she never spoke ill of him in his presence. After lunch, Zhao Qi inquired about Zhao Tingshan's training. The meal went smoothly, yet within the Zhao residence, Zhao Tingshan appeared quite uneasy. Unlike how he was in his own home, as he himself stated, he felt overly polite. Zhao Yuan would be reprimanded for causing trouble, but he would not. It felt as if he was a guest being treated with utmost care. In the car on the way home, Shen Xiwei sat beside Zhao Tingshan. Recalling her cousin's complaint the previous day that no man in the Zhao family was good, after observing for quite some time today, she couldn't identify any issues with the Zhao family. Just then, her assistant called. "Miss, the Zhang family has sent you a gift as an apology. They said it was for their daughter Zhang Yu's misbehavior. It has already arrived at your home." Shen Xiwei remarked, "They certainly are quick to respond." Upon returning home, the gifts had already arrived. Shen Xiwei remarked to Zhao Tingshan, "It is evident that their family is eager to curry favor with you." The Crown Prince. Last night, Zhao Tingshan's associates apprehended Zhang Yu, who was subsequently delivered to the police station. The Zhang family devised a means to extricate Zhang Yu, yet they remained apprehensive about Zhao Tingshan's wrath. Thus, they opted to present the gifts first, hoping to demonstrate their sincerity. Witnessing the earnestness of Zhang Yu's father, Shen Xiwei chose not to dwell on the matter of Zhang Yu any further. Especially since Zhang Yu was now aware of Meng Qingran's true identity, Shen Xiwei inquired, "By the way, how is Meng Qingran faring?" But Zhao Tingshan replied, "She claims to be in a relationship with that man. After all, she is a student from Qingbei. It is indeed difficult to uncover evidence of her intentionally impersonating your girlfriend. Those incidents were all disseminated by Zhang Yu. Now, she has been released. However, her mother provided Meng Qingran with Xiao Nian's clothing, and they promised to compensate for it. The matter has now been amicably resolved. Xiao Nian's 2 outfits were quite costly, and the Meng family had to part with a sum that nearly equated to their lifetime savings. Thus she has paid a price. Nonetheless, Meng Qingran's mother can no longer work as a housekeeper in the capital. Xiao Nian publicized this incident, and as a result, Meng Qingran's mother has been blacklisted. Originally, she intended to be by her daughter's side at all times. Yet it culminated in such a debacle. Ultimately, Meng's mother had no choice but to return to Yun City, leaving Meng Qingran to continue her studies here. Meng Qingran spent an entire day resolving these matters before bidding her mother farewell from the capital, and then returned to school. Zhang Yu, who felt utterly enraged by her, awaited her in the dormitory of Meng Qingran. "Do you dare to come back?" she exclaimed. "I thought for sure you would drop out." Chapter 80. Do you still have feelings for me? In the face of Zhang Yu's aggression, Meng Qingran remained composed. "I have done nothing wrong. Why should I drop out?" Her nonchalant demeanor infuriated Zhang Yu further. "You haven't done anything wrong. You truly have no shame. Do you have any idea what you have put me through? I nearly faced dire consequences because of you. If not for my family's connections, I might still be languishing in custody upon returning home. My father chastised me severely." Zhang Yu was genuinely furious, convinced that Meng Qingran had intentionally led her to misunderstand the situation. She had even deliberately taken Zhang Yu to meet a boyfriend who bore a slight resemblance to Zhao Tingshan, all to solidify her position as the crown prince's girlfriend and elicit Zhang Yu's defense. If Meng Qingran had not dragged her to meet that individual, Zhang Yu would not have mistakenly regarded Zhao Tingshan as an ordinary person and confused that impostor for the crown prince. Meng Qingran regarded Zhang Yu, saying, "You brought this upon yourself by seeking trouble with Shen Xiwei. I had warned you." Zhang Yu retorted, "You should not forget what you said about Shen Xiwei at my birthday party." "I merely embellished the truth to help you," Meng Qingran replied. "If you wish to be friends with me, it is not for your sake, is it? Do you truly believe I should undermine myself for you?" Zhang Yu could not suppress a laugh. She had expected Meng Qingran to feel remorse over the incident, yet Meng Qingran remained unfazed. Zhang Yu, in her fury, instructed their dormitory mates to ignore Meng Qingran. The news had spread throughout the school, and those who had previously approached Meng Qingran to deliver gifts now realized she was not the crown prince's girlfriend. They all began to cause her trouble. Ultimately, Meng Qingran returned all the gifts she had received. After compensating the Qiao family, the Meng family found themselves in dire financial straits. She had initially intended to liquidate those items, but was now forced to return them. The thought of Shen Xiwei genuinely repulsed her. It was always her. Despite having no need for anything, she insisted on opposing Meng Qingran, driving her into a corner. She must want to expel Meng Qingran from Qingbei. Yet, Meng Qingran refused to yield. She believed in herself, convinced that her future would not be less favorable than Shen Xiwei's. In the afternoon, Pei Yunxiao emerged from school and spotted Meng Qingran. Upon seeing him, she approached Yunxiao. Pei Yunxiao, surprised to see her, asked, "What brings you here? I didn't expect you to seek me out, especially since you had previously blacklisted me." Their last encounter suggested she wished to avoid any association with him. "Are you working part-time now? Could you possibly take me along?" Previously, her mother had worked for a wealthy family, sparing her from part-time employment. However, now that her mother had returned, she had to learn to work alongside Pei Yunxiao. Pei Yunxiao, taken aback by her request for work, replied, "Isn't everyone eager to befriend you? Why would you need to work? The incident where I impersonated Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend was not my doing, it was my roommate. I truly need a job now, or I'll struggle to make ends meet. Could you recommend me?" Seeing her pitiful state, Pei Yunxiao, recalling their long-standing acquaintance, agreed. After all, the previous situation was due to his father's shortcomings, and Meng Qingran's decision to blacklist him was understandable. Pei Yunxiao introduced her to a restaurant where he worked, and the two began laboring together. During quieter moments at the restaurant, Pei Yunxiao was not idle. Unlike before, he was no longer solely focused on his relationship with Meng Qingran. He was determined to study diligently. Unlike Zhao Tingshan, who had the advantage of wealth, Pei Yunxiao aimed to forge a successful future in the capital through his own efforts, relying on no one. After Shen Xiwei returned to school, Zhang Yu visited her once to apologize for the misunderstanding. Liu Qiqi and Xiaoruoxue were astonished to discover that Shen Xiwei was indeed the crown prince's girlfriend, while Meng Qingran was the fraud. For an extended period thereafter, both Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao immersed themselves in earning money, avoiding any encounters with Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei, too, was quite occupied, as she had recently taken to writing novels and had invested in some stocks. Although writing novels did not yield significant income, she pursued it purely for her passion. In her past life, she had harbored a deep fondness for novels, which ultimately led to her downfall. By the time she graduated from university, Shen Xiwei had already gained considerable recognition as a novelist, albeit unbeknownst to those around her. Her internship job was secured with her father's assistance at a mobile phone company, where she was acquainted with the owner. Over the years, with the rise of smartphones, the company had flourished. Initially, when Mr.Hu sought investment from Shen Wenbin, it was Shen Xiwei who merely mentioned it. To her astonishment, Mr. Shen invested a sum, and within a few short years, whose company, Demai Technology, had experienced meteoric success. Shen Wenbin had brought this up several times, marveling at Shen Xiwei's foresight, even jokingly wondering if she could predict the future now that she was interning. He arranged for her to join Demai Technology to learn, and Mr.Hu was eager to mentor her. Although she had only just arrived, she was invited to the evening celebration party. In contrast to high-end Apple products and another domestic brand, Demai had carved out a unique market for itself, with its phones being immensely popular among the youth and consistently achieving high sales. Shen Xiwei was taken aback to encounter Pei Yunxiao there. After several years apart, he appeared in a tailored suit, sporting glasses, no longer resembling the student she once knew, but rather presenting himself as a refined gentleman. Mr.Hu was engaged in conversation with others, while Shen Xiwei stood nearby, sipping juice. Pei Yunxiao approached her, and Mr.Hu remarked that the company had welcomed a new hire, only to discover it was her. Shen Xiwei gazed at Pei Yunxiao, scrutinizing his appearance. "What brings you here?" "I began interning here in my sophomore year," he replied. His field of study was computer science, and at a time when the internet was rapidly evolving, this major was highly sought after, especially as he was from Qingbei. Yet he had contributed to several of Demai's products. "I thought you had vanished." After years apart, they had not seen each other. Pei Yunxiao, hearing her words, smirked. "Would it be convenient for us to exchange WeChat?" He had previously hesitated to appear before her, feeling inferior due to her status, but now that he had transformed, he had established his own career, earning a decent salary. Mr.Hu treated him well, and while others were still searching for jobs after graduation, he was already earning a six-figure monthly salary. He felt ready to stand before Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei regarded Pei Yunxiao, noting that perhaps his maturity had softened his once proud demeanor. However, she declined, stating, "It's not convenient. My boyfriend might get jealous that I in her past life." At this juncture, Pei Yunxiao was deeply involved with Meng Qingran, unwilling to acknowledge Shen Xiwei. Whenever she called, he would become impatient, yet now, he approached her to exchange WeChat. "How ironic, haven't you and Zhao Tingshan parted ways yet? That truly must be disappointing for you. In a few years, you might even have children." Pei Yunxiao gazed at her, slightly taken aback. He suddenly called her name in a serious tone. Shen Xiwei looked at him, taking a sip of her juice. Pei Yunxiao observed her indifferent demeanor, and after years apart, the light illuminated her face, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Do you still have feelings for me? Chapter 81, Regretting Living Together. Shen Xiwei stared at Pei Yunxiao. "What do you think?" Pei Yunxiao took a deep breath. "I'm being serious. Would you consider giving me another chance?" "Not a chance. What has Zhao Tingshan been up to lately? Why haven't I heard from him?" Ever since Zhao Tingshan entered university, there had been no word from him. She wanted to inquire but had no idea what he might be doing, almost believing he had vanished from existence. Shen Xiwei remarked, "What, do you wish to marry him?" Upon hearing Shen Xiwei's remarks, it was evident that she harbored a disdainful attitude towards him. Pei Yunxiao inquired, "Wei, must you truly harbor such animosity towards me?" Shen Xiwei, disinterested in offering him an explanation, found her distaste for him amplifying, especially as she observed him dress so impeccably, for it was this very Pei Yunxiao, in such attire, who had ultimately caused her great distress. If in their school days he had exhibited a modicum of pride, it was now eclipsed by a relentless pursuit of profit, hardening his heart in the process. Just then, President Hu arrived. "Have you two already started your conversation?" "Wei, this is Pei Yunxiao from our company's research and development department. He is your fellow alumnus," Shen Xiwei replied. He has already introduced himself. It was apparent that Pei Yunxiao was thriving at Dama technology. As he spoke with notable confidence in her presence, President Hu remarked, "That's splendid." As the banquet concluded, Pei Yunxiao exited, following Shen Xiwei out. "Shall I offer you a ride? It would be inconvenient for you to be alone at night," he suggested, unlocking his parked Audi, a high-end model. Shen Xiwei cast a glance at him, recognizing his apparent success. He must be keen to flaunt his vehicle, though it was a company car, yet Pei Yunxiao felt a genuine sense of pride in his accomplishments. Having earned everything himself, he could not compare to the wealthy heirs, but he held his head high, having achieved success through his own efforts. Pei Yunxiao said, "Thank you for the compliment," Shen Xiwei responded. "However, I have my own car." She pulled out her keys and unlocked her G-Class. After her previous Porsche had been idle for several years, she had purchased this new vehicle with her own earnings from writing novels. While her income was modest, it was sufficient for a car. Initially, her father intended to buy one for her, but upon discovering her financial independence, he relented. Additionally, her stock investments had been quite profitable. As she drove away, bidding him farewell, Pei Yunxiao inhaled deeply. Despite feeling accomplished, encountering her rendered him vulnerable once more. The very things he toiled tirelessly to attain seemed to come effortlessly to her. He begrudgingly acknowledged his envy of the privileged. Upon returning home, Pei Yunxiao lingered in his car for a moment before heading upstairs. He had only rented this 100 square meter apartment for a few months, grappling with the exorbitant real estate prices in the capital. Even though he could afford the rent, purchasing a property remained a formidable challenge. Despite a monthly salary of 100,000, it would take considerable time to save enough. Meng Qingran emerged from the laundry room and noticed him. "You're back?" Pei Yunxiao nodded, standing by the door to change his shoes, appearing rather sullen. "I made dinner. Would you like some?" Meng Qingran had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Pei Yunxiao glanced at the spread and replied, "I'll pass. You can eat it yourself." He then proceeded to take a shower and went straight to bed. Shortly after, Meng Qingran joined him, wrapping her arms around him. "Why the long face? Isn't work going smoothly?" she asked, resting her hand on his chest. Pei Yunxiao gently removed her hand. "I'm just exhausted." His thoughts drifted to Shen Xiwei, who radiated beauty and brilliance. In contrast, he looked at Meng Qingran and reflected on their years together. Where their focus had solely been on making money, they had chosen to live together to save costs. At one time, he had perceived Meng Qingran as perfect, yet now, in comparison to Shen Xiwei, she seemed rather insipid. "How is your job search going?" Meng Qingran, having studied finance, was currently seeking employment. Upon mentioning this, she fell silent. Pei Yunxiao observed her. "What's wrong?" Meng Qingran replied, "It's nothing. I'll keep trying." She had previously interviewed for a position, and they had shown interest in hiring her, but then she encountered Jiang Yu. Since that incident, Jiang Yu had held a grudge against her, ostracizing her at school and now attempting to sabotage her job search. Coincidentally, both were in the finance department, and Jiang Yu's family connections afforded her certain advantages, leaving Meng Qingran feeling disadvantaged. She had envisioned herself thriving in the finance world, yet encountered obstacles right from the start. She leaned closer, embracing Pei Yunxiao, but he gently pushed her away. "I feel a bit warm." Previously, he had not thought much of their arrangement, considering it a practical decision to save money. He had a steady income while Meng Qingran was still a student, lacking a formal job, thus having her live with him provided her a stable place, yet he now found himself regretting their cohabitation. If Shen Xiwei were to discover that he was currently with Meng Qingran, would she still afford him an opportunity? "I'm going out for a smoke," he announced, leaving the bedroom. The next morning, Pei Yunxiao departed early, skipping breakfast at home. Presuming he was busy, Meng Qingran paid him no mind. As Shen Xiwei entered the company, she spotted Pei Yunxiao waiting for the elevator. Upon seeing her, he greeted. "Morning." Shen Xiwei ignored him, engrossed in a phone call. "I've arrived at the company. I'll talk to you later." "I'll come to see you tonight." After a lengthy absence, Zhao Tingshan was finally returning. She did not engage Pei Yunxiao in conversation, as their departments were on different floors. Upon reaching her floor, she exited without acknowledging him. Pei Yunxiao thought to himself, being overlooked was far more painful than engaging in a dispute with her. In the afternoon, after work, Shen Xiwei headed directly to the Zhao residence. Having dined there a few times with Zhao Tingshan, she felt comfortable visiting unannounced. Zhao Yuan was also present, sister-in-law. He had grown quickly, now resembling a young man, nearly matching his brother's height. The Zhao family's genes were undeniably impressive. With looks like his, he would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers. Shen Xiwei asked, "Where is your brother? He is back and waiting for you." As Shen Xiwei entered, Zhao Tingshan descended the stairs, greeting her. "You're here." Initially, he had intended to pick her up, but Shen Xiwei worried that his appearance would draw too much attention, so she opted for a more understated arrival. Approaching him, she asked, "Can I have a hug?" He stared at her, unmoving, undeterred. Shen Xiwei embraced him, just as Mrs. Zhao emerged, teasing, "You're already embracing." Upon returning, Chapter 82, Zhao Tingshan's kiss. Shen Xiwei quickly released him, explaining, "I just haven't seen him in a while." Mrs. Zhao invited them to sit, and the couple settled in the garden for a spell. The weather was pleasant, not too warm. Shen Xiwei sat beside Zhao Tingshan, who took her hand, inquiring, "How is work going?" Shen Xiwei replied, "My father introduced me to a good opportunity." They engaged in conversation for a while before returning to the living room. Upon entering, Shen Xiwei noticed Mrs. Zhao sitting on the sofa. Dabbing her eyes, "Auntie, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Mrs. Zhao explained, "I was reading a novel. It was so touching that I couldn't help it." Shen Xiwei inquired, "What novel are you reading?" It turned out to be one of her own works, which surprised her. Mrs. Zhao enthusiastically recommended it, as her days were spent caring for her son and waiting for her husband to return, leaving her little to do but read novels to pass the time. Especially now that Zhao Yuan was preparing for his college entrance exams, requiring even more of her attention, Shen Xiwei agreed to check it out. During dinner, she and Zhao Tingshan sat together. Zhao Qi turned to Zhao Tingshan, suggesting, "Since you're back, why not stay a few extra days? You could move in with us." Previously, Zhao Tingshan rarely stayed at home, often rushing to Shen Xiwei's side instead. Shen Xiwei responded, "I prefer my own place." Mrs. Zhao chuckled, "What will you do when you and Tingshan get married?" Shen Xiwei replied, "That's still a long way off." Marriage was not something she had contemplated yet. Glancing at Zhao Tingshan, she felt uncertain about their future together. After dinner, Zhao Tingshan drove her home. As they rode in the passenger seat, Shen Xiwei remarked, "By the way, Pei Yunxiao works at my company now." At this, Zhao Tingshan paused, glancing at her as the car halted at an intersection. "Oh really?" He was taken aback to hear Pei Yunxiao's name after all these years. Shen Xiwei continued, "Yes, he is doing quite well. You know how booming the internet industry is. He chose the right field and possesses some capability." Though she had to admit he was somewhat impressive, his arrogant demeanor still struck her as amusing. Zhao Tingshan asked, "Would you like to switch companies? I can help you find another job." Hearing this, Shen Xiwei turned to him, teasing, "What's this? Are you feeling jealous? Do you not trust me?" Zhao Tingshan replied, "It is not that I don't trust you, I simply dislike him." Shen Xiwei retorted, "You'd better be careful. If you keep acting so aloof, I might find someone else." Upon arriving home, Shen Xiwei found her father absent, as he had recently returned to Yun City. Entering the house, Zhao Tingshan followed, wrapping his arms around her and pinning her against the door. "Aloof, you say?" Shen Xiwei remarked, "You have always been somewhat aloof." He gazed at her, his eyes darkening. No one knew the struggles he endured daily outside. He turned to Shen Xiwei and said, "It's not indifference." "Then what is it?" she inquired. "It's restraint." Zhao Tingshan looked at Shen Xiwei, fearing he might lose control. After he spoke, the hand resting on her waist tightened considerably. Shen Xiwei felt a slight comfort in her heart. "Oh, I see. I thought you despised me." And Zhao Tingshan's gaze fell upon her lips as he leaned down. Shen Xiwei closed her eyes, waiting for his kiss, yet, after a moment, she felt nothing. She opened her eyes to find him staring at her, nearly close enough to touch, yet he held back, a faint smile gracing his lips. As if mocking her, Shen Xiwei felt utterly embarrassed and pushed him away, exclaiming, "You're so annoying." Just as she was about to leave, Zhao Tingshan pulled her back. A passionate kiss ensued, for all the time they had been together. He had maintained a tepid demeanor. Shen Xiwei even began to doubt whether he truly disliked her, wondering if their union was merely a consequence of their engagement. Unexpectedly, his sudden kiss caught her off guard. Silently, she reached out and clutched his clothing. After the kiss, Zhao Tingshan looked at her. "Am I aloof?" He recalled her words, where she had threatened to seek someone else if he continued to be so distant. Shen Xiwei smiled. "It seems I must push you a bit further." Shen Xiwei stepped out of his embrace and set her belongings down. "Are you returning home? Your father no longer permits you to stay here." "Does he? He must have some objections now." "I won't be returning to school for a while." Shen Xiwei was taken aback by his words. "Really?" Zhao Tingshan replied, "Yes, however, I don't intend to return home. I plan to live independently." He had never truly resided with the Zhao family and had no desire to do so now. Some matters had transpired, yet for him, they remained unresolved. Shen Xiwei asked, "Have you decided on a place?" Zhao Tingshan suggested, "Shall we go take a look? Once we are married, we can move in together." Shen Xiwei gazed at him, and when Zhao Tingshan noticed her silence, he asked, "What's wrong? Is it too early to talk about marriage?" Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan inquired, "When do you wish to discuss it?" "I haven't yet decided if I want to marry you." "Marrying me is a formidable task." Zhao Tingshan fixed his gaze upon her, his expression grave. "You are mine," Shen Xiwei teased. "What if I fancy someone else?" Hearing this, Zhao Tingshan's countenance darkened. "If you were to like someone else, I would ensure he disappears from this world and confine you." Startled by his words, Shen Xiwei paused for a moment before responding, "Are you joking or being serious? You frighten me." "I'm not joking." He said, let us go to bed, rest early, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. After he spoke, he exited. Shen Xiwei watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress her thoughts. He usually spoke so little. It was rare for him to express so much today. Could he possibly be serious? After taking a shower, Shen Xiwei emerged to see a message from Qianyan. Qianyan, has Zhao Tingshan returned? Shen Xiwei replied, yes, Qianyan, I knew you wouldn't respond to my messages. Shen Xiwei, he just left. Qianyan, you two aren't still awake, are you? Shen Xiwei, what if we haven't slept? We are genuinely dating. Qianyan, I suspect he might be lacking. You should test him, otherwise, if you marry him and find him inadequate, you'll have no one to cry to when you wish to leave. Shen Xiwei, you're thinking too far ahead. Qianyan, I'm not joking. Do you know how Zhao Tingshan's mother died? Shen Xiwei, how? But Qianyan, it was because she wanted a divorce but couldn't obtain one. She jumped from a building. My father always dissuades you from marrying into the Zhao family, fearing that if you marry, escaping will be exceedingly difficult. Shen Xiwei was aware of Zhao Tingshan's mother's tragic fate but had not realized its connection to this matter. Recalling Zhao Tingshan's earlier words, she felt a twinge of fear for the first time. He must be joking, right? Qianyan, in any case, you should try soon, if you end up marrying him and discover he is inadequate. Wouldn't that be devastating? Chapter 83, their new home. Shen Xiwei understood, fearing Qianyan would continue her tirade. She acquiesced. Qianyan, remember to come for my father's birthday. He'll probably once again urge you not to marry Zhao Tingshan. Every time Shen Xiwei encountered her uncle, he would attempt to persuade her against the union. Shen Xiwei always allowed his words to drift in one ear and out the other. The following morning, Zhao Tingshan came to take Shen Xiwei to see his new residence. Previously he either stayed at the Zhao family home or at Shen Xiwei's place. Now, he finally had his own house. The prospect of this being their future home intrigued Shen Xiwei. The house boasted a grand garden and a pool. She ascended the stairs to view the bedroom. The room was spacious, with Zhao Tingshan's belongings minimal. He had even prepared a vanity and a walk-in closet for her. The double sink in the bathroom was also a thoughtful touch. Shen Xiwei stood before the mirror, taking a half-body photo with her phone. Zhao Tingshan entered, asking what she was doing. Shen Xiwei replied, come here, let us take a photo. Zhao Tingshan approached and stood beside her. Shen Xiwei tugged at his large hand. Hold me. He extended his arms. Lifting her effortlessly, the sudden sensation of being airborne startled Shen Xiwei, prompting her to grasp his neck tightly. Gazing at the man before her, she mused, why do I feel like you find it so easy to hold me? He was clad in attire, making it hard to discern, yet she truly felt his strength. Holding her phone in one hand and resting the other on his shoulder, she snapped several photos before declaring, alright, I'm done, you can set me down now. He placed her on the sink. Shen Xiwei noticed him staring at her, causing her cheeks to flush. She inquired, what is it? Zhao Tingshan responded, is there anything missing? I can have someone prepare it. Shen Xiwei found it amusing. You're the one moving in, not me. Why ask me what is lacking? Zhao Tingshan gazed at her, then why not move in with me? That won't do, Shen Xiwei replied. I'm accustomed to living at home. Besides, my father sometimes returns. I prefer staying at my own place. Zhao Tingshan looked at her and simply replied, oh, noticing his forlorn expression. Shen Xiwei suggested, you can just stay at my house. You already have a ready-made room. Whenever you find me displeasing, you can come here instead. I would never find you displeasing. That is hard to say. Shen Xiwei regarded the handsome man before her, realizing he was growing increasingly appealing. Each time he returned after a period of absence, he seemed to have reached a new level of handsomeness. Zhao Tingshan declared, my wife can only be you, but if I don't marry you, will you remain single for life? This thought momentarily stunned Shen Xiwei, leading her to reflect on her previous life. She wondered if Zhao Tingshan truly remained single in the end. What are you thinking about? Zhao Tingshan asked, noticing her gaze was unfocused as she sat before him. His emotions felt tangled. Sometimes, he believed Shen Xiwei harbored affection for him. Other times, he felt she might not truly care for him. Shen Xiwei met his gaze and confessed, I was thinking about you. Oh, how shameless. Then let me go. Stop holding me. If you find me distasteful, why are you still holding me? Zhao Tingshan, embracing his fragrant and soft wife, could never bear to let go. He found her delightful. Shen Xiwei, noticing his tendency to speak in short bursts, chose to disregard it. She picked up her phone to review the photo she had just taken, feeling quite satisfied. Although she was not short at 1.71 meters, being held by Zhao Tingshan made her appear petite. She remarked, they turned out quite well. Zhao Tingshan observed her pleased expression. Is a single photo enough to make you this happy? Shen Xiwei lifted her head. What do you know? I enjoy taking many pictures so that when you're not by my side, I can still look at you. Zhao Tingshan watched as she opened an app to edit the photos. He did not release her, instead keeping her nestled within his embrace, patiently watching. After Shen Xiwei finished editing, she noticed him quietly gazing at her and smiled. She suddenly recalled what Xiaoyan had mentioned about his mother's tragic fate due to her inability to escape a marriage. Such matters were not easy to inquire about. However, seeing Zhao Tingshan before her, Shen Xiwei did not dwell on it. If they were to marry, she believed she would not consider divorce. Just then, someone entered the room. It was Zhao Tingshan's uncle Qi Chang. Upon seeing Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan together, he remarked, so, you two are here. Observing Shen Xiwei nestled in Zhao Tingshan's embrace, He added, well, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. I shall take my leave. With that, he descended the stairs. Shen Xiwei thought it was too late to stop him. She turned to Zhao Tingshan. What brings your uncle here? Zhao Tingshan replied. He oversaw the renovations of the house. Zhao Tingshan provided the suggestions, while Qi Cheng facilitated the arrangements, having not grown up in the Zhao household. Zhao Tingshan shared a closer bond with his uncle. He preferred to seek Qi Cheng's assistance for many matters. Qi Cheng treated him well, considering him family. Shen Xiwei followed Zhao Tingshan downstairs and saw Qi Cheng sitting on the sofa. Upon seeing Qi Cheng, Shen Xiwei politely greeted uncle. Although nothing untoward had transpired between her and Zhao Tingshan, a sense of guilt crept over her, as if she had been caught in an illicit affair. Qi Cheng regarded the two and inquired, how is the house, any issues, are you satisfied? Shen Xiwei replied, I think it's quite good. Tingshan remarked, since you two will be living together after marriage, I've prepared a great deal of things for you. That rascal knows how to delegate. However, if you have any grievances, feel free to voice them directly to me. It's quite good, Shen Xiwei reiterated, thank you for your hard work, uncle. Previously, she had addressed him as Uncle Qi. But now calling him uncle felt more intimate, which pleased Qi Cheng greatly. With Zhao Tingshan's belongings moved in, he had officially taken residence here. Uncle personally cooked a meal to celebrate the housewarming. After dining, Zhao Tingshan took Shen Xiwei to her company in the afternoon. Before exiting the car, she leaned in and gave Zhao Tingshan a quick kiss before opening the door. Pei Yunxiao had just returned from a visit to the offline store when he noticed Shen Xiwei stepping out of the vehicle. And the person inside the car was none other than Zhao Tingshan. He caught a fleeting glimpse, but could not see clearly. As Shen Xiwei approached, he asked, did you not come to the company this morning? Why does it concern you? Who are you? Shen Xiwei shot him a disdainful glance and dashed inside. Zhao Tingshan remained in the car, watching her retreating figure, his gaze landing on Pei Yunxiao, who was still staring at Shen Xiwei. Although Shen Xiwei had ignored him, as a man Zhao Tingshan was acutely aware of the implications behind Pei Yunxiao's gaze towards Shen Xiwei. In the afternoon, as Shen Xiwei sat at her desk, someone delivered bubble tea. Shen Xiwei, this is for you, Shen Xiwei queried, who was so kind as to treat me to bubble tea. It's from Manager Pei in the RD department, who is exceptionally handsome. I wonder what good fortune he has to treat everyone to bubble tea. Such a nice person, but I do wonder if he has a girlfriend. Chapter 84. Aunt Flo arrived. Shen Xiwei glanced at the bubble tea on her desk. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Pei Yunxiao, he has truly become wealthy. She recalled how back in high school he used to treat everyone with her money, and everyone adored him for his generosity. After she had distanced herself from him, he had laid low for a while. To her surprise, he was now treating everyone to bubble tea. She chose not to drink it and handed it to someone else. She had no desire to entangle herself with this man. One sip could lead to future obligations. In the afternoon, Shen Xiwei exited the company. Since Zhao Tingshan had dropped her off at noon, she had not driven and thus summoned the driver to pick her up. After waiting in the lobby for a while, a man descended from the upper floor. Looking at her, Shen Xiwei, she looked up and saw Xie Lin, Xiao Nian's ex-boyfriend. Each encounter with this face made her uneasy. Although he was not unattractive, even somewhat handsome, the memories of her past life loomed large. It was this man who, after marrying Xiao Nian, had callously taken her life while she was pregnant, even after being captured. He had smiled at the cameras as if he had committed no wrong. When she learned that Xiao Nian was dating him, she had urged them to part ways. Now, seeing him gaze at her with such a cold expression made her wary. Shen Xiwei stood up defensively and asked, what are you doing here? Instinctively, she worried he might attack her. Xia Lin replied, what is going on with Xiao Nian? She blocked me. What did I do to upset her? Shen Xiwei said, I'm not sure about her situation, then help me call her, I'll ask her myself. Shen Xiwei certainly did not want to make the call, moreover, she had advised them to break up. She replied, I haven't been in touch with her lately. Noticing her defensive demeanor, Xia Lin coldly remarked, do you dislike me? I haven't wronged you, have I? Shen Xiwei retorted, I'm leaving. As she exited, Xia Lin pursued her. Why are you leaving? We weren't finished talking. He lunged forward to grab Shen Xiwei. Terrified, she struggled, let go of me. As she backed away, she stumbled right into someone's embrace. Turning her head, she found Pei Yunxiao standing before her. Seeing her frightened expression, Pei Yunxiao turned to Xia Lin. Mr. Xia, what is going on here? Xia Lin, upon seeing Pei Yunxiao, said, I was just asking her a personal question. I'm not bullying her. Who knew she'd react so strongly? He left in a huff. Shen Xiwei stared at his retreating figure, her body trembling. Pei Yunxiao noticed her fixation on Xia Lin and asked, are you alright? Shen Xiwei lifted her gaze to Pei Yunxiao. Feeling a bit embarrassed at being caught in such a vulnerable moment, she composed herself. I'm fine. Pei Yunxiao asked, are you afraid of him? This man was a recent client of their company, and they were in discussions for collaboration. Shen Xiwei responded, it's none of your business. She attempted to leave, but Pei Yunxiao grasped her arm. I'll take you home. No need, the driver is coming. Shen Xiwei replied. Pei Yunxiao pronounced her name deliberately. Look at me. Shen Xiwei met his gaze. What do you want to say? I just want to know what I did to offend you. Why do you dislike me so much? Back in school, I might have been immature, but over the years, we shouldn't have any conflicts, right? Why do you act as if you see a plague when you see me? You used to like me so much. As he held onto her, Shen Xiwei felt an unsettling sensation as if ants were crawling over her skin. The discomfort compelled her to push his hand away. "Don't touch me, it makes me feel nauseous." It hadn't been an issue before, but especially now. He was dressed in a manner that reminded her of her most loathed memories. She could almost hear him saying, "Shen Xiwei, hurry up and die." She recalled the moment he had cast her out of his home without a shred of reluctance. Upon returning home, Shen Xiwei found herself sitting on the bed, looking rather disheartened when Xiao Nian arrived. Xiao Nian approached and sat on the edge of the bed, asking, "What's wrong?" Shen Xiwei observed Xiao Nian's concerned expression. In her past life, she had not been close to Xiao Nian due to her absence from Beijing. However, in this life, having spent the last few years together, their bond had deepened significantly. Reflecting on Xiao Nian's tragic fate in her previous life, Shen Xiwei felt a surge of anxiety. She embraced Xiao Nian, saying, "It's nothing now, I just ran into Xia Lin. Did he trouble you?" "Not exactly," Shen Xiwei replied. "He said he wanted to call you, but I didn't agree. If he dares to trouble you, I won't let him get away with it." Xiao Nian's protective instincts kicked in. Although she had previously liked Xia Lin, after their last argument, Shen Xiwei had also perceived his unsavory qualities, leading her to sever ties. It's better to stay away from people like that. "I think he is a bit unstable. He looks like the type who could be abusive." Xiao Nian responded, "No way, his temper isn't that bad." Seeing Xiao Nian's favorable impression of Xia Lin, Shen Xiwei was at a loss for words. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and Zhao Tingshan appeared. Spotting him, Xiao Nian stood up. "Your boyfriend is here. I'll take my leave." After speaking, she exited, advising Zhao Tingshan. Shen Xiwei isn't feeling well. She might be under the weather. Please keep her company. Understood. Once Xiao Nian left, Zhao Tingshan approached. He looked at her. "What's wrong?" Noticing her pale complexion, Shen Xiwei felt an overwhelming sense of security at his presence. With him around, it seemed like nothing could faze her. She confessed, "Aunt Flo has arrived. My stomach hurts a bit." Zhao Tingshan gazed at her. "Shall I massage your stomach?" Before she could finish her sentence, he had already moved closer, sitting beside her. He let her lean against his broad shoulder while his hand gently rested on her abdomen. Shen Xiwei had never been this intimate with him before. She stared at the man before her, feeling a mix of emotions as Zhao Tingshan looked at her, typically maintaining restraint in her presence, but today, for reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming urge to hold her close. As if she might shatter if he didn't. After embracing her for a while, he noticed Shen Xiwei leaning against him, nearly drifting off to sleep, and asked, "Feeling any better?" Shen Xiwei replied, "Just having you by my side makes it better." Hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan couldn't help but smile helplessly. "Then I'll always be by your side," Shen Xiwei teased. "You're a liar. How could you always be by my side?" Seeing her playful demeanor return, Zhao Tingshan felt a sense of relief. Just then, his phone rang, and upon answering, he heard his father Zhao Qi's irritated voice. "Where have you been? Everyone is waiting for you." At this moment, Zhao Tingshan was supposed to accompany his father to socialize with his old colleagues. Chapter 85. Stock God. Hearing his father's voice, Zhao Tingshan remained remarkably calm, though slightly uncomfortable. "I'm with her. What's wrong with her?" Zhao Tingshan glanced at Shen Xiwei and said to his father, "I won't be coming today, maybe next time." After finishing, he hung up the phone. Shen Xiwei gazed at Zhao Tingshan, thinking that when her father called, it would be to scold her. However, Zhao Tingshan remained remarkably composed. Shen Xiwei inquired, "Aren't you concerned about not going over?" "It's not particularly important." He often found himself absent, and now that he had finally returned to stay for a while, his father was intent on arranging social engagements for him. Truth be told, he found such matters rather bothersome. Nevertheless, for his father's sake, he was willing to cooperate with anything concerning Shen Xiwei. Naturally, he would fulfill his father's requests. Zhao Tingshan looked at Shen Xiwei and asked, "What is it that makes you so concerned?" Shen Xiwei replied, "I simply saw someone I detest." Pei Yunxiao, she added, although he was also loathed. Shen Xiwei continued, "I'm not quite sure how to express it. I saw my cousin's ex-boyfriend, and I have an uneasy feeling about him. I'm somewhat frightened." Just the thought of Xia Lin filled her with dread. Even though she had faced death once, she had never encountered a murderer. There was no telling when he might commit some outrageous act, yet in this life, he was powerless to act, nor could he be prosecuted. It made her feel as if he were a ticking time bomb. Zhao Tingshan reassured her, "There is no need to worry. I'm here." Shen Xiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan and nodded. With him by her side, she felt significantly more at ease. She was unsure why. Perhaps it was due to his choice of profession. There was nothing more reassuring than a soldier. On Saturday, it was her uncle's birthday banquet. As Zhao Tingshan had prior commitments, so Shen Xiwei arrived alone. Upon seeing her, her uncle asked, "You didn't bring Zhao Tingshan with you?" Shen Xiwei replied, "Uncle, please don't always think of separating me from him whenever you see me." Zhao Ziyuan scoffed, "You just refused to listen to advice." Xiao Nian approached, asking if she had come alone. He had something to attend to. Ever since Zhao Tingshan returned, he had been exceedingly busy. Moreover, Shen Xiwei thought it was for the best that he didn't come. Quite a few people outside were already aware of her relationship with Zhao Tingshan, and they were particularly eager to curry favor with Zhao Ziyuan. If he showed up, it would likely become quite bothersome. Xiao Ziyuan went to greet the guests, and Shen Xiwei sat for a while with Jiang Yan, who was also entertaining her friends. Jiang Yu was present as well ever since discovering Shen Xiwei's relationship with Zhao Tingshan. She had regarded Meng Qingran as a thorn in her side, treating Shen Xiwei and Xiang Yan exceptionally well. She always managed to find opportunities to appear before them during events. Xiang Yan was adept at playing the social game and paid no mind to her. Jiang Yu turned to Shen Xiwei and said, "Miss Shen, how have you been lately?" "Quite well," Shen Xiwei replied, lacking any enthusiasm. Jiang Yu, being overly familiar, added, "I saw Meng Qingran at my uncle's company the other day. She was there for an interview, but don't worry, I had her sent away." She scoffed. She wants to enter the financial sector without considering her own capabilities. Just as she finished speaking, Shen Xiwei spotted Meng Qingran. Dressed in a professional suit, she was accompanied by a man. Shen Xiwei racked her brain, feeling that he looked familiar but couldn't place him. She asked Jiang Yu, "Do you know that man?" Jiang Yu glanced over and, upon recognizing the man with Meng Qingran, froze. Lu Mingxiao. How could he be with Meng Qingran? Lu Mingxiao. Upon hearing the name, Shen Xiwei turned to look at the man. No wonder he seemed familiar. She had seen his name online, where he was heralded as a stock market genius. Lu Mingxiao. Yet, he appeared quite youthful now. Xiang Yan leaned in closer and remarked to Shen Xiwei, "A big shot in the financial world. Known as the stock god, whatever he buys it rises. He has made a fortune over the past couple of years, and many wish to ride his coattails to wealth, but he seldom takes anyone under his wing unless they invest money with him. Do you know the two major legends in the financial sector lately? He is one of them, and who is the other?" Shen Xiwei inquired, knowing Lu Mingxiao but not the other. "Tao Ran," Xiang Yan replied. "She is a woman, but I've never seen her. She is very low profile, rarely makes public appearances, she never misses, specializing in obscure stocks that continuously rise. No one knows what she does." Tao Ran. Upon hearing the name, Shen Xiwei was somewhat taken aback, for Tao Ran was her assistant. When she had previously expressed a desire to invest, her father arranged for her to have two assistants. As she was often busy with classes, she had entrusted her assistant to handle those investments. Hearing the term stock god made Shen Xiwei find it somewhat amusing. Jiang Yu had already approached Lu Mingxiao, greeting him, "Mr. Lu." Lu Mingxiao clearly didn't recognize Jiang Yu and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Jiang Yu. My uncle owns Jiangnan Securities." Lu Mingxiao replied coolly. Meng Qingran, standing nearby, watched Jiang Yu with a darkened expression, her gaze filled with suspicion. After Jiang Yu had greeted him, Meng Qingran had felt uneasy. Her job search had been quite challenging, yet fortune smiled upon her unexpectedly, allowing her to secure a position at Lu Mingxiao's company. Becoming his secretary, Jiang Yu addressed Lu Mingxiao. "Mr. Lu, how can you be with her? Meng Qingran is my classmate, and her character is quite poor." Lu Mingxiao turned to glance at Meng Qingran, noting her composed demeanor. He chose not to explain himself. With a cold smirk, Lu Mingxiao replied to Jiang Yu, "My associates are not for you to slander. Just because your uncle is the owner of Jiangnan Securities, you think you're something special. I needn't elaborate on the caliber of Jiangnan Securities, right? He was known for his bad temper and never indulged anyone. Additionally, he had powerful backing, leaving him unafraid of anything." Meng Qingran felt relieved seeing Lu Mingxiao defend her. She had always known that even in a dark world, there would always be opportunities. People like Lu Mingxiao were unaffected by Jiang Yu's influence. Jiang Yu, feeling humiliated after being rebuffed by Lu Mingxiao, returned to her seat. Falling silence, Xiang Yan turned to Shen Xiwei and remarked, "I've heard that Lu Mingxiao typically avoids women. I never expected he would treat Meng Qingran so well." Shen Xiwei replied, "Meng Qingran has always been quite charming." Throughout the evening, Lu Mingxiao engaged in discussions while Meng Qingran sat beside him, her role as his secretary reflecting her quiet, composed demeanor. After the banquet concluded, she followed Lu Mingxiao to the car. Inside, Lu Mingxiao asked her, "Did you offend that woman?" Meng Qingran realized he was referring to Jiang Yu and offered a wry smile. "I come from a modest background, so naturally, I can't relate to the second-generation elites at places like Qingbei. Thank you for standing up for me, Mr. Lu. You truly are different from others. Had you not taken me in, I might have left Beijing." As she spoke, her expression was pitiful, evoking sympathy. Chapter 86. "I'm not familiar with him." The car glided along the road as Lu Mingxiao observed her and suddenly asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Meng Qingran was taken aback. "Why do you ask, Mr. Lu?" "Just curious," he replied. "No," she answered. "Where do you live? I'll have the driver take you home," he offered. "I share an apartment with friends," she explained. "I didn't have anywhere else to stay." "So is it a male or female roommate?" he inquired. "A male," she answered. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxiao suggested, "You should move out. The company will provide you with housing. It's not appropriate for a girl like you to live with a guy." Noticing Meng Qingran's silence, he added, "Come to the office tomorrow, and I'll have my assistant contact you." "All right." The driver dropped Meng Qingran off downstairs. After he departed, she ascended to her apartment. Standing at the door, she paused, recalling Lu Mingxiao's suggestion to move out. At that moment, her mind was blank, and she wasn't quite sure what to think. But now, how would she broach this topic with Pei Yunxiao? Upon entering, she found Pei Yunxiao already home, seated at the computer, engrossed in work. She approached him and said, "I'm back." Pei Yunxiao glanced up, noticing her smile, and asked, "You're back so late, did you finish your work?" Meng Qingran nodded. Yes, it's just that the company is a bit far. I might want to move out. Move out. Pei Yunxiao was somewhat taken aback by her words. Meng Qingran, fearing his displeasure, explained, the company is providing housing because the commute is too long. I don't have a company car like you do, Yunxiao. You're not upset, are you? I'll still come back to keep you company. She lowered her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. Recently, Pei Yunxiao had been feeling a twinge of regret about living with Meng Qingran due to his encounters with Shen Xiwei, and now, upon hearing her intention to move out, he felt a flicker of happiness. Yet, this fleeting joy was quickly suppressed. How could he think like that? He and Meng Qingran had already developed feelings for each other. That if he wished for her to leave, how was he any different from a beast? He reached out and embraced Meng Qingran, saying, take good care of yourself. If you have any issues, remember to tell me. Meng Qingran nodded. The next morning, Shen Xiwei was still asleep when a phone call roused her. Sitting up, she answered the call from Tao Ran, who said, Miss Shen, the people from the investment company mentioned that their boss, Lu Mingxiu, wishes to meet you and wants to know when you are available. Shen Xiwei responded, Lu Mingxiu, why does he want to see me? It's likely because our recent profits have been promising and he is interested in discussing the stock market with you. Many have been calling to arrange meetings lately. Because others are of no significance, she chose not to mention it. However, Lu Mingxiu's identity is quite extraordinary, Shen Xiwei remarked. Please help me decline. She was utterly ignorant, relying solely on the abundance of information she consumed on Douyin and Weibo in her previous life. Aware of which stocks had plummeted and which ones were fervently pursued by the masses. Wouldn't that reveal her lack of knowledge during their conversation? Woken by the commotion, Shen Xiwei felt disinclined to return to sleep. She descended from the upper floor, intending to have a bite to eat. Last night, Zhao Tingshan had accompanied her back before leaving. She was uncertain whether he had risen at this hour, taking a seat. She sent him a message. Aunt Zhou entered, announcing, Miss Pei Yunxiao has arrived. What brings him here? He claims to represent the company. He heard you were unwell and came to check on you. Sent by President Hu. Upon hearing President Hu's name, Shen Xiwei replied, let him in. Before long, Pei Yunxiao entered, still dressed in his usual attire but with a different colored suit. Noticing Shen Xiwei having breakfast, he approached, pulled out a chair, and sat down with familiarity. Are you feeling better? The last encounter between the two at the office had ended on a sour note, leaving Pei Yunxiao quite unsettled. After some contemplation, he finally found a reason to visit her. Shen Xiwei remarked, I was fine until you showed up. Pei Yunxiao gazed at her and inquired, when will you return to the office? I haven't seen you there lately. I might not plan to go back. Xia Lin knows I'm working at Dama. Shen Xiwei always felt insecure about it. Pei Yunxiao looked at her. That cannot be the case. Observing the anxious expression on his face, Shen Xiwei frowned. What does it have to do with you? It's President Hu's directive, Shen Xiwei countered. President Hu doesn't concern himself with my affairs. I'm merely there to obtain an internship certificate. Even if I don't show up every day, he would still issue it to me. He doesn't care. However, her personal interest in Dama was what motivated her to consider working there. Pei Yunxiao gazed at Shen Xiwei, saying, but I hope you return to Weiwei. If I have wronged you in the past, I wish to make amends now. Meng Qingran had already moved out, so he no longer had to be conflicted. Pei Yunxiao glanced around the apartment. Though he could afford to rent a 100-square-meter place, feeling like a successful individual, everything paled in comparison to what Shen Xiwei had. Shen Xiwei sipped her kanji as Pei Yunxiao continued. Please give me another chance, will you, young Master Tingshan? Aunt Zhou addressed as Zhao Tingshan entered the room. Upon seeing Pei Yunxiao, he stood up, looking at Zhao Tingshan, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time, and extended his hand to Zhao Tingshan. Long time no see. He attempted to shake hands with Zhao Tingshan, who had previously been a thorn in his side. However, at this moment, he no longer felt the same animosity towards him. He had heard that Zhao Tingshan ultimately did not attend Qingbei, while he himself had graduated from there. What did his excellent high school grades amount to now? Zhao Tingshan regarded this unexpected guest and naturally did not extend his hand, merely asking, what are you doing here? His tone was imposing. Pei Yunxiao paused briefly before responding, I'm here on President Hu's behalf to visit Weiwei. Weiwei. Zhao Tingshan looked at Pei Yunxiao. Is that how you refer to her? Are you quite familiar? As for the company, just inform President Hu, and she will not return. And Pei Yunxiao frowned and addressed Zhao Tingshan. She hasn't declared her intention not to go. She performed quite well at the company previously. On what grounds do you presume to decide for her? Simply because I am her boyfriend and her intended. Zhao Tingshan had never been one to vie for favor, yet in front of Pei Yunxiao, he showed no leniency. Pei Yunxiao turned to Shen Xiwei, asking, do you enjoy him managing your affairs so much? Shen Xiwei, is marrying such a man truly what you desire? If you wed him, I foresee that you will have no freedom whatsoever. Shen Xiwei lifted her gaze to Zhao Tingshan and instructed Aunt Zhou, Aunt Zhou, please escort Pei Yunxiao out. Aunt Zhou promptly approached. Mr. Pei, please. Pei Yunxiao, sensing he was being dismissed, exited. Shen Xiwei looked up at Zhao Tingshan. Noting his cold demeanor, she handed him a peeled egg, urging him to take a bite. I'm not hungry, Zhao Tingshan replied. Shen Xiwei recognized his displeasure and clarified, he came on his own. I'm not familiar with him. Chapter 87, Lu Mingxiu's identity. His gaze toward you is far from innocent. Do you truly believe I would rekindle feelings for a man who once treated me so poorly? Shen Xiwei's attitude somewhat subdued Zhao Tingshan's discontent. He observed her gentle demeanor, saying, "My father mentioned he plans to go to the hot springs this afternoon and asked if you would like to join. Rarely did Zhao Qi have a holiday. And Zhao Tingshan was free, so he extended the invitation to him without directly mentioning Zhao Tingshan's name, referring instead to Shen Xiwei. She replied, the weekend was perfect for a leisurely outing." On the way, Zhao Tingshan drove while Lu Qiqi invited Shen Xiwei to dine out, to which she replied that she was already out having fun upon arriving at the hot spring hotel. They encountered Zhao Yuan in the lobby. Seeing Zhao Tingshan and Shen Xiwei, he greeted them politely. "Are you alone?" Shen Xiwei inquired. "My father didn't he come?" Zhao Yuan replied. "Oh." Shen Xiwei was somewhat surprised. "Wasn't he the one who invited us? He had some urgent matters to attend to. My mother and uncle are here instead. Since we're all here, let us enjoy ourselves. Brother, shall we go horseback riding?" Zhao Tingshan glanced at Shen Xiwei, asking, "Do you want to go? We can give it a try. Since we're already here, it's a good opportunity to stretch our legs." They had someone deliver their belongings to their room, and Shen Xiwei followed Zhao Tingshan and Zhao Yuan to go horseback riding. Zhao Tingshan chose a horse for her. Since their visit was impromptu, it couldn't compare to Zhao Yuan's steed, a prized Arabian horse. The horse was somewhat tall, and Zhao Tingshan assisted Shen Xiwei in mounting it, asking, "Are you scared?" "Not at all." She took the reins. Previously, while out, she had ridden before, but this was her first time riding solo. Zhao Tingshan selected a horse for himself and accompanied her. The horse trotted slowly across the grass, not breaking into a gallop. Shen Xiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan and remarked, "You know how to ride?" "I had no idea. What is it that you think I cannot do?" He seemed capable of anything. Zhao Tingshan replied, "There are quite a few things I cannot do." "Then tell me, what can't you do?" After a moment of serious contemplation, he replied, "I cannot leave you." His words made her cheeks flush. Zhao Yuan was quite skilled. He had enjoyed riding since childhood. If it weren't for his mother's opposition, he would have aspired to compete in equestrian events. After riding a lap, he noticed Zhao Tingshan and Shen Xiwei playing and paid them no mind. Shen Xiwei had practiced for a morning and was becoming quite adept. Her confidence growing, she no longer needed Zhao Tingshan's assistance and could ride independently. Zhao Tingshan helped her dismount, and as she landed, she patted her backside, saying, "I think my feet and backside are sore." Too engrossed earlier to notice, she now realized it was indeed quite challenging. Zhao Yuan teased, "Sister-in-law, you're just too delicate. A few more times, and you'll get used to it." Zhao Tingshan shot a glance at his brother. "Delicate?" Zhao Yuan, sensing the look from Zhao Tingshan, immediately retreated. Although he knew his brother was protective, he was merely joking. Zhao Tingshan was quite intimidating. Zhao Tingshan turned to Shen Xiwei, asking, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. Just a bit hungrier." Zhao Yuan chimed in, "My mother just messaged us, asking us to return for dinner." Shen Xiwei followed Zhao Tingshan as they all returned to the hotel. After changing her clothes, she joined Zhao Tingshan for dinner. Upon entering the restaurant, she was surprised to see Zhao Yuan seated beside his mother, Madame Zhao. To her astonishment, Lu Mingxiu was also present. His gaze was fixed upon Zhao Tingshan and Shen Xiwei. Madame Zhao cheerfully called out, "Tingshan, Weiwei, come sit." Noticing Lu Mingxiu's presence, Shen Xiwei couldn't help but ask, "Who is this?" And Madame Zhao smiled, "This is my brother, Lu Mingxiu. He is also Zhao Yuan's uncle." "Your brother?" Shen Xiwei was somewhat taken aback. Lu Mingxiu appeared to be no older than 30. Thus Shen Xiwei had not connected the two. They were, in fact, contemporaries. Madame Zhao chuckled, "Doesn't he look quite youthful? He is a bit younger than I am." When she gave birth to Zhao Yuan, she was only 21. Now that Zhao Yuan was 18, she was merely 9 years older than Lu Mingxiu. Shen Xiwei responded, "Not at all. In truth, Madame Zhao appeared quite young." However, as Zhao Tingshan's stepmother, Shen Xiwei always viewed her as an elder. "How should I address him?" Shen Xiwei inquired. Lu Mingxiu replied, "You can call me Lu Mingxiu, just my name will suffice, then I shall address you as Mr. At my uncle's birthday banquet, I heard everyone addressing you that way." She vividly remembered when he rebuffed Jiang Yu. To her surprise, his sister was Madame Zhao. With this connection, it was no wonder he was so audacious. Lu Mingxiu scrutinized Shen Xiwei, a smirk playing on his lips. "That works for me." Madame Zhao introduced, "This is Shen Xiwei, Tingshan's girlfriend." Although they haven't registered their marriage, Weiwei is already considered part of the Zhao family. Lu Mingxiu replied, "Indeed." Madame Zhao continued, "Everyone must be hungry, let us eat. Old Zhao will probably be late. He tends to get caught up in work just as they were about to begin their meal. Lu Mingxiu's phone rang. He answered the phone in the restaurant, and you walked in directly. "Who is it?" inquired Mrs. Zhao. "It's the new assistant from the company." Lu Mingxiu replied. As his words fell, a girl clad in a white dress entered. "Come, take a seat." Lu Mingxiu invited. The newcomer was none other than Meng Qingran. Shen Xiwei initially believed that Meng Qingran had merely joined Lu Mingxiu's company. However, she was astonished to find that he had brought Meng Qingran to such a place. Meng Qingran approached him and sat down, addressing him as President Lu. Mrs. Zhao curiously scrutinized Meng Qingran, noting her delicate and demure appearance. "This assistant of yours, I don't recall having seen her before," she remarked. Didn't I mention, she's new, just hired a couple of days ago. A university student from Qingbei, still interning, Lu Mingxiu explained. Isn't that just like Weiwei? Mrs. Zhao glanced at Shen Xiwei. Meng Qingran lifted her gaze to glance at Shen Xiwei. But upon noticing that Shen Xiwei wasn't speaking to her, she lowered her head, refraining from saying much. She hoped to avoid leaving a negative impression on the Zhao family during their first encounter. Wishing merely to diminish her own presence, Shen Xiwei sat beside Zhao Tingshan, enjoying her meal, while Meng Qingran was at Lu Mingxiu's side. Lu Mingxiu treated her kindly, occasionally serving her dishes, concerned she might go hungry. After finishing their meal, Meng Qingran said, "Well, President Lu, I shall return to my room now." She hadn't anticipated encountering Shen Xiwei and the others here while accompanying Lu Mingxiu. Even more surprising was that Lu Mingxiu and this Mrs. Lu were siblings. Go ahead, Lu Mingxiu replied. Meng Qingran exited the room. Mrs. Zhao turned to Lu Mingxiu and asked, "Are you interested?" Her brother had always been single, though he had numerous female admirers. She's just a young girl. What interest could I possibly have? Lu Mingxiu responded. A young girl, yet I see you are not discerning. You shouldn't spend all your days playing. It's time to find someone and settle down. Mrs. Zhao advised. Lu Mingxiu looked at Mrs. Zhao and chuckled. You haven't managed your own life well, yet you wish to pull me into yours. How have I not managed my life? Mrs. Zhao shot him a glare. Lu Mingxiu glanced at Zhao Tingshan, who was seated beside Shen Xiwei, leaving unspoken words lingering in the air. After their meal, everyone exited the restaurant, and Shen Xiwei left with Zhao Tingshan. Lu Mingxiu watched their retreating figures before turning to his sister. Don't you have any thoughts about Zhao Tingshan's return? What thoughts could I have? Mrs. Zhao replied. You have been at the Zhao family for so many years, and Yuan grew up there too upon his return. He has become the heir of the Zhao family. You genuinely don't care, Mingxiu. Mrs. Zhao gazed at him, her gentle expression now tinged with gravity. Make sure your brother-in-law doesn't overhear this, you know his temperament. Brother-in-law, Lu Mingxiu retorted, he only has eyes for that woman. Where is your place in his heart? Enough, Mrs. Zhao interjected. I called you out to enjoy yourself, not to discuss such matters. Speaking of them only brings displeasure. She had managed to stay close to Zhao Qi for such a long time precisely because she had never fought or competed. And no matter how fiercely she fought, her son could never replace Zhao Tingshan. Nor could she assume the position Qi Yu held in Zhao Qi's heart. From the very beginning, her presence beside Zhao Qi was merely due to her resemblance to that woman, seeing his sister perpetually in this state. Lu Mingxiu chose not to comment further. He returned to his room, which had its own hot spring, soaking in the warm water, with a glass of red wine beside him. He recalled his sister's demeanor. Feeling a hint of helplessness, just then, Meng Qingran entered. Upon seeing Lu Mingxiu at the doorway, she stammered, Lu, President Lu, you just messaged me saying you had something to discuss. What is it? Lu Mingxiu inquired. I just had a few work-related questions I wanted to ask. Though I wasn't aware you were soaking in the hot spring, she replied, turning away, unable to meet his gaze. Observing her innocent demeanor, Lu Mingxiu suggested, would you like to join me for a while? No, thank you, Meng Qingran declined. I am not that kind of person. I will wait for you in my room. With that, she exited the hot spring area and returned to her room. Lu Mingxiu rose from the pool and went to her room. Finding Meng Qingran seated on a chair, he approached her from behind, sitting beside her in a manner that seemed somewhat flirtatious. You sought me out. What is it you wanted? Meng Qingran held a tablet. Expressing her confusion over certain matters and hoping to seek his guidance, he reached out, taking the tablet from her hands to examine the data displayed. I don't quite understand this part. She stated, even while enjoying yourself, you still work hard. You are quite diligent, Lu Mingxiu remarked. Meng Qingran replied, I just started at the company, and I need to learn more to keep up with your pace. He admired her industriousness and explained the problem to her. Noticing his bare upper body, Meng Qingran felt shy and decided to leave. As she stood to depart, Lu Mingxiu grasped her hand, pulling her back. Since I have helped you with your difficulties, shouldn't you assist me in return? He embraced her, gazing at her innocent visage. He had to admit, her appearance genuinely stirred something in him. Meng Qingran's face turned pale with fear as she pushed against him. President Lu, I am not that kind of person. Did you not deliberately come to my room to attract my attention? He teased, leaning in to kiss her. Meng Qingran raised her hand to block him. Preventing the kiss. Observing her resistance, Lu Mingxiu chuckled. You must know that once you share my bed, you will gain much more. But I did not join the company to sell my body. I admire your talent and work ethic. Wishing to learn from you, I worked hard to gain admission to a good university to change my circumstances through my own abilities. My parents raised me not to be someone else's entertainment. Meng Qingran asserted, her voice filled with grievance. Lu Mingxiu, observing her serious tone, stood up. All right, you may leave. He moved to the side and lit a cigarette. From this angle, his face appeared strikingly handsome, young and wealthy. With his sister being MRS. Zhao, it was undeniable that he possessed many favorable qualities. Previously, he had viewed Pei Yunxiao as the pinnacle, but now, reflecting on Pei Yunxiao, he suddenly felt he was not so remarkable after all. Meng Qingran stood up, anxiously regarding him. President Lu, are you implying that I am to be terminated? Lu Mingxiu glanced at her and clarified, you have officially passed the interview. Had you acquiesced to my earlier request, I might have been disappointed. He had no need for a woman who constantly sought to climb into his bed. Thank you, President Lu. Upon reaching the door, Meng Qingran stood at the threshold, recalling Lu Mingxiu's reaction, and couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had gambled correctly. Had she agreed to his request, she might have been taken advantage of and subsequently dismissed, losing her chance to be near him forever. Exiting Lu Mingxiu's room, Meng Qingran found herself aimlessly wandering and eventually spotted Shen Xiwei sitting in the garden, immersed in her computer work, typing away vigorously. Wei, Meng Qingran called out, startled by the sudden voice while drafting. Shen Xiwei quickly closed her laptop. What are you doing? I noticed you were here alone. Didn't Zhao Tingshan accompany you? Meng Qingran inquired. What, you wish to become his girlfriend? Shen Xiwei retorted, noticing Shen Xiwei clinging to past grievances. Meng Qingran replied, that incident was a moment of folly on my part. It has been so long. Are you still upset? Shen Xiwei responded, apologies, but I tend to hold grudges. I remember your shameless actions quite vividly. Meng Qingran's eyes reddened. It was precisely because of that incident that Jiang Yu has been harassing me, even denying me internship opportunities. It's not as if I instigated Jiang Yu to trouble you. You were the one with ill intentions, and now you're facing retribution. How is that my concern? Must you speak so coldly? Meng Qingran lamented. Your words hurt my feelings. I don't know many people in Beijing, and I always thought we were at least friends. Not everyone can be my friend, Shen Xiwei replied icily. I don't need to treat you warmly. Perhaps I should award you for your commendable actions instead. Wang Yan has been locked up for so long, only recently released. Surely you haven't forgotten about that. Mentioning Wang Yan, Meng Qingran's expression froze momentarily. The time had elapsed so long that she had nearly forgotten about it. Wang Yan should have been released by now, Shen Xiwei asked curiously. Do you think she will come looking for you? Meng Qingran finally steadied her emotions and replied, her imprisonment has nothing to do with me. I didn't force her into those actions, whether or not you instigated her. You know in your heart, Shen Xiwei scorned. Lu Mingxiu, the stock god, has lost his sight. How could he possibly take an interest in someone like you? Reflecting on his past life, where he ultimately achieved great success, she was taken aback to see him entangled with Meng Qingran in this life. What did you say? Just as Shen Xiwei finished speaking, Lu Mingxiu appeared. This woman, not she actually said I was blind. Chapter 89. This supporting character is too cheap. Lu Mingxiu approached. Meng Qingran looked at him. President Lu. His gaze fell upon Shen Xiwei as he inquired, am I blind? Although you are Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, you haven't officially married into the Zhao family yet. Is that not a bit too arrogant? Shen Xiwei was taken aback by Lu Mingxiu's overreaction to her casual remark. She remarked to him, at your age, you should know better than to be so easily distracted by young women. To say you are blind would indeed be a generous understatement. You are nothing short of a lecherous old man. What did you say? Lu Mingxiu's expression darkened. Was she truly insulting him? Even if she was Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend, such disrespect was wholly unwarranted. Shen Xiwei retorted, isn't it clear from your reaction what I said? You heard me perfectly well. Lu Mingxiu replied, regardless of the circumstances, I am still your elder. Shen Xiwei responded dismissively, so you imply that not only are you blind, but also old? Meanwhile, Meng Qingran stood nearby, astonished that Shen Xiwei dared to argue with Lu Mingxiu. Did she not realize that Lu Mingxiu was the brother of Madame Zhao? Even Zhao Tingshan himself would likely not speak so freely in front of him. Ignoring him, Shen Xiwei grabbed her laptop and left, uninterested in engaging in a quarrel. She intended to find a different place to attend to her work. Originally, Zhao Tingshan was supposed to accompany her, but with someone else present, she found it difficult to concentrate and chose not to have him join her. To her surprise, she encountered Meng Qingran. Once she completed her draft, Shen Xiwei returned to her room and called Zhao Tingshan. He informed her that he was at the basketball court and had sent someone to pick her up. Upon her arrival, she spotted Zhao Tingshan and Lu Mingxiu playing basketball, while Zhao Yuan stood by, watching his brother with admiration. Realizing just how impressive he truly was, everyone had previously claimed that since he came from Yun City, he would surely be inept. Initially, Zhao Yuan had shared that sentiment, but he now recognized his brother's myriad talents. Meng Qingran was seated with Madame Zhao, engaged in conversation. I am reading that novel too. The author has several captivating works that I enjoy. That's wonderful. Madame Zhao replied, whenever I read novels, my husband and son tell me that I'm ruining my brain, yet I find them utterly delightful. Meng Qingran added, I also think they are excellent, especially that character in Xia. She is truly despicable. Every time I read about her, I feel a pang in my heart. Indeed, Shen Xiwei interjected as she took a seat. Noticing her, Madame Zhao smiled slightly. I heard you've been busy with work? Is your company really so unreasonable as to make you work on weekends? Yes. Shen Xiwei refrained from revealing that she was writing a novel. She glanced at Meng Qingran across the table, noting her remarkable ability to uplift everyone's spirits. Madame Zhao continued, I was just discussing with Qingran that in the novel I'm reading, there is a particularly loathsome female character named Xia. She constantly manipulates others to do her bidding while evading responsibility for her misdeeds. Upon hearing Madame Zhao speak of Xia, Shen Xiwei's lips twitched. Xia was her creation, inspired by none other than Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran remarked to Madame Zhao, such people are truly vile, I can't fathom what goes on in their minds. Precisely, Madame Zhao agreed. Seeing Meng Qingran criticize Xiao with such fervor, Shen Xiwei couldn't help but find it amusing. Meng Qingran then said, I heard that this author Shuang Ruoshui is from our school. I'll inquire about her identity later. That would be splendid, Madame Zhao exclaimed, filled with anticipation. Shen Xiwei thought to herself, witnessing how easily she had deceived Madame Zhao. She couldn't help but admire her talent for theatrics. She seemed intent on embellishing her own stature, as if merely being from the same school granted her some form of prestige. Noticing that Shen Xiwei was isolated from their conversation, Zhao Tingshan approached her. You've arrived. Shen Xiwei nodded in acknowledgement. Would you like to play for a while? Shen Xiwei stood up. All right. Meng Qingran observed the scene. Despite Lu Mingxiu's evident charm, Zhao Tingshan was undeniably handsome. Initially she thought the two would soon part ways, yet here they were years later. How wonderful it would be if she had a fiancé like Shen Xiwei from birth. Shen Xiwei joined Zhao Tingshan on the court as he handed her a racket. Lu Mingxiu, who had been conversing with Zhao Tingshan, noticed that his attention was now solely on Shen Xiwei. Turning to Meng Qingran, he inquired, Xiao Meng, do you play basketball? Meng Qingran replied, I'm afraid not. Given her background, she had seldom encountered such elite activities previously. She had tried to cultivate her relationship with Jiang Yu, but Shen Xiwei had disrupted her efforts. Lu Mingxiu, displaying patience, offered, I can teach you. Shen Xiwei interjected. Lu certainly enjoys playing the mentor. Is it a common trait among men to showcase their abilities in the presence of inexperienced women? Yet, your method of flirtation is rather uninspired, wouldn't you agree? Her disdain for Meng Qingran was no secret, and seeing Lu Mingxiu continually offer her opportunities only fueled Shen Xiwei's irritation. Lu Mingxiu's lips twitched as he glanced at Shen Xiwei and said, For Tingshan's sake, I won't hold this against you. However, I have yet to address your earlier comments about me being old and unattractive, and now you dare to provoke me again? Who would dare? Shen Xiwei replied, I merely fear that in the end, you may be the one who is played. Lu Mingxiu retorted, Don't presume that your privileged background grants you the right to look down upon those less fortunate than yourself. Qingran is quite remarkable. Mr. Lu, Meng Qingran interjected diplomatically, please don't be upset. Miss Shen was only joking and I'm not offended by her remarks. Seeing her defend Shen Xiwei only made Lu Mingxiu more protective of Meng Qingran. You are too accommodating, which gives others the impression that you are easy to bully. Prince, your girlfriend instigated this. You witnessed it yourself. I hope you can manage her behavior. As soon as Lu Mingxiu finished speaking, Zhao Tingshan, who had just finished a shot, glanced at him, his tone surprisingly polite. My girlfriend is simply like that. I apologize for troubling you, Mr. Lu. Lu Mingxiu chuckled. No one had ever dared to ask him to manage anything. He responded, Are you completely disregarding reason? He had expected Zhao Tingshan to at least exert some influence. I never concern myself with reason, Zhao Tingshan replied. Whatever Wei Wei says is what goes. Chapter 90. I am your uncle. Very well. Lu Mingxiu's gaze turned icy as he regarded Zhao Tingshan. Zhao Yuan, noticing the tension between his uncle and brother, approached, glancing at Meng Qingran. My sister-in-law merely spoke her mind. Why make a fuss over it? She is just a woman. What's the big deal? With so many girlfriends, why should you fixate on this one? You too. Zhao Yuan expressed his disdain. You come here and ruin the atmosphere by causing a rift between my uncle and brother. Zhao Yuan, Lu Mingxiu interjected, I am your actual uncle, and this is still my brother and sister-in-law. Zhao Yuan retorted, not oblivious to the hierarchy of their family. He knew well enough that if he dared to disrespect Zhao Tingshan, he would face serious repercussions. Lu Mingxiu declared, I'm done playing. Disheartened, he tossed the racket aside. Meng Qingran followed him closely. Mr. Lu, Madame Zhao, observing Lu Mingxiu's departure, inquired, not playing anymore? Lu Mingxiu replied, I'm going to rest to avoid further aggravation. Meng Qingran turned to Madame Zhao, saying, Madam, we shall take our leave now. I apologize for the inconvenience. As she spoke, she gathered Lu Mingxiu's belongings and followed him out. Once the unwelcome presence had vacated, Shen Xiwei looked at Zhao Tingshan. Shall we continue playing? Weren't you just arriving? Zhao Tingshan inquired. Let us keep playing. Zhao Yuan added, sister-in-law, that's just how my uncle is. Don't take it to heart. He'll be fine in no time. Madame Zhao suggested, you and your brother should continue playing while I check on things. Alright. Madame Zhao made her way to Lu Mingxiu's room. Upon entering, she found him seated, with Meng Qingran standing nearby. Watching him cautiously, she approached Lu Mingxiu and asked, What's all this fuss about? Why are you quarreling with a young girl? A young girl, Lu Mingxiu replied. I didn't want to engage with her. But she provoked me. Besides, what's her deal? Qingran is under my protection. She has been bothering Qingran constantly. What does she mean by that? In such a short time, I've already caught her twice. If someone like her were to marry into the Zhao family, your future would be quite bleak. She is Tingshan's girlfriend. And what of it? Lu Mingxiu shot back. He was still relatively young. Uncertain of what sort of spell this girl had cast over them, who could say whether the young master of your family had been deceived? I think Wei Wei is quite pleasant. She has always been respectful towards me. She may seem amiable now, but it's all a facade. A person's true character is revealed not in their public demeanor but in their treatment of others. She constantly belittles those from less fortunate backgrounds while putting on a show of kindness before you, disdainful of this and that. It is evident that her character is lacking. Madame Zhao lifted her head, glanced at Meng Qingran, and remarked, "Aren't you and Weiwei from the same school? She has no reason to target you, does she?" But typically Shen Xiwei was not like this, yet it was apparent that Shen Xiwei was indeed rather unkind towards Meng Qingran this time. Not even offering a smile upon seeing her lowering her head, Meng Qingran felt compelled to speak the truth as the situation unfolded. "Actually, Shen Xiwei and I used to attend the same school." "We are both from Yun City." "You are also from Yun City?" Madame Zhao inquired, her curiosity piqued as she regarded Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Weiwei and I were classmates. She had a crush on our school's heartthrob during high school. However, since the heartthrob did not reciprocate her feelings, she attributed the blame to me and has since harbored a grudge against me." "The heartthrob from your school? It's not Zhao Tingshan, is it?" "No," Meng Qingran replied. "Zhao Tingshan is not from our school. Shen Xiwei's affection has always been for Pei Yunxiao. She pursued him for quite some time, and he even stayed at her home for several years. Everyone at school knew about it. Eventually, seeing that Pei Yunxiao had no intention of reciprocating, she ended up with Zhao Tingshan." "Huh?" Lu Mingxiu interjected. "Sister, look at this. She is treating Zhao Tingshan as a backup. Bringing men home at such a young age. Does someone like her even deserve to marry into the Zhao family? Are you speaking without basis?" Madame Zhao cast a wary glance at Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran reassured, "Madam, I would never speak falsely. Such matters were common knowledge among our schoolmates. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth. I cannot fathom how she managed to deceive Zhao Tingshan into being so infatuated with her. Though she harbors disdain for me, I remain indifferent. I merely hope that young Master Tingshan is not deceived by her." Lu Mingxiu turned to Madame Zhao, stating, "Sister, you must have a serious talk with my brother-in-law regarding this matter. Someone like Shen Xiwei marrying into the Zhao family would be disastrous." Madame Zhao replied, "I shall discuss it with old Zhao later." Given that Shen Xiwei was Zhao Xi's daughter and shared a close friendship with Zhao Tingshan's mother, the engagement had been arranged during their youth, thus Zhao Qi held no objections towards Shen Xiwei, focusing solely on Zhao Tingshan's career. However, if Shen Xiwei truly possesses such a past, it cannot be concealed from old Zhao. After all, Zhao Tingshan is still quite young and might easily be led astray by a woman. Before dinner, Zhao Qi arrived. Madame Zhao went to greet him and returned to the room with him. Whenever Zhao Qi visited, the establishment refrained from accommodating other guests, leaving only their party present. Zhao Qi inquired, "How is Tingshan doing?" "Quite well. He should be with Weiwei at this moment. Their relationship is genuinely good." Madame Zhao responded. Zhao Qi remarked, "He grew up in Yun City, so it is only natural for him to be close to her. However, I heard some rumors today." "What rumors?" Madame Zhao recounted the events Meng Qingran had shared earlier. Upon hearing of Shen Xiwei's past of inviting someone into her home, Zhao Qi frowned. "You should investigate this matter. Look into this Pei Yunxiao and ascertain the truth." Madame Zhao nodded. "Understood." During dinner, Lu Mingxiu arrived, but Meng Qingran was absent. Zhao Qi preferred fewer people around, and since Meng Qingran was merely an assistant, Lu Mingxiu naturally refrained from bringing her along. He sat nearby and asked Zhao Qi, "Brother-in-law, are you so busy with work that you're occupied even on weekends?" "Not too bad," Zhao Qi replied. Due to Zhao Qi's serious demeanor, Lu Mingxiu dared not speak further. After the meal, Madame Zhao invited Shen Xiwei to enjoy a hot spring, to which Shen Xiwei agreed, as Zhao Tingshan had also been summoned by his father. In the room, Madame Zhao sat on the sofa and, upon seeing Shen Xiwei enter, said, "Please have a seat." "Madam, is there something you wish to discuss?" Shen Xiwei asked, noting the gravitas in Madame Zhao's demeanor. Madame Zhao addressed Shen Xiwei, "It is nothing urgent, merely some inquiries I wish to make. I have heard that during your time in secondary school, you were quite close to a boy named Pei Yunxiao." The moment Madame Zhao began speaking, Shen Xiwei understood that Meng Qingran had likely reported her. Without waiting for Shen Xiwei's response, Madame Zhao continued, "Prior to dinner, I spoke with your uncle, who confirmed that you indeed had strong feelings for Pei Yunxiao and are reluctant to marry into the Zhao family. Is this true?" Chapter 91, My relationship with her. Initially harboring doubts regarding Meng Qingran's words, Zhao Zhiyuan's corroboration suggested that Shen Xiwei's relationship with Zhao Tingshan was not as harmonious as they portrayed. In another room, Zhao Tingshan sat before his father and asked, "What is it that you need from me?" Zhao Qi gazed at him. "Do you have feelings for Shen Xiwei?" Caught off guard by his father's sudden interest in his romantic life, Zhao Tingshan replied, "Why are we discussing this? I have heard she once had a crush on someone. Are you aware of this?" Zhao Tingshan affirmed, "Yes." "Then why are you still with her? We are doing well together." Seeing his unwavering resolve, Zhao Qi felt compelled to shatter his illusions. "But Weiwei does not harbor feelings for you." Zhao Tingshan furrowed his brow. "Who told you that?" "Her uncle mentioned it," Zhao Qi replied. "She has someone she likes. It is merely due to complications with that boy that she is with you now." "Tingshan, although you have had an engagement since childhood, I have always believed that such arrangements are rather absurd. Marriage should be based on mutual affection. If she does not love you, it would be wise to part ways sooner rather than later." "She loves me. Are you certain?" Zhao Tingshan hesitated, as the question left him momentarily speechless. He could sense that Shen Xiwei's affection for him was not entirely genuine. it felt as though she was always gazing past him at someone else, though their interactions were generally pleasant. And she often indulged him. He could not comprehend why she had suddenly shifted from ignoring him to being so attentive. This inconsistency left him with a nagging sense of insecurity, as if at any moment she might decide to leave him. Observing Zhao Tingshan's silence, Zhao Qi discerned that he had already reached a conclusion in his heart. I have heard that each time you visited the Shen family to see her, you were turned away. Perhaps this is due to that boy, and she is merely with you as a substitute, but she may regret it at any moment, so I hope you do not act foolishly. Love that is forced is rarely sweet, nor is it a desirable pursuit. Zhao Qi left the latter part unsaid, for he was living proof of that truth. Emerging from his father's room, Zhao Tingshan headed next door. Knowing Shen Xiwei was there, he stood at the door, overhearing Madame Zhao conversing with Shen Xiwei. You need not concern yourself with the engagement. Our families maintain a cordial relationship, even if you do not marry Zhao Tingshan. The Shen family can still count on our assistance when needed. She could understand that, given the Shen family's standing, they might hope for their daughter to marry into the Zhao family, yet she did not agree with sacrificing Shen Xiwei's lifelong happiness for such a prospect. Zhao Tingshan lingered at the door, contemplating whether to enter. Their relationship was not yet solid, and Madame Zhao's words raised questions. Though his father's concerns made him wary, he could not accept the thought of Shen Xiwei leaving him. At that moment, Shen Xiwei spoke up. I am with Zhao Tingshan because I genuinely like him. There are no ulterior motives. As for Pei Yunxiao, he was merely the son of our family's driver who lived with us for a time while I sought his help with my studies. However, we have long since parted ways. Everyone at school knows he was dating Meng Qingran. Are you implying that Meng Qingran is Pei Yunxiao's girlfriend? Yes, Shen Xiwei confirmed, eventually due to Pei Yunxiao's father's insistence that he should be with me. Believing Meng Qingran unworthy of him, they were forced to separate. Zhao Tingshan knows all about my past, and if Auntie believes that my intentions towards him are insincere or that I do not truly care for him, she is mistaken. I genuinely cherish him. Moreover, pausing momentarily, Shen Xiwei added, if I end up marrying someone other than him, I would prefer to remain single for the rest of my life, having faced death once. She held little hope for love, yet, for Zhao Tingshan, he was the one, thus she was willing to try again, to put forth effort, even if the outcome might not be perfect. Ultimately, she sought to remedy the regret of not having seen him in her past life. Shen Xiwei's gaze was resolute. Madame Zhao regarded her, wanting to say something, but refrained. She too cherished Zhao Qi, thus even if Shen Xiwei were but a stand-in, she would willingly remain by his side. Compared to Qiyu, she was more docile, content to revolve around this man. In that instant, she felt as if she saw herself reflected in Shen Xiwei's determined eyes, rendering her unable to voice any doubts. Noticing Madame Zhao's silence, Shen Xiwei continued, I hold no affection for Meng Qingran, for she is not a good person. Back in school, when my father came to pick me up, she commanded her friends to spread rumors online that I was being kept, tarnishing my reputation. Ultimately, all the blame fell on her friends, who took the fall for her while she faced no consequences at all. And now, this very person is with Mr. Lu. Of course, seeing her displeases me. Madame Zhao was taken aback by the depth of the situation. I will discuss this with Mingxiu later, then I shall take my leave, Shen Xiwei concluded, stepping out of the room. Initially, the plan had been to enjoy the hot springs, but she discerned that Madame Zhao's true intention was not merely to invite her but to engage her in conversation. As soon as the results were announced, Zhao Tingshan was seen standing at the entrance. She gazed at him, momentarily taken aback, before her expression softened. What brings you here? I was planning to come inside. Zhao Tingshan looked at her, initially hesitating. He too wondered if Shen Xiwei might harbor feelings of aversion towards him. However, having just overheard her conversation with Madame Zhao, he felt considerably reassured. Shen Xiwei asked, you didn't overhear what I just said, did you? He remained silent. Shen Xiwei reached out, taking his hand, and together they walked outside. On their way, she inquired, what did your father want to discuss with you? He didn't mention my relationship with Pei Yunxiao, did he? Oh, Zhao Tingshan replied, it's not important. How can it not be important? Shen Xiwei retorted, he wouldn't prohibit me from being with you, would he? Madame Zhao's words had already insinuated such a notion, yet, she was merely Zhao Tingshan's stepmother. His father, however, was a different matter entirely. If he were to disallow her from being with Zhao Tingshan, her past with Pei Yunxiao certainly left much to be desired. She loathed her previous infatuation. Zhao Tingshan reassured her. It's all right. How can it be all right? Shen Xiwei insisted. What if he resorts to various means to force me away from his son? I cannot bear to leave you. People like them often wield considerable influence. Shen Xiwei feared she might not withstand such pressure. Noticing her genuine concern, Zhao Tingshan embraced her, saying, it's truly fine. As long as I wish to be with you, no one can separate us. Shen Xiwei asked, really? Zhao Tingshan, observing her troubled expression, lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, affirming, indeed, Wei. Suddenly, Shen Xiwei recalled something significant. Wait for me a moment. What? She stepped out of his embrace, retrieved her phone, and made a call. Chapter 92, your father is also here soon. The person on the other end answered, Wei, uncle. Shen Xiwei stood beside the flower bed. Are you being unreasonable? Why did you tell Madame Zhao that I don't want to be with Zhao Tingshin? You nearly caused me great trouble. Madame Zhao was quite close to her uncle, and she believed his words without question. Yet her uncle was fully aware of her relationship with Zhao Tingshin, and she had expressed her feelings for him numerous times. His actions were utterly inconsiderate of her feelings. Xiao Zhiyuan did not perceive any wrongdoing on his part. She called to ask about Pei Yunxiao, and I simply spoke the truth. I stand by my words. I would rather you be with Pei Yunxiao than Zhao Tingshin. I heard Pei Yunxiao is doing well at my technology. The last time I saw him, he seemed to be quite a decent fellow. Why must you insist on liking Zhao Tingshin? Mind your own business, Shen Xiwei replied, her face stern. If you continue this way, I will be furious. I let your previous comments slide, but if Zhao Tingshin and I were to part ways because of you, I would despise you. I only want what's best for you, her uncle retorted. Do you really think I would harm you? Regardless, I will state this clearly. Stop pretending to care about me. You people are merely self-righteous. Fine, Xiao Zhiyuan continued. You've really developed quite the temper. Your mother never had such a temper. Shen Xiwei abruptly hung up the phone, realizing her uncle's deliberate interference was aimed at severing her connection with Zhao Tingshin. She felt genuine anger. This matter would undoubtedly require further discussion with her uncle. After the call, Shen Xiwei returned to Zhao Tingshin's side. Noticing her serious demeanor, Zhao Tingshin asked, "Are you all right?" "It's nothing," she replied. "It's just my uncle. I don't know what benefits he's received, but he always hopes I end up with Pei Yunxiao. He spends his days causing chaos, leading them to believe I don't like you." Upon saying this, she turned to Zhao Tingshin. "Regardless of what others say, Zhao Tingshin, I truly like you. Unless one day you find me bothersome, I will never leave you, just as you said. No one can take me away from your side." Zhao Tingshin, meeting her gaze, tenderly reached out, stroking her head. Lu Mingxiu was in his room when he received a call from his sister. Madame Zhao did not beat around the bush, informing him about Meng Qingran's past as Pei Yunxiao's girlfriend and the incident that had led to someone being imprisoned. Lu Mingxiu made a call to have the matter investigated. By the following morning, the information arrived. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Mingxiu discovered that Pei Yunxiao and Meng Qingran had indeed been together, not only during high school but also while she was in college, where they worked together. Recalling the day he had asked her if she had a boyfriend and she had replied in the negative, Meng Qingran entered the room. "Lu Zone, good morning, this is the breakfast just delivered from the hotel." She placed the breakfast on the table. Lu Mingxiu looked at Meng Qingran and asked, "Are you in a relationship with Pei Yunxiao?" Meng Qingran's hand faltered for a moment as she looked at him. "Lu Zone, I'll ask you directly, is there any truth to this?" Meng Qingran denied. "No, are you certain?" Lu Mingxiu pressed. "During your university years, you frequently spent time together, even working part-time. Recently, you were living together. And you told me you weren't dating?" "Absolutely not." Meng Qingran's gaze was resolute. "Pei Yunxiao stopped liking me a long time ago. His affections lie with Shen Xiwei. He has always been indifferent towards me. When everyone at school turned against me, it was out of desperation that I asked him to help me find a job. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, remembering the time she had first started working with Pei Yunxiao. It was clear he had shown no interest in her. His heart belonged solely to Shen Xiwei, and he longed to be with her. She could see that he worked tirelessly, his gaze long since devoid of her. Yet she had no choice. In the capital, she had no one to rely on and could only seek warmth in his company. Fortunately, as time passed and Shen Xiwei no longer appeared in his life, his attitude towards her softened somewhat. Even when they lived together, she still had to shoulder the household chores. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Thus, when she reached this point, Meng Qingran was genuinely moved. She was not lying. Lu Zone, these matters are my personal affairs, and I shouldn't be discussing them with you. However, for people like Pei Yunxiao and me, no matter how hard we strive, it is exceedingly difficult to establish ourselves in the capital. Pei Yunxiao understands this too. Shen Xiwei once liked him. If he could win her heart back, he could become wealthy. How could he ever develop feelings for me? I heard you previously had a friend take the blame for you. Did Shen Xiwei say that? Meng Qingran sighed bitterly. Does she wish for my demise? In truth, I pose no threat to her, nor do I have any grounds for comparison. If I truly did anything, would the police not apprehend me? She is Zhao Tingshin's girlfriend and the daughter of the Shen family. If I had any leverage against her, she wouldn't wait until now. She would only seek to sow discord in front of you. If Lu Zong chooses to believe her, there is nothing I can do. I can leave the company or return to Yunchang. Regardless, someone like me is destined for a bleak future. Observing her earnest defense, Lu Mingxiu felt a pang of sympathy. He addressed Meng Qingran. "Pack your things. It's time to return to work. Today is Monday." He exited the room, accompanying Meng Qingran back to the company. Upon arrival, Madame Zhao called him, inquiring about Meng Qingran's situation. "Have you asked about Meng Qingran?" Lu Mingxiu responded, "I have. If Wei Wei's words are true, then you should cease all contact with her." Lu Mingxiu retorted, "She hasn't done anything wrong, but if I were to sever ties with her based on Shen Xiwei's words, it would only make me appear weak." Mingxiu, Madame Zhao expressed her exasperation with her brother's stubbornness. "Must you insist on this course? I've already told you, as long as she hasn't committed a crime, I have no interest in meddling in her affairs. After all, I'm no saint." With that, he hung up the phone. Madame Zhao could only shake her head in resignation. At noon, after dining with Zhao Yuan and Madame Zhao, Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan returned home. Upon their arrival, they found that her father had just returned from Yunchang. Shen Xiwei took the opportunity to vent her frustrations regarding her uncle. Shen Wenbin remarked, "I'll have a word with him later. Dad, are you going out? I have some matters to attend to and will be dining out this evening." Later that night, Zhao Tingshan had to travel to a neighboring city for work. Having just finished her writing at home and with dinner not yet served, Shen Xiwei received a call from Meng Qingran. "Wei, Lu Zong has invited you to join him for dinner. Lu Mingxiao, I don't have time to eat with him. Your father is also present." As Shen Xiwei entered the private room, she saw Lu Mingxiao seated there with Meng Qingran demurely beside him. Her father sat nearby, appearing rather rosy-cheeked, likely from consuming a fair amount of alcohol. Chapter 93. Not giving him face. Everyone took turns toasting him. He was reluctant to drink, but Lu Mingxiao insisted it would be disrespectful not to. Although the Shen family held the title of the richest in Yunchang, it paled in comparison in a place like the capital. Especially when facing someone like Lu Mingxiao. Madame Zhao's brother, Shen Wenbin, considering that his daughter would eventually marry into the Zhao family, was keen to avoid offending him. Shen Xiwei approached. "Dad, why have you had so much to drink? Your health has always been poor. Drinking so much alcohol is tantamount to courting death, is it not?" Wei, upon seeing his daughter, Shen Wenbin inquired, "What brings you here?" Shen Xiwei cast a glance at the row of white liquor glasses set before her father, noticing that everyone was eagerly anticipating the spectacle, waiting for him to drink. The arrival of Shen Xiwei piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, who recognized her as Shen's daughter. Remarking on her striking appearance, Shen Xiwei replied, "My father is unwell and cannot handle such excessive drinking. I shall take him home." Upon spotting Lu Mingxiao, she surmised his intentions. His sudden approach to her father was likely due to his inability to deal with her directly, thus seeking to trouble her father instead. "How utterly shameless!" Lu Mingxiao, with a light-hearted demeanor, remarked, "Your father hasn't finished his drink yet. Leaving now would be rather dull, wouldn't it?" "Indeed," the others chimed in, adding to the ruckus. Shen Xiwei glared at Lu Mingxiao, asserting, "If you wish to drink, then drink. My father cannot. If anything happens, will you take responsibility?" Lu Mingxiao retorted, "Since you are so concerned for your father, why not drink in his stead?" The onlookers fixated on Shen Xiwei, as if her refusal to drink would prevent her from leaving the premises. Shen Xiwei glanced at the row of liquor, then picked up the wine cup resting on the table, pouring the liquor from the small glasses into it. Lu Mingxiao, seated nearby, observed her boldness with intrigue. Wondering how she would react to consuming such a quantity of alcohol. He recalled her arrogance, bolstered by the support of Zhao Tingshan, and resolved to teach her a lesson. Shen Xiwei approached Lu Mingxiao, holding the wine cup, and declared, "Since Lu insists I drink, allow me to toast you instead." Lu Mingxiao responded, "How sincere of you. If you manage to finish this all, I shall forgive your previous affronts." "Thank you for your graciousness, Mr. Lu," Shen Xiwei exclaimed, lifting the cup, but instead of drinking, she poured the contents onto Lu Mingxiao's head. Initially, everyone anticipated Shen Xiwei would comply and drink, but to their astonishment, she boldly drenched Lu Mingxiao with liquor. "Shen Xiwei, what are you doing?" Meng Qingran stood up, anxiously watching her. Lu Mingxiao, clad in a suit and sans tie, found his meticulously styled hair thoroughly soaked, appearing quite disheveled. "You certainly possess audacity," Shen Xiwei addressed Lu Mingxiao, saying, "If no one wrongs me, I shall not wrong others. If you have grievances, direct them at me, but do not bully my father." "And how do you intend to settle this with me?" Lu Mingxiao countered. "You ought to consider the setting." As he spoke, his bodyguards surged forward, encircling Shen Xiwei and her companions. Secretary Yan approached, gazing at Shen Xiwei, saying, Wei, "You must understand, this is Lu Mingxiao." Shen Wenbin wished to avoid offending him. Yet now Shen Xiwei had splashed liquor on him. She feared Lu Mingxiao might retaliate. Shen Xiwei boldly challenged Lu Mingxiao, "It's apparent you're quite incensed. Care to test your strength against me?" She was unperturbed by the prospect of him striking her. He might only deliver a blow, but the repercussions of such an act were uncertain for him. Lu Mingxiao chuckled, "You are Jia Tingshan's fiancée. I would never dare harm you." However, he glanced at Secretary Yan, standing beside Shen Xiwei. "Your father's secretary is rather easy on the eyes. Since you refuse to drink with the rest, let her keep us company," he commanded the person who had poured the drinks to fill Secretary Yan's glass. Fearing a brawl, a Secretary Yan quickly interjected, "I shall drink." She then followed their lead, raising her glass to Lu Mingxiao. "Mr. Lu, please forgive our Wei. She is merely a young girl, unaware of her ways." As Secretary Yan downed several cups, the crowd showed no signs of relenting. Shen Xiwei exclaimed, "Lu Mingxiao, must you persist in this manner? Do not be upset. I have not harmed you. She is merely a secretary, a mere diversion for everyone." "What is so significant about that?" As he spoke, he pulled out a chair, gesturing to Shen Xiwei. "Miss Shen, please take a seat." He feigned politeness while his associates continued to pour liquor for Secretary Yan. Ignoring him, Shen Xiwei reached for her phone to call the authorities. Nearby, someone stood up and deliberately knocked her phone from her grasp, sending it into the boiling pot in the center, with a feigned look of regret. They said, sorry Miss Shen, it was unintentional, I assure you, I will replace your phone with the latest model. Liu Mingxiu persisted, please, Miss Shen, take a seat. Meng Qingran watched Shen Xiwei from the side, an air of satisfaction in her gaze. She was aware of Shen Xiwei's support, but now, what could she do? Initially she had no desire to treat Shen Xiwei harshly, yet upon hearing her audacious words in front of Lu Mingxiu, she was eager to witness Shen Xiwei's downfall. Just then, someone entered the room. Her uncle, the newcomer, was Zhao Yuan, who approached and surveyed the gathering, asking, what is going on here? What brings you here? Lu Mingxiu recognized that Zhao Tingshan was absent, leaving Shen Xiwei without support. Yet he had not anticipated Zhao Yuan's appearance. As Zhao Yuan remarked, I was invited to dinner by my uncle, yet I was not informed. As soon as Zhao Yuan arrived, Lu Mingxiu instructed everyone to cease their actions. Secretary Yan was released, her face flushed from drink. Zhao Yuan turned to Shen Xiwei, asking, sister-in-law, are you alright? Shen Xiwei had summoned Zhao Yuan prior to her arrival, but due to his late arrival, he had just now appeared. She replied, my father has had too much to drink. I must take him home. Had you not come, your uncle might not have granted me this favor. Mr. Lu, may I leave now? In the presence of Zhao Yuan. Lu Mingxiu's demeanor shifted, becoming amicable. You speak as if I would deny you. Very well, let us disperse. Sensing Shen Xiwei's displeasure, Zhao Yuan noted her anger. Shen Xiwei took her father and Secretary Yan to the hospital. Uncertain of how much he had drunk, hoping to help him sober up, concerned, Zhao Yuan accompanied her. Liu Mingxiu changed into a fresh outfit and approached with Meng Qingran at his side, noticing Zhao Yuan with Shen Xiwei. He feigned innocence. I apologize. My intentions were merely to invite your father to dinner. I did not anticipate such a misunderstanding. Clearly, his intentions had been deliberate, yet he now played the role of the benevolent host. Meng Qingran stood beside Shen Xiwei, asking, Wei, is your father alright? Mr. Lu did not mean any harm. He merely wished to treat your father to a meal. Here is your phone. She handed over an unopened device. Shen Xiwei did not reach for it, instead addressing Lu Mingxiu. Mr. Lu, please have your assistant take it. Chapter 94. A rejected invitation. With Secretary Yan also intoxicated, Shen Xiwei was overwhelmed and had to summon her own people. Thus Tao Ran was present as well. Hearing Shen Xiwei's request, she stepped forward and retrieved the phone from Meng Qingran's hands. The name Tao Ran caught Lu Mingxiu's attention. He turned to her, noticing she appeared composed despite being around 30. What is your name? Tao Ran, that is my name. Does Lu have any guidance for me? Do you engage in stock trading regularly? Tao Ran instinctively glanced at Shen Xiwei before nodding at Lu Mingxiu. Yes, Mr. Lu, previously, your company's representatives reached out to me several times, but unfortunately, I was too occupied. I did not expect to meet you in this manner. I had thought you to be quite admirable, yet I find myself somewhat disappointed today. Lu Mingxiu was taken aback. Tao Ran, clutching the phone, stepped back behind Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei coldly addressed Lu Mingxiu, since you have expressed concern, I kindly request that you take your leave. Rest assured, I will relay tonight's events to Mrs. Zhao in their entirety. Liu Mingxiu regarded her, inquiring, Mr. Shen should be fine, I assume. Shen Xiwei replied, you would do well to hope that he is. Having said this, she entered the hospital room to care for her father. Zhao Yuan turned to Lu Mingxiu, stating, Uncle, you should return now. I will see them home. He then pulled Lu Mingxiu toward the exit, exasperated. What on earth is going on? If not for my uncle, I would be at home enjoying a game with my girlfriend. Lu Mingxiu interjected, wait a moment, I still have matters to attend to. What business could possibly require your attention? Zhao Yuan asked in confusion. Liu Mingxiu glanced at Tao Ran, still holding the phone. Miss Tao. Might we have a word? Tao Ran replied, I'm sorry, but I have nothing to discuss with Mr. Lu. With that, she walked away. Liu Mingxiu watched her retreating figure, reluctantly exiting the premises. Zhao Yuan escorted him to the car. Feeling somewhat relieved, during the drive, Meng Qingran, seated beside Lu Mingxiu, seized the opportunity to stir the pot. Mr. Lu, are you alright? Shen Xiwei truly crossed the line. How dare she pour wine on you? Regardless, you are her elder. If she were to end up with Zhao Tingshan, she would have to address you as uncle. Lu Mingxiu remained unresponsive, lost in thought about Tao Ran. If only he could recruit her to his company. It would be splendid. The driver dropped Meng Qingran off downstairs. The residence was provided by Lu Mingxiu. She turned to him, asking, would you like to come up for a while? Lu Mingxiu regarded Meng Qingran, responding, you should rest. Had it been a different time, he would have accepted her invitation. However, at this moment, his thoughts were entirely consumed by other matters, leaving him devoid of any interest in her. Meng Qingran gazed at Lu Mingxiu. Recalling the last time he had attempted to touch her, she had assumed that by extending an invitation he would surely accept, but to her astonishment, he had declined. Consequently, she had no choice but to exit the vehicle herself. Shen Xiwei stayed at the hospital to care for her father until dawn, and only when she saw him awaken did she feel a measure of relief after the previous night's excessive drinking. She had genuinely worried about his well-being. Shen Wenbin lay in bed as Tao Ran handed him a glass of water, which Shen Xiwei then offered to her father. Shen Wenbin admitted, I drank too much last night. Shen Xiwei replied, that Lu Mingxiu deliberately got you drunk. You should avoid dining with him in the future. Regardless, he is still the brother of Madame Zhao. Once you marry Zhao Tingshan, you cannot afford to offend his family. The older generation tends to hold family and friends in high regard. However, Shen Xiwei did not share this sentiment. She believed that relatives, in the end, could not be relied upon. No matter how well one gets along with them in ordinary times. Few would extend a helping hand when it truly matters. Dad, Shen Xiwei said, the matters concerning Zhao Tingshan are ours to handle. You need not accommodate others for my sake. We should simply focus on living our own lives. It is not that simple, Shen Wenbin responded. We are now in the capital, which is different from Yun City, a small place where anything goes, but now what if this is the case, it would be better to stay in Yun City. Shen Wenbin looked at Shen Xiwei and said, you speak foolishness, aren't you and Tingshan getting along quite well? We are aware of our own situation with him, just make sure to ignore Lu Mingxiu in the future. If he troubles you, I will find a way to deal with it. Alright, after arranging for her father's discharge, Shen Xiwei took him home and went straight to the Zhao residence. To her surprise, both Meng Qingran and Lu Mingxiu were present, along with Madame Zhao. Meng Qingran somehow had procured a ticket to a fan meeting for Shuang Ruoxue, claiming that Shuang Ruoxue would also attend. She was currently discussing this with Madame Zhao, and the two were even contemplating attending together. Meng Qingran seized every opportunity to curry favor with Madame Zhao. As Shen Xiwei entered, she addressed Meng Qingran, saying, I wonder where you got such baseless rumors to bring before Auntie. Meng Qingran stiffened, staring at Shen Xiwei. What do you mean? Shen Xiwei replied, you said Shuang Ruoxue's fan meeting would feature her, yet I'm entirely unaware of such an event. She hardly has the time. She has rejected several engagements arranged by the publisher. Meng Qingran retorted, how can you be so certain that she won't attend when you don't even know who Shuang Ruoxue is? I am indeed certain, Shen Xiwei stated, because I am Shuang Ruoxue. Those books were written by me. How could I not know whether I will attend? You wrote them. Meng Qingran looked at Shen Xiwei in disbelief. You must be joking. Last time, you said you had never read a novel. Just because I haven't read them doesn't mean I can't write. Madame Zhao, having observed Shen Xiwei's angry demeanor, inquired, Weiwei, how is your father? He has been discharged. Shen Xiwei replied to Madame Zhao, it seems Auntie is already aware of this matter. I came today seeking justice. Madame Zhao shot a glare at Lu Mingxiu, remarking, Mingxiu said he merely wished to have a meal with your father. There was no other intention. I've already scolded him. Even if it was just a meal, one cannot constantly force others to drink. Shen Xiwei glanced at Lu Mingxiu, stating, I have already contacted Zhao Tingshan. He will be here shortly. We can discuss this matter when he arrives. Isn't Tingshan rather busy? Madame Zhao remarked. There is no need to trouble him over this. This situation is indeed my brother's fault. She had long warned Lu Mingxiu not to stir up trouble, yet he had still acted recklessly, resulting in such a predicament. Meng Qingran addressed Shen Xiwei, saying, Shen Xiwei, although I know you have a good relationship with Zhao Tingshan, Madame is your elder. Who are you directing that attitude towards? Her tone was soft, yet her words were laced with reproach. Deliberately using her gentleness to cast Shen Xiwei in a confrontational light, Shen Xiwei replied, of course, I'm directing it at you. You are just as you were before, always managing to have others fight your battles for you. Now even this Mr.Lu has become your pawn. However, I'm curious to see whether Mr.Lu would sacrifice himself to protect you. Chapter 95. Do you still recognize her? Seeing Shen Xiwei storm in, Lu Mingxiu sat nearby, observing her with a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing Shen Xiwei claim that Lu Mingxiu was her weapon, Meng Qingran hurriedly explained, Mr.Lu has his own ideas when it comes to work. You shouldn't speak like that. I'm just an ordinary person. Mr. Lu has merely given me a job opportunity. I don't possess such great capabilities. You're an ordinary person. Shen Xiwei smiled. What ordinary person would be so shameless? Shen Xiwei, Meng Qingran, infuriated, could not restrain herself from calling her name. Realizing that her emotions were spiraling, she composed herself, adopting a facade of concern for Shen Xiwei. You're going to marry into the Zhao family, so you should be mindful of your image. Meng Qingran was aware that the Shen family had some wealth and knew about Shen Xiwei's relationship with Zhao Tingshan. Yet she remained brazen even in the Zhao residence, where Madame Zhao was her elder. Did she not fear the Zhao family looking down on her? My image requires no concern from you, Shen Xiwei replied. I have never cared much for my image. As for you, I wonder what kind of trash bag you are, so adept at holding so much. You pretended to be Zhao Tingshan's girlfriend before, and now you feign familiarity with Shuang Ruoxue. Upon hearing Shen Xiwei mention Shuang Ruoxue, Meng Qingran frowned. So what you mean is, you really are Shuang Ruoxue? Do you think my skin is as thick as yours? To randomly cling to relationships with others, Shen Xiwei said, pulling out her phone. Since you're so concerned about Shuang Ruoxue, you should have her Weibo, right? Why not check it now? I have that, Madame Zhao interjected. As she usually used Weibo, she signaled for a servant to bring over a tablet and open Weibo. Meng Qingran leaned in to look as well. On Shuang Ruoxue's Weibo, there was nothing. Meng Qingran turned to Shen Xiwei, saying, Didn't you want us to check Weibo? There is nothing here. Shen Xiwei glanced at her, took her phone, and opened the app while everyone was still using computers. She had already started using Weibo on her phone. Soon, Shen Xiwei typed a few words and posted them. You can take a look now, she said to Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao refreshed the page and indeed saw that Shuang Ruoxue had posted a Weibo update. Just a few words, stupid Meng Qingran. Madame Zhao accidentally read the words aloud and Meng Qingran's face darkened, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. If Shuang Ruoxue were not Shen Xiwei, she would never have uttered such words, yet now the words on the screen said it all. Madame Zhao cleared her throat. She was usually very refined, but had inadvertently uttered a curse. She looked at Shen Xiwei and asked, Wei, you truly are Shuang Ruoxue? It was merely a pastime, something I wrote in my dormitory to kill time. Had she not brought it up, I wouldn't have mentioned it. I just cannot stand certain people as shamelessness. Always trying to ride on others' coattails while using my identity to curry favor with Madame Zhao. I truly don't know where she gets the audacity. Madame Zhao inquired, what about the fan meeting? Regardless, I won't attend, nor do I know where Meng Qingran got that information. Shen Xiwei speculated that Meng Qingran was simply looking for any event to engage Madame Zhao in conversation. It was unlikely that Madame Zhao would genuinely attend. Madame Zhao glanced at Meng Qingran, who replied, Madam, I doubt that is enough. Madame Zhao interjected. We'll discuss this matter later. It's not particularly important. Wei, you mentioned Tingshan is coming back? When is he expected to arrive? Shen Xiwei checked the time and indicated that he would be arriving soon. Upon hearing Zhao Tingshan's name, Meng Qingran's expression stiffened. Zhao Tingshan was coming? What about last night's incident? Would Lu Mingxiu face any trouble? If he got into trouble, what would happen to her in the future? Meng Qingran felt a sense of panic but did not wish to give up. She mustered her courage and said to Shen Xiwei, Wei, I simply adore Shuang Ruoxue. Your writing is exquisite. I am also a fan of yours. I mean no other harm. Shen Xiwei regarded Meng Qingran and replied, Oh, I'm quite surprised that you like my work. Your own works are quite remarkable, with so many admirers. I'm merely a reader. She attempted to establish a rapport with Shen Xiwei, hoping to win her over. Regardless, Shen Xiwei was entirely unmoved by her overtures. You claim to be my reader, yet how did you fail to notice that Xiao was modeled after you? Her behavior is all learned from you. Remembering how Meng Qingran had previously berated Xia, Shen Xiwei found it rather amusing. Xia was the character that Madame Zhao despised the most. Hearing Shen Xiwei claim that Meng Qingran was the inspiration for Xia, Madame Zhao could not help but glance at Meng Qingran. She asked Shen Xiwei modeled after her. Shen Xiwei confirmed, Indeed, I disliked her so much that I wrote her that way, but it seems she remains oblivious. Perhaps in the eyes of a villain, they never perceived themselves as such. Meng Qingran could only perceive her as a naive and pitiable protagonist. Upon witnessing Shen Xiwei's aggressive demeanor, her eyes promptly welled with tears. She reached out to wipe away the tears that had escaped the corners of her eyes. Do you truly despise me this much? Is it because of Pei Yunxiao? I had mentioned it back in school. If you liked him, I could assist you in bringing you two together, yet, you simultaneously harbor feelings for Pei Yunxiao while being reluctant to part with Zhao Tingshan's affluent background. Now, you have even inscribed me into your narrative, subjecting me to the scorn of all. Shen Xiwei, do you not think you have gone too far? Finally unable to contain herself, she began to voice her own grievances. Shen Xiwei smiled. Moments ago she had sought to be amicable, only to now commence her slander. Why speak so obliquely? You might as well declare to everyone that I am straddling two boats, being with Zhao Tingshan while harboring designs on Pei Yunxiao, thus bullying you at every turn. Meng Qingran had nearly articulated this very sentiment in front of Lu Mingxiu and his companions. To her astonishment, Shen Xiwei had articulated it outright. She froze momentarily. So this was your own admission? Admit what? She retorted fiercely. Shen Xiwei continued, You believe no one in the capital recognizes us, so you feel free to say whatever you wish about the past, correct? Meng Qingran bit her lip, gazing at Shen Xiwei. So, what do you mean by that? Do you still recognize her? Just as Meng Qingran's words faded, Zhao Tingshan's voice resonated from the entrance. He was accompanied by two individuals, one of whom was Ku Yang. Since arriving in the capital, Ku Yang had grown quite close to Zhao Tingshan, often entrusted with various tasks. The other was Wang Yan. Over the past 3 years in prison, she had lost considerable weight. No longer resembling her former plump self, however, the spirited vibrancy of her youth had also dissipated, leaving her looking quite haggard. Upon entering, her gaze immediately fell upon Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran, Chapter 96. She could no longer restrain herself for countless nights. She had contemplated whether it would be better to simply perish within those walls, yet, the thought of Meng Qingran thriving outside filled her with resentment. This woman had manipulated her so thoroughly. One day she would exact her revenge. Initially, Meng Qingran did not recognize Wang Yan, for the latter had changed dramatically. It was only upon hearing her call out that Meng Qingran discerned her voice. She gazed at Wang Yan in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Tingshan took a seat beside Shen Xiwei, disregarding the presence of others, and grasped her hand. How is Uncle Shen? To him, Shen Wenbin was akin to family. Initially, when he traveled to Yun City, it was alongside Shen Wenbin. Upon hearing of the events from the previous night, Zhao Tingshan was currently in a state of fury. Shen Xiwei replied, I have brought him home. For now, he is well. When this matter was mentioned, Shen Xiwei cast a glance at Lu Mingxiu, who had remained silent throughout. Zhao Tingshan also looked over but chose not to address it for the moment. Instead, he turned his attention to Wang Yan. Madame Zhao, he began, who are these two? One is a former classmate of mine, and the other is Wang Yan, a classmate of Weiwei from Yaozhong High School in Yin City. So that is how it is. How did you bring her here? Zhao Tingshan settled beside Shen Xiwei, his tone cold, since Meng Qingran believes she can say anything in the capital without consequence. I had no choice but to invite her old friend over to clarify past matters. Shen Xiwei turned to Wang Yan. Since you are here, why not elucidate the situation between Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao? Who was truly involved with him, her, or me? Wang Yan directed a glance of contempt towards Meng Qingran, who had already risen to approach her, grasping Wang Yan's hand with a sisterly affection. She exclaimed, Wang Yan, you have finally emerged. I've been so worried about you these years. Why didn't you inform me of your arrival in the capital? Had I known, I would have come to fetch you. Wang Yan regarded Meng Qingran with a gaze that seemed genuinely concerned, reminiscent of the friendship they once shared, which had ultimately been a facade. Meng Qingran continued, now that you are out, you ought to live well. You must remember who it was that caused you such suffering over these years. We are all classmates, yet Shen Xiwei was so ruthless as to imprison you. Upon finishing, she turned to Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei, look at how you have reduced Wang Yan to this state, and now you bring her here to flaunt how well you are doing. The individual responsible for sending Wang Yan to prison was not Meng Qingran herself. What did she have to fear? She had done nothing wrong. With this thought, Meng Qingran became emboldened. She could not afford to lose. Shen Xiwei, witnessing her eloquence, retorted, you ought to be crystal clear about how she ended up there. You incited her to spread slander about me, claiming I was kept by an older man, and subsequently shifted all the blame onto her, leaving her in this pitiful state. It was undoubtedly your doing. I was never a good friend to her, nor did I betray her when it mattered. At this juncture, Shen Xiwei turned her gaze to Wang Yan. You can choose to be deceived by Meng Qingran once more. For me, it is inconsequential. However, should you choose to slander me, be prepared to lose your freedom again. When you find yourself imprisoned once more, your dear friend may well be marrying into a wealthy family. Wed to Mr. Lu, who sits here. Liu Mingxiu, who said he intends to marry Meng Qingran. Shen Xiwei's eyes were fixed on Wang Yan. Have you made your decision? Upon hearing Shen Xiwei's words, Wang Yan was suddenly jolted into clarity. She raised her hand and forcefully withdrew her hand from Meng Qingran's grasp, glaring at her. You seek to deceive me again, Meng Qingran? I will not be fooled any longer. Moreover, weren't you the one who claimed to be enamored with Pei Yunxiao? You even stated that you did not care about his family's poverty. Why are you no longer with him? Meng Qingran's expression turned cold as Wang Yan openly rejected her. She was utterly exasperated by the wretched Shen Xiwei. Wang Yan continued, I still remember when Pei Yunxiao's birthday banquet was held, you proclaimed to everyone that you were his girlfriend, yet when you learned his father was merely the Shen family's chauffeur, you regretted it, didn't you? Meng Qingran, how hypocritical you are. Feigning innocence, Meng Qingran responded, it is not that I do not wish to be with him, rather, he does not want me. His heart is set on Shen Xiwei, eager to become part of the Shen family, which is why he looks down on me. After spending years in there, how could you possibly understand my relationship with him? Everyone knows he favored you more. In the past, Shen Xiwei lavished him with money, and he offered you the finest gifts, even employing Shen Xiwei as a servant for you. I even believed Shen Xiwei was merely a maid for the Pei family. As Wang Yan recounted her past misdeeds, Shen Xiwei could not help but hide her face behind Zhao Tingshan. She had nearly forgotten until now, and the resurfacing of those memories was utterly humiliating. Meng Qingran chuckled lightly, is that so? The past is the past, the present is the present. She turned to Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei, Zhao Tingshan treats you so well, can you truly hold your head high before him? You have been together for so long, yet you still harbor feelings for Pei Yunxiao. Even for your internship, you chose to go to the company where Pei Yunxiao works. Am I mistaken? Shen Xiwei had not anticipated that Meng Qingran was aware of this detail. Sensing that she had successfully caught Shen Xiwei off guard, Meng Qingran smirked, you brought Wang Yan here to reveal my past with Pei Yunxiao. So what? That is my private affair. My relationship with Mr. Lu is strictly that of employer and employee. I doubt Mr. would concern himself with my previous associations. But you, who doesn't know that you were once Pei Yunxiao's devoted admirer, with your kind of history? If you were to marry into the Zhao family, you might end up causing the crown prince to wear a green hat. She knew that with matters escalating to this point, her hopes with Lu Mingxiu were likely dashed. Nevertheless, even so, she was determined to drag Shen Xiwei down with her. She could not fathom how Zhao Tingshan could remain with Shen Xiwei after hearing such words. She refused to believe he truly held her in such high regard. Shen Xiwei, sitting beside Zhao Tingshan, smiled at Meng Qingran. Mr. Lu has done so much for you, and in your eyes, it is merely an employer-employee relationship, yet I see that you were quite close before. Wherever he went, you were always by his side. For your sake, he even had to confront my father. Meng Qingran cast a glance at Lu Mingxiu, who remained silent. She clenched her jaw, reluctant to let go of this opportunity. She had finally positioned herself near Lu Mingxiu, securing someone to shield her, but now she could not afford to drag him down with her. Turning to Shen Xiwei, she declared, do not attempt to divert the topic. Once this matter concludes, I will leave Mr. Lu's company on my own accord. But Shen Xiwei, can you honestly claim that you harbor no feelings for Pei Yunxiao whatsoever? Chapter 97, You are truly shameless. Of course not, Shen Xiwei replied without a hint of hesitation. I have only been at Dama Technology for a few days. It is one of the companies my father has invested in. How could I have known Pei Yunxiao was there prior to my arrival? If my intention in interning at my father's company was to pursue Pei Yunxiao, I might as well stay home and never step outside. Meng Qingran glared at Shen Xiwei, her irritation mounting, especially as she boldly proclaimed that Pei Yunxiao's company was a venture of her father's, jealousy surging from the depths of her heart. Shen Xiwei added. However, you have reminded me. It seems wherever I intern, I run into Pei Yunxiao. Do you think he could be lingering at Dama Technology just to capture my attention? What did you say? Meng Qingran stared at Shen Xiwei. Though she had just earlier claimed that Pei Yunxiao had developed feelings for her, however, upon hearing those words, one cannot help but feel that Shen Xiwei is somewhat distorting the truth. Is Shen Xiwei truly so shameless? She declared, why not just expel Pei Yunxiao? I can inform my father right now. As she spoke, she picked up her phone. Meng Qingran retorted, you really are quite heartless. Regardless of the circumstances, Pei Yunxiao is still your classmate. He has only just secured a good job, and yet you want to dismiss him. Shen Xiwei, how can you be so cruel? When he joined the company, he was unaware that it was your father's investment. At that time, Demai was not as large in scale. Pei Yunxiao joined early on, dedicating himself to the company and even contributing to the design of several products, and now Shen Xiwei thinks she can simply expel him at her whim? Does she have no conscience? Shen Xiwei gazed at Meng Qingran. You have no connection to Pei Yunxiao, so why are you so agitated? Why are you speaking up for him? Did you not say that I have feelings for Pei Yunxiao? If I am not anxious, why are you? Meng Qingran was furious. She certainly did not wish to see Pei Yunxiao face any real trouble. As for Lu Mingxiu, he seemed beyond hope now, but Pei Yunxiao. He was at a promising juncture in his career. Even if things did not pan out here, he could still have a fallback. If Shen Xiwei truly expelled Pei Yunxiao, how would she and he continue to live? Noticing her silence, Shen Xiwei remarked, as everyone can see, I have no relationship with Pei Yunxiao anymore. Yet, Meng Qingran, she continued, you claim your relationship with Pei Yunxiao is poor, but it is evident that you still have connections. At this point, a thought struck her. What is it? Lady Zhao inquired, turning her gaze to Shen Xiwei. Shen Xiwei replied, back when we were still in school, I ceased all contact with Pei Yunxiao. Everyone knew that he was not a rich second generation, but rather the son of our family driver. Meng Qingran even pretended to break up with him and encouraged Pei Yunxiao to approach me. Is that truly the case? Lady Zhao looked at Meng Qingran in disbelief. If she was indeed in a relationship with Pei Yunxiao yet urged him to get closer to Shen Xiwei, that would be utterly reprehensible. Meng Qingran bit her lip. I did not. Are you certain you did not? Shen Xiwei scrutinized Meng Qingran, eager to see how she would continue to feign innocence. Meng Qingran insisted, I did not. Shen Xiwei merely uttered a few words, attempting to elicit a confession. So much time had passed. Even if Shen Xiwei spoke the truth, she had no means to prove it. However, just after Meng Qingran denied it, Shen Xiwei opened her phone and played a recording revealing the conversation between Meng Qingran and Pei Yunxiao in the woods. Meng Qingran, Yunxiao. Are you planning to ignore me from now on? Pei Yunxiao, didn't you tell me to be with her, and to avoid making her angry? What if she gets upset if I get too close to you? Meng Qingran, yes, that is my fault. Pei Yunxiao, then why did you call me here? Meng Qingran, I just missed you a bit. I wanted you to be near Shen Xiwei, hoping you would be well. I thought I could manage my feelings, but it seems I cannot. Pei Yunxiao, I just want to know, is it only when I am with Shen Xiwei that you are willing to maintain contact with me? Meng Qingran, Yunxiao, that is certainly not the case. Pei Yunxiao, then I will not associate with her anymore. And Meng Qingran's voice grew noticeably displeased. Why are you so infatuated? Your lack of foresight is truly disheartening. Do you not understand? Did you not heed my previous words? Meng Qingran, let us only communicate through our phones from now on. Until graduation, we shall remain mere acquaintances. After the college entrance examination, I will still be waiting for you, trust me, will you? The recording concluded. Everyone clearly understood Meng Qingran's contradictory behavior. She had urged Pei Yunxiao to approach Shen Xiwei, and when he was reluctant, she even expressed her anger. Just listening to the recording, others found it hard to believe that these words had come from Meng Qingran. Wang Yan looked at Meng Qingran, utterly astonished that she had once considered such a person a friend. No wonder during that period you did not seem upset seeing Pei Yunxiao with Shen Xiwei. I stood up for you, and you even tried to stop me. You were clearly enamored with his wealth, believing that if Pei Yunxiao were with Shen Xiwei, she would provide financial support for both of you. Previously, Meng Qingran had always been a goddess in her heart, yet now that she realized how despicable she truly was. Wanting everything while pretending to be virtuous, initially she thought Shen Xiwei was the villain, yet now she felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Meng Qingran stared at Shen Xiwei, astonished that she actually had a recording, and that she had waited until now to reveal it. Before she could formulate a response, Ke Yang could no longer contain his outrage. Truly shameless, seeing others with wealth, you conspire to swindle their money. Are you hoping to spend her money while secretly engaging in a romance behind her back? in a previous life, this was precisely their modus operandi. At that time, no one was aware of these events. Instead, Shen Xiwei had become the target of public ire, labeled as Pei Yunxiao's sycophant, only to be ultimately betrayed by him, truly deserved. Meanwhile, Meng Qingran ascended to the position of vice president of the Pei Group. A company that was clearly her father's, yet she had maneuvered her way in through her ties with Pei Yunxiao, genuinely believing herself to be formidable. Shen Xiwei turned to Lady Zhao, stating, "Auntie, this is the kind of person Meng Qingran is. If it were not for this recording, she would still be spinning her web of lies. The truth is, I have long known that she and Pei Yunxiao were plotting against me, hence I severed all ties with them. When I spotted her at the Hot Spring Hotel, I chose to remain silent for President Lu's sake, but how has she treated me since then? She slandered me regarding Pei Yunxiao, attempting to incite discord between me and Zhao Tingshan. Aiming to disrupt our engagement to it is she who has been egregiously overstepping, while your brother, who sits here, President Lu, has deliberately made things difficult for my father on her behalf, knowing full well my father's health is frail. She still pressured him to drink so much. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation regarding this matter?" Chapter 98, You dare to touch what belongs to me. Lady Zhao turned to Lu Mingxiu. "I have warned you to keep your distance from her. Over a person like Meng Qingran you have offended Shen Xiwei." Lu Mingxiu replied, "I had no idea there were such matters at play. I thought she merely had a past with Pei Yunxiao, and since they have already broken up, it was irrelevant." Zhao Tingshan, seated nearby, addressed Lu Mingxiu. "Mr. Lu, you certainly have quite the temper to bully even my people. Moreover, during my time in Yun City, Uncle Shen extended considerable care towards me. Do you dare to lay a hand on him? Do you think I am inconsequential, after his mother's tragic fall from grace?" His father had languished in despair. It was Shen Xiwei's mother who brought him back to the Shen household, allowing him to live alongside Shen Xiwei. Later, he was taken to Yun City to live with his uncle. This entire situation clearly highlighted Lu Mingxiu's culpability, prompting him to apologize. "I will dismiss Meng Qingran and will also extend my apologies to General Shen. Miss Shen, I am sincerely sorry. It was indeed my fault. I have been somewhat excessive," Zhao Tingshan remarked. "Since you were so earnest, I shall grant you an opportunity. Bring forth the items." As soon as Zhao Tingshan finished speaking, several individuals brought in several cases of fine liquor. He instructed the servants to lay out the bottles and prepare the glasses. All were ordinary drinking glasses, filled to the brim with liquor. A normal person would struggle after just a couple of glasses. Yet now there was an overwhelming amount prepared. Zhao Tingshan casually addressed Lu Mingxiu. "Do you not enjoy drinking? Go ahead, I shall keep you company." Lu Mingxiu cast a glance at the array of bottles. Realizing Zhao Tingshan was serious about this, "Isn't this a bit excessive? Mr. Lu, are you disregarding my hospitality? Do you believe that because I have been in Yun City for a while, I lack a voice in the Zhao household? Or do you look down upon me because you think I am not one of your kind?" Though Lu Mingxiu was several years older, the moment he sat down, he felt a genuine sense of pressure from Zhao Tingshan. He admitted that he had somewhat underestimated Zhao Tingshan. This young man at such a tender age, he was increasingly resembling his father. "Who am I to look down upon you? Then drink," Zhao Tingshan declared. "You shall not leave until every drop of this liquor is consumed." Upon concluding his statement, Ke Yang and several others approached, taking turns to toast Lu Mingxiu. When he refused, Ke Yang immediately pressed on. "President Lu, you are being rather inconsiderate towards your brothers." Last night, Lu Mingxiu had employed the same tactics against Shen Wenbin. Shen Xiwei sat on the sofa, observing the scene unfold before her, finding it rather amusing. Last night, Lu Mingxiu had been the one to torment others, and now he had become the one being tormented. Zhao Tingshan remained by her side, indifferent to the chaos. His gaze fell upon Shen Xiwei. "I am sorry, Wei. Sorry," Shen Xiwei replied. "Why apologize? If I had been present yesterday, this situation would not have arisen. Fortunately, it was not your doing. Moreover, your brother was only assisting me out of regard for you." Zhao Tingshan settled beside her. "Once he finishes the liquor, I shall accompany you back to see Uncle Shen." All right. They remained seated, watching the spectacle unfold. Lu Mingxiu had consumed a considerable amount and was clearly inebriated. Lady Zhao, witnessing them relentlessly pouring liquor down his throat, feared for his well-being. She approached, saying, "Tingshan, he has already drunk quite a bit. Please spare him." Zhao Tingshan did not even glance at Lady Zhao. "If you are truly concerned, why not join him in drinking?" On ordinary days, Zhao Tingshan is quite affable. However, at this moment, even when Madame Zhao speaks, he shows no mercy. Madame Zhao is exceedingly worried, fearing that a tragedy might unfold in their home or that her younger brother could come to harm. Thus she has no choice but to call Zhao Qiwei. As dusk approaches, Zhao Qi finally returns from outside. Madame Zhao hurries to greet him. "Well, Zhao, you are finally back. Just look at them." Lu Mingxiu has long since lost consciousness from drinking. Zhao Qi approaches and takes a seat beside him, inquiring, "What has happened?" Madame Zhao recounts the events to Zhao Qi. After listening, he glances at Lu Mingxiu and addresses Zhao Tingshan. "Since he has already drunk so much, let's just let it go. Consider it a favor to me." As Zhao Tingshan sits beside Shen Xiwei, quietly peeling melon seeds for her, seemingly indifferent to Zhao Qi's words. Zhao Qi then turns to Shen Xiwei. saying, Wei, please persuade him. I assure you, such incidents will not occur again, not if anyone dares to trouble your father. I will be the first to deal with him. Your father has shown kindness to Tingshen. I have not forgotten that. Zhao Qi is also aware that the Shen family has contributed significantly to his son's affairs. Zhao Tingshen's feelings towards the Shen family are profound. This is why he has never opposed Zhao Tingshen's relationship with Shen Xiwei. Even though many believe Shen Xiwei is merely climbing the social ladder by marrying into the Zhao family, given Zhao Tingshen's qualifications, he could easily find someone better. However, he understands that if even the small hope for Zhao Tingshen is not fulfilled, their bond may be irrevocably severed. Seeing Lu Mingxiu in such a pitiful state brings Shen Xiwei a sense of satisfaction. If this continues, it might indeed lead to a life or death situation. She looks at Zhao Tingshen and says, I have no objections. What about you? Zhao Tingshen replies, since Wei has no objections, then let it be. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhao quickly instructs everyone to stop. Yang also orders that Lu Mingxiu be released. Madame Zhao insists on sending Lu Mingxiu to the hospital. Fearing for his life, Zhao Qi turns to Madame Zhao and says, tell your brother to cease any further contact with Meng Qingran. Also, refrain from inviting Lu Mingxiu to our home in the future. I do not wish to see him. Understood. Madame Zhao gazes at Zhao Qi, who remains composed despite the unfolding chaos, his face betraying no emotion, as if he were merely handling a trivial matter. Though she has been by Zhao Qi's side for many years, witnessing his cold and unfeeling demeanor still unnerves her. As the group exits the Zhao residence, a car awaits them outside. Zhao Tingshen and Shen Xiwei return to the Shen family to check on Shen's father. Meng Qingran looks at Madame Zhao and asks, Madam, may I visit General Lu in the hospital? Madame Zhao stares at Meng Qingran, her eyes icy. Do you wish to harm him further? The previously amiable woman now appears utterly frigid. Initially she thought her brother merely had an assistant whom he enjoyed spending time with. However, this woman nearly caused Lu Mingxiu's demise. Madame Zhao can no longer afford to be polite to Meng Qingran. If you ever appear before me again, I will not spare you. After stating this, she instructs those around her to contact Lu Mingxiu's company and make it clear that she does not wish to see her at any of their businesses in the future. Yes, Madame Zhao promptly has Meng Qingran expelled from the Zhao family. Inside the car, Shen Xiwei sits beside Zhao Tingshen, who leans against her. She asks, why are you leaning on me? Zhao Tingshen replies, I fear you might run away. Why would I run away? She feels that he has avenged her grievances. Zhao Tingshen lifts his head to look at her, asking if today's situation had not been resolved. Would you still be with me? No. Chapter 99. She did not recall. Shen Xiwei's answer comes without hesitation. Although she cherishes Zhao Tingshen, her father remains an irreplaceable family member. No one is more important than him. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshen gazes at her. I knew it. What do you know? Shen Xiwei inquires. You are always prepared to abandon me. He is the one who might be forsaken at any moment. Thus he must tread carefully in her presence. Shen Xiwei smiles and says, where is that? I merely feel that if staying in the capital means being bullied, it would be better to retreat further away. If I cannot provoke you, then I can certainly evade you. Instead of enduring mistreatment in the Zhao family, it would be better to return with me to Yun City. After all, at my house, I would ensure no one dares to bully you. As she speaks, she gently touches his brow with her fingertip. His eyebrows are indeed quite striking. Shen Xiwei cannot help but exclaim, but Tingshen, you are so kind. You are not even afraid of offending your father and aunt. Zhao Tingshen does not perceive offending them as a serious matter. If being with me means you must endure grievances, then this family is not worth returning to. The Zhao family holds little significance for him. It was merely that his father had once stated he should remain in Yun City until he turned 18. After which he was to return to the Zhao family, thus he had no choice but to comply. Shen Xiwei holds his hand. You treat me so well, how shall I reward you? Zhao Tingshen looks at her. There is no need. Who says there is no need? I want to. Shen Xiwei proposes. Shall we go to a hotel? The driver abruptly hits the brakes, causing Shen Xiwei to tumble into Zhao Tingshen's embrace. Zhao Tingshen holds her, feeling somewhat awkward as he recalls her earlier words. Do not speak nonsense. Shen Xiwei retorts, I am not speaking nonsense. Are you afraid? Zhao Tingshen ignores her, sitting beside her. He reaches up to unfasten a button on his shirt. It is quite warm today. Despite the air conditioning in the car, the heat is unbearable. The driver delivers them home, where Shen Wenbin sits on the couch. Having rested for a day, he seems to be feeling much better. Uncle Shen. Zhao Tingshen greets him politely. Shen Wenbin responds, Tingshen, please take a seat. Shen Xiwei moves to sit beside her father. Dad, are you feeling better? Tingshen was worried about you and came to check on you. Shen Wenbin replies, I am much better, just unaccustomed to drinking so much after a long time. It is nothing to worry about. Do not frighten Tingshen. Shen Xiwei adds, Lu Mingxiu drank even more than you did yesterday. He was carried to the hospital. She recounts how Zhao Tingshen avenged her grievances. Shen Wenbin looks at Zhao Tingshen and remarks, you my boy, regardless, he is your elder. Do you think your father will be upset with you for this? It is fine. Zhao Tingshen responds, no matter what, I cannot stand by and watch Uncle Shen be bullied. I was not bullied. Shen Wenbin, however, wishes to avoid trouble. In business, there are always social obligations. I used to drink until I vomited frequently. It is entirely normal. Your father is not angry with you, is he? Having just returned to the Zhao family, and now with a younger brother and stepmother, he must not let this affect his relationship with his father. No, Zhao Tingshan reassures him, he will not be angry. Shen Xiwei relays Zhao Qi's remarks to her father. Upon hearing this, Shen Wenbin feels somewhat relieved. That is good. Curious, Shen Xiwei asks. Dad, why did Tingshan's father say you have helped him? I was unaware of this. As soon as Shen Xiwei finishes speaking, she senses Zhao Tingshan casting her a glance, his expression complex. Seemingly tinged with reproach, Shen Wenbin observes Shen Xiwei's carefree demeanor. Do you not remember that Tingshan lived with us for a while? Really? Shen Wenbin explains. Indeed, you were quite young at the time. And after your illness, your memory may have been affected. It is quite normal not to recall. Some individuals remember things from as young as 2 or 3 years, while others forget events from 5 or 6. Clearly, Zhao Tingshan belongs to the former category, while Shen Xiwei is of the latter. She genuinely cannot remember living with Zhao Tingshan after her mother passed away. Her father, wishing to spare her grief, had hidden all the old photographs. Shen Wenbin instructs Aunt Zhou to bring out the photo album. Shen Xiwei sits nearby, flipping through its pages. Indeed, there are photographs of her with Zhao Tingshan. He was quite handsome as a child, with large, expressive eyes and beautifully shaped eyebrows. Bai was still a little dog back then. In the pictures, she is with her mother or father, and Zhao Tingshan. A family of 4. Although Zhao Tingshan was young, he bore no expression. Shen Wenbin gazes at Shen Xiwei. Do you remember now? Perhaps I do recall something. Shen Wenbin continues. After your mother passed, you were ill for a time. To prevent you from constantly thinking of her, we did not allow Tingshan to visit. By the time he returned, you had stopped playing with him. Shen Xiwei looks at Zhao Tingshan. Is that so? Zhao Tingshan replies earnestly. It is nothing. I have grown accustomed to it. He watches as she fails to remember him, treating him merely as a distant acquaintance. When she sees him, she hardly speaks, perhaps not even recalling who he is. He was naturally reticent, seldom initiating conversation in her presence, fearing it might remind her of her mother's passing, yet, he never anticipated that she would end up chasing after Pei Yunxiao. Regarding him with disdain as if he were something unclean, the mere mention of their engagement provoked her aversion. Shen Xiwei observes Zhao Tingshan, sensing an underlying anger in his otherwise calm demeanor. Why do I feel as though you are upset? I am not upset, Zhao Tingshan responds. I merely have a stoic expression. Had she not seen him smile, radiating joy more than anyone else, she might have believed his words. Indeed, he was angry. After dinner, Shen Wenbin retired to rest. Shen Xiwei and Zhao Tingshan sat in the living room, with him intently watching television. She offered him a peeled lychee. Would you like to try this? No need. It's quite delicious, Shen Xiwei insisted. Come on, eat it. Don't be upset. The mere mention of past events had him seething even now, refusing to utter a word to her. Did he truly think she couldn't perceive his feelings? Zhao Tingshan remained fixated on the screen. You eat it yourself, Shen Xiwei teased. If you don't eat, I'll have to kiss you. Upon hearing her words, he bit into the lychee she held out. Shen Xiwei, taken aback, asked, What do you mean? Are you so afraid of my kiss? His reaction left her speechless as Zhao Tingshan gazed at her. You don't remember me, nor do you recall Daobao. I've heard you keep your distance from Daobao. Although she had seen photographs today, Zhao Tingshan knew she hadn't recalled the past. Perhaps she would never remember. Those memories had become distant echoes for her. People only forget memories that hold no significance to them. Chapter 100. Your presence is sufficient. Just like how he had never forgotten anything pertaining to her. Yet she had forgotten everything. This indicated that he held little weight in her heart. Shen Xiwei hadn't anticipated him dredging up old grievances. Had she known, she wouldn't have posed such questions before her father. In an effort to placate him, Shen Xiwei spoke. Actually, I do remember some things. Then tell me, what do you remember? Upon her silence, Zhao Tingshan immediately grasped the situation. Lying, he frowned, disappointment evident in his gaze. He turned back to the television. Shen Xiwei placed her feet on the sofa, nestled beside him, embracing his arm and playing with his delicate fingers. In this world, only she dared to be so unrestrained in his presence. As she looked at his fingers, her thoughts wandered to in her previous life. She had never understood the nature of her relationship with Zhao Tingshan. Had he truly been clinging to those childhood memories, waiting for her all this time? The realization that she remembered nothing, and the harsh words she had uttered just as he was about to take her away, weighed heavily on her. How heartbroken must he have been at that moment? Now, as she lifted her gaze to the person beside her, Shen Xiwei felt a sense of reassurance. Thank goodness. They had a chance to start anew. Noticing her quiet demeanor, Zhao Tingshan suggested, If you're tired, you should rest. I'm not tired. Reflecting on the past, she felt a pang of guilt towards him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Hearing the tremor in her voice, Zhao Tingshan, who had previously ignored her, reached out and enveloped her in his embrace. Why are you crying? I was just teasing you. I'm not angry. In that fleeting moment, Shen Xiwei felt like a little child before him, despite being the carefree one. It was Zhao Tingshan who always feared losing her. Though they were of similar age, how could he be so mature and composed? Shen Xiwei looked up at him. I've treated you so poorly, yet you always stay by my side. Are you some kind of celestial being? Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingshan lowered his head, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. His deep voice resonated like a cello. Your presence is enough. Meng Qingran's belongings had been unceremoniously discarded from her dormitory, and she returned to Pei Yunxiao with her things in hand. Pei Yunxiao had just returned from work and was taken aback to find her squatting in the hallway. What brings you here? Meng Qingran's eyes were red. I've been expelled. I thought everything was fine. Upon seeing her carrying her luggage, Pei Yunxiao recalled her earlier joy when moving out, believing her job was secure. Meng Qingran suppressed the urge to cry. I have nowhere else to go, Yunxiao. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Didn't you say your boss valued you? It's Shen Xiwei. Meng Qingran explained. She knows my boss, and she found a way to get rid of me. I truly don't understand. Does she want to see me suffer before she lets me go? Seeing her in such distress, Pei Yunxiao's anger flared. Is she insane? Does she have no regard for others' livelihoods? Meng Qingran added. I never imagined she would harbor such hatred for me. Come inside. Pei Yunxiao protectively helped her carry her belongings through the door. Meng Qingran settled onto the sofa, and Pei Yunxiao observed her. Why is she targeting you so relentlessly? She knows I encouraged you to approach her back then. Meng Qingran lowered her head. So she has held a grudge ever since. Moreover, she has recordings. Yes, Meng Qingran confirmed. It's from when we were in the woods, and I told you we'd be together after graduation. She overheard everything. Mentioning this, Pei Yunxiao furrowed his brow. So Shen Xiwei had known all along. No wonder she had looked down upon him. Despite his efforts, his gaze turned increasingly cold. Even so, she shouldn't continuously target you like this. Initially, he had a favorable impression of Shen Xiwei upon their reunion, but he hadn't anticipated her bullying Meng Qingran. Upon hearing that Shen Wenbin was ill, he used the pretext of visiting to stop by the Shen household. Shen Wenbin had always treated him like family, having watched him grow up, thus he was quite courteous. The last time Pei Yunxiao visited, Shen Wenbin was absent, and Shen Xiwei had unceremoniously dismissed him. Today, Shen Wenbin happened to be home. Pei Yunxiao brought some items along to check on his condition. Shen Xiwei had just finished dressing when Aunt Zhou called for her. Descending the stairs, she found Pei Yunxiao seated with her father. Upon seeing him, Shen Xiwei remarked, You still have the audacity to return after I kicked you out last time. Pei Yunxiao countered, Why did you have Meng Qingran fired? Shen Xiwei hadn't expected him to come for Meng Qingran. You seem quite concerned about her. Didn't you say you had already blacklisted me and cut ties? Are you two still in touch? Pei Yunxiao noticed her icy demeanor and softened his tone. Xiwei, please don't be like this. Qingran has had a difficult time. She has applied for so many jobs, only to have Jiang Yu sabotage her. After finally securing a position, you refuse to let her be. What will happen if you push her to her limit? Am I pushing her to her limit? Shen Xiwei sat down, looking at Pei Yunxiao. If I were truly ruthless, would you and Meng Qingran still have a place in this world? Since you said that, I'll grant your wish. I've already spoken to Mr.Hu about having you dismissed. He has agreed. Dismissed? Pei Yunxiao, disregarding Shen Wenbin's presence, turned red with anger. Why? Are you out of your mind? It was a hard-earned job, and Shen Xiwei casually mentioned dismissal. Didn't you just say I'm ruthless? Shen Xiwei retorted. Once you lose your job, that would be the true end for Meng Qingran. Wouldn't it? She couldn't fathom what Meng Qingran had told him. He had come to her home early in the morning to defend Meng Qingran. With that time, he should have focused on his own matters. Uncle Shen, look at her. Realizing reasoning with Shen Xiwei was futile, Pei Yunxiao turned his hopes towards Shen Wenbin. I haven't wronged her in these past few years, nor have I done anything to offend her. The last time I saw her at the company, I was courteous, yet now she wants to have me dismissed. Shen Wenbin looked at Shen Xiwei. Xiwei, can this matter be discussed further? Dad, Shen Xiwei replied, he works at Dama. And I'm interning at Dama. Meng Qingran claims I'm there for him, but if I don't have him dismissed, does that mean I'll dismiss myself? Pei Yunxiao glowered. Qingran would never say such a thing. So you're implying I'm slandering her? Seeing him like this, Shen Xiwei recalled how Pei Yunxiao had once defended Meng Qingran at school. She chuckled lightly. I have no objections to Meng Qingran finding a job.